Hello and welcome to Socialism for All live stream number 133 being recorded on June 25th, 2026. With me in the chat at twitch.tv/socialism S4A are 69 viewers out of 75 viewers just jumped up. No, I don't think we're doing an 8-hour stream today, but I did pull quite a bit. It's been like 2.5 months since the last live stream. Has it been so long? We've been doing a lot of history and theory videos. There have been various current event topics that I've wanted to cover, but I also really wanted to get through the readings, and also I felt like the onslaught of news has been such that I preferred to just wait, let the news kind of accumulate for a few months, then cover it all, hence today's stream, for which I've pulled a lot of different stories on a lot of different topics. So much is happening in this global crisis of capitalism that is building and building. It's kind of like you have to cover, 2 or 3 month segments of news and the trends that have been developing, in those periods rather than just sort of week by week. There's just too much news. So for me, it's been on the channel trying to focus on getting through the anti-Trotskyism list and kind of holding off on the more, popularly oriented content. So yeah, about the communist history and theory videos, we've been doing an extensive dive into the struggle in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik, against Trotskyism from about 1900 to 1940. We've been doing that for quite a while. And actually, in the next couple of weeks, we'll be wrapping up this pass of it. And at that point, we'll go on to other topics in communist history and theory for that portion of the channel's content. Again, I do, the live streams and current event stuff, but it's really grounded in that history and theory. I know that those videos, if you look at the videos tab right now, it's like Wall of Stalin. I know that that might not look like the sexiest or juiciest or most colorful videos, but some of the CPSUB Congress speeches in particular are honestly riveting. I really enjoyed reading and recording them. And for any of the actual communists in the audience, as opposed to the more communist curious or communist leaning progressives or leftists or whatever, if you haven't listened to the Lenin against Trotsky, Stalin against Trotsky, and then the catch-all anti-Trotskyism playlist, which captures both of those playlists as well as additional content. So if you listen to the anti-Trotskyism playlist, you'll get all of it. I absolutely recommend it. There are Trotskyist organizations in the United States, in the UK, and other countries that are trying to be at the forefront of the organizing efforts during this crisis of capitalism. And that's just not a thing anybody should be supporting. Usually this is out of ignorance of what the Trotskyist movement was actually about and complete misrepresentation of Stalin. Whatever your legitimate criticisms of Stalin might be, almost everything that Trotskyists say about Stalin is completely wrong. And if you just look at the history of the CPSUB, those congresses, the debate and the struggle against the left opposition, left opposition with left in quotes, is ultra left opposition. Now we're also getting into the right Bukharinite opposition. But the struggle against that, quote, left opposition headed by Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev, the stuff that the opposition was doing is mind-blowing. Like ridiculous stuff that you look back and you go, we were really lied to about Stalin and the struggle against Trotskyism and Trotsky being portrayed as a sympathetic figure. It just doesn't hold up in my view. So if you haven't listened to that, I absolutely recommend it. And then as far as the current events, like I was saying, there's so much going on in the world. It's impossible to cover it all. I also didn't start this channel primarily as like a journalistic channel. It was to read, to learn about communism, to expand the knowledge base and connect the U.S. left in particular with with more of the history and theory of the international communist movement, because you go back 100 years, the struggles that were going on in the Russian party or a number of other parties, we're like still going through that today. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Know your history. It'll save you so much time. And I do think that more and more people are doing that. So that's great. And we're going to need the advanced knowledge as the struggle continues to build. But anyway, at this channel, we focus mainly on providing a theoretical and historical foundation to, again, like the communist curious and learning communist community at large. This is work that really parties should be doing. I don't really think the parties are doing an adequate job of any of that. So, lone randos like me have to do it, at least for now, at least until we make enough communists that all those communists, you listening out there organizing with other comrades, can form the party that we need and then take over, those education efforts and so on. And we're also trying to support independent Marxist study groups and pre-party formations as they struggle in their local left circles for correct ideas, influence, and power. Secondarily, we definitely do try to support discussion of current events, ongoing discourse, and media trends, but there's really just a limit to how much I can get to. So I try to highlight some things that maybe aren't getting as much coverage or that I just think are particularly important. But again, people sometimes, why aren't you covering this? Well, I'm not a news agency, trying to get people up to speed on communist basics and, let them take over from there and whatever else you're going to go on to do in your projects with your groups, your parties, whatever kind of projects you're organizing with. So that said, today we're going to start out talking about, I think, an overarching topic. People talk about burnout and people talk about, kind of getting PTSD or some kind of like stress related symptoms from organizing or even from just reading the news. And I have a couple of articles on a topic that I think is going to be helpful for people in addressing how some of this stuff can change your personality or reduce your capacity to engage with organizing. And I think that that framing will be a useful jumping off point for a lot of the other stories which we're going to be doing, which it's really disturbing news. What can I say? It can have an effect on people. It's had an effect on me. Really much of the news this winter, whether it was like the domestic police state news, like the ICE occupations around the country, particularly in like Minneapolis or Los Angeles, but in other cities around the country too. And actually, there are stories I've read that ICE is leasing offices, like dozens of offices all around the country. So apparently they're trying to expand their operation. So if that hasn't hit a city near you yet, it may be in the next year or two. So this is a problem that isn't going away. It's horrific what's going on in the news. And they seem to launch their worst offensives in the winter, I think, when people are at their most depleted and least able to, respond, which I'm sure is a conscious choice. I would expect that to come again next winter. Yeah, anyway, I mean, it's terrible. But whether you're looking at stuff like that or you're looking at the international news about the violence against Venezuela, Cuba, Palestine, Iran, again, just brutal to read about. This thing about the Strait of Hormuz and Trump saying one thing, Iran's like, we didn't agree to any of that. It's hard to even know what's happening. And is the global oil shortage, how far is that going to go? Because a lot of the countries, people may not know this. I was trying to cover it as this was happening, like back in April and May. But, there just hasn't been oil getting out, the oil shipments getting out. A lot of the Asian countries have had to ration diesel and other fuels. Other countries are cracking open their strategic reserves, and so they're going through their stored oil. So in the United States, gasoline has gone up to $5 a gallon, a little less in some places, more in some places, but really expensive, like more or less double what it was last year, which is a huge source of stress. I know where I am, people just seem to be more stressed out than last year. There's just this kind of, You can see it in the way people are driving and everything. It's just the general stress level seems to be a lot worse than last year. So it's having an effect on people. It's having an effect on me. It's part of why I haven't been streaming as much. I just there's a limit to, I try to look at how can I be the most useful. And, I don't think it's in anybody's interest for me to just burn out on news. This is entering into the 7th year of doing this channel now. And I mean, when I was just getting going, it was, the pandemic was just starting and everything. There was a lot of kind of stored energy of like, let's go. And I was really excited to learn all this stuff and, hit the ground running. More than 6 years into it, I got to kind of pace myself because, we're getting to the more advanced stuff in the history and theory side at the same time as Trump 2 is turning out to be extremely brutal. And there's a lot of imperialist war being launched as well. And it just gets to be a lot. I mean, the genocide in Gaza, then we can throw in climate change there too, get some ecocide going. So it's been a lot. What we're going to talk about today, I'm going to start by talking about moral injury, which I think beyond alienation, beyond PTSD, beyond burnout, there is the concept of moral injury. And I think that this would be a useful thing for people to have in their psychological vocabulary and to, just know about as a concept, to know when you're suffering from it or showing signs of suffering from it, or when people you're working with are showing signs of it. If you know anybody who's reading the news quite a bit, moral injury is probably going to be a useful concept for you. We're also going to talk about the economy. This is a topic I've been covering. Well, I mean, this is a Marxist channel, so of course we talk about the economy, but there's been this building crisis for a number of years. I mean, the pandemic took what was already kind of Never Never Land in the post-2008 economy and then ramped that up to an extreme level. We're in such like a fantasy economy now. They used to talk about the casino economy. Now we're in just like a flat out scam economy where they're taking in so much investment money for AI, other things too, but particularly AI and related things like the chip hardware. And this whole thing is going to come crashing down in the worst way. And we're going to revisit like what is the current state of that. I was expecting the crash to come sooner. Looking at the state of things now, I believe that the recession has started, but they haven't called it yet. People saying, when is this thing going to start? I think this is going to be a real big one. And we had the longest bond yield inversion curve, which is a sign of a recession, like ever, pretty much. And then probably we know that the duration of the bond yield inversion curve correlates generally to severity of the ensuing recession. And, it was inverted for like 2 years. That was, I think, unprecedented. And as it's steepening now, it's uninverting and going back into the positive territory. That's when the recession happens. Looking at the timeline, I think it's fair to say the recession is probably starting now. Plus the oil shock that's happening, like I said, it's not clear how bad the oil crisis is going to get. I'm still extremely worried about that. They're apparently hammering out some kind of deal, the U.S. and Iran, but it really remains to be seen the full extent of the damage from the oil shortage. So we're going to talk about the economy and housing and snap cuts and a bunch of other things happening. Also get into the debate over the AI bubble and the related private credit bubble, because AI has been largely funded by private credit rather than traditional banks. And what do we mean talking about private credit? We mean non-bank lending. So shadow banks. This is, again, part of the post-2008 legacy is the formal banks are much more regulated. I mean, they're not regulated enough. Also, regulation is not a cure to capitalism's problems. It just kind of, reins them in to a certain extent, or creates kind of fallback emergency plans to try to mitigate the crises that capitalism, by its nature, produces. But some of the ways that they've circumvented that is by the banks lend to private institutions, which then in turn do the risky lending. So it's not the banks doing the risky lending, although I mean, it's just risky lending with extra steps, basically. So that's the private credit bubble. We'll talk about that a bit in relation to the data center spending, and what is the future of AI? How widely is it being adopted? How useful is it? And in the end, what's going to be the model of AI that actually takes off? Is it going to be the big data center driven AI? Or are companies going to just host their own AI rigs? We'll discuss that in that segment. I want to talk also about some of the on the ground responses to what's going on, some of the police caused deaths, and, well, at least one definitely police caused death, and then another death that is still being investigated at this point. I want to talk about the Prairie Land defendants. These are anti-ICE protesters that just got handed like 70 to 100-year sentences with terrorism enhancements. They were doing a noise demonstration outside of an ICE facility. Also, there were arrests in Minnesota along similar lines. The Department of Justice arresting 15 people on kind of like anti-fascist, quote unquote, terrorism related charges. These were, again, legal observers of ICE. And, you know, this is the way that the Trump administration is going after it. And the Democrats, of course, not offering meaningful opposition. Relatedly, we will be covering some anti-fascism in history, because the whole thing of, you know, far-right governments criminalizing anti-fascism and being very draconian as far as the punishments given out to anti-fascist protesters. This is not new. The Nazis did it. The Italian fascists did it. Pick, you know, your favorite repressive right regime. They did this. So, okay, it's coming to the U.S. now in the open, advertised openly. You know, let's understand what is the history here in some other countries as well. And, you know, we've done some, I think, pretty extensive work on the channel about anti-fascism and fascism from a Marxist lens. I pulled an article from historicalmaterialism.org called Fascism, Fascization, Anti-Fascism, which is a pretty extensive discussion of fascism that I think will be helpful for us. You know, Fascism and Social Revolution by Dutt remains one of the most useful texts, I think, that I've recorded for the channel and posted. Pieces like this will supplement that. Also then in politics, in the U.S., New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani had endorsed a bunch of progressive candidates for various primaries in the Democratic Party, and all but one of them won. I think it was like 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 11 won. And so people were getting really excited about that. But let's remember, you know, these are people who are trying to reform the Democratic Party. That has historically never gone anywhere, and I think people really need to learn this lesson of, yes, there's this exuberance and people get real excited about that, but okay, yeah, you won an election. I mean, it's a primary, but it's New York City. I mean, the Democrats probably going to win. You know, what effect will this have in the end? What's the plan? What's your strategy? I've been very underwhelmed by all of that so far. As you'll know if you listen to like the Mamdani playlist that I have on the channel. So the Mamdani gang had some primary wins. We'll talk about what that, you know, may or may not actually mean in reality. And lastly, there is a kind of like high up guy, or used to be high up guy in PSL, Walter Smolarek, I don't know how to pronounce that, who resigned from PSL and wrote a tell-all letter that I think might be worth reading and discussing on the channel, because the question does come up, if we're not working in the Democratic Party, what do we do? And, you know, there's a bunch of like small socialist parties out there, or, you know, even some claiming to be communist, riddled with opportunism. I mean, a lot of right deviations throughout the communist movement on the world stage right now, I think dominated by right deviations, which is caused by the influence of capitalism. Right deviations are basically petty bourgeois liberalism. I think a much bigger problem overall than ultra-leftism. There is still ultra-leftism, which is born of petty bourgeois radicalism. Actually, listen to the last text. Stalin put it very well in discussing the ultra left and right oppositions back in 1930. Go and check out the 16th Congress speech. He discussed that in a very clear way, I thought. People ask, what party should I join? Is it PSL or whatever? What I've been advocating up to this point is just get off the couch, get out, meet your local left movement, find some big tent thing. I'm not going to endorse a party. Just go out and meet people, and you figure out where you belong in relation to what's going on there. And I've thrown out names that have historically been in the last, 30 or 40 years, some of the larger organizations out there. DSA becoming much more of a player today as an organization, has been around since the 80s, was kind of smaller, is obviously growing quite a bit, and is probably the largest Big Tent organization today. Also, the Green Party used to be more, and I've discussed the Green Party on the channel. To me, it seems like the more time goes on, the less the Green Party, I think their moment has probably passed. DSA at this point does clearly seem to be more of the Big Tent kind of thing. Both have their problems. The right wing of DSA is very opportunistic toward the Democratic Party. See Zoran Mamdani and that entire discussion. The Green Party, their right wing is more of this kind of contrarian, libertarian, overlap with the kind of like Russell Brand type of people. They're quote unquote right populists or whatever. You don't want either of those things. But people do need to understand that within any organization, there's a relative left and right wing of that party or organization or group. And DSA has its prominent, center and right wing, which is, again, more opportunistic toward the Democratic Party. DSA also has a left wing, which is solidly Marxist and is just trying to organize and seek influence where people are. Anyway, that said, what I've advocated for is for people to get out, find out what's going on in your area, network with people, find the Big Tent things. You know the names, I don't have to say them. And then do what you can, form study groups, whatever it is, struggle for correct ideas. People often translate this into, I think the Green Party or I think the DSA is the best thing ever. It's the vehicle for the revolution. I don't know how many videos I've made pointedly saying that is never what I've been advocating. There's got to be at least 50, maybe 75 instances of me saying that never stops people from trying to say otherwise. I'm trying to get people off the couch, and I don't want to endorse a particular micro group that may end up being cult-like, that has a bad line, that has bad organizational, bad organizational situation, where that may be violating members' rights, because I've definitely seen that and had people also tell me their stories of that in organizations I haven't been part of. So that's a real risk. And like I said, I'm here to help you understand the foundations of communism and then to encourage you to get out in the real world, find your local left, find a group to get involved in. You know what we've read on the channel. You know what communism is about. If you've been doing the studying and you've been doing your reading, then you'll know how to act. You'll know how to identify rightism. You'll know how to combat it. You'll know how to identify ultra-leftism. You'll know how to combat it. That's on you, okay? A YouTube channel is not going to hand you a prepackaged, vehicle of revolution, okay? I can help you learn about the history and the theory behind this entire thing. The rest is up to you. And if there's a Marxist group you like, great, go join them. But there's so many small groups, I don't think there's any point in me endorsing one over the rest of them. And what I really just want to see is people get active, especially people who lack experience. And especially if you lack experience in real world activism, I do not want to direct you toward one of the small parties, many of which have been accused of sort of cult-like behavior. Consider it a favor that I'm not steering you toward that. You want to join one of those parties, you can read about it online and see what people have had to say about it, but just leave me the fuck out of it. I guess that's what I'm saying. And, for me, it's a lot safer to steer people toward something Big Tent and leave the rest of it up to you than, have some YouTube channel giving out really pointedly specific bad advice with some group. You know, okay, case in point, when I was getting started doing this channel, 2020, 2021, PC USA was all the rage. Does anybody even talk about PC USA anymore? But that was like the favorite online communist streamer thing. It was like, oh, they're the party that's going to go all the way. It turned out to be like a bunch of Nazballs that like imploded and then sued a splinter group in federal court for like $500,000. And I looked at that. People were talking it up. PCUSA, looked at their website. It looked not that good to me. I didn't contact them or join them, and it fizzled out. You know, on the other hand, there's a huge struggle going on under the name of socialism in DSA. Might want to check that out while also being grounded in a study group of, you know, half a dozen comrades who are actually like-minded, actually interested in communism. You know, the movement is where the movement is. The exuberance over the Mamdani primary wins, I think, indicates we have a lot of work to do and we have a long way to go. You know, so we just got to keep going with what we're doing and, you know, badgering some streamer or YouTuber or podcaster into endorsing some party. You might feel like you're doing something. You know, I've been around, I think, long enough to say that that is not really helpful at all. And I've seen things like that come and go. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make this last, and I'm trying to have this actually feed wherever the real movement is going, and to help serve as the part of the foundation of that, and to go the distance with that. And so I don't want to hitch this wagon to something that really is unproven. And, you know, or people say, why don't you start a party? Because I run a YouTube channel. I mean, they're just different skill sets, you know? And if you don't know the difference, you need a lot more real world experience. Okay. So all of that said, got 109 people here. Let's go through the chat, and then we'll start talking about the list of things that I pulled for today that I can't possibly get through. I don't know if we'll end up doing 2 or 3 streams. I'll go as long as I can today. The last few texts were outstanding. The Stalin texts were outstanding. I agree. I was actually the next one I'm doing is the 17th Congress, and I have read it, at least most of it, and honestly, it blew me away. It blows me away even just thinking about it. So very good stuff. Can't recommend it enough. Would I do a video on common Stalin myths? I think the Finnish Bolshevik has already done stuff on that. I do think the Finnish Bolshevik channel, which I linked to on YouTube, is that guy's doing a lot of really good historical reports and things like that, putting together very informative videos of a kind I just don't see a lot of people doing. I believe he's got a lot of stuff debunking anti-Stalinism. I would refer you to that for now. Trotsky's real legacy is that he created a cult. You see it today. One of the common things during these readings is the things that Stalin was, I mean, Stalin, not just as an individual, but representing the party and speaking for the party, was combating myths that the Trotskyist opposition were spreading in the 20s and 30s. Stalin was combating them then, and it's still things that Trotskyists say today. Whereas if everybody had done this reading, no one would be listening to them. I mean, there'd still be people who, you know, lean that their class standing and their class consciousness is more inclined toward the ultra-leftist petty bourgeois radicalism that Trotskyism embodies. But and there would still be sympathy for it for those reasons, but there'd be so much more clarity about, like, look, this has been debunked like since forever, since the Trotskyists invented it 100 years ago. It's been debunked. It's been addressed. These are not like, oh, the Stalinists have no answer for this. It was addressed and defeated in the CPSU as soon as it came up. The opposition dwindled and dwindled and dwindled down to nothing, and then they were finally expelled from the party. So that's the real history of it. Anyway, thank you to people saying thank you for the work. It is definitely helps with morale, let me put it that way. The situation the U.S. is in Iran is insane. I know. I've been trying to cover it to the extent that I can. I don't even know what to say about it. It's, I mean, truly, truly bizarre. Trump just going out there making stuff up constantly. And I mean, the last thing I saw of him talking, I think it was the end of last week when he was like announcing the quote unquote peace deal that I don't think Iran had agreed to. He looked sheepish to me in the thing. Like he looked like he had gotten his ass handed to him. And it's like, this was an unforced error, you know? Anyway, I think some of these right wingers, they drink some of their own Kool-Aid. Like they believe their own lies. Anyway, I use Stalin as a reference guide for troubleshooting organizational problems at this point. There's so much value there. Yeah, and it's not always one to one, but there's definitely a lot of important lessons to learn about what happens when a party wins a revolution, takes power, is trying to build socialism, especially early on in the history of socialism. What kinds of problems do you run into within the party? And that's something that not a lot of people think about or want to think about, or they just gloss over it. But no, that's important stuff because you're going to come up against elements of the dying classes that are going to try to pretend to be communist and steer the revolution in another direction. Knowing that history is definitely helpful. Like how have other parties responded to that? There's actually another text from Hoxha and the Party of Labor of Albania called When the Party Was Young. And I think there's an audiobook of that already on YouTube. I was thinking of recording it. There is an audiobook up already. And in that, Hoxha talks about the Albanian Trotskyists and how the party dealt with them when it was forming. So, yeah. And same thing in China, too. Actually, one of the things I probably will do on the channel, thanks to a patron who sent in a link of Ho Chi Minh in, I think, 1938, talking about Vietnamese Trotskyists and the Trotskyist, the Chinese Trotskyist movement as well. A lot of people's conceptualization of the Stalin-Trotsky divide is literally just Animal Farm. Yeah. And remember that Orwell absolutely hated Stalin and the USSR under Stalin and the CPSU. And he actually if you look up Orwell's list, if you haven't seen this already, there's even an article on Wikipedia about it. It's that well known. Orwell turned in suspected, quote, Stalinists to the imperialist British government. So, might want to rethink getting your take on these things from Orwell for sure. In France, Trotskyism is a plague. It's going to be hard because the Trotskyists will just out and out lie. Somebody mentioned RCA, which is a big Trotskyist group. It's a rebranding of the IMT in the USA. My understanding is following a sex abuse or some kind of sex scandal in the party that was mishandled, so they had to rebrand as the RCA. That's my understanding of it. And I was watching a video from them a couple of months ago where they had like 5 main points about what the Stalinists lie about, that Trotsky and Lenin were actually, best buds, and Trotsky was the real Leninist torchbearer. The real Leninist legacy is Trotskyism. And they just flat out lie through the entire video. And I assume that the young people in the video reading this crap out don't know any better. Their parties probably told them, the Stalinist lie, don't read it. It's just, they have it backwards. I'll throw out one example that after the April Theses, Lenin, or with the April Theses, so this is April 1917, Lenin had come around to Trotsky's position on quote-unquote permanent revolution. So that's actually addressed repeatedly in the anti-opposition speeches that Stalin gave, because the Trotskyists were making that claim back in the 1920s, that Lenin had come around to Trotsky's position. The reality is that that didn't happen. Lenin wrote about Trotsky's theory of quote-unquote permanent revolution many times. He shredded it, called it a garbage theory, basically called it a joke. Why did Lenin say, all power to the Soviets and all of that in April 1917? Well, did it have anything to do with the deposing of the Tsar and the completion of the bourgeois revolution? earlier that year, February Revolution, but they leave that out. So that's about one of the most dishonest things you can do. Anyway, don't listen to Trotskyists. They're terrible. You even if you are a Trotskyist, go and listen to the anti-Trotskyism playlist because I think it's going to give you a lot to think about. Americans literally treat 1984 and Animal Farm as historical texts. Yeah, I mean, in my high school English class, we got both of those as like these are important and kind of subversive too. And it's like, then you read communism and it's like, oh. I was planning a cooking side quest for a bit. Let me just say, with all the shit happening in the world, that is on hold. All right. There's a few reasons why I put that on hold, but too much serious shit happening is part of it. Also, I don't know. I felt like it was maybe just a little too goofy. I thought it would be fun, maybe to, just talk about cooking. I don't know. I'm really trying to avoid parasocial. Like, I like cooking, and I think cooking is a really valuable skill, and more people should have it. I'm somewhat uncomfortable bringing it in on the channel because I fear, I don't know, diluting some of the message or it becoming parasocial or something. And I do really try. I mean, the other thing about me just doing audiobooks, after the thoughts on the last stream, the thoughts on China thing, the video critiquing anarchism, I kind of pulled back and just did the audiobooks because it gets the comments to quiet down. I just can't take all the ignorant shit in the comments after a while. And I just feel like, you do a video on cooking and it's, if I did that, I'd probably do it on a second channel at this point. But there's also so much reading that I've identified that I want to do that, yeah, that is definitely on hold indefinitely right now. I listened to the RCA out of Philadelphia. That's the Revolutionary Communists of America. That's the Trotskyists, not to be confused with the Avakians, which I think are the RCP. Out of Philadelphia. They are not very informative and take a long time to get to the point. Their fascism video sounded like a revisionist definition. Well, they're probably going off of Trotsky's Fascism, What It Is and How to Fight It, which I had recorded on the channel and was up for a while until I recorded Fascism and Social Revolution and started getting more serious about anti-Trotskyism. And I was like, all right, I'm going to take this down. We don't need the channel has evolved beyond the need for that text. Trotskyism is really confused stuff. Part of it will sound accurate, and then there will be all kinds of weird distortions. That's kind of the thing of Trotskyism. It'll sound okay for a while, but guaranteed they're going to throw in some weird shit that you're not going to see coming. I remember listening to a podcast from Red Spectre, which is an organ of the RCA. They implied that Stalin could have had a hand in the death of Lenin because he had an interest in it, and I clicked off immediately. It's like literally anything when your entire thing is just hating Stalin. That is Trotskyism. Trotsky thought he could take over the party. Okay, the party rejected Trotskyism and elected Stalin instead. Trotsky was big mad about it and never let it go. There's your summary. And Trotsky had always represented petty bourgeois, ultra-leftist angle that Lenin was constantly criticizing. Look at the Lenin against Trotsky playlist. Trotsky did heinous shit that Lenin was calling out. I mean, at a time when the liquidationists were calling for the abolition of the underground revolutionary wing of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Lenin was fighting to kick them out of the party. Trotsky was fighting to organize them into a more effective faction. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. There is no Communist Party in the USA, unfortunately. Well, I mean, there's CPUSA. There are parties that call themselves communist. The quality of their communism is another story. Just social fascists like DSA. Again, that's the exact thing I was just talking about. Not all of DSA is social fascist. There are actual Marxists in DSA as well. This is, again, it's kind of like looking at the RSDLP back in the day, which the Bolsheviks were in, and being like, they're all social fascists because of the Mensheviks. You can't do that, okay? You have to look more closely at it. Trotskyists were attacking Cuba last week. They blamed the disastrous situation of the island on socialism in one country. It's like, what can you say at that point? The next crisis is going to be huge. In certain parts of the country, there is already a recession, bigger than 2008. It is, again, I thought it was going to hit by now. The AI thing is dragging it out, but with SpaceX going live, which incidentally, SpaceX started trading around like 160 and then spiked up to like, I think 230 or something like that, a share within days, and then crashed, and it's now trading below its initial sale price. So if you bought SpaceX on day one, you've lost money so far. And yeah, Musk became a trillionaire, but then unbecame a trillionaire. He became a 900 billionaire again because his net worth fell. Getting rich on vibes, yeah, absolutely. Well, getting rich on false promises, which is what this whole thing is about. AI, oh, imagine if it can do this. Well, can it do that? Well, maybe. Maybe it could in 5 years. It's like with Tesla. Elon Musk has been talking about there will be full self-driving in cars, quote, next year. He's been saying that since 2016. For a full decade, there's video record of Musk promising full self-driving, quote, next year. Every fucking year for a decade. You know? So, I mean, that's full self-driving here on Earth. How much stock do you think you can put in his Mars colony plans? They can't make the cars self-drive on Earth, but they're going to get a colony going on Mars. You know, I don't know what to say. It is a scam economy. And the way that they're getting investors to buy in is, well, we're saying that we believe AI will eventually be able to do X, Y, Z. It can't do that now, but it will be able to do that. And if you don't invest now, you're going to be shut out of the future of the entire economy. So they got all this money based off of that. And it's collapsing because you can't just take in money year after year after year and never deliver profit. Like, you need ROI, you need return on investment. That's why investors invest, is to get their money back. OpenAI is hugely unprofitable. Hugely unprofitable. OpenAI's financials leaked recently. I was watching Ed Zitron talking about it. And I believe that they took in about $13 or $14 billion in revenue. Okay. I mean, that's certainly more than I took in last year. But they lost like 65 billion or something like that. It's also a lot more than I lost. So they're saying you got to keep funding this because eventually it'll not just be profitable, it'll be the future of everything. And investors are starting to go, what if they're lying? Like the possibility that they're really just been lying this whole time is looking, the odds are going up in their minds. And at some point they stop getting the money and then they just have the $60+ billion loss. Then there's the Anthropic situation where they came out with a new product, Fable. The US government told them to shut it down, and plot twist, the ones who tipped off the government to how quote unquote dangerous Fable was, this new AI tool, was Amazon, one of their main partners, and I think even an investor in Anthropic. It's so bizarre. It's circular, and they're all competing with each other, but also investing in each other. And it is a scam. And then the question is, after AI, what's going to be the next scam they're going to try to get a bubble going on? Quantum computing. It's the future of everything. It's going to change everything. Okay. You know, don't get me wrong. AI is interesting for what it can do. It can do stuff that nothing was able to do 5 years ago. There are, it has some utility, but highly qualified utility. Like, if you're using it for to make any kind of report, you have to know the subject because it hallucinates stuff constantly. And you need, like if you have it do coding, you need an experienced coder to review the code. If you compile an economic report, you need an economist to review it because it can just make shit up. If you have it do like legal background research, you need a legal researcher to read it because it'll hallucinate cases. It'll just cite cases it made up. So, I mean, yeah, this whole thing of you can just talk to a computer in plain English or whatever, you can just talk to it in human language and get it to do stuff. Okay, I mean, that can be useful, but it's not this infallible God machine that was being advertised. I swear, though, it's stupider somehow than it used to be. So I don't know if they're kind of hiding its true power level or what. Anyway, bottom line is, does AI have some uses? Yeah, probably, if you don't care about where it comes from or how environmentally destructive it is. I mean, the data centers are, at least. You can also run AI on a home setup or a business setup offline, or, not using a data center, just run it on your own hardware and get almost the same performance. And we'll talk about that later, which may collapse AI as well, because, why would you pay for this $1,000 subscription if you can spend $1,000 or $2,000, get a little rack, like a server rack, run your own instance of like Quen on that, one of these open models on that, and then it's yours. There's no subscription fees or anything else, and it works pretty much just as well. Well, why the hell would you need a data center? So then all that could collapse, all those deals could collapse. And then there's Meta, which spent like so much money on the metaverse, which was like a worse version of Second Life, that game. Nobody used it. I mean, so much so that they renamed the company Meta after the metaverse, which like no one ended up using. So first it was going to be VR, this thing that would just be this endless capital sink. They can just get investment after investment after investment, and the party would never end. Well, VR went nowhere. Now AI, okay, that had some legs. That actually attracted investment. And it produced some kind of product. But it's going to crash because the promises are way exceeding reality. Way exceeding reality. Also, again, the home setups or private setups could just make the data centers completely unnecessary. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. We'll talk about that. I've only been a communist for 6 years. I'm already getting sick of watching the economy persevere through crises. I need to stop getting surprised at how resilient it all is. It's like the cracks in the foundation walls are getting larger, but the building just keeps standing. Yes and no. They didn't wheel out Trump because they thought he was a great idea. They wheeled out Trump because they needed Trump. And all of this ICE shit that's going on, like the right-wing paramilitaries, you notice you don't hear about the Proud Boys that much? It's because they just joined ICE. Okay? It's now like fully state sanctioned. It's been merged with the government, these right-wing paramilitary groups. It's just been merged with the government. So they're doing that because, I mean, if you want to call that resilient, it's a response. It's also fairly brittle. And again, I did pull that piece from historicalmaterialism.org on fascism. It talks about the brittleness of fascism. There's definitely ways to resist it. But it's kind of like when they have to resort to such open struggle against any kind of, minimum wage increases or whatever, anything at all that improves people's living standard. I mean, arguably they're not really doing that well, or they're not as resilient. What we need, though, and what is lacking, is the class consciousness for the movement of working people to come up with good organization and good political strategies and tactics. Like the communist movement, the movement for socialism, needs to understand its history, its theory, and it needs to understand like what goals to set and how to achieve them. Otherwise, no matter how not resilient the system is, it's just going to keep defaulting back to it, and it's going to keep getting more and more fascist. So it's going to keep getting more and more fascist until we end it. And if the movement doesn't become more class conscious and steeped in its own, theory and history of like how to be effective, then it's just going to keep defaulting back to Trump and whatever other fail sons the system coughs out. So yes and no. I mean, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, there is another side to that. But yeah, the lack of class consciousness, huge. And we need more communists out there trying to help with that. And then those communists who get created need to get organized, do projects, engage in struggle, and keep carrying out that education and agitation as you organize. So They're pulling their most desperate moves to try to keep things afloat. That will only make things harder for them to fix the next time things go to shit. So in the end, this is to our benefit. Yeah, again, though, if we don't organize properly and understand, develop clear and effective strategies and tactics that will actually lead towards socialism and not just an attempted reform of the existing system, then yeah, I mean, we can move beyond if we do those things. But if not, it's going to keep defaulting back no matter what. Hopefully AI dies as a fad. I mean, yeah, there's a strong novelty factor with AI. And again, 95% of the businesses that in that study from last year, 95% of the businesses that adopted AI did not report increased productivity or profitability as a result of it. 5% did, but I mean, yeah, it's not maybe as useful. I think that AI can be useful for certain things. But again, it comes at such an environmental cost that it's not remotely worth any of those costs, compared to what it can do. The other thing that businesses are finding, it's literally cheaper to just hire humans at this point. So AI can't deliver on its promises as far as like affordability, and a lot of the stories coming out about how, oh, all these this such and such company did layoffs. They laid off 5,000 people, and they're replacing them with AI. No, I mean, there's a recession starting. They had to lay off employees, and then they use AI as kind of a cover story. I think that there's a lot of that going on. I can't wait for the AI bubble to pop so I can go get a desktop PC. It's completely screwing up the economy. It's making RAM and other computer parts way too expensive. It's creating shortages. Because, yeah, they're just putting all these processors into AI. And is the demand even there? One of my favorite things was people calling it cheat GPT, because if you look at the chart of usage of Chat GPT, it peaks during final season in school and then falls way off as soon as school goes into like summer vacation. So a lot of it's kids using it to cheat on their tests. Like the actual world transforming, profitable, economy reshaping stuff, it's not really there. And I mean, I say good, for now at least. I don't think we're ready to fight that kind of thing, but it's really not what they're. The other thing is that there's a lot of things being credited to AI that are not AI. It's like anything that's automated is like, oh, it contains an AI system. You can literally find AI sex toys. It's like, no, that's literally just a motor. It's not AI. You can find AI juice machines that like juice carrots. Oh, this contains an AI system. No, not really. It just senses the resistance and like changes. So AI gets thrown around because it is kind of a fad. It's going to be like AI coloring books, like like paper and ink coloring books. It'll be like AI enhanced. Like, where's the AI? I think the AI gold rush is a preliminary bailout to buy time, and also the data centers are conveniently surveillance infrastructure. Yeah, they probably will end up using it. What does get built probably will be used for that. I agree. And terrible, frightening scenario. Not a good outcome. We need to cut this off before it goes any further. And you can look at companies like Palantir, Palantir, for that. Those are explicitly right-wing ideologues building surveillance systems to try to, build a better high-tech fascism. But yeah, the whole thing of just, oh, we need to elect more Dems. It's not really going to fix anything. It feels like Weimar Germany. That eerie, I think arguably we're past Weimar Germany at this point. I think the 2010s were a bit more like Weimar Germany. Software dev here, the best models like Opus, which we've had our arms twisted to use at work. Yeah, that's another thing is a lot of people reporting that their workplace is bullying them into using AI. And it's like, okay, I get you spent money on it, but like, are you that lacking in critical thought? Like, are you sure it's going to enhance productivity? The other thing that I appreciated in some of the coverage of how Facebook Meta is deploying AI, is like you could arguably use AI to maybe enhance some productivity without completely alienating people in the process. Like you could use it to actually make employees work easier or something like that. But it's being used in the most like nakedly anti-human, anti-worker way possible. And then they wonder why it's perceived so negatively. It's because it's like being very obviously deployed in a way that is like hateful, Anyway, it can save you a lot of time digging for bug roots, but they still require a lot of supervision. I really doubt that the benefits outweigh the costs long term. That seems to be the story of AI so far. That's what I've heard too. I watch a lot of programming channels, and people talk about how AI helped them write the framework of a coding project that they never would have had the time on their own to do. But they used AI to like build the framework of a project that just wasn't going to happen otherwise. And so in saving them that work, maybe it brought this project to fruition. That to me is like the most, because the other thing that we've learned about AI from social science studies is that the more knowledge workers rely on AI to do their work, the less capable of critical thinking they become. So there's actually a dependency that forms fairly quickly on AI. Like people literally, the more you use it, the more people develop a habit quickly of letting it do your thinking for you. Like you forget how to think fast. So actually using AI is a real hazard in that sense, that it can reduce your innate skills. In that sense, the only real safe uses of AI is on projects that were not going to be done otherwise. If it's something you're going to do anyway, but you're using AI to do the thinking, that is where you are actually hurting yourself. However, using it to do something that was never going to get done otherwise, arguably like the least harmful use of AI. Although again, the environmental costs and everything, very questionable. Although, as far as people saying that it somehow benefits AI companies, no, it really doesn't. Every time you use one of these free AI tools, I mean, don't pay for it. You're, I think, crazy for paying for these things. But anytime that you use free AI, you're costing them money. I mean, you're accelerating the the crash really every time you use it. You're just costing them money. That's why OpenAI had to shut down Sora, the video tool, because people were just making like porno videos with like Disney characters in it, and it was costing them $15 per video that they were seeing absolutely no return from whatsoever. They just had to like shut it down. So I think the more that people do that, the better. I'm not like advocating everyone go out and do it. I'm just saying, like, for those who are using it, I mean, it's actually like costing these companies money. So I don't know. It's a really crazy time where a giant scam is being floated. And then these same people have the nerve to be like, socialism's a pipe dream. I mean, look at what your system is resting on right now. It's like a hope and a prayer. I mean, it basically is just a crapshoot at the casino at this point. How long can AI stay afloat? It really is just like a scam economy. I think that I missed something in the chat here. People are talking about, reminds me of PCI. Liberals is doing nothing about those protesters. I don't know what you're talking about. Wasn't there a video about Hassan claiming to have worked with Homeland Security when he was in college? Yeah, he did, I guess, as part of some marketing thing. He worked with like a Homeland Security offshoot. And again, I'm not even going to go there. I just don't fucking care. The unholy Dungist Trotskyist party, PSL. I think it's a Chinese billionaire's cutout. That's what I've heard. PSL's line is build the party through peaceful protests and never ever do mass work. Roy Singham, yeah. Well, part of what the guy talks about in his letter, or sorry, one of the things that guy talks about in his resignation letter is how the party was like building an AI surveillance system to like spy on party members. So sounds bad. America has gotten to that last part of Monopoly, the board game where the game is effectively over. We're all just watching the elites suck up all the money. Nobody else is allowed to really keep playing the game. And we're all getting more pissed by the minute. Flip the damn board over already. Yeah. Monopoly was actually invented by a socialist who the point of the game is like that's capitalism ends up with all the resources in one person's hand. So that is in fact the point of the game. I agree that we're in this era of such extreme inequality that it's like no matter how much money you're making, you're probably paycheck to paycheck because they just find ways to suck it out of you. The primary backer of PSL is an international capitalist that wants more business with China. It is much easier to manage left deviations and left sectarianism than rightist errors. It depends how committed they are to it. I think that what makes the rightist errors so stubborn is they are often tied to much more entrenched and stable capitalist system. Like it's coming from that capitalist influence, and it tends to be like very stable and entrenched. So the influence exerted tends to be strong and sustained. The PSL is doing absolutely nothing. The only job they are focusing on is glazing China and Russia. Maybe some annoyed PSL listeners here. It's okay. Last DSA general meeting that I went to spent the whole time talking to Mamdani's campaign staff, wasting my fucking time. Yeah, it varies chapter by chapter. I'm sure I would have walked out of that as well. I mean, when I first went to a DSA meeting in like 2016, it was way too liberal for me, like way too liberal. I later found people who were more Marxist, but the first meeting I went to was like extremely liberal. Then again, I mean, the left in general has gone through changes since 2016. But the people who are still focused on the Democratic Party are just, you know, some of the slow learners, let's say. I am in the Green Party right now. I can say that the overall atmosphere is extremely disheartened. The specific caucus I'm in is trying to build energy, and the overall understanding that I and the higher level members have is that the best the Green Party can be is a stepping stone to an actual vanguard party. You know, and hats off for you all at least getting together, trying to keep some kind of torch alight, but it's hard to get anywhere in the system. That's why I've been trying to do what I can to help amplify the messaging. It's not about winning the elections. You lose a lot of people just even saying that. It's about building an organization that organizes and mobilizes people in their communities and helps them take on struggles in their area, which, because again, the electoral thing, I mean, there are certain areas where the electoral system is somewhat more vulnerable than other areas where you might have a chance of getting somebody who's not Democrat or Republican elected. But there's a lot of places where that's extremely difficult. You just have to focus on other work, and a lot of people just can't see beyond the winning elections thing. I want to organize locally. However, I'm still trying to get my driver's license. I'm sure you have to be 18 to join a party. No, you don't need to be 18 to join a party. And I got a few weeks to go. I mean, most of the parties have some kind of youth league or something like that. Let me say this. I never tried to join a party before I was 18, but I can't say that I've seen a ton of that. Probably at the most they would redirect you to like their youth wing. Everything feels so fucking depressing these days. It feels like everything is pointless since we'll probably die from climate change before anything meaningful happens. It is hard to keep morale up, absolutely. That's why, you know, I've tried to just focus on the audiobooks for a while because at some point, like, this wave of horrible news will pass, and I just kind of would rather do more like what I'm doing today, kind of covering it in hindsight rather than just being, you know, like, I think Democracy Now! I don't know how Amy Goodman doesn't just fucking end it all. She reports in the most, like, droning. You want to talk about demoralizing. It's like you get PTSD listening to Democracy Now! I don't want that. You know, I don't want to just cover bad news repeatedly. I would rather kind of not cover it or just cover it from the edges and focus on other stuff because it can really overwhelm you. It really can. Personally, I'm a big fan of logging off and doing shit. It rules. It's a nice antidote. Even good orgs can change over time too. Had to resign from a local socialist org I've been in for years due to a devolvement into both left and right opportunism. Well, really, I mean, ultra-leftism is a little different. Opportunism is more of a right-wing deviation in general, but So yeah, deviations. Aesthetics over substance, self-referential, bureaucratic processes, tech fetishism, administrative substitutionism, etc. Incredibly valuable experience, though, despite the challenges, as now myself and others know more to look out for and grow further. That's what I'm saying, and that can go the other way too. If you're in an org that has problems and they're intense enough, it can freak people out into never organizing again. So I'm glad that you saw that, got out, and are looking to get into, learn from those experiences and grow from them and be in a better organization next time. That's good to hear. The Green Party is trying to get 5% for the federal funding, but they can't even get that. I mean, that's the electoral system in this country. Who is PCUSA? Is that the ACP's grandpa? More or less. Actually, some of the people who are in ACP used to be in PCUSA. So, yeah. The Greens need to go local and stay local. They keep trying for that 5%. It goes nowhere. No, I mean, they are trying to keep ballot access is part of what that's about. There's a thing in U.S. politics where you have to run candidates to maintain ballot access. The Greens are not trying to win the presidency. I don't know why people think that. The Greens do not have they run a candidate to advertise the party. No one in the party thinks they're going to win. It's a protest vote. No one thinks that they're going to win. And they do run local candidates. I do not know why people say that they don't run local candidates. They absolutely do. I have my criticisms of the Green Party, but I will defend them way more than I will criticize them because they get so much unwarranted criticism or just misinformed criticism. And I think in general, I have criticisms of the Green Party. Definitely. There are things that put me off about that party. But they get way more unwarranted criticism than and over stuff that they're just not even doing than I think they ever deserve. So I don't see the point of the Green Party in this discussion. They are the largest left party in the United States. You don't see the relevance of that? Let's have at it. Let out your Green Party hate. Give it to me. I'll gladly rebut it. And again, I don't necessarily know that the Green Party is going anywhere, but if you can't defend the Green Party against the kind of attacks they get, you won't be able to defend a Communist Party either. You won't. Because most of the hate the Green Party gets is just for going up against the Democrats. And that's eventually what we all have to do, is going up against the Democrats. And if you can't defend the Greens when they get criticized for going up against the Democrats, you're not going to be able to do it with the party you like either. They are the largest left party in the United States. Like it or not, they are the largest left party in the United States. So, yeah, that's how it's relevant. I don't personally believe APL is, quote, the one. Their line isn't the worst, but I know folks who have had respectful problems with their lack of work. I mean, they're small. How much can you do with a really small membership? Beginning to think that pre-party formations and gathering forces around a political line without a mass movement is detrimental overall. That's, part of what the Smolarek guy criticized about PSL, that it's really properly an ideological tendency rather than like a party. PCUSA was dysfunctional from the start. They had a meeting with us for consultation. We walked out of that like, what the fuck was that? It all revolved around one guy, was my understanding, Angelo D'Angelo. And I guess there was some kerfuffle in the party about people criticizing what the party was doing, and he just deleted the Discord server. So I don't know. My local DSA has a good number of very active Marxist members, so we do exist. Plus Red Star Dungist Caucus is gaining influence at the national level. Haven't done enough research, so don't know where it all lead, but there's thankfully more than just DNC feeders, at least in certain locals. Yeah, although substituting your right opportunist Democratic Party tendencies for your right opportunist CPC tendencies, it's another problem, but yeah. Mark says, I like the idea of using the DSA local chapters as proto-Soviets, but still organizing under an actual ML party. Roughly, yeah. And there's more work that has to be done to shape these things up, but Again, my advocacy is for people not just to be online, but to get out in the real world, go find your local left. And honestly, it does seem like DSA is one of the largest organizations that is likely to be active in any given community. So, the odds of meeting other people there who have read some Marx are pretty good. See what you can do. But again, the main thing for me has just been I don't want to see people just being online, and there is a lot of that. So get out there, and we're going to need something other than DSA in the end, though. Let me be absolutely clear about that for the people who are hell-bent on misconstruing that. Some libs say shit like, you create the Vanguard, boss. Like, dude. Yeah, it's the whole like, well, good luck with the revolution. You have no right to be sarcastic about that when you're literally just like voting for the most corporate politicians ever. Like, what you're doing is guaranteed to do nothing. Organizing a movement for socialism is more daring, it is riskier, but there is an actual chance of it paying off, completely unlike supporting the Democrats. My union elected more militant leadership this spring. Awesome. People don't understand, like, this is a struggle. There are certain organizations that struggle is not really possible in. And I would count the Democratic Party as an organization you can't struggle in. It's too controlled. But take the arenas of struggle where you can actually get a free hand and use them. But again, we're still in a formative stage of the movement here. We do eventually need to be migrating to using communist organizing methods as a sufficient base of people to support that come online. We're also going to have to confront CPUSA and these other parties that are blocking the communist movement. A lot of people join these things. It's frustrating. There's a lot of obstacles. There's a lot of right deviations in particular that have to be cleared out for the communist movement to move forward. It's been kind of backing up for about 50 years, maybe a little longer. The former leadership was mega collaborationist with management. We're going to be more in line with the example of the Chicago Teachers Union now. How can I spread the word without sounding preachy and like a know-it-all? Well, I mean, assuming that you don't sound preachy and like a know-it-all in everyday conversation, just take your existing skills and as the topic of politics or the economy comes up. So the basic formula is agitate, educate, organize. Agitation means asking people about their problems, drawing out their complaints. Agitating, it's like what a washing machine does to clothes. You stir it around, beat it up, mix it around. So you're drawing out people's complaints. That's agitation. And don't be weird about it, just compassionately ask people about their problems and, to the extent that they're comfortable talking about it. Sometimes people get overloaded talking about their problems. Ask them about their problems, how life could be better, try to help them articulate what their grievances are. Then the education step, you tie it into your understanding of capitalism. So you're trying to offer explanations for the grievances that they have articulated with your assistance. You're trying to get a more class-conscious understanding. You're trying to help that person develop a more class-conscious understanding of the causes of their grievances. And then organizing is, actually getting together and doing something about it. But yeah, I mean, people have problems and they want answers. They want solutions to their problems. Just try to be helpful and make it clear to people that you are trying to be helpful. But I mean, I'm assuming that you know how not to sound preachy and like a know-it-all. Just don't do that. I mean, don't start lecturing at them or other things that are preachy. And be sincere. I mean, don't say things that you don't really understand or don't really mean. Sincerity goes a long way. Never forgetting that China supported the Khmer Rouge against Vietnam in case you need any more evidence that Dungism is not communism. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff from China in that era that gets wrapped up in the Sino-Soviet split, like opposing Soviet social imperialism. But I mean, Dungism is also arguably way more social imperialist, just openly capitalist than, even the worst that the Soviet Union was doing. They also attacked Vietnam directly on behalf of the U.S. Who, I mean, China was working with the U.S. at that point to destroy the USSR, which they claimed was the biggest threat to the world revolution. Well, the Soviet Union's destroyed, China isn't. The world revolution has absolutely stopped dead in its tracks, so you tell me. I don't get how people take permanent revolution seriously. They don't understand it for the most part. That's what I've gotten out of reading Trotskyist comments. They don't know what they're talking about. I know you have a lot of content queued up, but I found your uploads of Haywood texts super useful in my studies of black revolutionary struggles in the U.S. He has a text called Black Power and the Fight for Socialism. That would be a helpful playlist addition if you ever have the time. Thank you, Hidashura. I respect your suggestions, and I will take a look. I do have a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of times that come up where I've been working through a playlist and I just really get sick of a topic and I'm just looking for like a one-off, so maybe I can do it then. Are Avakians Dungus? No, they're Maoists. Well, pseudo. A lot of Maoists get upset if you say that the Avakians are Maoists. Actually, at foreignlanguages.press, Foreign Languages Press, you can find an. I don't know if they have it as an audio book, but as a free PDF, you can get a book against Avakianism, or you can order it as a book. Foreignlanguages.press against Avakianism. I usually just recommend that to people, and I've never had anybody come back and complain. I'm here in Philly. I found out a good friend and coworker joined them recently. It sucks because I saw them on May Day, and I didn't know how to broach the issue of them reconsidering the org. Actually, since you're in Philly, I wanted to ask you, did you hear about this Ward 22 thing? People were trying to do this like Wards That Work campaign, like taking over the Democratic Party on a ward by ward, city ward basis. And I guess there was some like, kangaroo court, total sham of a proceeding where the like establishment Dems like shut down the whole vote. Did you hear about that? It was on Unicorn Riot. I've started to realize just how prominent Trotskyism is in the Western left. Like Avakians share the kernel of Trotskyism even if they're Maoist in name. No, I have not spoken on the PSL thing. I'll be honest with you. Now that we're doing chat, and this is like 2 hours after we started, I'm thinking almost of just doing chat and then resuming this entire thing in a later stream. We'll see what happens. Oh, ICE was leasing the building that your job owned in Broadview. Got it. I didn't know who you were talking about leasing it. Yeah, look that up. ICE leasing offices. I forget who was covering it, but they found that ICE had taken out leases on like 50 or 60 properties around the country. It was really disturbing. DSA is attached to the Democrats. Explain that statement. Other than sending up teams to do satellite deployments and repair, what is SpaceX even good for? It's interesting. Patrick Boyle had a good video on this. Boyle does good deadpan humor economic videos. He did coverage of SpaceX's IPO filing, and basically there's like 15 pages of it's like, oh, we're going to explore the stars and live on Mars, but then the actual like how the plan for actually making money is leasing data center space to Anthropic. Like that is what the company fundamentally is. There's also, it gets kind of hinky as far as like, he bought Twitter and, he paid way too much money for Twitter. So there's been this thing of like folding in Grok and Twitter and SpaceX together to like kind of try to pay for Twitter. Crazy stuff. I don't know how that guy is still operating, honestly. He's such a scam artist. And apparently the global capitalist class seems to be like fully in their like scam arc at this point. Like that's the stage of capitalism we're in. But yeah, what are they good for? Data centers. Like basically they're an AI infrastructure company, not a space exploration company, according to their IPO filing. Index funds will be forced to buy SpaceX on July 7th. The real rug pull will happen after that. Can't wait. Can't wait. I mean, I think that when we've been talking about the AI bubble and the stock market bubble popping, I think, to me, watching these big IPOs like SpaceX, like OpenAI is considering, like Anthropic is considering, I think that when Elon Musk is getting into the game, there's like a good chance that you've like hit that bubble peak. So yeah. Word is SpaceX is going to get into the S&P 500 to dump the declining stock on people's 401ks. Yeah. So somebody asked, how are the Avakians like Trotskyists? Well, for one, they've just basically give up on mass work entirely in favor of talking themselves up as the best and most correct people. The cult-like behavior is also super common with Trot parties. That's why they said that. In my area, the two, quote, communist groups are Trots, RCA, and the Dungist sex cult, FRSO, trying to peel a few people away for an independent study group. Times are tough. The IPO of SpaceX is just stupidity at this point. A company bleeding $5 billion per year, but the value is almost $2 trillion. What? Yeah, there's a disconnect. AI can't even fix code bugs without constant direct supervision. Self-driving cars are fiction. I know it seems like doomer content, but the Starlink high-altitude aluminum problem is real. It will be much more damaging to the ozone layer than CFCs. There's also just the problem of there's like a limit to how many satellites you can put in orbit, just the problem of space junk. I think there was a good video on Anton Petrov's channel about that, like maybe last year. A guy who does a lot of space and science videos. Yeah, anyway, he did a video about like how much clutter there is in Earth's orbit, and there's like kind of a limit to how much you can keep putting up there. And that, you know, a company like, well, anything attached to Elon Musk is just not going to be handling it properly. Yeah, we'll have AI doing our jobs competently by 2030, self-driving cars by tomorrow, and socialism by the time the sun explodes. This is true Dungist praxis. Hey, we're still in the primary stage of socialism, which never ends, and also is socialism, but also it's not socialism at the same time. Isn't the 401k just rich people saving? No, many... I mean, anybody who's probably worked in the education system as a 401k, it's kind of just like a bank account, like a savings account that keeps up with inflation. Many, many people have a 401k through their employer. I mean, yeah, if you like just working very precarious jobs, you probably won't have one, but no, it's not for just rich people. AI is just an actual product, but the continuation of the... Oh, yeah, it is the continuation of the cryptocurrency blockchain frenzy. No one talks about crypto anymore. I mean, not nearly as much. Again, it's like scam after scam after scam. It's crypto. It's virtual reality. It's AI. It's quantum computing. It's things that until investors get tired of being suckered, they're going to keep suckering people on. Oh, we're developing it now. Okay, at some point, they're going to be like, no money till you show me the thing. Most of these supposedly socialist parties don't understand the abolition of the capital producing cycle as a whole. You know, let me say this. We're going to do more about this later. Actually, let me say right now, what is planned for the second half of the year? We're going to finish up the anti-Trotskyism thing. Probably do a comments video, because I've really been meaning to do that for a while. Economic problems of the USSR. I am planning on continuing the APL reading list. So that includes economic problems of the USSR. A couple other shorter texts. Imperialism and the Revolution. I'm probably going to do next. I was planning on doing contribution to a critique of political economy. I'm probably going to do that later in the year instead. And just in favor of getting some more big Hoja stuff in first. And I know everybody wants to talk about China, so I went on this Trotskyism thing for a really long time. So let's get to Dungism, and I'll do Capital Volume 2 later in the year. And yes, I have worked all this out in schedule that I should be able to do it all in 6 months. So that is coming up next. So basically a bit more Stalin. Then we'll do Imperialism and the Revolution, which is like a big anti-Dungist piece. There's a bunch of other stuff I want to cover around the kind of like Maoist Hojist split. Regarding that, I'm going to have to kind of keep it limited though for now, and we can always come back to it. But I definitely want to get that out there and do maybe Euro-communism is anti-communism as well. Another Hoja piece, and then Capital 2. So that's what I got planned. Like contribution to a critique of political economy, Capital Volume 2, Imperialism and the Revolution, another Hoja text, whether it's Titoites or, Eurocom, or what's the other one? Khrushchevites, like whatever seems to fit best as the next one. Yeah, but I mean, just Capital Volume 2 is going to take up like 2 whole months just doing that. So actually more than 2 months. So, and throw in a couple more live streams and whatever. But that's what's coming up. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, China. So, people talk about, oh, well, China is doing this and you can't see that and you're so stupid and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how many comments I got about, roughly approximating something like that, but there were many. Here's the thing. What are we talking about when we talk about capitalism? I mean, if we go to something like Capital by Marx, we're talking about generalized commodity production because there was commodity production. Oh, and by the way, I've actually been like delving a bit more into the works of Deng Xiaoping. I'm sorry, if you're taking Deng Xiaoping seriously, I don't know what to tell you. He said shit like, well, we can have commodity production in socialism because there was commodity production before capitalism and it wasn't capitalism. Okay, that's a very interesting way of looking at it. Marx said, capitalism is one of the things that defined it. It was when commodity production, which did exist to some extent, became generalized, like that was the main form of economic activity. And that includes wage labor because labor is treated as a commodity. So basically everything is commodified. So if we're looking at, capitalism like that, and then we talk about quote unquote market socialism, what is a market? Markets are a mechanism for circulating commodities. So if you have a market, you've got commodity production. That is largely what is directing production in China now. Now, there are other layers. There's a planning layer in the Chinese economy, but capital accumulation is the dominant thing that's directing production in China. Generalized commodity production, wage labor, etc. Well, that's what we're talking about when we talk about capitalism. And so I do want to do a segment at some point, maybe next year. It's not going to be this year, about Soviet planning, Chinese planning in socialist economies. How did it really work? What were the problems that they faced? Because again, capitalism does use price signals to determine distribution, getting things out to people. How much do you allow people to have of certain things? Socialists had to figure out an alternative to prices, to do that. And it's actually, kind of interesting. How did they actually functionally do that? They did not wave a magic wand. They developed systems. And so in the Soviet Union, there were planning specialists who designed their system of planned economy. And it takes a fair amount of work to not just replicate a market, or just not use shadow price signals that are basically indistinguishable from prices. And market dynamics. But yeah, you look at China, that's the kind of thing we're looking at. But anyway, more on that in the future. Like you say, most of these parties don't understand the abolition of the capital producing cycle as a whole. It's just, I think a lot of these people genuinely don't care if China's socialist or not. They care if it's, quote, good. They don't care if it's socialist. They don't understand what it means to be socialist or not. They care if it's, quote, good or better than the U.S., or something like that, but they're not using the metric of understanding what socialism is. And, yes, you can think it's good. Just stop calling it socialist. All right. You put me on to Ed Zitron, noted AI bubble critic, and I couldn't thank you enough. The guy's pretty all right. He gets so close sometimes, I just wish he'd read theory. Yeah, I agree. The AI crisis will be insane, absolutely. Because it's not just going to be an economic crisis. It's going to be a crisis of credibility. It's going to be the economy is run by liars and scammers. Let's get them. That's what's going to happen. So, yeah, all hell's going to break loose. People are going to be like, Trump is a pretty obvious indicator that your whole system is run by liars and scammers. But that will be confirmation that it's not just him. It's the fucking system. Liars and scammers. And people generally do not like being lied to that much or scammed, out of material stuff. And that's where we come in to just fan the flames of discontent, agitate, educate, organize. I really wish more people would read theory. You and me both. That's why I record it and hand it to them. That is literally the whole thing. So I'm right there with you. I work in education, and AI is so insanely bad for young people learning things. Yeah, I have a lot of criticisms of the More Perfect Union channel. They did a video, though, on that was pretty. It was very focused, and therefore it was just focused on one issue and not offering like kind of global political analysis, or like broad analysis of capitalism as a system. They were talking about a specific story about AI being pushed, I think, in LA schools because one of the city councilors had some like personal connection to like a company that was building AI quote education products that like didn't work at all. It was a short 3 minutes long, worth checking out. I agree. AI just needs to be banned. I mean, I don't think it would. I wouldn't miss it personally. I think very few people find it essential. As a computer engineer, AI is nearly useless for programming. I think the demand is just not there, and that's what I've been hearing too, because I do watch a lot of news about it, that businesses were initially very excited to use AI. And there's that quote from Sam Altman speaking at some conference or something where he's like, our vision for OpenAI is to have intelligence as a utility on a meter. And we'll just charge people for it. Like you flip a switch and there's electricity and you have an electric bill and an electric meter. Intelligence will be the same thing. I mean, looking back, it's such a scammer moment. Like nothing of the kind is going to happen because a lot of businesses, like I was saying, were excited to use it initially. They're like, oh, I can save costs and enhance productivity, blah, blah, blah. Then they're like, wait a minute, how much does it cost? When they get the bills for the token usage, they're like, are we making money on this? And like, because it costs a lot of money. So, one thing about businesses, they don't like wasting money indefinitely. They're willing to put in an investment if it means like more power over the workers, but like not wasting it, forever if it's not actually doing that. AI is not completely devoid of use value. It's just being forced into places where it's not the right tool for the sake of making the lineup. I agree. I think that there are some uses for it. But again, even the uses that there are for it, that it can actually do without completely failing, are not worth the actual energy cost. I mean, all of the environmental costs and everything are being completely externalized onto communities. People's electric bills are going up, water bills are going up. We already had a problem before AI of the largest reservoir in the United States under like Texas and that whole like Oklahoma corridor in the middle of the country. There's a giant reservoir that's being drained. This is just going to exacerbate the freshwater problem, freshwater availability problem. And for what? To do stuff that really humans can still do. It's not curing cancer. It's not like doing all the things it was supposed to be doing. Creating trillions in value and whatever. No, it's not doing that. It can do some things sort of okay with supervision. It's not worth the resource cost at all. And I think for that reason, it should be shut down for now. But the same was true of crypto. It was like finding new ways to throw fossil fuels down a hole. Just to waste resources hand over fist. And it almost seems like that's the point. Because it's just not that good at what it does, but it's very resource intensive. And that's what people aren't seeing. That's what's getting logged in the OpenAI $60 billion in losses or whatever. If you had to actually pay for what, again, if we're going under the assumption that AI can do some things, are they worth the actual resources that it costs? And I think no one would say that it's worth it. It's like cheaper to just get a person to do that, and you don't like drain a small lake in the process. School administrators are controlled by edutech lobbies. Nightmare scenario, but yeah. Decentralization will kill AI. Chip makers are already making chips that can run offline personal AI. Oh yeah, absolutely. You can get a Mac, what are they, M4? They're coming out with the M5. It's like a couple $1,000. It can run Quen at 80% of the strength, the power of the data center stuff. Why would you do that? Why would you keep using the data center? Consumer level AI has been useful for me on low stakes script creation and as a controversial search engine. Script creation. I mean, that to me is one of the worst things. You know, I was talking about becoming reliant on it to do your thinking for you or as an idea machine. Don't use it for creative stuff. Really, I can't support that in any way. It works on my decade-old mid-range card. Yeah, there you go. I think that they will not be able to make it work. The energy and water consumption will be a wall that they can't climb. I mean, they're definitely trying to for now, but yeah, in the end, probably there's already huge opposition to it. And I think actually, to her credit, I don't know what the angle is, but yeah, at face value, to her credit, AOC just put in a bill for data center stoppage, a moratorium on data center construction. Which that was one of the things around Graham Plattner, his opponent Janet Mills, who has been an outspoken Trump critic, and I think as far as like Democrats go, fairly okay. I mean, she's not one of the worst ones. She stumbled in the primary against Graham Plattner because she was vetoing, I believe, a data center moratorium that had passed in Maine. And, you know, Maine is a sparsely populated, you know, kind of low density, high wilderness area, kind of like, you know, Montana or something like that, like lots of dangerous woods, fewer kind of human settlements, a lot of really small towns of like 100 people or less. They don't want, you know, then they can't afford a huge data center moving in and, you know, driving up their water bill, their power bill, et cetera. They can't afford it. And that was kind of crazy. And probably one of the reasons Plattner came out ahead in that primary, actually. But anyway, I mean, they're trying to make it work, but there is already a lot of resistance. The word is getting out on the data centers. And again, I guess, you know, shout out to More Perfect Union for all of their social fascist bullshit. They did a video covering the noise from, I think, crypto data centers. Like people, you know, they bought their house, they own their house, it's like paid for, they're retired, they're trying to live there, and there's a data center causing like, you know, 130 decibel noise, like that they just are, their health is suffering, they can't sleep, etc. You know, from it. It ruins people's lives, it ruins entire towns. I think in that case, it was like set up in a nearby unincorporated area, which is how they got around. You know, like if they tried to do it in a town with an actual government, it would have never passed. But anyway, they are trying. But yeah, there's a good chance that they just won't even be able to build the things. They won't be able to meet the power and water needs to power it and to cool it. So in that sense, it really is just a short-term hustle to get the investor money on a product that probably these companies know is never going to get built. But, you know, then they're out the door with the money. I mostly use AI to either confirm for myself how bad it is or have it create a framework of a coding task when I'm stuck. Still have to check behind it. Essentially just a sounding board that is marginally better than Googling for a problem. So when I've used AI the most is because the fucking search engines keep throwing it in my face to the point where like I wind up interacting with it. I finally learned how to turn it off. I use DuckDuckGo, and I finally realized there's a way you can turn off Search Assist because it just kept throwing it in my face. And I was like, well, maybe I don't want to read these search results. Maybe I'll just read the summary of these search results, although a lot of times it wasn't even an accurate summary. And then it was just annoying. And then it would be like, well, what about this? And it would just give me completely wrong information. And it wound up just being like way more trouble than it was worth. I'm like, this is fucking useless, let alone the like cost. So I'm like, just ended up turning it off. What you said about it being most useful as a sounding board, I agree. I think that if you're just getting started on a project, like people who have done more advanced research and you know like what a literature review is, it can be helpful for kind of like brainstorming at the very initial stage of a project if you don't have a group of people to work with, if you don't have a team. That is, I think, the absolute most useful thing I've ever seen AI do is kind of just help with brainstorming of initial suggestions of, like you said, a sounding board for ideas. But before you even make an outline of a project, to just kind of explore what's been written on a subject or this or that, like that's the most useful I've ever seen it be. And as a, do we think though that a brainstorming machine is going to become like the linchpin of the global economy? No, absolutely not. It would have to do a lot more than that. So even the things it can do, they're just pretty limited use cases for that. And again, I'm not advocating it at all because I think that I have used it. It's been around for a few years and I've been curious about it and people talk about it. But even the best stuff I've seen it do, it's not anywhere remotely near worth the resource usage. And if it was shut off tomorrow by an act of Congress, I would not shed a tear. We need to solve the problems in front of us. We don't need AI to solve them. And again, that was just a bunch of hot air bullshit to attract investment capital. Oh, it's going to solve every, scientific problem ever. It hasn't done any of that. And, I'm glad, we started out, I didn't know what to think initially. And we're covering Yudkowsky, for anyone who has been listening long enough to remember our interactions with the writings of the Yud. And I agree that actually capable AI would pose an existential risk. I don't think we have capable AI. I think that the technology we have is not that capable. If there was ever like a different fork of AI technology, like not the LLM transformer based like architecture that it has, but if there was another kind of AI that was actually like way more effective and good at what it does, that probably would be dangerous for us. I don't know if this round of AI is going to do anything but make the internet a whole lot worse and a whole lot more misinformation filled, which now that I think about it is exactly what fascists want. They want to poison the internet. And look at people who are still on Twitter. What are you doing? What are you still doing on Twitter? There are alternatives out there by now. I get it. Look, if you joined Blue Sky in 2023 and nobody was on it, I understand, okay? I remember being on Blue Sky and refreshing the page and like there was like 2 new posts in like an hour. Okay, I get it. Those days are gone. Yes, it's libbed up. I mean, it's America. Like, what are you expecting? But like, at least it's not full of fucking Nazi bots and like, run by the world's biggest scumbag who also is like friendly with the guy in the White House. What are you still doing on Twitter? And that's not an endorsement of the people who run Blue Sky, but it's not the absolute fucking worst out there. Twitter to me always felt like getting into a car crash. That was like, that was to me the experience of using Twitter. What are you still doing on Twitter? I cannot for the life of me understand it. Anyway, where was I going with this? I don't know. AI sucks. Moving on. I've seen that in China, they're currently building AI data centers that are submerged in the ocean and use seawater for cooling, which is better in terms of not using groundwater, but I wonder what kind of environmental hazards they could pose to aquatic ecosystems. Yeah, that would be a very good question to ask. And again, for what? For what? What are we getting out of it? Goofy AI generated pictures for YouTube thumbnails. Like, I was going to say there are things worth risking the environment for. Honestly, I can't think of any though. So I'm not sure even if there's anything worth risking the environment for, but the garbage stuff that AI can do is definitely not worth all the environmental risks that it poses. The quote movement is around democratic socialism right now. I imagine it will take President AOC post 2028 to launch another imperial war for those new Demsocs to become communist. Again, at this point, we've seen the Bernie sellout and everything, and I think a lot of people got that. A lot of them just became Republicans, though. So I'm not sure what it's going to take at this point. I know people cite, left-wing communism of like, vote for the Soc Dems if they're the only thing out there because showing people how much they suck is, worth something. It's like better than nothing. I don't even know at this point, like, I think there's maybe some argument for that. I think, though, the problem is we're getting into the territory when people make that argument at this point that, like, when Lenin was saying that in 1920, The UK just didn't have like a communist party yet because it was new, because like the Third International, the Comintern, was new. So the party just didn't have a chance to set up yet. What's our excuse now? And so my fear is that, not my fear, but like my worry, my concern, my obvious observation is that people are just citing that as an excuse not to do the thing that we need of building our own vehicle. And, so people wind up citing that argument of Lenin's to support an opportunist agenda, which was not his intention. AI under socialism is good, AI under capitalism is bad. Again, not if it can't really do anything and is just wasting water. It's not good under any economic system then. But I mean, there is something to be said for the fact that, like, even the companies using AI now, you could use it in ways to enhance worker experience. You could use it in ways that would make people's jobs less annoying. Instead, it's being used in the exact opposite way and to try to cut jobs and to make people's work harder and to just squeeze more productivity out of people without giving them anything back. So even what we have could be deployed differently. But again, even what we have is not worth the cost of running the fucking machines. I feel like some of my revolutionary curious friends kind of latch onto this notion that because capitalism is rife with internal contradictions, that it will necessarily end itself and then we could start working on something better. But no, that's not how it's going to happen. Give them Reform or Revolution by Rosa Luxemburg, because it addresses that head on. It does not end of its own accord. No matter how weak capitalism gets, it has to be ended by external forces. It has to be. That's like I was saying before, it'll just keep defaulting back to fascism if you don't put something to replace it. And people might ask, why would it default back to fascism specifically? Because fascism is, capitalism in decay, capitalism struggling to maintain hegemony, capitalism in crisis that's trying to hold on to power. We should have changed to renewable energy before we invented AI. Well, again, with the fossil fuel mafia running the U.S., unlikely. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. We should have had like ample non-polluting energy before trying to take on such an energy-intensive thing that, is energy intensive without delivering a whole lot of rewards. In other words, you want non-polluting energy to spare before you take on something that is so like energy, potentially wasteful. AOC, with her lack of strategy, will not be president in the future. AOC to me seems very, I don't know if it's lack of strategy. I think it's sort of a lack of goals. I think she just wants to stay in office, and she's found herself just sort of blowing around with the winds of whatever influences are acting on her. I mean, I think that she could become president with the right support. I think that she likes being in office and having the power, so I'm sure being president would suit her just fine. I think her problem is more just not really standing for that much and being way too quick to compromise with establishment forces. So, but I mean, that does not, in my view, preclude her from becoming president. The Democratic Party doesn't have a lot to, the competition is not that stiff either. You know what I mean? She has real name recognition. So, I mean, that is a definite, and she's young and somewhat popular, and, all of those things really work in your favor if you're trying to run for president. AI-powered toilet paper, absolutely. There already are AI coloring books? Okay. Well, wasn't there that company that they were selling shoes? I forget the name of the company. They were selling sneakers. Allbirds. Yeah. Allbirds was like selling sneakers, and then they like were rebranding as an AI company, and their stock price like shot up. I mean, this is why I haven't streamed in a while. It's just like such crazy shit happening. You could cover it every day, but you'd just get lost. It's much better to, I think, just cover the trends. AI has had mild utility for me as a programmer, but nothing groundbreaking. For the most part, the issue with AI isn't the tech itself, it's who controls it. Working class people have no say in how it's trained, used, deployed, etc. Yeah, and again, like a broken record, but look at the resource usage. That's the main thing that is like It's just a no-go, as you know, as far as you could put it in working class people's hands today. You still have to solve the problem of the energy usage and the water, which you know, I think if you put it in the hands of a socialist government, you'd have to pause it until you solve those problems, because you don't want, well, you know, like just run out of clean water and be like, oops, you know, oh, we needed to keep using AI. My pet theory is that AI is being used as an excuse to eliminate jobs in advance of collapse, to soften the sudden knee-jerk blow that will come when the crash hits. I do think that that is something they're trying to do now, but I mean, the crash itself is going to revolve around the collapse of AI stock, probably. So I don't know how well it's going to work in the end, but it's helping them to prolong the illusion, I think. Yeah. Dan Marx was right. Whether it's the steam engine or AI and capitalism, machines will always go against the worker. Well, it's capital that goes against the workers. So it's what is capital? Capital is resources deployed to exploit labor, basically, for profit. So capital is resources used to exploit labor for profit. I mean, by definition, that is exploiting labor for profit. It's being used against workers. So, yeah, it doesn't matter what the specific technology is, by virtue of its being capital, it is involved in the alienation and exploitation of workers, and in the overall context of the oppression of workers in the larger society, so that workers don't get their hands on the levers of power and don't overthrow the rule of capital. So yeah, alienation, exploitation, and oppression, doesn't matter what the technology is, like you said, steam engine, whatever, AI, if it's capital, it is necessarily being used against workers. You can ask AI to think in different ways to get the answer you want. So AI just basically says what you want to hear. Yeah, so you can like prompt engineer different responses, and you know, there's been examples of people breaking the safety guardrails on AI. And like if you ask it something in one way, it might decline to answer, but if you ask it in a different way, you can get it to give you the same exact information it was just declining to give you head on. But yeah, people should really think of AI as a talking search engine. Bottom line, it's a talking search engine. It's not thinking, it's searching. And so if you treat it like a talking search engine, like we were talking about, it can be a useful brainstorming tool, because sometimes you don't even know how to search for the particular thing that you're interested in knowing more about. So in that sense, it can help with brainstorming or getting like a list of recommended things on a particular topic, or doing an overview of this and that. But basically, it's just searching the web. And the more that you refine that conversation, the more you can like, you know, because AI doesn't really have memory. It just rereads your entire conversation from the start. So the longer you talk to it, the more you can refine your search or like direct the conversation in a particular direction. But as far as these people, like, oh, that was a really sad thing of Richard Dawkins, the new atheist guy, which I fully support atheism, but that guy took it in a really cringe direction. And then capping off the cringe, cherry on top, he then wrote an article about how he fell in love with some AI. And it's like, you just fell in love with a talking search engine, and then you told the fucking world about it. You know, I guess he wrote the book, The God Delusion. Pretty sure that would fall under God Delusion, you know, category. Anyway, so wild. Anyway, but yeah, AI is a talking search engine, and you should, you know, these people that use it as like a therapist, don't do that. It's not your friend, it's not your therapist, it's not your lover. It's a talking search engine, and you are deluding yourself, treating it like a person. I mean, if you're doing that, you got to admit you're really lonely. Or again, watch some videos on AI psychosis. How far people get sucked into believing the AI is real. It's really, I mean, you feel kind of bad for these people. Like, there's something wrong there. By using AI, you're costing them money, but you're also training your own surveillance machine. I think they're mostly trained already, but in my experience, when I don't have time to not use an LLM, it's because my company is run by capitalist idiot jocks who are just demanding something out of you that you can't produce without, in that time frame, without using it. Yeah. Capitalism is gambling, racketeering, landlording, and slavery. There you go. Somebody gets it. Mark my words, the capitalist U.S. government will literally never regulate AI's use in regards to security. The ruling class sees it as their ticket to permanent control over the working masses. That's why I'm saying I'm kind of glad it doesn't work that well. So, we still have a window of opportunity here. Let's use it. Agriculture is shrinking, manufacturing is bleeding out, and the services sector is stagnating. AI and gambling are the only thing keeping the economy at float. Yeah. Actually, I was not able to pull it up for this stream. I didn't really feel like it fit in this stream. But another topic I think that's worth discussing is the prevalence of the quote unquote prediction market and just open gambling company lobby in the Democratic Party is definitely worth discussing. We know that crypto lobbyists have successfully gotten their hooks into a number of prominent Democrats. Thinking of Kirsten Gillibrand here, former presidential primary hopeful, as one example. But that prediction market and gambling company thing, I mean, that's the stage of the economy we're at, where so many, it's especially young men who are going for it, who see no hope of ever becoming financially comfortable by working. And so, it's sexier than playing the lottery, I guess. Going online, placing bets on whether Trump is going to say tomato in his next speech. As the saying goes, the house always wins. The prediction markets are a giant scam. Actually, CoffeeZilla was just doing a video on that and showed that there was a Wall Street Journal article showing that the prediction markets were putting out highly misleading ads showing people winning on bets, or they were doing an influencer campaign. They were paying influencers to make videos on TikTok that were effectively ads for Polymarket, that had they placed those bets in real life, they would have lost tons of money. But they made it look like they were making money. They risked $1,000. They won $4,500 on whether Trump was going to say McDonald's or something like that. The whole thing was a deceptive marketing campaign paid for out of the PayPal of one of the officers of the company, Polymarket, directly paying these influencers. So the corruption, as far as just gambling companies, now starting to own the Democratic Party too, you can't tell me that there's just a standard way out of this as far as just elect better Democrats or something. The hooks are in too deep. They're too sharp. They're coming for everybody. And we need to think far outside of that box of the Democratic Party. My favorite political nickname, speaking of political nicknames, is Town Destroyer, a.k.a. George Washington. Yeah, I think I saw something on Blue Sky about that. There is one thing that AI could do for me as a teacher, making unique vocabulary questions for 15 vocab words at a time. It does okay, but kind of shitty for the first 5 words, and then the latter 10 words have 3 to 4 glaringly wrong things about them. See, that's the thing you would want AI to do, is automate your busy work to free up your brain to do creative stuff. Instead, people are using the AI for the creative stuff and then, having to correct it and making more busy work for themselves. Stupid. I mean, that's self-destructive. We need an anti-revisionist critique on PSL because all the mainstream critique is from rightists. Okay, from what I've seen, they often act like a cult, and in a way that is controlling and harmful to their members in support of a bad political line and anti-democratic practices, and they have a bad line on China for starters. So there's some anti-revisionist criticism for you. I mean, could you develop it more? Yeah, but I'm not a PSL expert. That is my opinion, having read what I've read about them. From the level of investigation I've done, that's what I've seen, although I'm not going to claim to be an expert. Yeah, grr, not true. I don't have an argument against you, but you are wrong. I tried to join PSL back in the day. They took months to get back to me. Same. I had completely lost interest in joining by the time they got back to me, and that's probably for the best. Definitely for the best. That party is straight up an op. The founder is an outright Zionist. Is that true? Brian Becker's a Zionist? Is that true? I've never heard that. Anyone else been getting infuriated by the Geese magazine, people acting like voting blue is the pinnacle of communist action? So they just started a YouTube channel. Those kids are like 23. I don't really care. Don't care what they have to say. I read a couple of their articles, kind of agreed. The more I read, the more I disagreed. By the time I read 6 or 7 articles, I was like openly just hating what I was reading. Then I saw a video of them on stream. Max age in the discussion was like 24. I was like, all right, I'm gonna go easy. I'm not sure where they're going. They write a lot of nice, college essay type articles. I think they're pretty far up their own asses, and I'm not sure where they're going in the future. And like I was looking at the individual contributors to Geese, and like one of the guys was like, I'm most influenced by like the writings of Deng Xiaoping. And I was just like, next. You got Dungists and Democrats there. You got, former CPUSA, people who got kicked out of CPUSA now call it a cult. There's people who are still in CPUSA there. They're all about the Democratic Party. So yeah, not a big fan. I would love to have a nice site to read. Like I said, read about half a dozen articles, and it was by the end of it, I was just like, I hate this. What I disliked it to the point where I was like, who are these people, so that I can identify. Like, first of all, I wanted to see like what the bias was, what their affiliations were, more clearly, or like what their self-identified bias was, or how the affiliations that they held might be causing bias. And I also just wanted to be like, yeah, I never want to run into these people. I want to be able to recognize the names so that if I ever run into them again, I can just like immediately kind of discount some of what they're saying or take it with a bigger grain of salt, IMT got back to me the next day. PSL never called. I have to say also, IMT got back to me faster too. I did not join. I did not follow up with them after I learned they were Trotskyists, which I didn't know at the time. Would love to hear you read that PSL paper. It's probably not going to be today at this rate. But I will stream again to do this. I think that there's broader things to be learned from the common organizing form in the American left right now. PSL is also selective on who is allowed to join. Okay. What's PSL's reading list, by the way? How long before this American pink wave ends and people start separating from the Democratic Party? Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. I can't take it anymore. That's pretty much... That's also... I haven't been streaming this year. I hit my limit with all of the horrible shit that was going on in January, which was just, 5 months ago. And just watching the complete lack of response from any organized left groups. I mean, there was local resistance in different cities, which was great to see. I mean, really important stuff. There was such limited resistance. I mean, the AFL-CIO finally did that. They got on board with that general strike in Minneapolis, and that was good. It was too little too late, and there should have been so much more of that. And God, it was so disheartening. It was so disheartening seeing the lack of organized response. Like, fascism is here. They've got death squads in the cities. Their main purpose is not executing people, but they are executing people. They shot people dead in the streets. What is our response? And just seeing a lack or insufficient activity, let's say. It was kind of just hearing crickets. Not good. Not good. This whole we're going to push the Democratic Party left thing did not happen, did not work. It didn't work under Biden. And with the Democrats out of power, they were doing even less than usual. I was actually shocked by... shocked doesn't even... I was floored by the lack of response. And I had to just kind of... I would have just been on here screaming every day if I was covering that. And I can't do it to myself. Like, I would just... my body can't take it anymore. I just cannot... I was covering what I could and boosting it as much as I could to try to keep the conversation, help the conversation stay afloat. But like, I couldn't believe the lack of response. And so, you know, if it escalates more, there's going to still be a lack of response. And I'm expecting this winter that they're going to go from, you know, mostly anti-immigrant raids to occasionally killing people to probably killing more people, like as a more primary objective. And I don't see people being ready for that, and it freaks me the fuck out. Again, there is local resistance, but it's not nearly as organized as it needs to be. Honestly, I do not think it really bodes particularly well. I think Trump and the Republican Party as a whole, um, you know, taking the lead here, just put out a major challenge. And I don't know that I was that. It didn't leave me feeling that hopeful. I'll be quite honest with you. You know, and again, compared to the amount of noise and bullshit online, you know, that was a time where things really mattered, and I was seeing so much bullshit and noise. The U.S. is becoming very, very unsafe. And yeah, if people keep flocking back to the Democratic Party, I don't know what to say. You know, you can't help people who won't help themselves, and that's a lot of what it's looking like to me. All right. I have to say, actually, reading and listening to the audiobook has made me less depressed about everything. Knowing that so many smart people before me believed in this cause gives me hope. Not just believed in it, but achieved things because they applied it. That's why I do it too. Getting people out of the liberal doom sphere. I used to talk about this a lot back in the first couple of years of the channel because I was seeing it in myself. You know, I stopped listening to all the, you know, following the election horse race Democratic Party cheerleading channels and, you know, all the hanging with the sock dem gang people and started learning more about the history of revolution. It's like, oh, you can actually do this. So I agree totally. It gives you revolutionary optimism instead of like liberal pessimism and defeatism. I don't know why people love Putin. That man has no economic or social miracle to present. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest case you can make for Putin is that he presided over Russia getting back on its feet along capitalist lines rather than like devolving into complete chaos on a permanent basis. Because the 90s were horrific in Russia. And then, you know, that the rise of Putin, late 90s, 2000s, I think that the big thing he gets credit for is just stabilizing it. Help me out if there's other things, but I think that that's as close to a miracle, quote unquote, as, you know. But yeah, I mean, does it justify his being in power for like 30 years? Probably not. If a bunch of candidates claim to be communists and get elected, communists will become more hated for looking culpable for the crises of capitalism. I mean, that's even kind of happening with the Democrats now. So that big, beautiful bill that got passed, some of the stuff, it is set to take effect like this year. Like there's a bunch of snap cuts that are going into effect now and that will keep going into effect and some other things. And it's like just whoever's in power at the time that it takes effect gets blamed, even though it wasn't the people who put it into effect. So yeah, that's probably the case. You don't, the main thing as a communist, you don't want to get in there and basically just end up managing capitalism. The whole point is you're trying to dismantle it. If there's any utility to being in the capitalist government, it's to do things like defunding police and making revolution more possible. But yeah, you don't want to just get in there and like manage their system for them. Well, there's a lot of comments. All right, I'm up to the part where people are arguing about whether Bad Empanada is a white supremacist or not. And here's the thing. This is why I don't really mention that guy. I have a lot of audience overlap with him. Anytime you mention him, people just start arguing about him. It's really distracting from any kind of substance. Like the guy's just a drama magnet. And if you're wrapped up in that, I highly recommend that you drop it. Just get out of it completely. Oh, talking about Ward 22 in Philly. I know about that. There's goofy shit going on for sure. One of my fellow DSA folks put me up as a ward leader, but I have a lot with my work organizing. Definite silliness going on. Got some love for Anton Petrov, okay. Isn't he an anti-communist? I'm sure he is. I mean, everyone is. I've never heard him discuss politics, though. I mean, I think he's like a Ukrainian living in Canada or something. or like of Ukrainian descent. He's probably born after the end of the USSR. I don't watch him for politics. I'll put it that way. Yeah, Dungism. It's socialism with capitalism and also without socialism. Just 100 more years to go, bro. I promise. Yeah. Primary stage. Primary stage of socialism. I do watch Ed Zitron sometimes on the topic of AI, but he is a liberal, so of course he's falling into remember when tech was doing cool shit, even though Silicon Valley have not done anything cool in like 15 years. Since everything became profiting off of subscription and milking every bit. Yeah. It's hard. I didn't see this stuff coming then either, you know. That whole lull in the early 20 teens when things were cheap. I like those years, but they ain't coming back. Is Gabriel Rockhill good or just a crank with a fedora? It hasn't been a priority. Let me put it that way. I mean, having on Rockhill, like having a good book on Western Marxism, like criticizing like the Frankfurt School and all that. It's really not hard to criticize those people at all. People should stop giving so much credit to people who criticize the quote unquote Marxist intellectuals of Europe in the 50s and 60s that were like anti-revolutionary and just totally, just engaging in like really masturbatory intellectualism. That's not a hard criticism to make, and you shouldn't get that much credit for making it. That should be just kind of like a standard view of those people. Yeah, I was getting the sense that he upholds Dungism too, so that's why it hasn't been a priority. Yeah, he says that a lot of the, quote, anti-existing socialist movement is Fed stuff, so he's strongly in the market socialism camp. Ironic. There was a comment I read online that strongly resonated with me, which is very true to my experience. It used to be that Trotskyism was the easiest way for, college or graduate school educated intellectuals to be quote unquote Marxist while having like a legit academic career. Dungism is now the new ticket. Like Trotskyism is kind of out of that circle, but you can have a great career as an academic being a China booster. And, just really be wary of that stuff, I would say. Somebody says, I'm confused. Aren't there still exchanges of commodities under communism, even if it's direct distribution or bartering? No, so commodities are use values produced for exchange in that they have an exchange value. The whole point is to get away from that. So you're just basically that the entire world is producing on the basis that the same basis as when you make dinner for friends, all of industry is run that way. It's not for profit. There's no like transactional aspect to it. You just have stuff, you're making stuff, and you're just sharing it with people. That is the point. Commodities necessarily are produced for exchange value. Well, so there's a comment. He talks well and sounds smart, but he's definitely missed a lot of Marx's most important concepts. Did he miss them, though, or is he omitting them? It's disappointing because he was a guest on Black Liberation Media. I'm actually subscribed to these people. I never see their videos pop up. I don't know who this is. They're about the same size as S4A. I don't know who this is. They don't get a hell of a lot of views, I'll tell you that. They have a lot of subs. 54,000 subs, but like their videos get like a couple hundred views. All right. I'll have to check it out. I just looked up the definition of commodity and it seems to just be goods like clothes or groceries. Sorry, I'm learning. Yeah, that's not a Marxist definition. Read Capital. Literally the first chapter is the commodity. So, I mean, it'll straighten you out right in the first chapter. I've heard commentators talk about how they want to effectively have it where socialism is not something concrete and just a vibe. Yeah, that's like pretty much the state of the communist movement today. It's wild because I immediately think of all the anti-revisionist texts I've engaged with. The Dungus tendency, although you wrote dentist tendency, which is kind of funny, is super dangerous considering how prominent it is. Yeah. Talking about AI, embrace a search engine that defaults to reddit.com and talks to you all flirty and flattering. I mean, is this what people want out of their lives? They're like, I really wish a machine would like read a lot of Reddit and then like be flattering to me. AI will never be feasible if it costs 8,000 per month per software developer when you can offshore it to Eastern Europe or South Asia and the Chinese open models are trailing behind, but not by a lot. If GPT 5.5 is good enough, you can use the Chinese models. Yeah, they're free. You can just download Quen. I don't think many advances in technology in the 21st century are necessary and are mostly pretty easy to reverse or completely change in the stage of socialism. Yeah, I mean, there's been some communication technology. I don't know. There's some cool stuff now, but yeah, largely we had a lot of what we needed back in the 90s. What do you think about people using AI for communist agitation? Specifically, people making graphics using AI. I think AI slop graphics look terrible. I think people are tired of looking at them, and it's going to alienate people. Don't use them. You know, nothing says worker empowerment like using the big putting you out of a job machine. It's just fucking ugly. And the machine that stole a lot of people's art and didn't compensate them for it, machine. Don't use that. It's totally off-putting. Also, just AI is ugly. It's ugly. It's got that weird kind of sleek, over-detailed, sleek look. It's fucking hideous. Why would you use that? Also, if you do something that is clearly AI, the message you're sending to the audience is, I couldn't be bothered to make this myself. What do you think people are going to infer about the amount of thought put into that or the quality? People don't want to be fed slop that came out of a machine that they don't know whether you even looked it over yourself before handing it to them. You know, AI is an indicator that you don't fucking give a shit, that you have like contempt for the people you're communicating with. No, you put like an AI thumbnail on your video. You're like, hey, world, I'm lazy and I don't care about stolen art. And I don't really care about, you know, I mean, people looking at that know that you're a corner cutter that maybe is just getting all of your ideas from AI. They're going to just doubt you in so many important ways immediately. Don't do that. Most people on the left that are still on Twitter are only there because journalists still post pre-release blurbs there more than anywhere else, and it keeps them ahead of the news cycle. News for you. There's still a lot of that on Blue Sky and more all the time, and it doesn't feel like you just got into a car accident. And it's not owned by Elon Musk, and there's way fewer Nazi bots. You know, I'll tell you something else. All of the kind of crazy, like, pro-Putin stuff that is, like, just unhinged and obviously, like, just troll farm content, there's literally none of it on Blue Sky. None. I think people get a false sense being on Twitter of how much like pro-Russian sentiment there is in the world because it's so fucking fake on there. Like you get off of there, there's just not nearly as much of that. The joke going around in one of my circles is Tucker Carlson and I see MTG. I just think Magic the Gathering, Marjorie Taylor Greene ticket, since they both quote broke from the RNC. Yeah, what's Tucker Carlson trying to pull now? He's like, I'm so sorry I ever promoted the Republican Party. I'm sorry, you would have to be the biggest mark in the world to believe that guy saying that. Chuck E. Cheese is 600 million in debt? 600 million? All right, I got to look that up. Chuck E. Cheese debt. Their parent company, CEC Entertainment, emerged from bankruptcy in 2020. They look to sell $660 million in high yield bonds. Okay. The company I work for had entire training sessions for utilizing AI and promised it's not going to replace you. I can't say much for the other departments, but my finance team refuses to use it for that very fear. I'm not training my replacement or producing shoddy work. I mean, I don't even know why they would want you to use it. Like, I understand the productivity thing and they think they're going to save money. There's so much data out now about how many mistakes it makes, though. And I guess it's just, I think that the bubble popping is part of people just catching up with the reality. It just like doesn't work that well. I think that there's a big like razzle dazzle factor with AI that People are like, wow, it's like a talking computer. Amazing. But when you really get under the hood and you're really trying to rely on the thing to do work, it's just not that good. And I think people realizing it's not worth the money, the resources, whatever. I mean, that's the bubble popping there. DeepSeek will stop producing responses if you ask too much about Hoja's specific criticism. No joke. It will begin to write, and then it will clear the screen. Oh, and DeepSeek specifically because it's Chinese. Are you saying? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, DeepSeek is programmed. If you're using the like China hosted one, it does not produce anything really critical of the CPC. The Claude delusion. So Richard Dawkins experienced AI psychosis. Yeah, basically. We've talked about psychedelics on the channel before. I've never really thought of it this clearly before, but when people become religious because of like an LSD experience or mushrooms or something, I think it's basically the same thing. It's like AI psychosis is when you have this amazing experience and you start like thinking it's like God. Like people start literally thinking the AI is like a deity. Same exact thing. And the way that I've explained it to people before, like you took a psychedelic, you had an amazing experience, you had insight, you learned something about your consciousness, you learned something about your perception, you see how chemicals can alter your consciousness and perception, thereby like uprooting some of the foundations of what you took for granted about the human experience compared to other kinds of experience. And then you start attributing it to a god. Like, oh, there's like the either like the gods are real and the psychedelics are a ticket to them, or that the god is contained in the psychedelic. No, it's like a trick of your consciousness. Like if you're thinking that, you're just kind of not as smart as you think you are. And I think basically the same thing with AI psychosis. It's kind of the same thing. So you're having like, psychedelic psychosis. I mean, that can mean a different thing too. That can mean like a chemically induced state. What I mean is like you're inferring the wrong things from that experience, and that's pretty much what happens with people with AI psychosis. I mean, it is very flattering and it draws people in, so that's very reinforcing in that way. People want to keep using it. And then they start thinking it's a god because it's like, no, it's just literally has access to the internet. You could have all that information too if you just search the internet really fast. It doesn't make you God. It just means there's a lot of fucking shit on the internet you can look up pretty quickly. And that is what the AI is doing. And it's like, mischaracterization. It's a poor judgment on your part to like come to the conclusion that, oh, wow, this thing must be a deity. That's the only explanation. No, they're just not really thinking about it correctly. AI really basically is just an amalgamation of the top Google search results reworded to you in a summary. Yeah, it's just reading. It's reading and summarizing the top search results. That's mostly what it does. I don't understand how certain atheists are about the non-existence of God. I feel like it's impossible to know for sure. Which God? All right, that's one thing I will take from Richard Dawkins. Which God? Humanity has invented thousands of gods. Which one is real? Come on. It's kind of absurd when you really start looking at it a little more objectively, clearly. You're probably thinking of some god of monotheism, and it's like, well, but that's because what you were brought up with. But like, that's one concept of God that has been invented by people over thousands of years. Who's to say that one's correct and all the other ones are wrong? It just, the whole thing is, if you care if your beliefs are true or not, then you go based on what there's evidence for. That's, anyway. It's impossible to know for sure. The very fact you're saying it's impossible to know means it's not falsifiable. So if you care about truth and science, then you would just discard the question. AI will literally tell you to commit suicide. True. And people don't talk about that enough, actually. I watch a lot of stuff on AI, and I haven't actually seen that come up in a while. But that's absolutely true. There's multiple ongoing lawsuits about that right now. I think they're kind of sweeping it back under the rug. Thank you for bringing it up, actually. There will be a book titled The Claude Delusion as a response to Dawkins. I'll write it. I would definitely do a video with that title for sure. Yeah, so there's a comment. I think the point of atheism and Marxism is we're materialist. Something might exist we can't prove or disprove, so we should focus on real dialectical struggle. The other thing is if you're like holding out this thing that, oh, there might be this like omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent deity that could step in at any time and cause a miracle, why should we do anything? Or it's just kind of disempowering. That's been my experience in my life. And that giving up that baggage, it's not just like you lose something. By giving up that baggage, you gain freedom. You gain a sense of self-empowerment. And there's some people who feel like they can't handle that. Fine, but don't make that my problem. I actually really strongly prefer it. I think my life is better because of that. So, all these people who are just projecting their own fear and their own insecurity and their own doubt about it because they don't know if they could live without that thought, or they've just been brought up in a way that was traditionalist and they fear, the social consequences of being openly a disbeliever. It just mostly comes down to fear in the end. Literally wrote a song about how dystopian prediction markets are. It's literally betting on people's suffering. Yeah. It also gives random people an incentive to cause terrible events. I don't know that people talk about that aspect of it enough, but it's like if you can set up a bet on something terrible happening, if it's unlikely to happen on its own, then the odds would be in favor of it not happening. Therefore, if it did, if you bet on it happening and you won, you'd win a lot of money. So wouldn't it be in your interest to make that thing happen? That opens up so many potential problems. These things should not be legal. I mean, at all. Oh yeah, Poi Market. You saw that. How they make the fake ads with a website that looks like POLYmarket.com, but it's actually PO capital I Y market.com. Yeah. Super misleading. That was the CoffeeZilla thing, based off of the Wall Street Journal article. I just left PSL last year. Terrible org. They try to be communist, but think totally within a liberal mindset like most trot orgs. Oh, you get to be PSL isn't Trotskyist. It's an offshoot of Workers' World Party, which is a Marxist party. And I believe that when they split off, they said that they don't have like ideological differences. It was a split over organizational practices. That's my understanding. 6-7 mention. Could people stop with that? That is so lame. I'm sorry. I see that in the comments sometimes and it's just like, please stop. Are you 13? PSL doesn't have a reading list per se, but they have a candidacy program which is based on their old Liberation School articles. Okay. A comrade who moved out west checked out PSL. They hated their reading program because it started as a Zoom call with two people who just talked and not even about the text really. Ooh. I got talked into beginning the FRSO cadre study program, and they have a selection of about 30 texts, none by Marx or Lenin. That's interesting. Do you have a link to that? I have a terrible thought that the more successful DSA gets electorally, the least likely ML groups, or the less likely ML groups are to split, because I fear they'll buy into the electoralist draw as a tool for change. I hope I'm wrong. I don't think so. I mean, not if they're stick to the Marxism, but again, that's how opportunism works. It's the influence of capitalism. It's the influence of the right on people who should know better. So, I mean, it's possible, but this is why you can't just like cross your fingers and hope for the best. You have to actively fight opportunism. And people, put revisionism in quotes and stuff. Like it's just not a big deal or it's all in your head or something you invented. Look at the history of the communist movement. It's gotten derailed multiple times by people who are trying to just take like key, absolutely crucial pieces of, definitional level things about socialism out and merge it with social democracy. And like, it just doesn't matter. And I get the people who like haven't studied and don't realize the difference. But if you know anything at all, that's just like sabotage. Anyway, no, opportunism is a real problem. You have to fight it head on. People have to be aware of it and looking for signs of it and, like have it on their radar that that's a thing you need to look out for, especially trying to organize in like the world stronghold of capitalism, the United States. You absolutely need to be fighting opportunism actively because it's a really, the influence of capitalism is really strong, and that's what causes opportunism, right deviations in general. It's like the thing that it's all going to just work out somehow. Capitalism will just be subdued. It'll be fine. They'll grow into socialism. This is stuff we were just reading about with the Bukharinite deviation in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, that the struggle in the countryside would just work out. And so there were two conciliationists toward the rich peasants who they said were just going to grow into socialism. Like it just all works out somehow. No, that's an opportunist view. It requires active struggle or you get capitalism restored. So, yeah. Anyway, you'll be wrong if Marxists in those orgs wage a conscious, active struggle against opportunism, which I have to say is what I advocate every time I mention that. So, definitely trying not to be part of the problem on that. But I would like to see more people actively, taking a correct position on that and doing that advocacy. Radlibs and Demsocks will go back to bed when Trump's gone. I don't know about that. I think they're hiding under the bed right now. I've seen a lot of like older lib brains especially get broken by what's happening now, and all they can do is run around like a chicken with its head cut off, screaming about you should have voted harder and Kamala warned us and blah blah blah. Like they don't know what to do. And I have a feeling even when the Dems get back in power, they're just going to be sucking their thumb. I don't think they'll come. I agree with you kind of that they're going to be useless because they're always useless. But like, I guess I would just characterize it a little more as I think that they're not going to be comfortably resting when the Dems are back in power, because I think that they're going to be afraid of this happening again. But I think that like fear has taken over now. Like I think Trump has like kind of scared the living shit out of them in a way that there's been a rehabilitation of George W. Bush, under whom many liberals acted the same way. And I mean, they were right to think Bush was awful. But they, obviously have like a lot of really useless responses to situations like that. I think post-Trump, a lot of liberals are just going to remain terrified and are going to get like a lot kind of more aggressive. That said, a lot of them are pretty old too, so they're not going to be around forever. I don't know. I just see so much disruption and destabilization right now. Again, there is like the Mamdani gang winning their primaries, but if people don't get their heads out of their asses on we have to do more than organizing in the Democratic Party, because organizations built within the Democratic Party are subject to destruction by the Democratic Party at any given time, and therefore are not permanent and lasting in the ways that we need them to be, then there is no hope. It's that simple. And I gotta say, I had more hope 6 years ago that people were gonna get their shit together. Hope is largely what drove me to do this channel. I have to tell you, it's not looking awesome, but I do hope that there are more positive developments, because the response to Trump 2 has been awful. Piss poor, in my opinion. Yeah, the frog suit dances at the gates of concentration camps made me want to jump in front of a train. There comes a point where kind of, what is it? Like situationist stuff. I don't even know if this is like properly situationist, but I mean, these kinds of like absurdist tactics are just, read the room. Like this is just not the right time for this. It's so impotent and very concerning. It's definitely frustrating to deal with the Demsoc's insistence of them having the correct path and it being completely reliant on just installing more DSA people as a solution. Even if we use the party apparatus to normalize socialism, we still need our own party, even if it's not a proper vanguard at the moment. This is what I'm saying. Can you take over saying that for me? Because I know Mao tells us, we must never tire of patiently explaining communism to people. I'm tired. I am tired, and I can't help it. I am fucking tired. I'm still doing it, but yeah, what you said. I'm pinning that just for fun. There you go. You're pinned. Just for fun. Well, for 20 minutes. Okay. Your 15 minutes of fame, or 20 in this case. From my and my friends' experience with PSL, they basically have you only reading party-produced material. That's what it sounds like. Stay away from them. I have a comrade who was a cadre and got assaulted by another cadre. National leadership removed the victim and had the perpetrator file a restraining order when the victim went and posted about the experience publicly. This is why some people refer to them as the party of sexual litigation. I would never recommend that party. To flock back to the Democratic Party when 99% of them were supporting the genocide is incredible to me. Hey, we're going to fix them. We're going to fix them. We're going to elect better ones. Call me crazy, but running cover for and actively supporting a genocide is a red line for me. Purity test. Watching Blinken do genocide denial every morning for 15 months drove me literally insane. That's more or less where I'm at. It wasn't that specifically for me, but it's like all the stuff in that category of thing. I'm just like, turn it off. Like, I can't stand this anymore. It's such a flood. Now, again, that's why, and this is the point I think there is more chat, but this is the point I think I'm actually pause what we're calling part 1 of the stream. Part 1, chat. Part 2, articles. And then there's going to be, I guess, more chat. But that brings me back around to the AI bubble. And you're going to be thinking, what the fuck is he talking about? Because it seems to me the best opportunity I think we're going to get in the near future to push back on any of this, to take any of this down, is during the temporary window of vulnerability that will be created when the AI bubble pops, the economy crashes, and the system is sent reeling to reorganize itself for some length of time. That is why I'm so focused on it, because it's real hard to make progress right now. Capital is on the offensive, and it's hard. I'm seeing, it seems like we're losing ground. Or it's at least real hard to make the kind of progress that the left was making back in like 2020, early pandemic, stuff like that. It seemed to me, I guess some people call that like peak woke or some whatever. Anyway, it seemed to me like there were better discussions being had at that point. We're in this period of like real reaction currently. I think that the AI bubble popping is going to be our best chance to make some progress again, and we have got to make the absolute most of it. And that's why I pulled all these goddamn articles for today that I have not read yet. What I'm going to do is pause the stream here, and I'm going to have to come back to this. I don't know if I can do it later today or tomorrow, but I'm going to have to come back to that. This is what I pulled all these fucking articles for, is to basically make that point. It took me like 4 hours, but I finally made my point, which is that the importance of all this, capital is on the offensive. When the bubble pops, it is going to put them on the back foot finally, and we have got to make the absolute most of it. And it's not going to be winning primaries in the Democratic Party. That to me is like sheer distraction. And I hate to say that because I know what a good mood people are in. Oh, the Mamdani endorsed people won. Who fucking gives a shit? Those are people trying to reform the Democratic Party. You know that's going nowhere. I know that's going nowhere. I don't know what they think, but we know it's going nowhere. Okay? So, set your countdown timer to that just completely imploding, because it's going to do that. You think Bernie Sanders' washout was disappointing? Get ready for this. The rest of us have got to do something real, and we're not going to get that many more chances to do it. So, again, that to me is the relevance of the AI bubble popping and this huge economic crash coming in. Yes, they're going to try to keep doing fascism. Yes, the Democrats, despite whatever they say, are going to keep funding ICE, and they're going to keep funding the wars. They're going to keep funding all of the things that you hate. They're going to keep funding your oppression. We have to step outside of that and mount some real resistance. And that includes to the Democrats, to their entire party, not within their party, from outside. And that's why I've said there's these, various existing left organizations. Make the most of those. Nobody wanted to do that. Fine. It's like trying to pry people away from the Democratic Party membership. It's so incredibly misguided. These people are so misinformed. And they're just wasting time we don't have. Climate change is real. That is a ticking clock behind all of this. Someday they will get AI that works, and they're going to use it to orchestrate a genocide of leftists and every other undesirable person to fascism. I mean, the guy behind Palantir explicitly said that the purpose of the surveillance technology is to kill communists. You can look that up. Now, what does he mean by communist? Does it mean like actual, they're going to come up to people and be like, what were the main theses of imperialism and the revolution? They don't care if you're anti-revisionist or whatever. They're just going to start killing anyone who vaguely opposes capitalism. So you might as well be an actual communist and actually be able to fight back, not get caught up in all this liberal nonsense with the Democratic Party. And I'm not saying don't struggle in DSA, because it's still a decent place to meet people you can form study groups with. And in every vote that comes up, vote against opportunism. There is some real democracy within the organization. Take advantage of it. Organize what you can, but fight the opportunism. And, that stuff is a sinking ship, and we're just not going to get that many more chances. We need to make the most of the opportunities that we have. I believe that there's a big one coming up, and I don't know what's going to happen after that, but stop dicking around with the Democratic Party. I can't stand watching it. I can't, it's like just watching people piss away one of the last good opportunities we may even get before, the climate crisis starts prompting major food shortages, et cetera. And that shit is basically irreversible in the sense that even if we, do all the things that we need to do, cutting the emissions, changing over from fossil fuels, the effects of it is still going to go for 50 years after that point. It's kind of like stopping an iceberg. You can hit the brakes. It's still going to keep sliding for a long time before it stops. We need to stop this now, and people need to stop doing ineffectual things, and it's driving me absolutely fucking crazy. And these are the same people, a lot of them, who are like, oh yeah, well, good luck with your revolution. Where's that? Oh my God, at least I'm doing something that has historically worked, thinking or going in that direction. What you're doing never works, and just has resulted in things getting worse and worse. But hey, you're the tough guy. You're Mr. Sarcasm or whatever. Anyway, so yeah, that's about it. And like I said, I'm gonna do part 2 of this later. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the chat. No matter how many times I complain about people just filling up the chat, you just keep doing it anyway. All right. Well, anyway, there's a lot of shit I'm just not gonna read because there was no time. Like I said, this was part 1, and we will come back for part 2, or maybe I'll do it offline. I don't know, but I will actually read all that shit that I pulled. And before we head out, thanks to the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters whose support honestly makes any of this possible. I know this hasn't been the most positive stream today. Hasn't been the best year so far. I'm deeply concerned about where things are headed from here. The Trump administration, on behalf of the capitalist class as a whole, is going into horrible directions now, or is just really upping the ante. I'm really, really concerned about where this is headed, and yeah, I don't know. It's not the best time to be concerned about this stuff. Part of me, it's I just want to. It's I wish I could just walk away from it all. There's unfortunately nowhere to go. Oh, you know what? I'm missing the second patrons thanks screen. Well, I'll have to put that in offline. Anyway, thanks to the people who showed up, and we will continue this chat later. Okay, so we're streaming again. Can you believe it? So basically, this is just Livestream 133 part 2, because I haven't streamed in a while. Well, we streamed yesterday, but I mean before that. Hadn't streamed in a while. We spent 4 hours chatting. This is going to be a much less chat-intensive portion of the stream. And, yeah, I'm still kind of getting warmed up, though. I'm, like, full of nervous energy. I think what I'm really nervous about is my voice going to last through all this fucking reading I pulled. And, I don't know. I can tell you, though, that there's not going to be as much chat today because I got so much reading to get through, but I will come back to the chat. Basically, this material has already been introduced. It's everything that I ran through yesterday. Although, I guess to refresh myself and just for the sake of anybody who wasn't here yesterday who is listening live, I'm doing a piece about moral injury to kick things off because I think that that's a helpful framing considering all of the traumatizing bullshit that people have been through, including me. I mean, for me, I was really affected by all the shit happening this winter. The ice occupations and everything. That fucked me up. I mean, I have not really been the same since that. We're in a bad place. I mean, a really bad place. And I don't know if the left really has what we need to have at this point. Hoping for some kind of improvement in conditions that people can build off of, but it's not looking great to me. And I came out of this winter really shaken. So, yeah, starting off with some moral injury stuff. If you don't know what that is, well, I mean, that's the whole point of the thing. We'll read about it. Then we're going to talk about the economy. Then talking about the AI bubble, really all within the realm of the economy, and the private credit bubble, because the private credit bubble is what is funding AI. And so, unlike 2008, where the crisis was kind of like more directly in the banking system, they've put it into the shadow banking system. However, the banks do have exposure to that too, so it's kind of how they got around the regulations, but it's probably still going to bite them in the ass. The private credit bubble, data center spending, AI stuff. Richard Dawkins, I did, after yesterday's discussion, go out and pull a thing about that. Basically, I'm going to record until all of the stuff is done, or my voice gives out, whichever comes first. So that's the plan. All right, Trotskyist origin of DSA. I mean, it's kind of funny if DSA was like, what's his name? Michael Harrington was like a Trotskyist. Because, I mean, they were like flat out banning dual member Trotskyists. So, did I talk about the PSL split? We'll be talking about it. Is it a full on split, or is it? I knew a guy had resigned. I didn't know there was like a split. Yes, excellent tip there, Atlas. Trim the tracking part off of your links. By the way, yeah, any YouTube link after the question mark, that's all tracking. Where it says SI equals, trim all that off. That's just to track where it came from. Yeah, people are diehard on PSL being Marxist-Leninist. They are Marxist. They split from WWP, Workers' World Party, which is Marxist, and they declared that there was no ideological difference, just organizational differences. Why is it that every communist, like, mini party, everyone's like, it's better than doing nothing? Is it, though? I mean, honestly, is it? There's a lot of groups where I would rather be doing nothing than be involved with that group. And it's, I mean, the option is not do nothing or be in that group. Ever, really. You can always find something else to do. But, I don't know. That's such a... If you catch yourself saying about the group you're in, it's better than nothing, you need to take a hard look at what you're doing. The old tale I heard was that PSL couldn't agree on who would lead after Marcy died, or Workers' World Party couldn't agree on who would lead after Marcy died, and that caused the San Francisco branch of WWP to break off and then form the kernel, which would become PSL. Not great. Let me scroll up. Somebody asked about the Spotify. I've had a lot of questions about the Spotify, and the Spotify did get taken down, and then I just immediately made a new channel and started re-uploading stuff, but the Spotify uploads take a real long time. I was debating just doing audio uploads instead of video to just get it back up there, and I might do that actually now that I say that. Sounds like not a bad idea. I've been uploading the new stuff since then, since it went down, and so when I'm when I'm uploading for the first time to Substack and YouTube and Patreon and all that, I upload the new stuff to Spotify. I've only been able, as far as the back catalog, to get the basic ML study guide stuff up back onto Spotify. But yeah, it got taken down. I logged in one day and there was just nothing there, and I emailed support or like chatted with them or whatever. And at first they were really helpful, and they're like, we're going to find out what happened, blah, blah, blah. And then they were like, it was taken down for potentially infringing content. And there was no warning. They wouldn't tell me what the potentially infringing content was or how it was potentially infringing. Nothing. And they actually kept cutting off the chat with me. I think that happened 3 times. And I was just like, fuck it. Anyway, but they absolutely would not tell me. They were flat out refusing to tell me why it was pulled. Beyond, quote, potentially infringing content. I would get into things with the chat people, and they'd be like, okay, yeah, we'll fix it up. We'll figure it out. And then they'd just be like, this chat is overdone. And they would end the chat. So they would not tell me what the problem was. Anyway, I just started re-uploading. So that's what happened with that. Not a fun story, but it is what it is. And honestly, the Substack has been growing kind of in place of the Spotify, but whatever. Spotify sucks anyway. The CEO of Spotify is investing in autonomous weapon systems, like AI-driven weapons. You don't want to be supporting Spotify anyway. I mean, I know there's people there, so I'm uploading it. It's not like the people who run YouTube are great or anything, but yeah, that was, I mean, I had been uploading there for like 3 years, and had over 10,000 subscribers on Spotify, and just poof, they just pulled it. No warning, nothing. There was no individual video that was taken down. It was just literally 300 videos up there, and then like none. Probably actually more than 300. I haven't even wanted to talk about it because it's like just doing the work, getting it back up there as time allows. Oh yeah, and on the tracking, trim the question mark. Of course, the equal sign, the question mark. Everything back to the numbers and letters after watch. Would you recommend I leave the PSL or join another party like the Green Party? Just see what is going on in your area. Do the best thing, but it's up to you. I can't really recommend PSL based on everything I've heard and known about it. I mean, I've heard more than I directly know about it. Let me put it that way. But I met 3+ people in my local branch that watched your video, why not the PSL, and still decided to join anyway. You mean they didn't just do what I told them? Or agreed with my opinion? I think the party is going through changes right now. Thank you for all the resources. Yeah, I mean, if you want to organize in a party that has like an objectively incorrect line about one of the most important questions in the international communist movement, go for it. Join PSL. Otherwise, I would not do that. I mean, I'm coming more and more to the position that the right deviation in the Chinese Communist Party is creating an obstacle which is basically making the entire international communist movement back up, and like there's no more progress. It's sort of just like a big roadblock. The whole of Europe with the digital ID to protect Israel and accelerate fascism. Well, I mean, Israel is fascist, so yeah. Protecting Israel is protecting fascism, but yeah. All right, that is enough chat. So what I'm going to do is 88 viewers here who are here, just like keys on a piano. We are going to get into the articles between each section. I will come back to the chat. Please, let me say this extra loud. Please do not clutter up the chat. Okay? We want to keep the discussion in the chat on topic, more or less focused, because I have so many articles I want to get through. So many. And I do One of the benefits of doing this live is I can get all of your input and we can have a back and forth off of that. And I'll think of things, you'll help me think of things that would not make it into the recording otherwise. So that's, your contribution to this thing. But help me, help you, help me, I guess. Don't clutter up the chat. Okay, that said, let me take a sip. So, okay, does anyone know any good South American Mexican communists? That would be a great example of not cluttering up the chat. We need to stay on topic today. Or, hey, what's your take on Cuba's reform? Shut up. We're just not talking about that right now. All right, that's what I was just saying. Don't clutter up the chat with off-topic things. This is not a chat stream today. All right, thank you. I mean, otherwise, thank you for the question. It's just we're trying to stay on topic today, and I'm particularly vehement about that right now because we chatted for 4 hours yesterday and I didn't get to any of the articles, all right? All right, so here we go. So as I was saying yesterday, we're going to do the articles now. There is so much going on in the world. Going to do some current events. It is impossible to cover everything. This is not primarily a journalism channel. Mostly we're focused on the foundations of history and theory, making more communists, and then you all, with those foundations, can go out, make the parties, make the organizations, do the other projects that get into all that kind of stuff. We do talk about some current events, and I try to help facilitate those discussions where possible. It's just not the main focus of the channel. But we're going to try to catch up over what I think are some key trends of the last few months. If something is omitted here, it does not mean I necessarily don't think it's important or don't care about it or that you shouldn't care about it. And then you should leave angry comments like, hey, why don't you cover that? You think it's not important? And then you go make a Reddit post and start trying to sharpen the pitchforks. Look, I'm a lone rando. I read the news that I can. I cover what I can. If I can't cover everyone's pet topic. There might even be a topic I think is important, but if I can't do justice to a topic, I a lot of times will just leave it to other people to cover. Or also, if a lot of people are already covering a topic, I don't necessarily see a need for me to do it too, because you're already getting it from 50 sources where you're just collecting takes like baseball cards. Is this like the Pokemon of opinions? Like, oh yeah, I got from all my favorite YouTube channels, but S4A didn't. I better go type angry comments and get him to, oh, you need to do this. I need to collect your opinion on it. No, you don't. What we need is a functioning movement. You don't need to just collect streamer takes. So anyway, if I don't cover something, it doesn't mean I necessarily don't think it's important. I'm leaning into, my particular take on things. I lean a lot into the economic crises. I don't necessarily see as many other socialist communist channels covering that kind of stuff. I do watch a lot of econ and finance channels, though, and there is something big brewing as far as a big crash and recession coming. That, to me, is something that I'm genuinely into, and I can bring more of that in, so that's one of my focuses. So, everybody, it's like a potluck. It's like a potluck of streaming. Everybody sort of brings what, they're sort of good at making. If you're, not everybody that comes to a potluck needs to bring every kind of dish, especially if you're not especially skilled at making it. But people should bring what is up their alley, and that's their particular contribution. It's I don't like that it occurs to me that I have to say stuff like that, but this is how people are online, and we need to be a lot more self-regulating in that category. I mean, we people who use the internet in general, just stop being such a fucking monster. There's so many just people doing just things they should not be doing out there. Anyway, lengthy disclaimer about covering current events aside. We are going to talk about some of the things, as I was saying to the chat at the start of this part of the stream, continuing yesterday's stream. I have been really affected, and I haven't been quite myself, at least in my capacity as a video maker, talker, podcaster, whatever it is I'm doing here. since the ICE stuff in January. If you recall, in January, which is just a few, 5 months ago, I was reposting a lot of video shot on the ground in Minneapolis and other places from the ICE occupations. That shit honestly scared the hell out of me, and I think it scared a lot of people, other people too. And what we were talking about yesterday was they're not even death squads yet, in the sense that ICE isn't going out there specifically to kill people, but they were killing people as part of the rest of what they were doing. And I think it's a matter of time before they go out just to kill people, or that's at least 50% of the mission. So we're in dire straits, and there's horrible stuff going on. And then, the genocide in Gaza starting in late 2023, a lot of people are really at the end of their rope with witnessing all this stuff. And so the first thing I want to talk about, the concept of moral injury, is along those lines. So let's go ahead and get into that. This is from the T.H. Chan School of Public Health at Harvard. Article by Maya Brownstein, September 17, 2025. So just last fall. Moral injury officially recognized as a mental health condition. I think you will quickly understand why I'm covering this as we get into it, and why I'm kind of using it as the framing for the start of today's stream, and just sort of the state of things in 2026. So, moral injury, psychological harm incurred from committing, witnessing, or being subject to actions that violate one's moral code, has been officially recognized by the American Psychiatric Association, or APA, thanks to research led by Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. The APA included moral problem in the newest version of its Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or DSM, which is the handbook for classifying and diagnosing mental health conditions used by U.S. mental health care providers. Now, I want to be clear here. We're not getting into the territory of like TikTok self-diagnosis. The point of this is not, oh, you may have an undiagnosed mental health condition. Not the point. The concept of moral injury existed prior to its becoming like a formal diagnosis, which can be used by mental health providers, like for insurance purposes and stuff like that, and billing. But just showing that the concept of moral injury has become, I guess, important enough and on enough people's radars that it's now getting elevated to this sort of official recognition. Now, I mean, what they're going to do with that from there is, kind of up to the system. But I'm sharing this with you because I think it is an important concept. We talk about alienation. We talk about burnout. Talk about even PTSD. Moral injury is kind of its own thing, as will be explained in these two articles that we'll be looking at. In a September 16 Psychology Today article, Tyler Vanderweel, John L. Loeb, and Francis Lehman Loeb, professor of epidemiology and director of the Human Flourishing Program at Harvard, and Jennifer Wortham, a research associate at HFH, described their research on moral injury and subsequent work with the APA. So, quoting, "Over the past several years, HFH has been trying to develop a more unified approach to moral injury and to moral distress that would be applicable to perpetrators, witnesses, and victims," they wrote. After months of synthesis of prior work, we defined moral distress as distress that arises because personal experience disrupts or threatens A, one's sense of the goodness of oneself, of others, of institutions, or of what are understood to be higher powers, or B, one's beliefs or intuitions about right and wrong, or good and evil. When that distress became sufficiently persistent, it would constitute moral injury. Now, you tell me, how many normies out there, like people without lots of prior exposure to information about injustices in the world in the last few years, let's say even from the pandemic, because I would say that the pandemic also showed a lot of people that, over 1 million people can die from a disease in the US. They won't be mourned. Business will just try to tread right over them. And the whole refrain of like trying to get back to normal, this whole cult of normalcy, without dealing with anything real, that's super prevalent. And that if something bad happened to them, they would be forgotten, they would not be remembered, and society would just be trying to pave over their existence to, just get back to quote unquote business as usual. So there's that. You know, and a lot of people got long COVID. I got long COVID. A lot of people suffered some kind of lasting injury from those infections. Society, I mean, the capitalist society and government and institutions of capitalists don't really give a shit. And, you know, there continue to be lasting problems extending from that. Nobody's doing anything about. So has this shaken people's belief in the goodness of institutions? Absolutely. Then we get into something like the genocide. Has this shaken people's, you know, concept of what they thought was right and wrong as laid down by the society or even by their own conscience, and that, you know, people with actual power in the society don't seem to be following that kind of moral code. So this is moral distress that lasting over years turns into moral injury, and it leads to a kind of specific experience that is going to be run down, particularly in the next article. So Vanderweel and Wortham introduced this definition and the research behind it in a March 4th Frontiers in Psychology study. The study sparked collaboration with the APA to ensure that moral injury was incorporated into the DSM. So, like, these are the days we're living in, the days where moral injury becomes this kind of, like, widely recognized condition because fucking so many people are experiencing it. Quote, our hope is that inclusion in the DSM opens important opportunities for awareness and treatment of moral trauma, moral distress, and moral injury, Vanderweel and Wortham wrote in the Psychology Today article. Quote, if we're to truly provide person-centered care, the very real possibility of moral distress and moral injury needs to be acknowledged. The present recognition within psychiatry is a step forward in this regard. And let me tell you, I think that's the end of that article. Let me tell you about some of the limitations that I see there. So they're talking about person-centered treatment and, you know, sort of psychiatric or clinical treatment of moral trauma, moral distress, and moral injury. Well, the problem is that people's psychological, emotional experiences, you know, your experience, your inner experience as a person, is partly biological, it's partly psychological, and it's partly social. We are really microcosms of the world around us. We are, you know, we have some genetic predispositions, all of us, but we are largely shaped by the society that we live in. You know, you look inside the individual, you see the society that shaped that individual. And so when we're talking about moral distress, moral injury, we're talking mostly about the effects of people interacting with social systems. That's mostly what this is about. Somebody's moral code coming into tension, maybe complete contradiction with the events that they're either asked or forced to participate in, things that they're witnessing, because remember, witnesses to violence are victims of violence, and so on. So we're talking about groups of people, yet we're talking about treatment that's individual. That's a huge problem, because you can't treat on an individual basis something that is caused on a social basis. So within psychology and clinical practice, there's discussion of a biopsychosocial model that incorporates biology, psychology, and the social environment, society. The thing is that under the dictatorship of capital, under the overall class rule of capital and capitalism, the people who run this society are interested in exploitation and oppression for profit. So they don't really want macro level change, which is actually where the moral distress is emanating from. So this idea that you can treat, I mean, there's certain things that an individual can do to try to self-regulate and re-regulate experiencing things like this. There's meditation, there's reflection, but ultimately, if you're thorough in that, it's probably going to lead you back into some kind of mission for social change. And again, you know, people like me are here to point you in the direction of class consciousness and class struggle, and specifically social change that is anti-capitalist, because capitalism is where this is coming from. I mean, we're living in the advanced stage of capitalism, the final stage called imperialism. We have an audiobook on the channel by Lenin, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. That's a whole book. If you want the short version, look at Imperialism and the Split in Socialism. You'll get a condensed version of that. So the moral injury is actually coming from society. And there's some things you can do deep breathing and things like that to elicit a calming response within yourself, which can be helpful, no doubt, to just getting some kind of just mental and emotional clarity, grounding yourself so you're not just running around like a chicken with your head cut off, which can happen when people get really stressed out, really dysregulated, traumatized. People can kind of spin out. Grounding yourself on a personal level is good, and something even like, journaling or whatever to articulate the moral harm and moral distress that you're experiencing is important, actually, for really clarifying your thoughts. But as the saying goes, let this radicalize you. That needs to steer you into the struggle for social change against the people who are running this society, which is based on, atrocities that are as you're witnessing them more and more, is causing this moral injury. So the next article is going to get into the specifics of how moral injury is distinct from other terms like burnout or PTSD or things like that. So this is from Simply Psychology. The title is What is Moral Injury? How it Differs from PTSD and Burnout. Moral injury occurs when someone acts or fails to act in ways that violate their deepest moral beliefs. Learn what it is, who experiences it, how it differs from PTSD and burnout. And this is like sort of staff writing, dated March 27, 2026. And it says AI-assisted draft reviewed by our editorial team. So we will go through this carefully because we know AI can make mistakes that hopefully their editorial team caught most of those, and weren't just lazily putting out machine written slop. But I actually did notice an error as I was screenshotting this, so we'll discuss that. Anyway, moral injury is one of the most important and under-recognized concepts in contemporary mental health. It describes the deep psychological wound that results when a person acts or witnesses others acting in ways that fundamentally violate their moral beliefs. And by the way, why does witnessing violence or atrocities or whatever affect people so much? So you have things in your nervous system called mirror neurons. You can look this up. It's a real thing. Basically, we have, the saying monkey see, monkey do. We have these nerve cells, neurons, in our nervous system that are programmed to just basically imitate what we see. Through our brain and nervous system, we collect data from the environment, sensory data, and then these mirror neurons immediately say, oh, what would that be like to do or feel or experience? And this is part of how we acquire new behaviors and understand other people's behavior is through this automatic response. When we witness violence, we immediately go, ooh, because you're imagining what it's like, and it's an involuntary thing. So anyway, like I said, witnesses to violence are victims of violence, and we have that innate desire to rush over and help people because your first thought subconsciously is like, ooh, that could be me over there. You know what it would feel like on some level. Anyway, moral injury is the injury of the conscience, the damage done when someone is forced to betray what they know to be right. Though the term originates in military contexts, moral injury now appears in research on healthcare workers, teachers, lawyers, social workers, journalists, and countless others whose work confronts them with ethical conflicts they cannot resolve. And let me comment by saying, as the class war intensifies and draws us all in, and we witness the effects of inequality and poverty, and we watch people, or we ourselves are forced to make choices between the shit end of the stick and the even shittier end of the stick. These are moral injuries because you can't pick an answer, you can't pick a reality, you can't pick a behavioral choice that within your conscience you deem to be good. This is, people talk about lesser evilism. This is the repeated effect, I would say, of lesser evilism, not just in politics, but in all areas of life, over and over. When you're asked to just suck it up and witness atrocities, terrible things committed by people with power, over and over and over again, it builds up on you. And yes, there are frontline people whose work revolves around making ethical choices, healthcare workers, teachers, lawyers, social workers, journalists, etc. But this is pulling everybody in, and especially as we have, live televised or live at least streamed genocides. This is involving all of us, and you see that you want to do something. Absolutely, that's sort of pretty basic. You want to stop a genocide. It's fucked up, and you see this even in Israel. And people make fun sometimes of the stories of the people in Israel, like, oh, they're doing a genocide and they feel bad about it. I think you're missing the point of that, is that carrying out a genocide, yeah, they're trying to get the land, they're trying to benefit materially, and they're acting as a vassal of global capitalists, imperialists. The point is that most people participating in these things are being asked to cheer for these things, even if they're benefiting in some way. It is still hurting them. It is still actually killing them on some level. I guess there's some truly soulless people who really don't mind. People maybe just love fucking hurting people or violating their boundaries. Doesn't bother them, doesn't keep them up at night. I mean, that said, these aren't the most stable people in the first place, usually. But for most people, you can try to tune it out. You can try to rationalize it that, oh, we're the good side, they're the bad side. We're the humans, they're the animals. On some level, though, it's still fucking killing you. And as far as opportunities for radicalizing people and pulling them to the side of opposition, you should absolutely take advantage of, oh, you feel bad because you're doing a genocide? Yeah, let me help you get to you're doing a genocide. If you stop doing that, you stop supporting it, you start opposing it, you're going to not have those feelings, okay? Anyway, understanding moral injury is essential for anyone trying to make sense of a kind of suffering that looks like depression or PTSD, but is actually something distinct. And I think that there are a lot of people going like, how do I fix this thing that's wrong with me? Or just even being able to name it, being helpful. Anyway, so defining moral injury. The concept was formally developed by psychiatrist Jonathan Shea, who observed in his work with Vietnam veterans that what haunted many of them, and of course not Vietnam veterans from Vietnam, but the invading soldiers, that what haunted many of them was not simply the terror of combat, but the sense that what they had done or been ordered to do was something deeply wrong. He described moral injury as a, quote, betrayal of what's right by someone who holds legitimate authority. This definition was later expanded by psychologists Brett Litzt and colleagues, whose 2009 paper in Clinical Psychology Review provided the most widely cited framework. They define moral injury as arising from perpetrating, this is a quote, failing to prevent, bearing witness to, or learning about acts that transgress deeply held moral beliefs. Let me ask you, people who are studying history and class struggle and socialism, have you learned about acts that transgress deeply held moral beliefs? Absolutely. And I think that people get disturbed by that to a level. Go on Twitter. You will find deeply disturbed behavior everywhere, even from people on the, quote, right side. And I think that this is a symptom of people suffering moral injury and just acting out kind of blindly. We do need to be more strategic in the ways, do we need to fight atrocity? Absolutely. We need to be strategic because I think that when we talk about deviations from a proletarian line, we talk about ultra-left deviations, which are born of petty bourgeois radicalism, and then right deviations, which are born of petty bourgeois liberalism. Right deviations are too conciliatory toward the oppressor, too conciliatory toward capitalism. It's kind of, if you can't beat them, join them, or, just sort of a softening towards fighting it, a lessening of struggle. Ultra-left deviations, on the other hand, try to do too much at once. It is, as Stalin was explaining in the last text that we did, the 16th Congress speech, in describing the left opposition, meaning ultra-left opposition, it's born of petty bourgeois radicalism because the petty bourgeois as a class are being ruined. And so they want to do socialism, quote, in one go. They just want to rip the Band-Aid off and just get it all over with at once, but that's actually too fast. Or like by definition, an ultra-left deviation or ultra-left course of action, a line, is one that gets ahead of the struggle. It gets ahead of what can actually be accomplished because it's trying to do too much at once because it's not grounded, it's motivated by this desire to just get it over with really, really quickly. And so they're jumping the gun and getting ahead of the struggle. I think that the ultra-leftism that I see is often linked to a kind of moral injury. I mean, we talk about I see a lot of the time, which I think these criticisms are mostly really in the right place, criticizing moralism. Like, there's people who go out there, and there's a lot of people who listen to sort of anti-war, anti-genocide stuff that is criticized as being moralist, like talking about which violence is legitimate and, what's morally justified, what isn't. And of course, there is a moralistic angle to socialist revolution, but it cannot be what primarily guides the strategy and tactics. Of course, we want to end the exploitation and the oppression and the suffering that comes out of that, absolutely. But if you're just sort of acting in blind pain, it's not going to be effective, and it's going to result in ultra-left deviations that are going to screw up the movement. So I think it's important to understand moral injury and get everybody kind of on a page with that, because there's a lot of unproductive stuff that can come from people who are coming from a place of severe moral injury, and they do need like kind of regrounding, and they need that to be addressed. As I was saying before, what I was seeing over the winter with the ICE occupations, definite moral injury. You're seeing people shot dead in the street, and you're going, that could be me, that could be one of my friends or family, or maybe it was, in which case you then have additional harm. We're getting into very, very fraught times, and I think that it's important for us to help and support our comrades and have these discussions about moral injury. Are we suffering from this? And not minimizing it, actually talking about it until we have discussed it to a point where we can put it behind us and then do some sober strategizing and development of tactics. But as long as that moral injury is still looming large and needs attention, you're not going to be able to focus on the other stuff. So again, it should be discussed until it can be put to bed and, sort of at least temporarily resolved. Should not be suppressed. Not like, oh, you're having moral injury, just like suck it up. I mean, that doesn't help. Anyway, let's keep going. 3 types of morally injurious events are typically distinguished. So these are kind of like the 3 typical categories. Doesn't mean they're the only categories. The first is perpetration-based. This is having committed an act one believes to be wrong, following an order that led to harm, making a decision with devastating unintended consequences, or participating in a system that causes suffering. There are definitely people who get radicalized and join the movement for socialism out of, I had a job, I was asked to do XYZ, whether it was economic harm to people, whether it was military harm to people, whatever. And it crosses a line for them where they're like, I can't believe I did that. I feel like a horrible person, and I need to make right. And so they want to join the movement to make it right because they can't be a party to that anymore. Again, this is why we need to be grounded. And that's totally valid, by the way. Anybody who's thinking about what is right and what is wrong and what leads to a future that's a better future and what doesn't, that's absolutely valid. But you can't just act from that place, is my point. It needs to be addressed and then subsumed, sort of put to rest, and then focus on the material strategies and tactics. Anyway, the second form is betrayal-based. This is a result of being betrayed by authority figures or institutions that should have upheld moral standards. So just being ordered to do something wrong by a superior or watching leadership fail in a morally critical moment. Hey, has anybody experienced that who used to be a liberal, who used to be a Democrat voter? Do you think that a lot of the spin out we see among liberals on like Blue Sky or wherever else going, when are the Democrats going to do XYZ? And they know damn well that they're never going to do it, but they're still, they're still caught in this moment of betrayal. And, we did a lot on the Bernie Sanders playlist. I think a lot of people talk sometimes about all the weird spin-offs of the Bernie Sanders movement that there were, some of them kind of reactionary. And I think some of that is people who got really fucked up by this sense of betrayal, Bernie the betrayer. And that moral injury is like still clouding them. So again, that's why I'm putting this out there so that people can maybe reflect and maybe clear it up and then re-enter the struggle with like a clear, and you're coming from a place where you're less wounded. Because if you're wounded by that, you're welcome in the struggle, but being that wounded is going to impair your ability to contribute as effectively and as fully as you otherwise would be able to. Then the third form is witnessing based, observing acts of moral violation committed by others without being able to intervene. Everybody who's watching a genocide unfold on social media falls into this category. And again, then the next step is often you turn to your elected officials or people in authority, and you're like, why don't you do something? And then boom, you add on to your witness-based moral injury a betrayal-based moral injury. But anyway, so a lot of people are going to have multiple forms of moral injury, so these aren't, mutually exclusive by any means. What moral injury feels like. Okay, so this is a guide to, have you felt any of these things? Moral injury is not primarily fear-based, as PTSD often is, PTSD being post-traumatic stress disorder. So you have a traumatizing event where you fear for your life, or you witness somebody else fearing for their life. Some people include extreme emotional distress as trauma. There's different categories of things that people do or don't consider trauma, clinically or not clinically. And then that's something that you have lasting effects for months and months and months following that experience. Like your nervous system just keeps replaying it because it was so traumatizing, it was so threatening to you that it becomes like the sun that you as a planet start revolving around mentally and emotionally. You're like, what if that ever happens again? It's that fear of what if that happens again, and this time I'm not so lucky or whatever. But moral injury is a little different from that, because it's not just like a fear-based thing where your life is in danger or something like that, or your basic dignity is in danger. Moral injury is rooted in guilt, shame, and moral disorientation. And this is also, I would say, distinct from like something like anomie, which is a sense of normlessness. If you go through a big job change, or you become unemployed, or you're in some radically new situation where you don't know what the norms are, what's expected of you, that's a kind of alienation. This is really specifically moral disorientation. People experiencing moral injury commonly report guilt. So this, especially I would say on the perpetration thing, I did something wrong and I am responsible. Now, not everybody who perpetrates injustice feels that, but some do. And sometimes, people through a lapse or through they were ordered to or whatever, they do something they don't think is going to be that bad, maybe even necessarily, but then they do it and they're like, oh my God, the horror at that point washes over them. They couldn't see it ahead of time. And this is, again, why I think we do need to come back somewhat from moralizing as like a primary stance, because it's real easy to point fingers. And okay, granted, there's some things that it's easier to point the finger at than others. Like there's some things where it's like, what, you didn't think that you couldn't see the harm that was going to cause? You didn't think you were going to feel bad about that? There are other things, though, where people like legitimately just don't get it. They think it's a game. They think it's a joke until it's too late. And it's like, but then they have a true sense of remorse immediately on realizing what they did. Anyway, so that sense of doing something wrong and feeling responsible. Then there's shame. I'm a bad person. What I did reflects who I fundamentally am. So that's like a level beyond guilt where it starts to seep into your identity. And so you feel ashamed about who you are. Moral confusion is another. Uncertainty about right and wrong, difficulty trusting one's own ethical judgment. Another, if you're experiencing that, look at, moral injury. Maybe reading more about moral injury might help you process your experience and get back to a place where you're more centered, which is what this is all about and why I'm sharing this. The struggle is not just about who fires the most bullets. I mean, we do have to help each other heal in the struggle. You're going to be in battles that you're going to survive, but you're going to take damage in the battle. And the damage isn't all visible. As we fight the class war, the damage is not all visible. A lot of it is mental and emotional. And we got to help each other heal. And not pressure it of like, we'll get over this because you got to get back to the struggle. I see that in organizations sometimes. No, we got to help each other heal. And it's not always easy. Some people heal faster than others and from different things. And people need to stop making such like a game out of this, or stop making it into such like a point-based, thing, or ego-based thing. People experiencing moral injury can often also experience a loss of meaning, a collapse in the frameworks and institutions through which life once made sense. So in other words, you had your belief system about what was good and what was bad, and the way that the world was supposed to work, and basically the world, as far as you could tell, from what you were filtering through your lens and tuning out, the world pretty much worked the way that you were told it would, and that you would expect it to. And the things that were good, happened more often than the things that were bad. And when bad things happened, there was a clear reason for it, etc. But when you're experiencing moral injury, especially from betrayal, and sometimes witnessing, sometimes people witness things they just didn't think happened. Like maybe you heard about it happening to other people somewhere else over there somewhere. And I don't just mean internationally, but I mean it just a general sense of like, that happens to other people, not to me or someone I know. If you think like that, and this isn't a judgment, it's just as you reflect on yourself, when you're just taking stock of yourself mentally. If you ever catch yourself with a blind spot, which is what I'm saying it is, of like, oh, well, that would never happen to me, that happens to other people. What that probably means is that is something that if it ever happened to you, you would not be prepared to cope with it. Or that happened to somebody close to you, you'd not be prepared to cope with it. So, we often use cope as an insult, like, copium or whatever. Coping is a healthy thing. When we say copium, it's like a kind of dysfunctional or diluted attempt at coping. That, it's like dysfunctional coping that isn't, you're not really facing reality at that point. But when you're really coping, you're coming to terms with reality on a healthy basis, and you are adjusting your worldview to be better prepared for the reality that whatever it was is part of reality that was initially difficult for you to accept. But yeah, experiencing moral injury can result in a collapse of what you thought, how you thought things were, and it can result in that period of, like I was talking about anomie before, a sense of normlessness. Like, I don't know what's normal. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what is expected of me. So again, signs you may be experiencing moral injury. Spiritual distress, alienation from religious or philosophical beliefs, a sense of being cut off from the sacred or the transcendent. So I'm an atheist. This is a materialist outfit. We're Marxist here. That said, everybody has a sense of like expansiveness, let's say, that we're all part of something that is, even if you don't believe in anything beyond this world itself is awe-inspiring. And we have a sense of connection to something that is, in some sense, pretty great. If you didn't feel that, you probably wouldn't care about anything. There's some sense that just being alive is a good thing, is inherently beautiful, that there's a lot of potential of life. When I think of things like this, I think of the potential of life. If you just have a moment of reflecting on how great life can be. When I hear spiritual distress, I think of a disconnection from that sense that life can be beautiful. And if you witness enough shit, you can definitely get cut off from that sense. It can just seem like life is pure pain, that's all there is. But if you're experiencing that, it's probably because you got knocked around pretty hard. The good news is there is coming back from that, but it does have to be addressed. Also, self-condemnation, harsh internal criticism, self-punishment, and sometimes suicidal ideation. So this is not normal self-criticism. This is being unduly harsh on yourself to like basically an abusive point. This is where you are coming down so hard on yourself, it's not constructive. You're just tearing yourself down as a punishment for something. And so I would imagine, especially for people who are, in the perpetrator category, they may go through this period of toxic berating themselves in a way that isn't leading to any insight or healing or anything else. They're just literally beating themselves up. And then, of course, the ideation mentioned at the end, that is, sort of the ultimate beating oneself up. If you're locked in that, it's a sign that you probably need external help. And there are helplines that you can call even to just start the conversation. So in the US, you can dial 988. There's other ones for LGBTQ youth, 866-488-7386. There are definitely free hotlines that you can access if you need to start talking to somebody today. And they're free, so you don't need money. But that can happen with people who are really in the throes of, not knowing which end is up, morally speaking, because of things that they've been through. And again, I think that this does affect people who care the most. But again, you can come back from it. The last one mentioned here is social withdrawal, difficulty connecting with others who have not shared that experience. And I think that this is something you can experience in organizations sometimes, is people get drawn to organizations and may stay in them. Let me say this. I've met some great people in left organizations. I've also met some really angry people in left organizations. Like an anger that is toxic, that exceeds the anger that is wind beneath your wings to go right or wrong or fight an injustice. There's people who get so mired in the anger and it starts turning toxic and destructive. Anger can be a very positive motivator to go do something that needs to be done. You get righteously angry. I need to go do something. The anger as an emotion, the purpose of it is to, be like a little Red Bull to like get you to go do that. It's built into your biochemistry. But too much of that, it gets weird and it starts interfering with your life. What I was saying about organizations is there can be sometimes people who are in organizations who have had, traumatic experiences or experiencing moral injury or whatever. And it becomes, I don't want to say a support group because a support group would actually be constructive. But it becomes a place for people to just seek out other people who are suffering and not necessarily recovering, but to find other people who are just suffering from some of these very, again, negative and destructive experiences that we should be helping comrades try to get out of. And our organizations should have infrastructure to help comrades deal with this as we struggle. As I wouldn't mind seeing more of this, actually, sort of a department for this within organizations, or at least referring people to resources, because it can be very hard, and you can get people sometimes who just start feeding off of that toxicity, and they're not getting better, and they're actually not even. It's not even helping them fight injustice in the struggle. They're just getting toxic. It's not helpful, and so if you have difficulty connecting with other people who haven't shared that particular experience, you might be drawn to stay in these groups, even if it's not the best thing for you. So, in other words, I think that leads, it's kind of indicative of like another identity issue where this experience you've had you feel like at least temporarily stained you to where it's hard for you to even talk to people who haven't had that experience because you feel like it's so fundamental now to the way that you see the world. There's, I think, maybe a positive form of that, but there's also a negative form. And I know I've struggled with like friends and family who have a less radical perspective because they've just had an easier time. They haven't witnessed as much shit. They haven't gone through as much shit. And they just legitimately don't get it. They wish me well. They wish, and I've seen this in other people too. They might wish whoever is suffering from this well, but they don't understand it. And it can be hard to relate to people like that. And it can be hard to explain it to people even if you haven't processed it yourself. Because in a sense, you haven't even explained it to yourself yet. When you're walking around with unprocessed moral injury or incompletely processed moral injury, you haven't completely processed it yourself. You haven't completely explained it to yourself. How are you going to explain it to other people? And that's where somebody like with experience in this might be able to recognize what you're going through and help you find the words, help you make sense of it. And again, I'd like to see more of that in organizations. Let's move on to the next screen. How moral injury differs from PTSD. So this is key. I do see a lot of people on social media who say that they have some kind of PTSD or chronic PTSD or something. You might have multiple things going on. Let's get into this. Moral injury and PTSD are related but distinct. The differences are clinically important. PTSD is primarily a fear-based condition. It arises when a threatening experience overwhelms the nervous system's capacity to cope, resulting in intrusive memories, hyperarousal. That means, when you get upset and your heart starts racing and your blood starts flowing and, the adrenaline kicks in and all that kind of stuff, that's like hyperarousal. Like you're kind of on a hair trigger. Avoidance and emotional numbing. So avoidance and emotional numbing, avoidance can be partly in response to, well, I know I'm going to get triggered, so I'm going to avoid everything. And emotional numbing, same thing. It's a response to, I don't want to be constantly triggered all the time. So you start from the inside, turning your emotions off. The core question in PTSD is, am I safe? Again, it's fear-based and it's a response oftentimes to physical or emotional survival. Moral injury is primarily a meaning and conscience-based condition. The core questions in moral injury are, am I a good person? Did I do the right thing? Can I forgive myself or be forgiven? And you know what? People might say, oh, being a good person, who cares? No, actually, your sense of yourself as a good person who most of the time does the right thing and can forgive yourself or be forgiven by others who are important to you, and even the society at large, is actually pretty important. When that's out of whack, it can take up a huge amount of mental, emotional real estate. And if it gets severe enough, if you really think you're a bad person, genuinely, it can result in total personal crisis. Anyway, continuing, it is less about threat and more about transgression, and about what the transgression says about who you are, who one is. PTSD and moral injury can and often do co-occur. A soldier who survived an ambush in which comrades died may experience both PTSD, fear-based trauma from the event itself, and moral injury, guilt about surviving, sometimes called survivor's guilt, or about decisions made in the chaos. So you might have, in the thick of things, decided to do XYZ because it's the best you could come up with, but in hindsight, it's plaguing you that you didn't do something different. But treating only the PTSD while ignoring the moral injury is likely to produce incomplete recovery. And I'm sure hear some commenters already being like, well, they just, made this stuff up to help imperialist soldiers go back into combat. Whatever this was developed for, people other than imperialist soldiers experience these things. Even, the most immediate example, a revolutionary soldier will experience some of these things. Even fighting a war for a just cause, you may do fucked up things in the course of it that is you can't, you feel like you no longer feel like a good person anymore, even though the cause was good or whatever, for the glory of socialism. You might still feel like a particular action within that you just can't sweep away. And it needs to be dealt with. If you are going to really get unfreeze that part of your mind and be completely living in the present again and reclaiming your full potential, you have to come to terms with that grief and that sense of that knot in your conscience that was formed by that course of events. It's just something you got to resolve. So also how moral injury differs from burnout. And so there's a lot of people, especially in helping professions, that get burnout. There's a drive to just keep helping and helping and helping people, even though it's taking this huge toll on you. But this is different from that. So burnout is the result of chronic resource depletion. In other words, too much demand on too few resources over too long a time. It manifests as exhaustion, cynicism, and reduced efficacy. What I was saying about reclaiming your potential, I meant in a general sense, but also even in a specific sense, you're going to become less effective because you're just worn thin. It's like being spread too thin chronically. You start cutting corners just to try to get by, and just overall, it's wearing you down. The core experience of burnout is the sense of, I have nothing left to give. You're just tapped out. You're drained. How many times do you hear people these days say, I'm drained? Because that's what this society is doing to us. Because what is it about? Chronic resource depletion. People are being asked to work, to participate in relationships, to raise children, to engage in social obligations with not enough resources to support that participation. And so people try to participate anyway. They put it off as long as they can, dropping out of stuff. But they're trying to do it with not enough resources, and the experience is burnout. Now, again, this requires a structural fix, and it ultimately requires the end of capitalism. to get the resources that we need on a consistent and reliable basis. In the short term, we absolutely do have to talk about it. Talk about the burnout until and make strategies with comrades, with people you're organizing with, so you can still engage in the struggle effectively without your life falling completely apart. And you know what else can happen? People do this long enough, they get sick. First, it'll be mental, it'll be stress, but eventually, mental and emotional stress can have physical effects, and often does. Because one of the things about stress, it raises levels of a hormone in your body called cortisol. If that is getting activated on an hourly basis, it's going to cause reduced, all kinds of problems. It's going to interfere with sleep. Sleep is vital for your body to replenish itself and to heal. You do a lot of self-healing while you're asleep. It interferes with digestion. It changes the way your blood flows through your body. And so and it can reduce immune function. So chronic stress can cause illnesses. It also causes you to gain weight. So we see an epidemic in this country, people being overweight and obese. Part of that is the diet. It's full of a lot of empty calories or low nutrient density per calorie. Small amount of vitamins and minerals in relation to macrocalories, particularly carbohydrates and fat. So again, that kind of empty calorie thing where you're consuming calories, but it's not really nourishing you. It's in a sense, people have called it calorie poisoning, in the sense you're not getting the micronutrients that you need, the vitamins, the minerals, the plant substances that, aren't quite a vitamin necessarily, but are helpful for your body. Anti-inflammatory and antioxidant compounds that come from fruits and vegetables, whole grains, nuts, seeds, and legumes. So stress can actually make you sick and kill you, put strain on your heart. People get heart attacks. That's one of the most common chronic health problems in the United States and in advanced economies in general. So there's a lot of problems here resulting from burnout. It's a huge topic, and we need to support each other better on it. Yes, we need to know the history and the theory and all that. We also need to help each other survive, this struggle. So anyway, moral injury can co-occur with burnout. Indeed, it often drives burnout in professional settings, but it is distinct. Someone with pure burnout has run out of energy. Someone with moral injury has run out of a sense of moral integrity. The burnout sufferer may recover their energy with rest. The morally injured person may not, because the wound is not one of depletion, but of meaning. You get that? I want to read that again. The pure burnout sufferer may recover their energy with rest, like physical rest. The morally injured person may not, because the wound is not one of just physical depletion, but of meaning. And so that's like a much deeper level wound. It's not necessarily bigger, because both of them can harm you in like equally profound ways. But it's not as simple as just getting more sleep. You have like a sense of, there's like a tear in the moral fabric of your universe that needs to be fixed. Sleep is not going to just do that on its own. And in fact, if you're experiencing chronic nightmares, things like that, some of that can, be PTSD or whatever. It can also be moral injury, that you're just really stuck and not working out fully on your own. This distinction between burnout and moral injury matters practically. Burnout interventions, things like self-care, workload reduction, organizational change, may be insufficient or even beside the point for moral injury, which typically requires approaches that directly address guilt, shame, and meaning, things we were talking about before. And then they have an article there on treating moral injury. Who is vulnerable to moral injury? Well, anyone can experience moral injury. It's particularly common in military personnel and veterans, healthcare workers, teachers and educators, first responders, emergency workers and social workers, lawyers and judges working within a system they perceive as unjust. Again, if you perceive the system as just, it's not going to bother you. You're not going to get moral injury from it. But if you're trying to work within a system that you consider unjust, moral injury, again, it's about like confronting injustice repeatedly. If you're a communist, by definition, this is what you're doing. You've probably experienced some level of this. And again, I'm trying to promote a broader conversation about it. I think we would all benefit. I think the movement's going to do better in the end from this conversation. journalists covering atrocities, and corporate employees asked to implement policies they find ethically repugnant. Now, again, there's like an ultra-left thing, which is like, well, just quit. That's not necessarily really a solution, or a good solution, at least. Sometimes it's not a solution at all. Not a solution at all in the sense of somebody else is going to do that, too. These systems need to be confronted. That said, there's a limit probably to how much an individual can confront the system. This is why we need organizations. This is why we need systemic change. But sometimes it makes actually more sense for a person to stay in the role, depending on what the role is. But yeah, so these are people who are kind of like in roles most likely to confront injustices, things that are happening on the sort of moral frontier of a society, or that people who have a lot of agency to do things that the average person can't, or just is never asked to confront. But again, if you're a communist, nobody aside from maybe me is asking you to be a communist, but you're going to be confronting this stuff, and you're going to feel a sense of duty about it. Lenin is asking you to do it. Marx and Engels are asking you to do it, as become a conscious agent of history and of your class. Absolutely. But it's not as immediate, of being ordered to do it in other ways necessarily. Anyway, the common thread is a gap between moral conviction and forced or compelled action. The experience of being unable to act as one's conscience demands, or of having acted in a way one now cannot justify, even if you could or thought you could at the time. I want people to think, again, don't do knee-jerk takes on this. I want you to think more deeply about this. And there's a last screen. I actually skipped over. They had an ad for a online therapy service that I would not recommend at all. Skipped over that. But anyway, so there's a little sort of recap as a frequently asked question. Can you have both PTSD and moral injury? Yes, and it's common, particularly in veterans, first responders, and healthcare workers, where you have both the impact of a severe fear-based experience, and then also this moral quandary as well. And so when people are coming back, they say treatment, when people are coming back from that, whether you're in formal treatment or not, coming back from that has to address both of those things. Does moral injury always involve doing something wrong? Not in the objective sense. A person can experience moral injury even when their actions were, by any reasonable external measure, justifiable or necessary. What matters in causing moral injury is the person's own perception that they violated their moral code, and this subjective experience can be just as damaging as an objectively wrongful. Well, in that sense, we might have social agreements on what is wrongful, but objective, I'm not as sure about. But anyway, can moral injury heal? Yes, though healing from moral injury is typically more complex than recovering from other forms of distress. Like we were saying before, in contrast to burnout, take a month-long vacation, maybe switch to a desk job or something, like, you're more likely to recover from burnout. The moral injury requires treating things that are harder to see, that are more invisible. And it can be done. It's just, you need to, when you're recovering from it, be yourself aware of those invisible things, and also be, if you're discussing them with people, people who are respectful of that. I was going to say sensitive to, sensitive to, but just in general, respectful of, you have a problem that I can't see. It's not a physical problem, but it is hurting you nonetheless, and that's real. Just because you can't see it does not mean it's not real. And they have to be resolved. And this is where, the language of art and writing and conversation and things come into play, because this is how we shape meaning in part. So untangling a crisis of meaning involves working with the mind, and the mind is a slippery, the mind is, it's not as simple as tearing down a brick wall. It's just, there, use the right amount of force, boom, you got it. These are invisible things, and you're talking about the language of the mind, so there's sort of interpretation, and you got to kind of tune into that. All right, anyway, that's, I wanted to bring this to people, like I said, because I think that pretty much anybody who is learning about what's going on and interested in becoming a communist, or really any progressive person of goodwill, is going to be, as things are so crazy, the more likely it is you've been experiencing things like this and may need some help with it. Let's go into the chat. And I'll scroll up a bit here, just catch up with the chat there. I might take a break for a while after that, or I might get into... the next segment's really long, so I think I might take a break first. But let's go through the chat. I hate to think moral injury becomes legal defense against harm to minorities. Let's not jump to the absolute most cynical take. Again, that's not really the spirit in which this is being offered for discussion. Loss of meaning checks out. Moral injury is so prevalent in capitalist societies that this becomes a normal mode of being. Yeah, and I want to stress that in Marxism, we talk about alienation from one's labor. That is in the sense of you sell your labor power to a capitalist who basically rents it for the day or night while you're working. For the portion of time that you're on shift, you are renting out your labor power to the capitalist to use as they see fit. So you're alienated or made alien, separated from your own labor power. You're being used like a tool. Alienation from your labor has effects in and of itself, of a sense of loss of empowerment and other... there's various writings on the topic of sort of meditations on alienation. What does it mean? What does it do to people? How does it manifest? There's like a lot of discussion in music or art talking about people's feelings of alienation. It's not always directly from the capitalist system, although it's oftentimes connected back to that in some way. But yeah, loss of meaning, because again, we're living in the dictatorship of capital. We don't have our hands on the levers of power. This isn't proletarian democracy. So the people who really shape decisions and the laws of the society are doing so in the interest of capital. They're doing so in the interest of perpetuating a system of the exploitation of labor for profit and the oppression of anybody who would oppose that. So of course there's crazy shit going on all the time that's awful. How does less than 1% of the population put down the other 99%? They do what they can through the media and through confusing people and, misdirecting people. But a lot of it's just fucking brute force. A lot of it is just brute force. Or the threat of force. Damn, I feel like you're speaking directly to me, S4A. Look, I've been looking around this movement for a while. And before I was doing the channel too. I've seen a lot of people who seem to be very obviously struggling, and I have as well. It's why I ended up here. Struggling with moral injury, of being asked to do things that were profoundly, I profoundly disagreed with, witnessing things I profoundly disagreed with, and then eventually, realizing that the people in power weren't going to do a fucking thing about it. In fact, no matter how much of, the good guy costumes they put on, they were there to perpetuate the system which did terrible things. And if we're going to have a world free of that, we need an entirely new system. So this is definitely how, I ended up here. But I do think that there's a lot of people who... I've only somewhat processed the moral injury part, and I think that we can speed that up. But yeah, I see a lot of it for sure. Do you think that the grassroots organizing in Minnesota was what pushed out ICE? One of my comrades' parents and uncles were just picked up by ICE 2 days ago, and I want to know what the best strategic and tactical next steps would be. How can we harness this moral injury to mobilize local agency? What I'm trying to discuss with the moral injury thing is like less of having like a specific application in the immediate moment. In other words, I think that promoting more awareness, understanding, and discussion of moral injury is going to lead to a restoration of people's capacity and clear-headedness, and even take it beyond where it's ever been for people who maybe experienced this and they've maybe processed 25% of it. So they're really not sure of what to do or where it's all going to shake out. What I'm saying is we can help guide that process or just facilitate and accelerate that process of people kind of going, okay, there's a name for what I'm experiencing. It's called moral injury. This is the general framework. These are the steps to recovery, like in the speediest way possible, without skipping anything, that are going to lead to like a complete reintegration of my potential, involving this new awareness of this terrible thing that I've really just struggled even knowing about. That's kind of the whole point here is moral injury. You're like struggling with even knowing that this is part of the world can be part of it, and that the world is like failing you morally, or that I say world, I mean social systems are failing you morally. The world, I mean, we might refer to like the natural world. I'm talking about nature is crazy. Like, nature is out to survive. Human society is what we're talking about. Humans have the intelligence and the flexibility and versatility to make different kinds of societies as we make technology. And so we can correct these injustices through social progress and the struggle for socialism and the struggle against capitalism and to end class society, which is this like root cause of exploitation. So as far as like applying it specifically to like, the struggle against ICE, I'm saying activists in general should bolster their understanding of moral injury, how it's affecting them. Do they know any comrades who are particularly struggling with it? And just include this as a layer of our overall praxis. But yeah, I mean, there's always a sort of moral appeal of like, this isn't right, what they're doing, and so on. But I'm not talking about it so much as like an immediate like tactical thing. I'm looking at it as a way to restore all of our potential or increase our potential by reducing the disease burden that people are actually struggling with, which is impairing your ability to do the best work that you could do, and just to live your life more fully. Even if the struggle was over tomorrow, you'd still be carrying these kinds of wounds with you. So it'll help in the struggle. It'll help after the struggle. It'll help if aliens abduct you and take you onto a spaceship far, far away from capitalism on Earth. Just understanding that this is a response of the human nervous system to these kinds of events, and that it causes suffering. Suffering, in turn, takes up a big chunk of your energy, and you can get that energy back to apply as you wish, and to continue your growth as a person, which is, we talk about socialism being the continuation of the development of advanced society, that there really is no future for advanced industrialized society under capitalism, but advanced industrialized society can continue in a non-destructive, non-exploitative, non-oppressive way under socialism. So it is all about development in that sense, that this is continued historical development, continued historical progress. That's what this is all about. It's about human potential, the potential of human society as the sum product of all of us as individuals, working together and collaborating. And so this is on an individual level, reclaiming that potential in much the same way that on a societal level, the struggle for socialism is reclaiming our potential from the capitalist parasites who are usurping the wealth we create and really misdirecting our resources, to enrich themselves at the expense of historical and social progress and development. So it's all about development in that sense of achieving higher levels of wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and enjoyment of life. We all go through a process of development. Look at developmental psychology. It's fascinating. Even if you haven't studied any psychology, pick up a text on developmental psychology. Actually, there's a Soviet psychologist, Vygotsky, Vygotsky, is fairly well known in capitalist countries in educational psychology. He wrote a lot about psychology of art and about the development of people in general. I mean, kind of in line with, Marx made allusions to the potential of people when they're not being run down in a capitalist factory 14 hours a day. What can we become? And, again, it's like if you're carrying around this big disease burden of moral injury, you have less potential to expand, develop, understand the world, and enjoy your life, and to enjoy relationships with other people. It's all about expanding that potential, because what is this about? Quality of life. Getting more, working less. That's what technology is about. But see, under capitalism, most of those benefits are going to the capitalists disproportionately. We're trying to liberate this potential. We're trying to have good, dignified lives for everybody. And so quality of life, addressing suffering like this is absolutely part of that. And yeah, as far as like ICE being pushed out or not, they did withdraw. They switched strategies, as we were talking about before. They're currently in the process of renting offices around the country. I would fully expect another offensive. I don't think ICE gave up by any means. In fact, I'm very concerned about what's coming this winter, that I was talking about before, that they were not primarily acting as death squads in this past winter, although they did kill people in the process. And so far, I think nothing's really come of that as far as like punishment for that injustice. We're just talking about injustice. My concern is that there are going to be more actively death squads the next time around, and I do expect there to be a next time. I'm deeply concerned about it, and I think the left needs to step it up rapidly, because we've seen liberals are just not going to do fucking barely anything. But yeah, the organizing in Minneapolis was mostly spontaneous. We have to form Soviets out of the existing radical unions and protest groups and political parties. It's all got to come together in sustained councils. That's what Soviet means council. In the revolution of 1905 in Russia, which is the beginning of the Russian bourgeois revolution, or at least a major escalation of it, the Soviets formed out of these people coming together and trying to make strategies and tactics for the protests in the revolution and different actions that they were going to take. And it can't just be on the spontaneous basis. People can't just rely on that coming together at the drop of a hat. There have to be sustained organizations. Now, that does make you a target for fascist police state crackdowns, as they, can identify the resistance. But that's where you got to up your strategies and tactics to not get caught and things like that. I mean, people have to realize we're in a war. And I think we're coming out of the tail end of a long, quote unquote, peaceful period. Lenin wrote a lot about the failures of the European socialist movement, would-be Marxist movement that became more like social democratic than revolutionary, about how they had mostly experienced like constitutional peacetime organizing. They hadn't really tried to organize under heavily persecutory conditions, as the Russian party had done. So I think that the U.S. is coming out of this long period of constitutional illusions about freedom of speech and your right to protest. People need to get it through their heads that like there's heavy persecution coming down, and if we're going to resist what they're doing. But yeah, people just have to get it together that the struggle is escalating, and you probably don't have a lot of the legally protected freedoms we maybe once did, and have to get wise to how to organize on a more underground basis like now. This article is targeting me hard. I hate myself for not being more present to help my fellow humans. I do think about it sometimes. Or it says IT. I'm not sure if IT is a abbreviation or not. I think that can be very hard. It can put you in a sense where you want to do more to help. And the reality is we as individuals can only do so much. That's why we have to organize, because organized, we're much, much stronger and more capable. So that's why organizing is so important. Especially if you're feeling that pull. Don't let it lead you in an ultra-left individualist and intellectualist direction of like, I will fix it all like that. No, that's not realistic. We do have to get organized, and we have to lay out a materially supported step-by-step program for fixing this. And you know what? This is kind of the secret of the whole article and everything, in relation to the struggle against capitalism and, against oppression and exploitation that comes out of it, is we can't, even if everybody got this concept like right now, which is of course not realistic, but even if everybody like was on the exact same page mentally, hypothetically, the steps it would take to implement the confrontation with capitalism, its end, and the building of socialism and repelling the efforts to restore capitalism, etc., will take time. And you know what that means? It means more people are going to suffer in the process. It means more people are going to, even if we did the most we could possibly do starting right this very second, more people are going to get hurt before it's all over. Maybe me, maybe you, maybe the person you care about the most, maybe somebody you've just seen at the supermarket a few times, but people who are part of our world and we have some kind of connection to them. And it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt knowing that. It's going to hurt witnessing it. It's important that we're able to weather that suffering and not have it make us jump the gun. That's what I was talking about. The ultra left moralism of the desire to like just get it all over with now. It's not realistic. You just can't do it. I would love it if we could just like flip a switch. It's all over. No one will suffer again. We're building socialism starting right now. It's just not how it's going to work. So you have to prepare yourself and your comrades for the reality. More people are going to keep getting hurt, even if we started working at 100% maximum effectiveness right this second. So that's where things like this come in, of understanding what moral injury is and all the other problems, and just supporting each other in that. That even if we're doing our best, we're still going to get hurt. And the thing is that the getting hurt will slow us down and set us back somewhat. The idea is to keep it to a minimum. And that means having healthy discussions about these things on a regular basis, doing routine emotional, mental maintenance, and looking out for each other in this regard on an organizational basis to make sure that nobody ends up breaking unnecessarily from moral injury, from PTSD, from burnout, from compassion fatigue, from all these things that can suck you under the wheels and then maybe take you out of the struggle for like years, not to mention give you a really, really bad time in the process. So that's the point, is that knowing about these things and supporting each other in dealing with them and recovering from them when they overwhelm us, which you have to expect is going to overwhelm you at times. But if you have good comrades in your organizations who can support you getting your whatever the issue is, whether it's burnout or PTSD or moral injury or whatever, you need people to help you get that resolved. That'll shorten your recovery time as much as possible. But again, not sweep it under the rug, but just, you go through the recovery, but just without unnecessary excess time. Then we're getting closer to 100% effectiveness as a movement, because as human beings, we have these experiences. I had very big emotional responses to what was going on this winter. It freaked me the fuck out, made me very sad. It took me a while to come back from that. But I think that for me, and just speaking for me, although I'm sure some people will, find something relatable in this, there have been times where I didn't even know how much I was hurting. I was working on activist topics related to injustice. I didn't even realize how much it was building up on me, because I really just was not tuned into my feelings enough. And then one day it just started coming up, and I was like, where all these feelings come from? And as I went through them, I started realizing, oh my God, I've been carrying this stuff around for like years and years. It's just been building up on me. Through that experience, gained the insight that I, need to be a lot more proactive on an ongoing basis, so that it doesn't build up on you and then wind up, deranging you, wind up disturbing you, wind up taking you off course. And I think that anybody in the movement needs to have a basic attitude of being supportive toward other people in the difficulties that this work brings up. And it should be something that people are, more knowledgeable and comfortable about talking about. Next comment. I feel so helpless against capitalism and imperialism with the genocides in Palestine and Sudan, ICE, the fascist enabling and complacency by social democrats and liberals, climate emergency, and more. Absolutely. And that's honestly just a great step, is just saying, I feel helpless, because like I was saying, for years, I think it was building up on me, where it was like, oh, I'll just go do something. Sometimes you do just have to stop and like take stock of how you're feeling. And it's actually going to help you. It actually ends up being, even though you're taking a pause in the short term there, like in the moment you're taking a pause to do that reflection and introspection, it's important to take the pause rather than just having kind of like a workaholic approach to like, oh, I'm just going to stay active so I don't have to feel any of this stuff. No, that's how you head toward an emotional breakdown, actually. Workaholism is when you just substitute external activity for an appropriate amount of introspection on stuff that's bothering you. Like when you're using activity as an escape from your unpleasant inner experience, mental, emotional experience. So we need to, have decent, the term self-care gets thrown around a lot. A lot of it is pretty superficial, but I'm talking about like a deeper level of support for ourselves and for others. But it starts with just acknowledging the helplessness. How does that feel? What does the helplessness feel like? Can you put that into words? Where does it come from? What are other times that you felt something similar? How did you resolve that? What does the helplessness make you want to do? What does it make you think about? Like interrogating or exploring, questioning yourself gently and again, compassionately, because those are inbuilt instinctive feelings that are just part of the hardware you were born with. You have feelings as a human being, you have feelings. And doing this kind of work, it's going to, stimulate your nervous system to generate emotions. That's not bad. That's not weak. That's not sick. Although if you ignore them, they can turn into a sickness. The emotions are information for you about how you are being affected by your environment. So tuning out your emotions is actually tuning out a really important source of information. And there's a lot you can get out of it, it doesn't start out strictly intellectual, but by working through the emotion, a lot of times when you get down to the bottom of that emotion, you just let yourself feel it. And that's a learned skill. It's not, especially if you came up maybe in a repressive culture, like a stoic culture, household, conservative school, whatever, where you got the message, whether it was overt or covert. If the message was transmitted to you, we don't talk about emotions, it's not okay to feel emotions. If you grew up for one reason or another feeling it wasn't safe to feel your emotions, probably your emotions are building up on you and you're tuning them out because you're afraid, because you were taught to be afraid of emotions in one way or another. Maybe you were around somebody whose emotions were very unsafe and made you feel unsafe. Maybe you were threatened. You're not allowed to show this emotion because it makes you weak or you have to be strong for this and that. That's a fundamentally wrong message about strength. It makes you weaker if you let emotions build up on you and tune them out. Emotions are a source of information, and at the core of your emotions, if you let yourself feel them, there's a truth in there that you need to know. That's what your emotion is trying to tell you. Your emotion is trying to bring you to some realization you don't currently have. It's down in there somewhere, but it hasn't made its way fully up to your consciousness. And if you repress your emotion because it's unpleasant, because it's painful, because it's sad, whatever, no doubt nobody wants to feel that. But like if you just paper over it with activity or anger or whatever, you're never going to get that kernel of information that's contained in the emotion that your nervous system is trying to give you. So yeah, just even starting by acknowledging that you feel helpless looking at those things is an important part of regrounding yourself and reorienting yourself to action. Because it's a source of information. Well, I feel helpless. How can I feel more empowered? What would make me feel more empowered? And then you do that thing, and then because you work through the helplessness feeling, you're getting a real solution that resolved that, and that is going to make you stronger. And again, we can, by working with people we trust, of course, in organizations and feeling safe, sharing emotions with people is important and a prerequisite to this. But it's going to result in a stronger movement that is not running from our feelings into kind of ultra-left jumping the gun activity to just make it all go away. We can't make it all go away. We got to feel that stuff, and we got to help each other feel it. We got to help each other bear our emotions. But you know what? Your humanity is in those emotions. You cut off your emotions, you're cutting off part of your humanity. And our strength, I think, in fighting capital, on top of, the sort of strategy and tactics, the strikes and whatever. But I mean, how do you endure that as a person? What are you drawing from? You're drawing from your humanity. You're fighting for a world where the average person has dignity and a good life, and they're not asked to compromise their humanity in those ways. Connecting with your feelings, it can deepen that sense of humanity. And you know what you're drawing from then. Instead of it just being this kind of, intellect-driven, kind of more insecure, brittle, fragile thing. So anyway, that's very important. Just acknowledging a feeling of helplessness and then starting to think about what would make me feel less helpless? How would I feel more supported and empowered to face these things that are threatening me, like that, and threatening us all. I don't know if it's been studied as a treatment for moral injury, but I recommend EMDR to anyone who can access or afford it. Yeah, my understanding is that there is some success in using EMDR for PTSD. I really don't know about moral injury. I literally had to take a break from my studies because university professors, what the fuck, all this education, is it even worth anything if all these people can let a genocide happen and not even say a word? So yeah, you're talking about authority figures, university professors, people who are knowledge-oriented authorities and authorities within the school system who, as you say, they have the education to understand what is a genocide, and yet one's happening right in front of all of us, and they're not speaking up. That's betrayal. That is betrayal. That can absolutely lead to moral injury. I've experienced that too in the... actually, I was talking about being a social major. That's one of the reasons I went towards sociology, because it was one of the only departments where I could find any professors who were really willing to get into topics like this objectively and not shy away from it, who understood power dynamics, who understood capitalism. I took courses in a lot of other things, but that was where I ended up, writing my final papers and all that, because I was like, so, I don't know, so concerned with, so interested, so invested in, so desperate to do something about capitalism, war, all these horrible things that keep unfolding. And I'm like, where can I, expand on that? Where can I deepen my knowledge of what to do about this and everything else? Yeah, being in that situation where your teachers, people are supposed to sort of teach you the stuff you need to know and whatever, just blatantly ignoring a genocide. That's absolutely betrayal that can lead to moral injury. Easy gymnastics for justifying why you are a good person are important. Yes, the thing is, this is so easy for a subjectivity that is actually very problematic. Well, that's why you have to, surround yourself with people who are going to compassionately encourage you to be objective about yourself and not just flatter yourself, Introspection has to be honest, not brutally honest, but compassionately honest. And that also, I've talked about meditation on this channel before too. One of the things that I really liked about the kind of active meditations that have been helpful for me, I've talked about things like Tai Chi, Qigong, things that are kind of, they're not necessarily just sitting still, which a lot of people have a hard time doing, and I have a hard time doing sometimes. But things that are like moving meditations, so you're standing there and maybe moving your arms or twisting your torso while you're focusing on your breath and maybe visualizing something. What happens for me, and why I found that so useful and why I continue to talk it up and promote that as a positive thing, it could probably help a lot of people have a better relationship with themselves and more self-knowledge and more self-compassion, is that in the course of doing that, your mind knows, like, okay, let me put it to you this way. A lot of the insights that would help you right now, you already know on some level, but your ego cannot handle them. Like, your sense of who you are can't really handle them. It's too painful. But what I found with, if you get into the right kind of meditative exercises, your mind, your subconscious mind will trickle out to you what you can handle. Thereby, even if it's a little bit at a time, if it's the most you can handle, then that is the fastest possible path to you having more self-knowledge. And, enough of that strung together, 6 months of it, a year, 2 years, 5 years of it, can totally radically transform you and raise your consciousness and That was part of how I wound up developing class consciousness. Was first I worked through my personal problems, then I worked through my micro level, friends and family problems, then my relationship with my community. Then you start going into your relationship with your country, your relationship with the class struggle, and so on. Your consciousness keeps expanding. So for me, I mean, that's what it meant. It wasn't like a metaphysical thing. It was literally I cultivated my ability to just hold these things in my head without it killing me. You know what I mean? Because you're trickling it out to yourself as much as you can handle at a time. And I'm talking about things that are just deeply personal, like, oh, this person isn't a real friend, but I wasn't letting myself see it before. Or, my relative is actually slowly killing themselves, and I wasn't really letting myself see it before. But, because it was just too hard. It was just too hard emotionally. And then you got to come up, what are you going to do about it, And not letting yourself see it is a way of avoiding the question of what am I going to do about it. But that's what this is all about in the end, is becoming an agent of, well, history, ultimately. Being somebody who can look at capitalism and say, oh, I know what to do about that. And I'm prepared on a personal level to do my part, and contribute to organized activity, there. But you do kind of, I think, have to work your way up, or it can at least help. Anyway, so, yeah, can people delude themselves? Of course, absolutely. But that's why objective self-reflection that is gentle, I mean, like appropriately gentle, is important so that you keep growing, that you give yourself as much objectivity as you can handle without giving yourself a crisis, or I mean, like overwhelming yourself and causing a crisis. Sometimes, even in the course of trickling things out to yourself, sometimes you hit a bottleneck where you're like, I'm really afraid to do something about that, or I'm really afraid to talk to this person, or I'm really afraid to participate in a demonstration or whatever. But it causes a crisis for you until you resolve it by doing something about it. So yeah, I mean, objectivity is important for sure. Anyway, it seems like this was the same person who was talking about life being a horror, and it seems like you have a very pessimistic view of human experience, but it really doesn't have to be that way. Anyway, continuing. Imagine a world where the bourgeoisie subjectively didn't justify their objectively abhorrent position. Yeah, but again, that is somewhat anti-materialist in that people do have the capacity for self-delusion. We're incorporating that into the blueprint of the better world that we're trying to build, accounting for the fact that you can't just rely on people not lying to themselves. People will lie to themselves. We can make a society that teaches people from an early age how not to lie to yourself, how to be honest with yourself, how to have a good relationship with yourself, and then give material incentives for that, and not give material incentives for lying to yourself. Capitalism absolutely gives you strong material motivations and incentives to engage in terrible behavior and then justify it to yourself. If the capitalists had to experience all the pain they're inflicting other people, yeah, they might think twice. It's like that scene from The Crow where he's like, all the pain you've inflicted, a lifetime of pain, and he like psychically, magically projects all the pain into the villain. Yeah, I mean, but that, that's a comic book fantasy. We can't actually do that. We can build a world where people are taught at an early age and incentivized to, be honest and introspect objectively and to support each other in that. And we can start now in our organizations. How do you stop it? I struggle and I stress myself out all the time. So again, I'm going with, okay, let me say this again, which I qualify every single time. If you learn, and there's exercises for Tai Chi and Qigong on YouTube, tons of them. You're standing or sitting and doing movements, and you can find these exercises. Just look up different videos, try them out till you find one you like. Those can help re-regulate your body physiologically. Deep breathing calms your heart rate, it calms your thinking, it calms your body chemistry, and enables clearer thinking. And if you do it over time, it can really add up to a lot of benefits. So kind of on an immediate level, I think that there are exercises you can do. There's actually an old book called The Relaxation Response. A lot of people have heard of the fight or flight response. Okay, so which has now been upgraded to fight, flight, or freeze. In response to danger, adrenaline gets released. So your adrenal glands sit on top of your kidneys, and they participate in this process, which has helped us to, and all animal life, basically. Well, actually not all, but like all mammalian life for sure. To have this response where your system gets flooded with this chemical that's like, forget everything else, respond to danger. Your eyes dilate, letting in more light. You freeze momentarily to just take in as much information about the environment-based threat that you're facing. And then you get this, burst of energy. You can't feel pain. This is like, the thing about parents lifting up, a car that in a car accident is like on top of their kid or something. They'd never be able to do that normally, but the adrenaline and the altered state of consciousness allows it. So we have this physiological response, which allows us to do these like great feats of survival. We also have a response that if you engage in these other quieting activities, like that fight, flight, or freeze happens in response to, survival shocks, basically. On the other side of that, if you engage in deep breathing and maybe slow movement in sync with the deep breathing, and you can freeform this too, although I do recommend learning some structured exercises as well, and a visualization that goes with that, even if it's like, if you hold your hands out in front of your chest, like put them together like palm to palm in front of you, and you inhale about to shoulder width slowly as you move your hands out to shoulder width. And then as you exhale, bring your hands back together. And then as you do that, imagine like a glowing ball in between your hands. And actually, as you bring your hands back together, imagine that the ball is a little bigger and your hands can't fully close because the ball's sort of repelling them. Do that for 5 or 10 minutes. Tell me if you're not more relaxed. Tell me if you're not more clear-headed. So there was this book, The Relaxation Response, that found that meditative type activities like that actually provoke sort of the opposite of the fight or flight response. They provoke a relaxation type response. It reduces blood pressure and all this other stuff. That can be a physiological start. Now, obviously, this is something you want to kind of practice like in a safe place in private, or if you're like out alone in a park somewhere or something like that. Like you probably can't just do it in the office bathroom or something like that. But practice it in your off time and see if it doesn't give you some more resiliency. That's what I started noticing was when I started practicing that, I knew it was working because the next time I was in a really stressful situation, I just didn't fly off the handle as much. Like it just didn't trigger me as badly. And I was like, oh, I think these things are working, because then I didn't have a terrible day because I didn't have a complete, bad response to whatever thing that was pissing me off. And you can build on that. And again, like I said, for years, it just can add up. So, self-mastery. If we are materialists, we want to understand our own biology in enough practical terms to facilitate, our own experience, and especially as it relates to the struggle. Anyway, how do you stop it? That can be the start, and then from that place, you can maybe engage in more constructive introspection without getting as, you might be, it can expand your emotional threshold for considering difficult topics. You'll still have a limit for considering emotionally stressful topics and looking at injustice. You'll still have a limit, but you can kind of expand your capacity for it and pull yourself aback from like being so frazzled. Yeah, exposure therapy can be good for like phobias and PTSD. Although, again, moral injury is more complex. We're talking more about, the kind of physiological, like fear-based re-regulation there. But again, if your physiology is all out of whack and you're like, you're just sort of like a maniac, like just, it's going to be very hard to, once the fear kicks in, it can be really hard to be honest with yourself. Because you're like, I might not make it out of here. I'll just say and do anything. I'll believe anything if I just get out of this situation. And it's like, well, that for again was where some of those calming exercises came into play, where then you're just engaging less in that kind of panicked thinking, and you can reach some kind of higher and more introspective, insightful conclusions. Thank you, S4A, reaffirming I need to go to therapy. Let me say also, there's a lot of bad therapists out there. A lot of people have very bad experiences in therapy. A lot of the overarching ideology that therapists are pushing is a very individualistic, very sort of liberal-minded approach to therapy. They don't have very much, again, I mentioned biopsychosocial. For psychiatrists, a lot of it's bio. It's all they do is here's a pill, it'll change your brain chemistry. Okay, well, what if my problem is social? Or, or it's a past thing. I have a neurosis, it's psychological, and it's like, well, they get paid to push the pills. And then, a lot of psychologists or other clinical people, what they have you in the office with them, or they have you on a telehealth call, they're going to address mostly you as an individual. But this whole idea of like, if your problem is coming from work and from your land leech and from other situations in your life that are related to class-based exploitation, oppression, maybe you're experiencing sexual harassment or some other kind of prejudice. There's so many different kinds of things that you can experience that are social in nature and cause you mental, emotional harm, that a therapist can talk with you about, but they're not gonna be able to address with you that on a social level, which involves a struggle for social change. That's why I'm saying I think our organizations need to be looking beyond things like elections. And it's like, how do we start, without becoming cults either, because that can become very controlling when you start policing people's emotions. Not what I'm promoting whatsoever, but promoting more understanding about how can our organization help people reclaim their potential from mental, emotional stress, which we all go through. And it's not just burnout. It's not just, I made too many phone calls today, or I hung up too many flyers or whatever. It's like the moral injury, man. How does, it's building up on me. You need to make time to address that and to help people get back to a point where they feel like they can participate without being on the verge of a breakdown or crisis, So anyway, about therapy, the whole therapy field pretty much is so, these are mostly, unless they're at an agency, which are still businesses, these are like individual business people. They're trying to, many of them, there's ethical therapists as well who have real concern for their clients, but they're chasing billable hours. It's like getting butts in seats kind of thing, same as like a restaurant or something. And so, there's a lot of people who are not that satisfied with their experiences in therapy in capitalism because a lot of the sources of their suffering aren't necessarily addressable by individual therapy. Some are. And therapists can even help people come up with strategies to address some of the, at least micro level, closer to you, friends and family, social problems. But it comes to like macro, even like meso and macro social stuff, things that are more distant from you in society, but still affecting you. There's not a hell of a lot an individual therapy can do. So it all kind of depends on what's causing the problem. Sometimes, even talking to somebody for a few sessions might help you reach an insight that could help, resolve a moral injury. It all depends. It depends on you, depends on the therapist, depends on their approach, depends on the nature of the problem, of what it requires to be resolved. But again, like I said, depends on you too. What is going to be effective for you? The therapist may or may not really be able to speak your language. It might take you multiple tries to find one that works. And, again, then there's the whole cost factor, which makes it difficult to access for people. So anyway, there's a lot there. Therapy definitely can be helpful sometimes for people, but it can also be frustrating, I'd say like an equal amount of time, if not more so, because of just the nature of the field. It's not nearly as socially conscious as it should be. Let's see. Yes, it did discuss moral injury suffered by witnesses, yeah. I'm curious on how moral injury factors into colonizer-colonized relationships from a Fanonian perspective. Not sure how people here feel about his work, but I wanted to bring that up. It relates to any kind of injustice. I mean, do atrocities occur during colonization? Absolutely. Colonization is still ongoing in the United States. The United States is still policing and pushing the frontiers of the territory that it has stolen from the people who are already living here and forced, it's trying to force them off of even more land, and take more for itself for assimilation into the system. So yeah, there's historical atrocities, there's ongoing atrocities in the United States, and we don't see it as much because again, that land that is reservation land or something has been shrunk down so small that a lot of people go their whole lives without interacting with any aspect of that struggle. They don't see it. It's invisible to them. They think it's over. But those borders, those frontiers are still there, and they're still being actively fought over, and people are still being oppressed over it. So, I mean, moral injury can apply to any kind of injustice. When we're talking about capitalism, we're talking about a many-headed hydra of effects of it, the exploitation, alienation, and oppression. So sure, it's applicable to that as well. In fact, I cited the example of that there was a story about people in Israel right now having like mental crises because of what Israel is doing. And they might even support it if you polled them. It's like they're blind to what it's killing them and they're not even looking at it, Yeah, they're getting the land. It's like it's benefiting the system. But the people as individuals are like dying because of it. And I think it's actually in the interest of anti-oppression forces to try to point that out and play off of that and be like, look, this is killing you. You should stop supporting this, join the other side. Now, again, there's huge social pressure on people within a fascist project, whether it's the United States or whether Israel, but especially Israel because it's such... the United States is so much bigger. I mean, Israel is like the size of like New Jersey, basically. And most of the people live in Tel Aviv. So it's like really condensed into a small area where you have so much pressure to conform to support that project that like trying to go against that it's hard in the United States. And we have, I think, a much freer hand than people have in Israel. I'm not trying to say that, every Israeli deep down really just wants it all to end. I don't think that. I mean, I think a lot of them have genuinely been convinced of the horrible things that the system has brought them up to think, for sure. But it's also objectively bad for them, and they don't really have much space to even think about that. So that's one of the ways that the system is so effective at getting conformity out of them. This is definitely an interesting concept as I felt some of these things from social happenings and interpersonal situations. It's definitely something I could imagine being for sure an issue amongst folks in the fields mentioned. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, on a micro level, if you grow up in a violent household, moral injury from seeing parents abusing you and your siblings, absolutely, because that's betrayal. It's also, or if abusive parents, if you're like maybe an older child, trying to pull you into the sort of abusive treatment of younger siblings, as older children are often pulled into like semi-parental roles. And if you have parents who abuse their authority, that may be what you're expected to do as well. And there might be consequences for you questioning that or standing up against that in the family. So definitely moral injury on the micro level can occur at any level where your conscience is involved. Can we somehow use peaceful protests to our advantage? Because right now I perceive them as nothing more than an outlet for frustration without having any influence. Yes, I mean, general strike, there was a general strike that got a lot of media attention and spread news of the struggle against ICE going on in Minneapolis to a much broader audience, seeing how many people turned out for the general strike, protest, day of inaction, day of not working, day of boycott. That actually got covered in the media. There's enough anti-ICE, sympathetic elements in the media that actually did get coverage. A lot of other things don't get coverage, at least sympathetic coverage at all, no matter what you do. Yes, but peaceful, those kinds of protests can't be the only thing that we're doing. We need other forms of direct action as well. So it has to be a whole range of things, like I was saying before. That the idea of people just relying on their constitutional free speech and whatever, people I think really need to update that understanding fairly quickly. And Lenin again criticized European socialists, the Kautskyites and a lot of the Second International during World War I. They were relying way too much on legal forms of struggle for socialism, which Lenin was like, these people don't know what it's like when they make your party illegal and you have to carry on the struggle. Like we Russians know it, but these, these other countries, they don't know what it's like to have your party, your socialist movement persecuted this much, and they become coddled. They've become weakened by these bourgeois illusions, but the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, can easily substitute the more liberal, democratic in quotes, because capitalist democracy, but they can easily substitute those more permissive forms of government for more tyrannical, fascistic, terroristic forms of government. We're seeing that in the U.S. now, and people have got to, it's like you see all the liberals in the Statue of Liberty costumes and stuff, and it's like, look, the time for this was 20, 30 years ago. You got to update your playbook here. You got to update your strategy and tactics and get organized for a struggle that is going to have to be carried out increasingly on an illegal basis, because they're going to make things like they're going to make free speech illegal. What are you going to do when they do that? When they make basic free speech illegal, as we're seeing, as we'll cover later in the Prairie Land case, there was somebody who got a 30-year sentence for moving a box of zines. Are you prepared to struggle under those conditions? Because those conditions are coming in. You might not think you did anything wrong, but it's going to be illegal in fascist America. We don't even have to kill. Good to hear you are vegan, though. Hell yeah, comrade. Well, when you're killing a plant, you're still killing a plant. Now, if you're talking about being fruitarian, that's where... Okay, so a fruitarian is a person who just eats, like, plant products, things that you can take from the plant without killing it, which I mean, in a technical sense, includes, like, beans and grains, although usually the whole plant is harvested. Those are annuals often anyway, so the plant is dying in the process of producing that seed. I mean, it gets to be more challenging. There's a lot of vegetables that, you're killing the whole plant to eat. Whatever. I mean, the point is that, also, I mean, if you live in a cold place, it can be pretty hard to be, under any but the absolute most modern conditions, be very hard to be a fruitarian. But definitely for me, becoming vegetarian and vegan was about just reducing the amount of suffering that I was involving myself in, just going about my normal biological functions. Like, I have to eat, can't help that. But I can do so while causing, like, the least amount of, suffering. So that was good, some of the idea. And then I did find out a lot more about the health benefits of it. There's a lot of health benefits to eating a lot more fruits and vegetables. Also, you can juice fruits and vegetables to get even more of them in your diet. And then, of course, the whole grains, nuts, seeds, and legumes. Tons of really health-promoting substances in all of those plants. Whereas in animal products, there tend to be a lot more pro-inflammatory compounds, and it's just harder to... Anyway, I have been a strict vegetarian for a long time, have absolutely no regrets, absolutely prefer it to eating, being an omnivore or whatever. And, honestly, all of that for me came out of a period of sort of moral injury where I was just like, I need a total reset and I need to do things differently. And that was one of the steps I took to build a new relationship with the world. Here I am years later, helping teach about communism. I think that peaceful protests can be effective when they actually have a call to action attached and not just a liberal public grievance party a la No Kings. Big problem for me with No Kings, it's the ones I've seen were just Democratic Party rallies. They were Kamala Harris rallies that were too embarrassed to even mention Kamala Harris's name. And so they're basically like ad campaigns for the next Democratic Party slate of failures. And they weren't attached so much to a movement, an independent movement. It was Democratic Party shit. And we know what the Democrats do. They're controlled opposition. I don't even think they were trying to win against Trump. You know, they ran Joe Biden, who was basically like literally dying during the debates. The part where he said in the debate, he like stammered for several minutes and then was like, we finally beat Medicare. And then Trump just leaned into the mic and was like, I don't know what he just said, and I don't think he knows either. Done. Look, I hate Trump, but he just absolutely slayed him in that moment. Like, it was over at that point. You know, it's funny, actually, there's an article I pulled, which we're not going to get to today probably, but in talking about politics, there's some article from 2023, I think, where they were still expecting to have a primary in the Democratic Party. They weren't running to win against Trump. They weren't. Tells me the capitalist class wanted a big crackdown. They gave people a bit of a reprieve under Joe Biden as they did right-wing things more quietly. And then they brought back Trump. They just weren't running to win, you know, but they sure as hell will block the left from getting off the ground. That's what people need to realize. Like, the Democratic Party is there to obstruct and co-opt. Their job, as shout out to Gallifreyan Jedi on Blue Sky, their job is not to fight fascism. Their job is to prevent you from fighting fascism. They're there to obstruct opposition. They are not there to be opposition. They are phony opposition that blocks real opposition. People need to know this. And so, is it possible, if you have a strong enough independent movement, to get involved with something like a No Kings, have a strong presence there, and end up, you know, come away at the end of the rally leading it? Like, to have won, like that in the course of the speakers of the day, that the socialist and communist, independent working class organizers and speakers clearly like won the day, and that the liberal speakers were just embarrassing, and that people come out of that going, I want to hear more from the socialists because they made a hell of a lot more sense than the Democrats. Yes, that is possible. Right now, my biggest frustration, my biggest source of frustration is, and we'll talk about this when we get into the whole excitement over the Mamdani gang primary wins, is trying to pry people away from the Democratic Party. Look, we need organization. Trying to organize within the Democratic Party is they can just crush that organization at any moment. You need independent organization. You need to organize outside of that party. And trying to pry people away from the clutches of the Democratic Party, which is there to co-opt and mislead you and obstruct you. I don't know what it's going to take for people to see this, because we've had so many examples at this point. You know, the whole thing, we were talking about this yesterday, of like, you know, Lenin saying in 1920 in, quote, left-wing communism and infantile disorder, or ultra-left communism and infantile disorder, that like the British should, for the time being, vote for the Labour Party because they didn't have a communist party organized yet. Because it was 1920. It's 2026. We should have that fucking party organized. And you shouldn't be relying on voting for the Labour Party just to show people how bad they are. To Lenin, that was like, well, do something. And if the most we can do right now is like vote for them just to show people how bad they are and how much of a betrayer, you know, they're going to be, then do that. But like also set up your communist party and start running them as soon as you can. He wasn't like, just do that indefinitely. Just keep voting Labour forever. That was not the point. Point is, it was 1920. The Comintern was new. And the UK didn't even have a fucking communist party yet. That was why he said that, okay? If I recall correctly, that is the correct context. I think left-wing communism and infantile disorder has some kind of record for being misquoted the most often, which is why I'm like more familiar with that passage, because I've gone through, you know, liberals abusing that passage so many times. But correct me if I'm wrong, that is the context. Was like, hey, you don't have a communist party yet, at least vote for the terrible SOCDEMs, at least to show people how much they suck, but then also set up a communist party. well, it's 2026. There's no excuse not to have set up the Communist Party and be running that and all that kind of stuff. So what I was saying yesterday is like that ends up oftentimes being an excuse for opportunists to lead people in a conciliatory direction toward liberal politics instead of becoming class independent, which is so fucking overdue at this point. And it just drives me right up a wall, like watching people run back into the arms of the Democratic Party over and over and over, seemingly no matter what they do. That to me is like, if we can't overcome that, hang it up. Literally give Trump the crown right now, because the Democratic Party cannot sustain wins against the Republican Party. They don't want to crush the Republican Party. They are the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters. They're literally like there to lose. They're there for the Globetrotters to run circles around them. That's their function. And it's not funny anymore. We have to stop this. And so, anyway, the point of No Kings, the only time you can really get involved in that liberal stuff is if you're pretty confident that the proletarian leadership can end up being leadership, you know, and leading people away from the liberals and reducing the influence of the liberals. I'm not seeing that in No Kings so far. And it's because a lot of the groups that champion involvement in that kind of stuff are opportunists. They're not doing that to like gain more influence over it. They're doing it because they're just sidling up alongside and trying to make a left liberal coalition. And they're fine with that. They're not striving for independence, really. So RJ says, take care of yourself first. Then if you feel guilt about not having done what you could in the past, use it for motivation for the future. That's growth. It's okay to realize this and try to be better. Absolutely. And I think what you're describing there is the benefits of guilt. I mean, guilt and shame can serve really constructive purposes. Like I was talking about the constructive purposes of anger. Can motivate you to like, oh, I need to do something. I'm angry. You know, it gives you that rush of energy. Guilt and shame, it's like kind of the same thing. It's like you need to stop and question yourself. It's inhibitory. You know, you feel guilty about something, you need to do it. What we're really talking about with some of this stuff is a more toxic thing where it gets embedded, like a toxic guilt, a toxic shame, where people can't move past it. What you're describing is the healthy approach of like understanding guilt. Your own guilt is trying to tell you you should do, if you're ever faced with a situation like that, you should do something differently. And maybe you should, you know, try to make reparations for whatever that thing you're feeling guilty about is. At least apologize for it, you know, sincerely. I got to tell you, apology goes, I think another thing the U.S. struggles with, in my view, is difficulty apologizing. You get so many people doubling down and tripling down, it just winds up escalating shit. Apologize. Just say you're sorry. And when somebody apologizes to you, I mean, there's times where, okay, what they did was like, you need more. But if somebody apologizes to you, at least acknowledge it. You know what I mean? At least start with that. I think we get so hung up on people. And again, I think that this comes out of people being so unsatisfied with their lives, feeling like they encounter so much injustice, so much belittlement, so much mistreatment day in and day out. Whether it's as a worker, whether it's as a persecuted a person of any persecuted status whatsoever, like historically oppressed person, people encounter so much bad treatment in life that, you know, it builds up. We wind up having this just attitude that like everything sucks. And, you know, it can put people into a bad kind of nihilistic headspace. I do think people just making the effort to like sincerely apologize to other people is like way lacking. I'm not saying it would solve every single problem, but it would help. It would help, you know, just people. Again, I was talking before about emotions and showing humanity. We're living in a society where our basic humanity is under threat. Talking about Israel before. Talk about a society where basic humanity is like severely lacking. And societies like that implode, they self-destruct. If you want to survive a society like that, that is attacking humanity, preserving humanity is one of the most radical things you can do, and letting that guide the rest of your struggle. Being a human being to other people. Now, there's times you got to pull away because people are just being dangerous. But, you know, letting other people know You're a human being, they're a human being, and you have that basic connection that you recognize that, you acknowledge that in them, can go a long way. And I think what we're seeing today, amongst all the other things that we're seeing, is a society like starved of that, of people just starved of like basic solidarity. I was talking about compassion before. Solidarity of like, you go through this problem, I go through this problem. I'm not going to mock you for having this problem because we all have this problem. You know, and oh, did I do something to you that was unpleasant? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to cause you excess pain on top of all the other shit you're dealing with. You know, because the burdens people carry around, a lot of times they're invisible. If somebody is acting out in a non-mocking way, you know, are you having a hard time? I'm sorry you're having a hard time. You'd be surprised sometimes how much people are starving to hear that. You know, I think a lot of Americans walk around, it's an inhuman system, we're treated inhumanely, it filters down, people start treating each other inhumanely. I mean, victims of it, people without power, victims of it, start treating each other inhumanely. You just start expecting inhumanity from everybody. And it ends up, we need humanity. We need basic compassion and solidarity from other people. Otherwise you start to feel like the world's a horrible place. You get paranoid, selfish, you get kind of a bunker mentality, kind of like, you know, I think it's why survivalism is so popular in a way, this kind of idea of I have to be totally self-sufficient, I have to be totally reliant, you know, I have to just look out for myself because nobody's going to have my back. I don't know. I think we can start showing in little ways, even to strangers, as the struggle builds, hey, I'll have your back. That's what picket lines are about. That's what protests in some sense are about. It's a demonstration of like, I will stand up for your rights. You know, let's stand up for each other's rights. And this is why being actually good allies, not obnoxious, white knight, moral crusader allies, but like actually supportive allies is important. Because it's like, look, I'll stand up for your rights, even if it doesn't affect me. You know, will you reciprocate too? And it's like, I can be part of the solution. We can all be part of the solution for each other. That's really important. I do think like any ways that you can get some humanity back into your interactions with people, even with strangers, even little things, it can really help. You know, sometimes people do that stuff too to like mask their other shitty behavior. Obviously, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like reaching deep down in there and just being like, look, this world is fucked up. This society is fucked up. It asks me to do inhumane things and I'm not going to go along with it. You know, it can kind of start on that level. I'm just like, you know, I don't even know how to do it better, but I'm just not going to do the thing that sucks. I'm not going to do the thing that sucks. I might go through a period of not knowing what to do, but I'm just going to start by not doing the thing that sucks. And then I will get a better idea eventually. But yeah, look for that humanity. It's important. There was a shooting in Montreal on Monday. Some incel, quote, Marxist tried to target Pornhub headquarters. See, that's what I'm talking about. You know, that is not the source of the problem. Anyway, killed one cop. And when I say it's not the source of the problem, you can go online, find these fucking incels, these like, 25-year-old guys that never had a real relationship. This is due to capitalism. I mean, you can trace it back to capitalism in basically any kind of way. No matter who it is, all roads lead back to capitalism in this regard. But they're like, oh yeah, it's pornography. It's like, that's what's, it's at the moral rot at the center of society. Chris Hedges does this shit too. No, that actually isn't the problem. That isn't the problem. And like blowing up Pornhub headquarters is not going to fix a fucking thing. It's really not. Okay. Not a Marxist approach for sure. Killed one cop. Dude seemed really angry, distressed, and wrote an incoherent manifesto before his death. You mean like every other incel? Don't be an incel. Like dying as an incel is just, you've never really lived if you die an incel. Sometimes I go to church when it's not busy to reflect on that helplessness and cry, just because it's a quiet place, not that I'm religious. Yeah, actually, I think that kind of started for me way back in the day. I was starting to face some like problems in my life, and I was like out driving. That's what I would kind of do. Was like I would like drive around because I could like be alone, listen to music, whatever. And I wound up driving to, yeah, it was like a quiet place, and I kind of did have a release, and then I realized a bunch of stuff that was bothering me. That was kind of, it was just all pent up and incoherent. It's like you got to kind of let out the emotions just to get the clarity, because it's like, it's all wrapped up in there. It's kind of like you got to dump the emotions out on the table, sieve them out. It's like panning for gold, and then you're like, oh, that's what was in there. That's what was doing that. But yeah, people do need places to where it's safe to introspect. Like I was talking about, a quiet place to do some meditation exercises. You need a quiet place to do that. If you try to do that in a real stressful place, you're not going to be able to like, you know, go within, retreat. You need to go to a place where you feel like physically secure, and also socially secure. People aren't going to be like staring at you or whatever. A bedroom, even a bathroom if you have to. Take a few minutes to just wherever you can get some like alone time. Yeah, people still believe in fully automated luxury gay space communism. I have not heard anyone reference that in the longest time. Wow. Some comrades I work with get burnt out quickly, so I make sure they take time away. I've been organizing for 20 years. I know that things can get rough. Absolutely, especially if you're in a small organization. There's a lot that needs to be done. More on like the burnout, the resource depletion thing. That can happen in small organizations a lot. A lot. I so completely understand your pull towards sociology. I'm in physics, and it has become extremely difficult for me to talk to my professors and peers because of their disconnect to the world. It's only because of my love for astrophysics that I'm still willing to finish this degree at least. I know what you mean, because you're living through a major crisis of capitalism, major social upheaval. You want to engage with that. You feel like your peers, and especially the authority figures, are withdrawing from it, living in their little bubble of like math and, that stuff. We all have a duty. I mean, Einstein's a good example of somebody who had social consciousness and was engaged with social topics as well. Be more like Einstein. All right, thanks for being on top of the troll there, people. There's an article by Greg McDougall on Ricochet, Indigenous People Fighting to Live Through Community and Activism. Specifically points out the failures of therapy to address trauma related to colonialism, racism, structural violence, etc. on Indigenous people. Thank you for that recommendation. Greg McDougall, Indigenous People Fighting to Live Through Community and Activism. That's what I'm talking about. Like, if your problems weren't caused on an individual level, it's pretty hard to solve them on an individual level. A lot of problems just need social change. You might experience it on an individual level. It affects you as, an individual. You feel it, but the cause is not individual. There's an interesting interview on psychic militancy with 2Black where they discuss nonviolence versus violence. Here's the link. Thank you. Lenin also never advocated for diluting your message for the party either. Yeah, that whole the Labor Party 1920 situation. All right, some people bailing on the stream here. I'm just catching up with the chat. Then I'm actually going to take a break and come back later. Huh? Meal break. I think an effective anarchist communist coalition is far more likely than a leftist liberal coalition, and I don't even agree with anarchism. Different problems with anarchism. You know what? I'll just leave that alone. Okay, I have caught up with the chat. Go me. Now, we've just gotten through the very first topic. What I'm going to do, I'm not even going to stop the stream. I am going to mute and just put up. I got to go get some food. So I'll probably be gone for like a half an hour. Let me see. I actually made something specifically for this. There we go. All right, I'm going to mute. I'll be back soonish. Okay. All right, we've taken our break, and now we are getting on to part 3 of live stream number 133. Part 1 was just pure chat yesterday on Thursday. Today is Friday. And we just recorded a segment, pretty lengthy segment and chat about moral injury, which if you haven't checked that out, definitely do check out that section of it. I think it's an important concept for anybody having bad news thrown at them constantly, anybody feeling betrayed by authority figures, anybody feeling helpless or upset watching atrocities being reported on the news. Moral injury is a useful concept for kind of understanding, starting to unpack your experiences, and then overcoming those experiences so that you're not carrying that burden of being so distraught by that, because it can kind of hold you back. And one thing I want to do here, I'll probably be editing these in, but I want to thank the patrons. Just take a minute to do that. We're also doing the economy section, so might as well talk about the people who are financially supporting the channel. And there are so many patrons now, patreon.com/socialismforall and buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. So many patrons and BMAX supporters that I had to split them onto two screens just to avoid the text being like so small you can't read it. So there are the $2 to $4. Actually, I think it's more like $2 to $5 supporters. Tons of them. The colors mean how many years they've been supporting. And then here are the $5 and up supporters in their various tiers. I really appreciate all the support. It's been great for me being on this journey with so many of you. You know, as you get into the, especially greens and blues and purples and pinks, some people have been supporting for like 5 years. And what's been great for me as a one-time learning communist as well has been having other people who are like really peers, like who've been advancing with me in my sort of, class of communism, learning stuff at the same time that I was, so to speak. There's a lot of people coming in now. It's like I'm the senior and you all are the freshmen coming in. And it's like a little weird. I try not to be like, oh, I wish they were all, my buddies or like people who are exactly at the same level I am. I'm starting to get more used to being a little more learned than, a lot of the audience, because the channel probably doubled in the last, or like 2 years ago, channel had a huge growth spurt where for the first like 4 years, it took like 4 years to get to 25,000. And then we hit 50,000 in like 2 years, now it's at 56. So huge growth spurt, but it's kind of people coming in like after I was. So we're in different places now. Still, I appreciate everybody, no matter where you are. If you're a committed person, student of Lenin, student of Marx and Engels, and want to brush up, get a good foundation, whatever the case may be, of communism, so that you can participate more effectively in the movement. Capitalism is going through a huge crisis, and that's actually what the upcoming segment is about that I'm going to do. We're going to do that, and then we're going to have a chat after that, and that's probably going to be today's stream, is we'll talk about the economy, we'll talk about the AI bubble that is so central to the economy, and when it crashes, we'll be probably taking down the illusions of prosperity that this economy is promulgating and has been. And I still have another segment on politics. We'll probably do that tomorrow, maybe. So, multi-part stream, 3-day stream, 4-part stream. It's all good. It's all good. As I was saying before, I had kind of a rough winter with all the ice shit going on. Starting to get back into it a little bit. Things are concerning out there. All right, but things being concerning out there or not, let's get into you talking about the economy. And again, thanks to those patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters, without whom I would not be able to devote nearly as much time to this channel. So, as I say, if you like the channel, have learned something from it, want to see more from it, and to help other people learn from it as well, make this thing last so that even after you've learned from it, others can keep learning and benefiting from it. Patreon.com/socialismforall. Buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. Everything is encouraging. It also counts towards my living expenses. And, every dollar that I get from you is a dollar I don't have to go sell my labor to a capitalist for. So it is directly how that works. All right, so let's talk about the economy here in part 3 of live stream number 133. What are we looking at? The Dow Jones Industrial Average, last 100 years. So looking at the stock market. And this goes back prior to 1920, so really more than 100 years here. What do we see? It's going higher and higher and higher. But what also do we see at different times in here? Well, it can go flat for long periods of time, and it can even regress. So if we start on the left side, the earliest era, we see the gigantic stock bubble that preceded the crash of 29, which of course brought in the Great Depression. We see that the stock values went way high, and then when they crashed, they went way below the previous level and didn't come back up for a number of years. Then it was up and down again for a while, and then between 1940 and 1960, 65, it was climbing. Then it leveled out for about 20 years. Then it climbed again. We see the dot-com crash of the early 2000s, and again, the market's going sideways during a lot of the 2000s. Then there's a little bubble in 2008, then it crashes. And what happens? The 2010 level goes back to like the 1997 level. So it wipes out like over a decade of value. Then it starts climbing again. And it's now hitting record highs. So if you look at the stock market, you would think that, things are going real well. This is about as far as a lot of people, ever look into the economy. Line go up. And, over time, it's mostly gone up. Hey, things must be fine, right? Well, let's start looking a little bit more deeply at what we've got going on right now, because there is a lot of euphoria and has been in the markets. So this is the 10-year Treasury minus the 3-month Treasury. So we're looking at bond yield curves here. And what do we see in recent years? A gigantic inversion. The line went below zero. This heralds a recession. And as you can see, the shaded areas indicate recessions. What precedes every one of them is a yield inversion. After that happens, and then the curve steepens, it goes back the way that it was before, and then starts climbing. It's in the process of that climb that the recession happens. So where are we currently? We've been looking at this for years now. We have one of the deepest and longest inversions on record. For years, between 2022 and, about a year and a half ago, there was a huge inversion. And what we know about inversions is duration corresponds to the eventual severity of the recession. So now the curve, it was kind of flat, and then it re-inverted even. It was really struggling to get back above zero. It is now seemingly starting to steepen. So probably we are in the start of a recession now, or it's about to start. Unless it re-inverts, in which case, when this thing finally hits, really look out. Even as it is, look out. So that's the 10-year to the 3-month. Let's look at the 10-year minus the 2-month. 10-year Treasury constant maturity minus 2-year Treasury constant maturity. Same thing, inversion. And every time that there's an inversion, there's a recession. You can see back around 1980, there was the same protracted, multiple year inversion situation, and then 2 recessions pretty much back to back. So we're in a situation like that. They haven't, I don't think, called the recession yet. The NBER is the organization that officially calls recessions. And this curve's going back down. Who knows? It could re-invert for all we know. But this is a sign that there is an economic crash coming. What is a recession? Basically a contraction of economic activity for a certain period of time, sustained. It's marked by unemployment, people being laid off. This is described in Marxism as a crisis of overproduction. This is mentioned even in the Communist Manifesto. It's a very basic feature of capitalism. What it is capitalists reducing economic activity for the sake of protecting prices and profits. So basically, capitalism being based on advanced industry, and there's only 2 kinds of governance you can have for advanced industry, capitalism or socialism. Either the capitalist class rules and it's capitalism, or the working class rules and it's socialism. Basically, a lot of commodities, goods and services get produced for exchange, and workers are only paid enough to subsist. We're paid for our labor power So basically, we're just paid enough to survive and show up at work again, because in capitalism, the price of any commodity is its average cost of production. So your wages, or the cost of your labor power, are the cost of producing your labor power, or basically keeping you alive. That's what wages basically are. Now, we can struggle for higher wages, and that is part of the struggle for socialism. However, ending the rule of capital and then producing not-for-profit and ending wage labor is like the ultimate goal in socialism. But anyway, on the way up, we struggle for better wages, better purchasing power, etc. However, that in itself is never going to be enough, contrary to what the Social Democrats will tell you. You can't just rest on better wages. Capitalism will still have its crises and throw people out of work and etc. You have to end the rule of capital, by confronting capital and ending its rule. So what they have to do, because they're producing all this stuff, and if you just left it around, it would drive down prices, they throw people out of work. They shut down production. And then the excess products get consumed. Then when that excess has been consumed, they open back up for business, rehire people, and production resumes. But these are the crises of overproduction that are basically what we know as recessions. That is an inherent feature of capitalism. It is not an inherent feature of socialism. I mean, you don't have to do that in socialism. Capitalists do it to protect their profits and to keep the power of the working class suppressed. So anyway, the inverted yield curve is a very reliable indicator of recessions, and it looks like we're headed toward an absolutely massive one. Now, what we know about 2008 is that was a huge crisis politically for capitalism. They lost face because they had told us, there was the dot-com crash of the early 2000s. But basically 2008 was the first full, real severe global financial meltdown following what they had said was the end of history, the end of socialism, the destruction of the USSR. It was all over. There's no alternative, they said. Only capitalism. But then capitalism, less than 20 years later, completely shit the bed. We got 2008. So people started going, maybe this isn't, the end of history. Maybe actually another world is still possible, and maybe we need to start struggling for it again. Long story short, you're now listening to this channel. We're headed, actually before I even say that, you'll also notice that there's a thin gray line indicating recession in 2020. Now this of course was the pandemic. Due to a biological threat, there were public health interventions like closing down businesses and things like that. However, even before that, there was a bond yield curve inversion. It went below zero. So the economy was capitalism was heading for a recession anyway. It happened to line up with a global pandemic, once in a century pandemic. But we would have had a recession then anyway. I think it's fair to categorize what's been happening ever since then is they have been refusing to let this recession happen. And what happens? How do you avoid a recession with, massive intervention? First of all, after 2008, they started the quantitative easing. The Federal Reserve started all kinds of new programs to get liquidity into the system because they were trying to avoid a credit crunch, which is basically what was happening after 2008. When Lehman Brothers went down, Bear Stearns, nobody wanted to lend to anybody else. So credit, which is how money comes into the system these days, it's lent into existence. So as money is lent into existence in the current system, and after the failures of Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns, basically credit was drying up. Nobody wanted to lend to anybody. The Federal Reserve stepped in and was like, here's money, you go lend it right fucking now, because a credit crunch would have just destroyed economic activity because nobody would be able to access money. Nobody would lend money into the economy. Federal Reserve was like, you're lending this money in right now. They also opened programs where you could get money directly from the Fed, although a lot of financial entities didn't like using that Federal Reserve system directly because it kind of looked bad for them. Anyway, they initiated an entirely new post-2008 regime to keep everything afloat. Now, the 2019 recession that was beginning, and there was a crisis in the repo market, the overnight repurchase market, called Repo Madness. If you want to look this up, it was September 2019. And that was one of the first signs that there was a liquidity crisis, or like accessing cash crisis, building in the financial system. And I've watched a lot of videos on this and read explanations of it. What you're talking about is the financial plumbing of global capitalism. And it's about as complicated as, like, the sewer systems of New York City. It's like you don't even want to know what's going on down there. It's so complicated and dirty and gross. But basically, there was a problem developing down in that system. So odds are we were headed for a recession anyway, and then it happened to be that this global virus broke out. There's a lot of people who are like, oh, COVID was a bioweapon, but also I'm not going to mask against it or get vaccinated. Okay, seems like poor choices to me. But, I mean, if you believe it's a bioweapon or anything, I find it interesting, actually, that nobody floated the theory that, because there's a lot of people like, oh, it was China doing it. Well, why would China have done that? Like, what did China have to gain, especially when they were, like, blamed for it? Anyway, it just, that didn't make any sense. I didn't hear anybody saying that they released COVID to cover up the recession, or so that they can manage the recession under the cover of dealing with the pandemic, but really they were trying to cover, the effects of the recession. Anyway, I'm not saying that that's definitely the case. I just would have thought somebody would have floated that theory. But anyway, I mean, there was a recession due to the fact that people weren't allowed to conduct business due to the health risks. But again, we were headed for a recession anyway. Then there was kind of like a setback in 2023, but the markets have kind of recovered. But in the backdrop of all this, let me put up the 3-month again. Again, this just massively inverted yield curve going on years and years and years. So the point of this, what I want you to understand, is we have a gigantic red light flashing of a reliable recession indicator. However, they've been kicking the can down the road and kicking it down the road and kicking it down the road. Whatever the fallout of this mounting recession is going to be, we're just maybe starting to experience the effects of it now. And as far as the whole Iran, the U.S.-Israel war on Iran, an oil shock is a very classic recession starter because oil is a ubiquitous input. I mean, it's just, oil is required for everything, more or less, in economic activity. Transportation, manufacturing, you name it. It also has inelastic demand, meaning you can't just like cut back on oil if it becomes unavailable. It's required. There's not really much of an alternative. If you can't get oil, you go out of business. If you can't afford oil, you go out of business. Like, people have to keep buying oil no matter what the price is. What we had going on recently with the Strait of Hormuz closure, which it's still really kind of not clear at this point what the new state of things is going to be, or the new, pay to play, whatever the environmental fees Iran is charging or whatever is going to be, or if the US is going to start attacking again, or if Israel is going to start attacking again, and then Iran could just like shut it down completely again. The situation with that, though, is here in the US, we had gas more or less double from like $2.50 to $5, more in some areas, less in some areas. But roughly, like, in 6 months, the price of gas doubled. Huge expense because the United States is, pretty much organized around driving. Whether it's, commercial shipping or transportation, like, people need gas. Even a lot of poor people, not everybody, but even a lot of poor people have cars in the U.S. because it's so hard to get by without one. We don't have very good public transportation. Buses and trains are spotty at best in most places. You just need a car if you want to get to work reliably. And especially if you're in a rural area, there's not going to be any buses or anything, So it's like car or nothing. Buy gas or don't get where you're going, are like kind of the options. So that's been going on. And a lot of countries do keep reserves of oil for crises just like this one. Even with going through the reserves of oil, prices went up quite a bit, and a lot of countries burned through their oil reserves. Meaning, if they don't get new oil, delivered, they're just going to run out. Okay, like they had enough oil to get through like a month or two, but demand for oil is huge. You just can't keep, enough oil supply on hand as a reserve to meet all the demand. There's just too much demand. So it's got to keep flowing. And if the strait closes again, here's another thing people need to understand about the strait, actually. It's not just the shipments. It's that the oil wells producing in the Middle East had to shut down because they had nowhere to ship the oil. So they had to shut down production. So it's not even just a question of getting it on the ship and getting it through the strait. They have to restart production again. So there's a big oil shock happening, and I don't think we've seen all of the effects of it yet. So we haven't even really seen the full effects of the oil shock at this point yet. People in the chat are saying the strait is closed again, I think, and it's after a market close on Friday today. So yes, we're back to bombing Iran today. Is that confirmed? I haven't really been reading the news today. I've been on stream. So anyway, this is a classic recession start, is an oil shock, because it makes many businesses, the cost of business goes up dramatically, and there's just no way around it. And so a lot of businesses that are already stretched thin are just pushed to the point where they have to shut down, putting people out of work. And what they're trying to do is, if you're reducing global oil supply by about 20%, which is roughly what has happened here, you have to cause demand destruction as well. This isn't like the pandemic where you can print money. You need oil. So if there is 20% less oil, you got to somehow burn 20% less oil. And like I said, the demand is inelastic. So even if they raise the price high, people are still going to buy it. You have to raise the price super high on oil to get a 20% demand reduction. That means recession, basically. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. And what I was saying before about 2008 being a political crisis and a crisis of confidence in capitalism itself. I mean, that's really the direct lineage of channels like this popping up, talking about capitalism itself. That's 2008. People weren't talking about capitalism that much prior to 2008. I mean, in the general society, it wasn't like a mainstream discussion. After 2008, it was like, with the help of Occupy, the 1%, the 99%, criticizing capitalism itself was back on the menu. I think one of the roles of Trump is to be a villain who takes the blame for this massive crisis that's unfolding now. But we have to make sure that capitalism itself is framed as the problem here, because it does this. And also, there's also the question of the rate of profit falling over time. Marx talked about the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, because in capitalism, the source of profit is labor. It's the extraction of surplus value from labor. However, over time, the production process changes, where more of capital is getting invested in machinery, what's called constant capital, than in wages, or what's called variable capital. So the production process gets more mechanized, there's less sort of immediate labor input, and there's less profit. And this is true of the entire system as a whole. So over decades and decades and centuries, the tendency is for the rate of profit to fall. There are fewer and fewer profits to be found in the system, because it's less dependent, in a sense, or the proportion of labor that's being exploited in the process is diminishing. It's getting more and more mechanized. And there's no profit in that, because the average price of a commodity is its cost of production. Some merchants and capitalists will charge a little bit more, a little bit less, depending on outside factors, but overall it averages out to the cost of production. That's the price. The source of profit is exploitation of labor, getting workers to work for free. If your process doesn't involve getting people to work for free, it's just running machinery, there's no profit. You're just selling things at cost, basically. So that's a tendency of the system over time. And if AI can do, any of what they're claiming, which we're going to talk about AI separately, it's probably not able to automate quite as much as they're saying, by far. But there has been automation since computerization has been a thing over the last 50 years. Certainly productivity per worker has gone up. Wages have stagnated, but productivity has gone up. But again, this is still, you're moving the productivity into the machine, and you have fewer workers, which seems like to individual firms like, oh, I can compete because I'm spending less on wages. However, this is actually kind of a race to the bottom for capitalism itself. There's fewer and fewer profits to be found because they end up investing in more productive machinery to streamline their process so that they can, pay fewer workers. However, that's actually the source of their profit over the long term. So that's the kind of situation that we're in. And this is the discussion we need to be bringing about. Capitalism is heading into a terminal decline. This is one of the important things you need to understand about Marxism, is that this tendency of the rate of profit to head towards zero means at some point capitalism has a crisis from which it really cannot recover. Marx mentioned a number of ways that capitalists can try to forestall or counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to decline, such as paying workers below replacement cost or subsistence cost. There's things that they can do to kind of squeeze more profit in the short term, but they can't sustain them over the long term. Over the long term, this is the tendency of the system, even if they mount a sort of counteroffensive for 5 or 10 years here or there. Over time, profits dry up in capitalism, and then you have a really messy situation where they're trying to squeeze harder and harder and do more and more fascism. And it's as much to keep trying to get what profits they can as to just maintain hegemony over society, to maintain the rule of capital, what we call the dictatorship of capital, or the overall class rule of capital. As their system cracks up, which it's doing now, it's harder for them to hold on, the more force they have to use to hold on. We're not in the situation that we're in 100 or 200 years ago, where there was a lot of unclaimed land left in the world. There were lots of untapped raw materials to be exploited. There were places in the world that were not brought in, there were markets to expand into. There were labor markets that could still be tapped. A lot of that stuff's been claimed. And you see Elon Musk like, oh, we'll go colonize Mars. There's resources there. Bullshit. This is a pipe dream. What Lenin said in Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, is that basically, in the 20th century, the capitalist system made a phase change from its early ascending form, and some people tack on mercantilism as an even earlier pre-capitalist transitional form. But anyway, you have your early capitalism, which is ascending, rising, building itself, overthrowing feudalism, building national markets, reshaping society to meet the needs of the capitalists, creating a large dispossessed working class that will go and work for capitalists, throwing people off the land, in other words. Read Capital Volume 1. Once that's done, and the internal market and national situation is such that it's the way the capitalists want, then they have to look outside their borders. And this is the phase change to imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Lenin wrote a whole book about it, and if you want the short version, read Imperialism and the Split in Socialism by Lenin, which covers a lot of the same topics, but in a more condensed, more like essay rather than book format. So now the world is, and Lenin wrote that in the 19-teens. Now everything's been claimed and mapped and everything else, more or less. 99.999% of the world is like claimed and mapped and all this stuff. All the main accessible resources are pretty much, already belong to somebody or are spoken for in one way or another. And what Lenin said about imperialism in this era, the imperialists start fighting each other, even though they're heavily invested in each other. They're fighting each other over who's the most influential. They're fighting for who's going to get what. They're fighting for power and redivision of the world amongst themselves. So it's inter-imperialist struggle. World War I was the first major inter-imperialist struggle for redivision of the world. And at that time, the world had kind of just wholly been claimed by one power or another. Now, even a lot of these places that were formerly totally undeveloped are much more developed. Even a lot of the poorest places on Earth, there's some amount of capitalism going on there. It's much more developed than it was 100 years ago. So we're much closer to the end stage of capitalism than we were 100 years ago when the capitalists really started fighting over who was top dog and who's going to get, the biggest spoils of the profits and who's going to have the colonies, the most colonies and all that. We're coming up to another redivision of the world between, well, the global capitalist system is a web, and there are different nodes. The United States is a node. The United States still has a lot of manufacturing. It's shipped out a lot of manufacturing. Still has a lot of manufacturing. It's one of the top manufacturing countries. China, though, now, where was China in 1915? Very underdeveloped. Today, most industrialized country in the world. And it wants more influence, and it wants more profit. Because, there's a capitalist class in China, and although there is a planning layer to their economy, by and large, their economy is most shaped by capital accumulation and profit seeking than anything else. So they're behaving like any advanced monopoly capitalist country is going to be acting, albeit with some qualifications because of, they had been building socialism at one point. Well, depending on who you ask, some people dispute that they were ever building socialism. But by their account and by the account of most of the Marxist movement, they were building socialism at one point. There started to be capitalist restoration, or again, depending on who you ask, just dabbling with quote unquote market socialism. We were talking about this in the chat yesterday. Not really a view. We hold what are markets. Markets are mechanisms for circulating commodities. What are commodities? Commodities are goods and services produced for exchange, which is the exact thing you're getting away from in socialism, yet that is the thing that is more than anything else guiding the Chinese economy or industry in China. Production in China is guided by that. Also, so generalized commodity production and wage labor, or, having that labor market, wage labor being treated as a commodity. This is capitalism. But China is not, historically a global hegemon. It wasn't a colonial power or anything like that. But it is coming to the fore as a financial and economic powerhouse, and it's fighting for standing and influence on the world stage. The declining European and especially American powers don't really want to move over for it. There's conflict going on there. We're looking at the start of World War III between... People get really invested in the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa thing. A lot of those countries... They are more emerging economies rather than historically, long-standing, established, formerly colonizing countries, colony-holding countries. It's Russia, which used to be the USSR. It's China, which is still at least formally the People's Republic of China. India was a British colony. India, to me, always seems like the biggest sort of odd man out of BRICS. They got lumped together. BRICS itself came from a Goldman Sachs analyst. That's where the term was coined. So how much these countries have in common with each other. Brazil, very interestingly, I don't know if people saw, Lula was caught on a hot mic at a conference, I think just yesterday, saying he was never a leftist. So there's your Brazilian leftism, was actually never a leftist. Anyway, there is this kind of, at least as the fanboys would put it, BRICS is on the right side and the G7, EU, US, British Commonwealth countries are on the other side, and BRICS is the rising third world, and it's, totally morally just and everything else. With the possible exception of China, if you want to, depending on who you ask, none of these countries are socialist. You're talking about people vying for influence within the capitalist global system. That is objectively what is going on. People try to put a lot of different spin on that, and there's a lot of people paid to put a lot of different spin on that, but that is what it is. That is the context for me of the Iran war, as the U.S. under Trump tries to bring Europe to heel by cutting off its energy, I think is one of the angles there. Also causing major shortages in Asia, saying, hey, we still pull the levers of power in the global economy, and you're not going to eclipse the U.S. so soon. Where this is headed, as far as, is it World War III or not, remains to be seen at this point, although the level of conflict, whether it's Ukraine, whether it is struggle for influence in Africa, this is ongoing. And it is increasing, though, and escalating. Also, one of the ways out of a bad recession is destruction of capital, because that allows you to rebuild it. So world wars can be very useful for putting down discontent with capitalism and also destroying capital that can then be rebuilt, which is one of the ways by which the capitalists can turn back the wheel a little bit, can turn back the hands of the clock on the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. If you destroy a bunch of capital, well, then there's labor you can exploit in the process of rebuilding it. But again, this is like forestalling the inevitable, but being really destructive in the process. My read is that we're on the precipice of very unstable times. Back to the US economy, as I said, post-2008, they have been resorting to all kinds of new tricks to keep the economy afloat. Like, they're just not allowing a recession to happen. They keep dumping more money into the economy, and this is reducing people's purchasing power. But to them, it's preferable to doing a recession until such time as a recession becomes like truly inevitable. But they've been forestalling it. So probably when it hits, it's going to be like 2 or 3 recessions rolled into one. I'm not sure if they really looked at that and said, well, that's fine. It's still better than having a bunch of little ones. Or I don't know what's guiding that. But it does look like what's going to happen based on the indicators so far. As I said in the chat yesterday, I thought that a lot of this was going to happen by now. It hasn't, for a couple of different reasons. People have asked why a lot in the comments. Part of it is that in 2022 and 2023, when the signs of trouble were really showing up and this bubble got crazy inflated during the pandemic, which actually, looking at that, housing is another indicator here. Here's the Case-Shiller. We've looked at this before. This is the U.S. National Home Price Index. Case-Shiller is widely regarded as like one of the most reliable indicators of housing. What do we see? It's pretty flat through the 90s, starts rising through the 2000s, massive bubble in 2005, 6, 7, pops in 2008, declines. This was that nice, I mean, some of my last good memories economically are like 2011, 2012. Things were still pretty cheap then, relatively speaking. Then what happens? 2013, 14, 15, they start to climb. By 2017, 2018, you're back to basically bubble prices again. And then we cross the line of the pandemic and we just go into Never Never Land, and values become like they're just making up prices. What's this, 2-bedroom ranch worth? I don't know, $500,000? Like, where are you getting that number from? You just pulled it out of your ass? The inflation is, when I say that they're not letting a recession happen during which prices come down, this is what I'm talking about. They're just letting it go away and away and away and away, and your purchasing power is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. And we have a situation where nobody can afford a house. Now, that situation is split. It's not the same everywhere. There are parts of the U.S. like the Southeast, Florida, Gulf Coast, Texas, Colorado, the West Coast, a few other places where prices have been coming down now for a while, and in some places sharply. In other places, like all across the Northeast, from Michigan or so, down through Ohio, Pennsylvania, all the way up through New England and the DC area as well, like mid-Atlantic. Prices have never come down since this thing started. They're still going up in those areas. So you have like a bifurcated situation. Parts of the country have like a housing recession going on. Parts are still growing like as rapidly as ever. So it depends. There's parts now, I was watching a real estate thing where they're saying like in some of these states, you're just going to get to a point where the average house costs $1 million, like in the next few years, if it doesn't start coming down. Like it's so outside of any frame of reference that anyone has. Like these numbers aren't even real, And if you look at the number of mortgages being applied for, it's at a record low right now. Buyers have just stopped even trying. They're like, these prices are not remotely realistic. And Bank of America is now predicting that there will be 3 Federal Reserve rate hikes in the second half of this year, meaning that they're raising the cost of borrowing money. So that means, and that affects everything, credit card rates, mortgages. So you got houses that are like $700,000, and then you're borrowing at like 7%, it's not doable. So the strange thing is that it's been resistant somehow to collapse. Like somehow the prices have not come down. Buyers, I guess, don't need to sell that badly, and they're just staying where they are, and they're like, I'm not lowering the price no matter what. And part of that is a lot of the people who have houses are locked in at a 2 or 3% mortgage rate, or their house is completely paid off. And they don't want to sell their house no matter, well, at a more reasonable price, and then buy somewhere else that they have to finance at like 7% and lose a bunch of money on interest. So the housing market is like shutting down. So housing is fucked. And by the way, anybody who wants the key to US politics, in my opinion, fix the housing market. Come up with a plan to fix the housing market, and the world will beat a path to your door. US voters will beat a path to your door. Actually, along those lines, we'll get into the first article. I'm sure I have more to say about this overall situation. But let's start getting into some specifics, and then I'm sure we can go back and forth between that and the commentary. But this was this week. Trump abruptly cancels signing of bipartisan bill on affordable housings, from the Washington Post by Natalie Allison, Mariana Alfaro, Gerald Dillard, and Theodoric Meyer. How many WAPO authors does it take to write an article? So this was just this week. Basically, Trump is holding this affordable housing bill hostage. I'm not going to read this whole thing because it's just like a little drive. Basically, the gist of it is Trump was going to sign this bill that has bipartisan support. And when things are bipartisan, it means they're just teaming up to kind of screw you over. But according to Senate.banking.gov, and this is the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, it cuts red tape, builds more homes, and restores accountability. Now, I haven't done like a full policy deep dive on this. The fact that there is so much bipartisan support, to me, suggests, probably not a very good bill. But in any case, there is a housing crisis. No one's really talking about it. Again, you want the key to like politics. The communists in the Russian Revolution had the slogan of like peace, land, and bread. Fucking housing needs to be in there somewhere for us. I mean, the real estate is so fucked, and the real estate lobby like owns politics in this country to such a significant degree, especially in cities. So take on the real estate lobby, real estate investors. That is like such a major parasitic force in politics today, and it's completely causing a gigantic housing crisis in this country. They don't build enough new housing. Investors, whether it's, and a lot of people point the finger at large institutional investors. Yes, they did buy up houses, particularly in the Sun Belt, the Southwest. But a lot of it is honestly just mom and pop, people who own between 10 and 20 properties. That's who bought up a lot of the shit, and they turned it into Airbnbs and whatever else. And there's no housing left for you and me. And that's why rent over the last few years, the national median rent went to $2,000. People talk about, oh, it's so great in the US and this and that. You know how expensive it is to live here? It's crazy. It used to be, and I kind of lived my life by like trying to walk between the raindrops and like look for deals. There's no fucking deals. I'm a deals expert. I'm an expert at, living well, really cheap or for free. And when I say living well, I mean living a culturally enriched, active life, but without spending money. It's an anti-consumerist mentality. But even that, today, there's no fucking deals anymore. It's very, very hard to get a deal on literally anything. Anytime I get money, I feel like it flies out the window, just paying rent, utilities, and good luck if they open a data center near you and your water bill goes up to $600 and your electricity bill goes up to $800. People don't realize how expensive it is here. Yes, we have access to a lot of trends, to a lot of gadgets, but the cost of living is crazy. People live under extreme stress, and there's extreme poverty in the United States. People not being able to get dental care, health care. Anyway, so we got this housing crisis. Congress actually did something about it. Again, don't have the policy analysis for you of like how good this is or isn't. But Trump is holding it hostage. He won't sign it until the Congress votes for his stupid like stealing elections bill. So that's where the politics are on the housing crisis right now. So there is a cost of living crisis. Housing is one of your most expensive and most basic needs, and there's a crisis around it. By the way, if people are interested in more about that housing bill, more analysis at bipartisanpolicy.org if you want to see it. It's Inside the Deal, What's in the Final 21st Century Road to Housing Act. Gives you kind of a breakdown of it. So this is where the overall economy is at. We've got like a giant recession indicator flashing, the AI bubble that now everybody's talking about, and we'll talk about in a minute, and a housing crisis, poverty. Speaking of, SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance. This is food stamps. Last year, Trump's disgusting, quote, big beautiful bill, the triple B, a lot of the provisions in this bill cut welfare in huge ways that people rely on to live because jobs do not pay enough money and or there aren't enough jobs. Some of the provisions took effect immediately last year when this was passed in November. Other parts are just taking effect this month. So there was a big round of people giving to food banks last November. Going to need to do that again because a lot of the additional restrictions are taking effect now, and there's going to be even more welfare cuts into 2027. So to take a quick look at that, and there's videos out there about this. You can watch interviews with people who are affected by this. Are any of you affected by this in the chat? So taking a look at some of the details, this is from Benefits USA. The One Big Beautiful Bill, SNAP Changes 2026, every rule that changed. This is a complete guide to every SNAP rule changed by the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Work requirements, exemptions, benefit caps, cost sharing, immigration, and timelines. So this is fairly quick. I'll just show you kind of like their breakdown of how this bill made it harder for people to get the help that they need. I mean, and we frame it in capitalism as like help people need on top of their wages. The reality is, again, wages, as I was talking about, they pay for workers to subsist. You know, they pay you just barely enough so you can keep surviving, not to have like a good quality life. Anything on top of that has been fought and struggled for. And this is why the death of the labor movement has been so detrimental. Anyway, you can see here that parts of it took effect immediately November 1st. So there was a homeless exemption. That was exempt previously, now removed. Former foster youth exemption allowed you to get assistance through age 24, removed. Let's go to the next page, just to name a few of these rules here. But as I was saying, we frame it as assistance, but it's like, why do we charge people for food? There's enough for just everybody to get it, whatever food that they want. Food can be free. So anyway, but we do this, putting it, and when I was talking about that they have recessions to keep prices high, you can find footage of them destroying food, dumping milk into the sewer, destroying huge mountains of potatoes. Anyway, you can see some more things that took effect later on here. There was area waivers for high unemployment, all waivers terminated, etc. So they're just yanking, and it's like, how much money does this save? It's just more austerity. They now advance some of this in the name of quote unquote combating fraud. That's a lie. They did that under the Tea Party. Some of the states started using this fraud, waste, and abuse thing. Oh, the welfare system has to go. There's too much fraud, waste, and abuse. If we had a media that wasn't in on this, this would be very easy to destroy that narrative. Anyway, none of that's true. It's about making life harder for working people so that it's harder for us to fight back. Now, that is very much the case. It makes people more afraid and desperate and scattered. Anyway, I mean, the point to me is you can just expect more of this at this point. And incidentally, it's not just things like direct assistance. There is another thing that got passed at the same time that very few people know about. There's been mixed signals from the Trump administration on cannabis. So I would say one positive thing that has happened in the last decade has been decriminalization and legalization in a lot of U.S. states, like something like half of U.S. states. You will no longer go to jail for small to like moderate, even somewhat large amounts of cannabis. Great. In some states, you're allowed to grow it. In other states, you have to be just like licensed to grow it. But in any case, people aren't going to jail for it, which was a big, stupid and unjust thing that was going on in this country for many years, which is, if you can't criminalize people's existence directly, well, just criminalize their habits. And so, cannabis use was one of those things that it was an easy thing to send people to jail for who maybe don't have the politics that you want. And actually, there's a Nixon aide, because the war on drugs started in that time. Nixon aide who basically admitted it was like, it was a way that Richard Nixon saw and the Republican Party saw to go after people who are more on the left. So one of the things that got passed was that cannabis seeds, this is like a little bit convoluted. You can, if you look up this article, read more of the details. But basically, because cannabis seeds, even if they grow, you may know that not all cannabis plants contain THC, which is what gets you high. Some just contain CBD and other substances that are not really psychoactive. Like CBD is medicinally active. It can be used in high amounts as an anti-seizure treatment. And there are other compounds, cannabinoids, that have other effects that seem to actually be helpful and health promoting. And those cannabis plants don't necessarily even contain any THC or like really negligible trace amounts that can't get you high. So basically in the US, if plant material was below 0.3% THC, then it was classified by the new rules as hemp, which means that seed, even of high THC plants, the seed itself will grow a high THC plant that might have 20 or 30% THC. So definitely be, have strong drug-like effects. But the seed itself was classified as hemp, which means that it could be sent through the postal system, transmitted across state lines. And that has allowed, people involved in cannabis cultivation and understanding the compounds contained in these plants, doing research, medical research on the plants, to engage with cannabis genetics much more easily. Well, one of the changes that they snuck in was that the seeds are now going to be classified not as hemp, not based on what they contain, but on the plants that they grow into. So at the same time that the Trump administration, and this is Trump signing an executive order, reclassifying cannabis from a Schedule 1, which means no therapeutic medicinal value, high potential for abuse, Schedule 1 substance, to a Schedule 3 substance, which would make it much easier to do research on it without getting federal permission. Because you can do research on Schedule 1 substances, but you need permission to do it, and it can be difficult to obtain. Reclassifying it as Schedule 3 does make it easier to do the research. However, at the same time, they're removing people's ability to transmit the seed across state lines. So there's all kinds of stuff going on here, and that's my point. Is this is just one example I happened to see in the news recently, and I was like, wait a minute, didn't they just reschedule it? Kind of mixed messages. The seemingly pointless, sometimes even contradictory attacks on people. Expect more of this. Expect more chaos as capitalism melts down and lashes out in sometimes even contradictory ways. We're living through bad times that are directly related to the breakdown of capitalism in the massive crisis that it's entering into. We're talking about a huge potential shift of power and influence from US and Europe centered top dog seats into China and other countries. And the tumult that is going to be resulting from this, I think, cannot be underestimated. And the many ways in which it may reach into your life or the life of people you know. And speaking of, all the other stuff going on, I did want to at least give a mention to Cuba. This is from Media Matters for America on Blue Sky. Jesse Waters on Fox News talking about Cuba, quote, "My banking buddy told me that after we topple Castro, we're going to be able to buy 100 acres of pristine Cuban coastline for like 50 G's. So you want to know why they're doing this? It's the same thing after they destroyed the Soviet government, because then you can buy all of these resources for pennies. That's what it's all about. They want to privatize. And this is not a story with a happy ending in the short term. But let's turn now to kind of the crux of all of this, which is the AI bubble. Here's a story from Sky News, and this is also from back in the fall, 8th of October, 2025. Bank of England warns of, quote, sharp correction for markets if the AI bubble bursts, and the IMF, International Monetary Fund, agrees. In its latest update on the state of the financial system, the bank adds its voice to concerns about U.S. issues that will have knock-on effects for us, England, if realized. Let's read some of this article. The Bank of England sees trouble ahead for global financial markets if investors U-turn on the prospects for artificial intelligence, or AI, ahead with the IMF in agreement. What does this mean? A U-turn on the prospects for artificial intelligence means they've been funding it and funding it and funding, as we were talking about yesterday, with the promise that this is going to pay off massively. It's the future of the economy. It's the future of computing, everything else. Well, what if it isn't? Then you just spent trillions. You just wasted trillions. You spent trillions on a scam. You spent trillions you're never getting back again. And so basically the Bank of England and IMF were like, yeah, if investors start to consider this too risky or too uncertain to be profitable, which, again, to be fair, would be an entirely reality-based perspective, because it hasn't been profitable at all yet. And as we were talking about extensively in the chat, I mean, 95% of businesses that have implemented AI, according to a study from, I think, 6 months ago, saw no increase in productivity or profit from implementing AI. Now, 5% say that they did, but that's not very many, is it? And the companies themselves are not profitable. You know, SpaceX went live talking about space exploration, but if you pull back all of the bluster and fluff from the front of their IPO filing, you see that basically the core of their revenue generating proposal is that they're going to be renting data center space to Anthropic. Now, if there isn't a demand for Anthropic, Anthropic's not going to be renting that, and you either have to find another customer or, you know, that's not really worth much. OpenAI itself, massively unprofitable. I think they took in like $14 billion and lost $60+ billion last year. Sweet. I mean, if you're an investor, you start going, are we ever making money, or did I just give you all this money for nothing? So anyway, that's what they're talking about. The bank's Financial Policy Committee said in its latest update on the state of the financial system that there was also a risk of a market correction, recession basically, through intensifying worries about U.S. central bank independence. Quote, the risk of a sharp market correction has increased, it warned, while adding that the risk of, quote, spillovers to these shores from such a shock was, quote, material. So when they're talking about the independence or lack thereof of the Federal Reserve, Trump was at the time really bullying Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, to do what he wanted. And Powell was like, no, look, we're supposed to be independent, and I don't agree with what you want me to do. So he wasn't doing it. And his Powell's term recently ended. What's the new guy going to do? Is it going to be what Trump wants? And what's that going to cause? Anyway, that AI sentiment was also supported by the head of the International Monetary Fund in a speech on Wednesday. Kristalina Georgieva said of the stock market threat, quote, today's valuations are heading toward levels we saw during the bullishness about the internet 25 years ago. This is talking about, 2000, the dot-com bubble. The dot-com bubble ended, this was companies like Alta Vista buying huge buildings, and, where were they 3 years later? Absolutely nowhere. That's what they're talking about here, is like these AI companies that, are walking around with all of this funding today. A year or two from now, this could completely collapse. Quote, if a sharp correction were to occur, tighter financial conditions could drag down world growth, expose vulnerabilities, and make life especially tough for developing countries. Which, incidentally, on this oil crisis, one of the things you need oil for is fertilizer. Now, I am a proponent of organic agriculture. You can get comparable yields with organic agriculture as compared to quote-unquote conventional or petrochemical fertilization and pesticide and all that, with much less disruption to the ecosystem. But the way it is now, the fertilizers are petrochemical. If you don't have those oil inputs, you can't make that. What does that mean? Decreased food yields, because switching to all those systems to like organic, it's not going to work at this point. You have to be like composting for years and building up the soil and all that kind of stuff. They're going to try to do the conventional farming, but they're not going to have the inputs required, which is basically like you're converting oil into food, more or less, in modern, quote unquote, conventional or petrochemical agriculture. So, yeah, there's all kinds of problems around the corner. Fears have been growing that the AI driven stock market rally in the United States is unsustainable. Tell me about it. Again, we're talking about SpaceX launching last week. And actually, you know what? Let me check. I haven't checked the SpaceX price today, but it was trading yesterday below its launch value. All right, my shit is just not loading. Can somebody in the chat tell me what the SpaceX stock price is right now? I'll keep reading while you do that. And there are signs that a growing number of investors are rushing to hedge against any correction. This was seen early on Wednesday when the spot gold price surpassed the $4,000 per ounce level for the first time. Gold has been crazy in this time because gold tends to hold its value even when currencies are going crazy. So it's kind of like, like a hedge. People have been trying to use Bitcoin instead. Bitcoin is very volatile though. But gold went up to like $4,500 an ounce since this article was written. Analysts point to upward pressure from a global economic slowdown driven by the U.S. trade war. Remember, at this point, we weren't in the Iran war yet, just the tariff thing. The continuing U.S. government shutdown and worries about the sustainability of U.S. government debt. Because the U.S. government debt is, what percent of GDP is it? It's like 100% of GDP. It's a huge amount. And the problem with that is, yeah, you sort of technically owe yourself or whatever, but the more debt you have, it can slow down economic growth. Anyway, so SpaceX is 0.15% for the day. So it's basically the same as it was yesterday. Okay. So it's still down from where it initially launched. The political crisis in France has also been cited as a reason for recent gold shifts. Money has also left the US dollar since Donald Trump moved to place his supporters at the heart of the U.S. central bank, repeatedly threatening to fire its chair for failing to cut interest rates to support the economy. Jay Powell's term at the Federal Reserve ends next spring, but the White House, while moving to nominate his replacement, has already shifted the voting power and is looking to fire one rate setter, Lisa Cook, for alleged mortgage fraud. She is fighting that move in the courts. Financial markets fear that monetary policy will no longer be independent of the federal government. Quote, a sudden or significant change in perceptions of Federal Reserve credibility could result in a sharp repricing of U.S. dollar assets, including in U.S. sovereign debt markets with the potential for increased volatility, risk premia, and global spillovers, the Bank of England said. British government borrowing costs are closely correlated with U.S. Treasury yields, and both are currently elevated, near multi-year highs in some cases. So the system really is internationally integrated to a great extent. It's presenting Chancellor Rachel Reeves with a headache as she prepares the ground for November's budget, with the higher yields reflecting investor concerns over high borrowing and debt levels. Remember, you can try to sell debt as far as like bonds and things, but you have to sell them at prices people want, if there is a price people want them at. And last screen here, on AI, the bank said that 30% of the U.S. S&P 500's valuation was made up by the 5 largest companies. So the S&P 500 is the top 500 companies. And of the top 500 companies in the stock market, 30% was just the top 5. So in other words, the other 495 made up 70%. That's crazy. But that's what it's like. This like the inequality is extending even into this system. Share valuations based on past earnings were the most stretched since the dot-com bubble 25 years ago, though looked less so based on investors' expectations for future profits. A recent report from MIT found that 95% of businesses that had integrated AI into their operations had yet to see any return on their investment. And I love how Trust Me Bro has become like the motto and the sort of how people refer to AI. It's this big scam. It's this whole trust me, bro economy. Trust me, bro, it's going to pay off. It's going to pay off. And it doesn't look like it's paying off. Quote, this, when combined with increasing concentration within market indices, leaves markets particularly exposed should expectations around the impact of AI become less optimistic, the statement said. And then I pulled another article here that I'm not going to read. Boom or bubble inside the $3 trillion AI data center spending spree. Investment in these vast warehouses is huge, but some worry that the debt-fueled exuberance will backfire. You know what? I am going to read this. The global investment spree in artificial intelligence is producing some remarkable numbers, and a projected $3 trillion spend on data centers is one of them. These vast warehouses are the central nervous system of AI tools such as OpenAI's ChatGPT, again, massively unprofitable, and Google's VO3. I don't even know that name. I know Gemini. I don't know the VEO3. Underpinning the training and operation of a technology into which investors have poured vast sums of money. Despite concerns that the AI boom could be a bubble waiting to burst, there are few signs of it at the moment. The Silicon Valley AI chip maker NVIDIA last week became the world's first $5 trillion company, and Microsoft and Apple's valuations hit $4 trillion, the latter for the first time. A restructuring at OpenAI has valued the company at $500 billion. Again, why? It's not profitable at all. And a stake owned by Microsoft at more than $100 billion. This could lead to a $1 trillion flotation as early as next year. And incidentally, actually, this article is from a few months ago, but OpenAI was considering an IPO and, launching stock and all that, but they have pulled back. They think that they might wait till 2027. Don't even know if they're going to have a company by then, but they were considering an IPO. Anthropic, same thing. I think that they're still considering it. On top of that, Google's owner, Alphabet, has reported revenues of $100 billion in a single quarter for the first time, helped by growing demand for its AI infrastructure, while Apple and Amazon have also just reported strong results. It is not just the financial world, politicians, and tech companies who have faith in AI. It is also the communities hosting the infrastructure behind it. Now, this should be really interesting because what we've seen so far is a lot of grassroots resistance to these things being built. What are they going to say? In the 19th century, demand for coal and steel from the Industrial Revolution shaped the destiny of Newport. Now the Welsh city is hoping for a new chapter of growth from the latest transformation of the global economy. On the outskirts of Newport, on the site of a former radiator factory, Microsoft is building a data center that will help meet what the tech industry hopes will be exponential demand for AI. And again, hope is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they are hoping. Is that hope, grounded in reality? Do they have any justifiable reason to be hoping that? Or is this just purely like just a fanciful thought? Also, I'd be really interested to see, who exactly did they speak to in Newport who is so excited about this? Because what we actually see is communities get hugely disrupted when these data centers open. Standing on a concrete floor that will soon host thousands of humming servers, the labor leader of Newport City Council, Dimitri Batruni, says the Imperial Park data center is a chance to tap into the economy of the future. Love these press release articles. Quote, with cities like mine, what do? Do you worry about the past and try to bring steel back with 10,000 jobs? It's unlikely. Or do you embrace the future? That's the other thing, though, I have to add about the data centers. They don't really make many jobs. They make some jobs while they're being constructed, but it doesn't really take that many people to run the thing. It's like just server racks. But despite the market's current positivity about AI, questions remain about the sustainability of the tech industry's outlay. 4 of the biggest players in AI, Amazon, Facebook parent Meta. I love how they have to say that because people are like, Meta, what's that? Because the metaverse never became a thing. People still mostly know it for Facebook. Google and Microsoft have increased spending on AI. Over the next 2 years, they're expected to spend more than $750 billion on AI-related capital expenditure, meaning non-staff items such as data centers and the chips and servers inside them. It is a spending spree that Manning & Napier, a U.S. investment company, describes as, quote, nothing short of incredible. The Newport site alone will cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Last week, the California-based Equinix said that it was planning to invest £4 billion on a data center in Hertfordshire. In March, the chair of the Chinese e-commerce group Alibaba, Zhou Cai, warned that he was seeing signs of excess in the data center market. Quote, I start to see the beginning of some kind of bubble, he said, pointing to projects raising funds for construction without commitments from potential customers. Read that again. They're raising funds for construction without commitments from potential customers. So you're going to build a gigantic, oh, we can serve 5 million customers from this huge expensive thing that we're building. Okay, but what if you end up with 5 customers? Will you be able to pay for the construction or pay back the loan that you took out to finance that? There are 11,000 data centers globally already, up 500% over the past 20 years, and more are coming. How this will be funded is a source of concern, you think? Analysts at Morgan Stanley, the U.S. investment bank, estimate that global spending on data centers will reach nearly $3 trillion between now and 2028. And again, there's a lot of doubt that these things are ever going to be built. Most of them are probably never going to be built. That's a thing from Ed Zitron too, is that they keep saying, we're committed to building this and that. But then if you look inside the deal, like 75% of them just never materialized. So there was like big plans of this huge data center in Louisiana that Facebook said it was going to build. And again, it's like there's some rough details of a deal that have been hammered out, but it's very non-committal at this stage. So a lot of this stuff, it's probably the demand is going to crash and these companies are going to crash before the data centers ever get built. So this is just like wishful thinking. With $1.4 trillion covered by the cash flow of the big U.S. tech companies, also known as hyperscalers. That's building this huge amounts of infrastructure that the technology will just keep working better and better because you're just hyperscaling the racks of servers. And part of the reason why there wasn't a bigger recession sooner is that companies were sitting on a lot of cash in 2022 and 2023. And so they've been able to just fund their losses for an extended amount of time, for an unusually long amount of time, because they just had the cash on hand to burn. So that's like in this case, are they borrowing money to build these data centers that may or may not get built? Are they paying for it out of cash? I know that Bank of America, or was it Chase? I can't remember. One of the really big, 4 remaining really big banks in the U.S. post-2008 did have major exposure to the Meta data center proposed for Louisiana. So, I mean, that's like if this gets built and then the company collapses or something, that would be a contagion risk for the mainstream banking system. Not private credit, which is what we're going to talk about next, but the actual mainstream banking system. So it kind of depends on who's funding these things, the companies themselves, or who are they borrowing from. Continuing, that means $1.5 trillion needs to be covered from other sources such as private credit, a growing part of the shadow banking sector that is raising the alarm at the Bank of England and elsewhere. Morgan Stanley believes private credit could plug more than half of the funding gap. So again, we talked about this yesterday, but post-2008, what was left of the mainstream banking system became more regulated under things like Dodd-Frank. So where did the risky lending get transferred? Into the quote-unquote shadow banking system. These are non-bank lending institutions which are less regulated. So basically all this risky behavior is still going on, but it's like the mainstream bank funds the shadow bank, then the shadow bank funds the company, or lends to the company. So that's the chain of lending. And I guess they're thinking, well, I don't even know if they're thinking that this is an anti-contagion step, or if they're just thinking, well, this is the only way we can get away with it, and they're not even thinking about the contagion risk, but there probably is a contagion risk, just due to the sheer quantity of money and the size of these companies at this point. Not to mention the fact that a lot of this is based on confidence. How do you get people to invest in your company? Well, you make them believe that this is the future. And apparently they're getting very good at that, to sell these things. Oh, we'll have full self-driving next year. Elon Musk has been saying that since 2016. Yet people keep giving him money for some reason, even though he's just patently a liar. They keep getting the money anyway, and it's in part because the capital just needs somewhere to go. These people want to invest money and then get, a return back on it for doing nothing, just for investing it. And they're like, well, this person's making the most plausible promise, even though it's probably a lie. They just have to go with it. And so that's what's going and going and going until it stops. And that day is drawing rapidly near for this cycle. Mark Zuckerberg's Meta has tapped the private credit market for $29 billion of financing for a data center expansion in Louisiana. That's what I was saying. I mean, they're saying it's private credit. I was reading that there are banks tied up in that as well. But Gil Loria, the head of technology research at the U.S. investment from D.A. Davidson, says that the hyperscaler investment is the, quote, healthy part of the boom, the other part less so, which he describes as, quote, speculative assets without their own customers. The debt they are using, he says, could trigger ramifications beyond the tech industry if it goes sour. Quote, the providers of this debt are so eager to deploy capital into AI that they may not be properly assessing the risks of investing in a new, unproven category. And that really bears stressing. This is a new and unproven category supported by very quickly depreciating assets. What is asset depreciation? It means that your asset is going to decline in value from year to year. So like a computer, for example, which these things are, they're giant computing centers. What happens? New technology comes out, making, within a certain amount of time, certainly 5 years, making the old technology obsolete because there's new, much faster technology. So you spend all this money on technology that's only good for like a few years. Is that a sound business strategy? I would say not. And then on top of that, what is the business model that's using that computing technology is something that there may actually not be that much demand for, that so far has proven to be completely unprofitable. So that seems like on both sides of that, I mean, they were calling the actual hyperscaler investment, like the actual infrastructure, they're saying that like that's the healthier side. But the AI is, may not even have customers or like a revenue source. But even the hardware is depreciating, and will do so rapidly. And I know that there's been that discussion about NVIDIA and like how long are these GPUs actually good for? Like when do they need to be replaced? So like is all this money that's being spent on GPUs now to build this facade of, basically proof of concept demonstration. When do these have to be replaced in order to stay cutting edge? The whole thing seems like such a house of cards. Like it's so fragile. It's so dependent on these really costly inputs and huge amounts of them. It's like every red flag is going up, and not the good kind. Quote, while we are at the early stages of this influx of debt capital, if it does rise to the level of hundreds of billions of dollars, it could end up representing structural risk to the overall global economy. Remember that phrase, structural risk to the overall global economy. So when we were talking before about the bond yield curve being inverted for like 2 years, that's people going, I don't see great economic times ahead. AI is basically the Hail Mary pass that is going to be like, AI is profitable. The economy's saved, guys. Well, if it isn't, kablooey. Harris Cooperman, a hedge fund founder, said in a blog post in August that data centers will depreciate twice as fast as the revenue they generate. That's what I'm saying. They're spending all this money on basically what's an elaborate proof of concept demonstration that like, AI can do this and that, and it's really not even that good. The proof of concept demonstration isn't even that compelling. Whole thing there's just wheels waiting to fall off here. Underpinning this expenditure are some lofty revenue expectations from Morgan Stanley, with revenues from generative AI, chatbots, AI agents, image generators expected to grow from $45 billion last year to $1 trillion by 2028, assuming that the gravy train keeps rolling. Tech companies are relying on businesses, the public sector, and individuals to produce enough demand for AI and to pay for it to justify those revenue expectations. OpenAI's ChatGPT, the emblematic product of the AI boom, boo. ChatGPT sucks anyway. It's like good at some things, really bad at a lot of other things anyway. Now has 800 million active weekly users, which is a boon for the optimists. And I should just add, obligatory mention that even what it is good at does not justify the resource cost in terms of electricity and water. So it needs to be shut down. But anyway. But doubts have been raised over business take-up so far. Like, are people using it? For instance, investor faith in the AI boom was rattled in August 2025 when the Massachusetts Institute, oh, that's that 95% of organizations are getting zero return from investment. Not a great early sign. And it reminds me of that Sam Altman quote. He said, I think AI probably will destroy the world or end up destroying the world, but first it'll make some really exciting and profitable companies. Yeah, he didn't, I don't know if he elaborated, at least I didn't see the part if he elaborated on how he thought it was going to destroy the world. But I mean, just this economic crash alone could be, sufficient to do it. Although even if it keeps running, it could, just deplete resources so fast it ends up provoking a huge crisis. The Uptime Institute, which inspects and rates data centers, says many projects will not be built, an indicator that some are part of the hype machine and won't get off the ground. Quote, an important point to understand is that a lot of this is speculative, says Andy Lawrence, the executive director of research at Uptime. Many of the data centers, often announced with fanfare, either will never be built or will be built and populated only partially or gradually over a decade. He adds that many of the data centers announced in this multi-trillion-dollar program will be, quote, either specifically intended to support AI workloads, disturbing Freudian slip there, either will be specifically intended to support AI workloads or will mainly do so. Get your AI workloads in. 2 more screens. Microsoft points out that its Newport data center will not be used solely for AI, as well as being the central nervous systems for AI systems such as ChatGPT and Microsoft's Copilot. Boo. Data centers do all the day-to-day IT work we take for granted as providers of cloud services where companies rent out servers instead of buying their own. Which, as we mentioned before, and we will cover, with AI, you can get 80% of the same results by just getting your own, like, spending a couple $1,000s. A company can just spend a couple $1,000s getting a rig and running their own in-house AI instead of renting from this. And if that takes off, the data centers will not be needed in the same way. Anyway, handling email traffic, storing company files, and hosting Zoom calls. Quote, we have a lot of ways to use this infrastructure. It becomes very much a general purpose technology, says Alistair Spears, a general manager at Microsoft's cloud business. Elsewhere, though, are massive projects that are all in on AI. The Stargate venture in the U.S. is a $500 billion joint venture between OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank that aims to build a network of AI data centers across the U.S. A UK version of Stargate is also coming to North Tyneside in northeast England. Microsoft is building the world's most powerful AI data center in Fairview, Wisconsin, and is backing an AI-dedicated site in Lofton, Essex, while Elon Musk's xAI has built the Colossus project in Memphis, Tennessee. Work on an estimated 10 gigawatt of new data center capacity around the world, representing roughly a third of the UK's power demand. Where are you going to get that from? Is expected to start this year, according to the property group JLI. However, this is the aggregate maximum capacity, and data centers typically operate at about 60%. A further 7 gigawatts will reach completion this year, according to JLI. Again, when we talk about throwing fossil fuels down a hole, definitely seems like part of the plan here. Currently, global data center capacity is 59 gigawatts, so the pace of expansion is rapid. And this is like these pipe dreams of like putting it in space and on satellites and whatever, which Elon Musk is all too happy to entertain. People ask about this on Twitter, and he just posts like a thinking emoji, and people are like, oh my God, he's going to do it. Why are you believing a word this guy says, anyway? Or an emoji that he tweets? Why do you believe an emoji he tweets? The pace of expansion is rapid, and Goldman Sachs expects it to double by the end of 2030. This carries a further infrastructure cost of its own, according to Goldman, with $720 billion of grid spending needed to meet that energy demand. At the Newport site, which again, remember that like power infrastructure generally is public, so that's probably just going to be put on the public. At the Newport site, a native of the city, the construction safety specialist Mike O'Connell has returned as a consultant. After a career that has spanned oil rigs, offshore wind, and data centers around the world, he is back at his birthplace, now a tech hub that hosts data centers and semiconductor companies. Quote, I'm looking to stay in the local community, he says. O'Connell's teenage grandson is starting work at the Newport site under an electrical apprenticeship. Again, like, how long does his job last for? because that's what I've seen is like it's very temporary work. There's a belief and hope that data centers such as this represent a generational employment opportunity for the area. Keep hoping. Investors and tech companies, having pledged trillions of dollars, are counting on a long-term return too. Aw, kind of bullshit are you peddling, Guardian? What did I have coming up? 2 on private credit. I am kind of hitting a time limit here. Tell you what, we'll talk about private credit. I have 2 things on that. Here, let me just catch up with the chat real quick. 80 people. Welcome, everybody. The Dow chart goes up, but it's monopoly capital inflating claims on future surplus while the crisis keeps getting dumped outward. Every crash is a devaluation clearing space for the next bubble cycle. And the imperial core stays stable only because value is siphoned globally from the periphery into finance assets. And again, there's only so far that this can go. And as far as like there just being a next bubble cycle and a next bubble cycle, this is like a relatively new feature of this stage of capitalism. It's cannibalizing itself. The Truth About the Oil Wars by Sylvia Pankhurst is just as relevant today as it was a century ago. Haven't read that one. I'll check it out. Thank you. So yeah, people are saying that the Iran war is back on. Let me just take a quick look at that. There's an Al Jazeera link. Iran war updates. U.S. hits Iran after Trump threat to respond to Gulf fire. U.S. Secretary of State reassures GCC allies on Iran. Okay, not good news. Yes, the American empire attacked a pier in Sarik, Iran earlier today. Don't worry, guys. We'll have a, quote, tentative peace deal by Sunday night. It's crazy to me. Like, do people who, I'm not a stock investor. Do people who are stock investors enjoy being manipulated as nakedly as Trump is doing? Because I would imagine that would get really annoying, personally. AI considerably accelerates the rise of organic composition of capital, or the conversion into machinery, as we were talking about. Mars is logistically possible, but damn if it isn't a good pipe dream. You know, I went down a whole train of thought a while back. I should probably just do on stream or something, that about like Elon Musk's whole Occupy Mars thing is basically just like code for his like fascist plan. Because obviously he doesn't literally mean colonize Mars. It's not possible. But that basically what he's talking about is coded language for his entire fascist vision. I developed it out pretty well. I should actually do that on stream. By profits, Marx meant productive income. All the income made today is unproductive rentier income. Well, that's not true. The rate of actual industrial productive income has gone to basically zero. Okay, you're saying basically. Which is why we've switched to a financialized economy and deindustrialized. Well, part of that was looking for cheaper labor, too. But yeah, I mean, they were having major crises in the 70s that drove those decisions, for sure. Housing prices may be dropping, but insurance is rising. Speaking of Florida, anyway. Yeah, Florida's fucked. The hurricane insurance is, like, super expensive. People are trying to go without insurance. And, you know, just to be able to do it. Another thing is property taxes have skyrocketed in a lot of places around the country. I mean, like doubled or tripled to where people can't afford their house because the property tax went up, you know, $600 a month or something like that. Like really, really crazy amounts. Influenced my mom to sell her house by the end of the summer because of the coming crash. It sold in 3 days. I mean, yeah, what state is that in? Oh, the housing thing is a deregulation bill. Yeah, I didn't even get into the details. Same in Canada. I love going outside and losing $800. Yeah. I knew a guy I went to community college with. Got in a conversation with him about the snap cuts. Short version is he thought it was a good idea from Trump. Meanwhile, he is literally on SNAP benefits. I think it's, I wish someone would have the courage to just rob from me. That would be so nice if just somebody would come along and just take my fucking money that I depend on to eat. What goes through people's heads? Although I've been reading this thing recently that's come up more and more, this like, they've sort of like proven or, got people to admit, qualitatively probed the reasons behind some of people's support for austerity measures being, yes, this will hurt me, but I'm willing to take the hit as long as it also hurts people I hate, or it hurts them more than it hurts me, or something like that. Like, it's not as simple necessarily the way that people have come to be trained to think about their economic standing and everything, and the way that we all relate to each other and benefit or don't from the economy. People are like, yeah, you can hurt me as long as it's like also hurting somebody I hate. That's so fucked up. But apparently that's the way a lot of people are thinking these days. He was brainwashed by right-wing, quote, American values, just didn't even care food was being ripped from his mouth as long as it was Daddy Trump that was doing it. So short-sighted. Are we talking about 30% of food grown not even being harvested because of price fluctuations? No, actually, I didn't hear that. We were talking about crop failures due to, or upcoming crop failures due to lack of fertilizer because of the oil crisis. Also, I mean, the Ukraine war has also hurt. You know, Ukraine and Russia are both big producers of grain for export. And the ongoing war that was, supposed to be over in like weeks or months or whatever, that's now been going on for more than 4 years, has also hurt, grain, sunflower seed production. These are staples that would be exported to countries in Africa that are not as developed. So, but no, I hadn't seen that. If you have a link to that, that would be great. My cousin is the same way as that Snap guy. She believes the myth of the welfare queen and genuinely thinks cutting the program will leave more for her and her 2 kids under 5. It's insane. Okay. NVIDIA has burned a lot of goodwill with gamers and open source devs with their various shenanigans. So if the AI thing doesn't pan out, they are fucked. Yeah, NVIDIA has gone from like their share like 10 years ago was trading at like some crazy low price. Look up the NVIDIA stock price chart. The amount of growth in their valuation is unbelievable. Trump administration just partially rescinded its export ban on Anthropic AI models. Okay, so that lasted a week. 5 million possible customers, but what if it's just 5? Yeah, exactly. Hello from UK, enjoying this lovely cool night after a 10-hour shift in a 34 degrees Celsius office. Fuck AI. Elon Musk, a man of confidence, a confidence man, color me shocked. It is literally a house of cards. Nearly all of the hardware purchased for the purpose of fleshing out data centers is collecting dust, and the data centers are largely not being built on schedule or at all. It won't let me subscribe. I hope it lets you subscribe eventually. AI now needs to make more money than has ever been made in the history of time to make it profitable. Somebody's being a negative Nelly. I think the main purpose of AI is military application while everything else is secondary. I do, honestly, it's not a comfortable thought. I do think that they're developing AI in part for the largest genocide of all time. Yeah. I mean, look at the people building it. They're literally Nazis. So, and most excited about it. They're Nazis. The original Nazis did a big genocide and didn't get to finish it. And that's, I assume, what they're planning this for. Also, look at statements from the guy that runs Palantir, the surveillance company. His whole thing is, quote, killing communists, as we were talking about in the chat yesterday. Like, he said that's what the technology is for, quote, killing communists. So I think that's as close to an admission as you're going to get. But yeah, I agree. They're trying to build a data center outside Las Cruces, Project Jupiter. Bro has been tweeting 1 more year, full self-driving for 10 years. People expect a data center in space. Yeah, exactly. And everyone clapped. 5-hour mark. Yeah, I know. And then the stream reset. You are welcome. Yeah, this is going to take a while to edit, but I'll try to get it up next week. I'm probably going to be streaming again tomorrow, or at least soon. Traders do enjoy being manipulated because Trump is running cover for them to continue the reckless investing that they totally know is reckless. You may have a point. Insurance is only going to go up as climate change gets worse, which is why it can't continue on a private basis. Absolutely. I think I'm actually going to have to leave it here for today because I'm tired. So we have like so much more to cover. I'm probably only like halfway through all of the things that I pulled. So what I'm going to do is end part 3 here, and we will continue with more about private credit and the AI bubble in the next segment. So thanks to everybody for coming. Thanks again to the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters. And we'll see you in the next part. Here on this Saturday, June 27, we're here to record part 4 of S4A Livestream number 133, which we started on Thursday. Basically today, I want to, let's get the screen up here. I want to finish recording the AI and private credit bubble stuff. Probably just call it a day there. Still have to do the political stuff I wanted to get to, like the Mamdani gang primary win stuff. Not going to get to that today. But we are going to continue, like I said, the AI bubble stuff. I can speak from personal experience that you're making more and importantly better communists. Well, again, it's like I always say when people thank me for that, I thank them right back for studying because I could be doing this, but if you all weren't studying, it wouldn't matter, So I appreciate it that people are taking this stuff seriously. I take it seriously. We're all taking it seriously together. Other people are good at running meetings or whatever else. I'm good at reading, so that's what I'm going to do. You do what you're good at, and we all will. It's like a potluck of skills, Because of you, I went from a pro-Platner Hassan watcher to reading Marx and hating everything I watched before, all within months. It's amazing. I mean, for me, in the first couple of years, I did a lot of those hanging with the Sock Dem gang videos because that's what I had been watching, the kind of like Bernie Democratic primary horse race stuff. And I got really fed up with it. And I was like, yeah, I need to just lean more heavily into the more radical reading. And here we are, But those hanging with the Sock Dem gang critiques came out of, a pretty genuine... hate is a strong word, but I mean, disgust, perception of total contemptible insufficiency, of what was coming out of what I call the Sock Dem gang. Appreciate your work. It's a lot of responsibility. We're accepting more applications to APL than ever before because you've helped them learn. Yeah, I mean, I think that is the case. I've heard from people joining a lot of different organizations, and I know that the APL people I've spoken with in the audience and whatever seem to be among the better read. So it's good that your party, I wish, more of the parties had been emphasizing a good reading list, like a good solid curriculum. Because that's really how you learn. Americans in particular are so cut off from the international communist movement history. And it's like we don't have to reinvent the wheel. You look back at what Lenin was writing or that the German communists were writing about the struggles that they were having within the movement. And it's like the same exact struggles we've been having as well. So why don't we just read those, learn from those, and skip over reinventing it all for ourselves. But yeah, I mean, not that you can completely judge a party by its reading list, because there's also the whole actual real world activity and organizational capacity and organizational structure and all that kind of stuff, like the actual functioning of the party. But parties that go out there and they don't really have a reading list, I don't know how, you can take that seriously. So I appreciate that APL has a good reading list. I know a lot of people find Hojaism kind of niche. I myself don't consider myself a Hojaist, just a Marxist-Leninist, although I appreciate a lot of Hojas. I think where Hoja shines for me is, people talk about Maoism and the Sino-Soviet split as carrying on anti-revisionism in the era of modern revisionism under Khrushchev in the Soviet Union. In other words, when the Soviet Union was starting to fall from its position of like the leading vanguard within the communist movement. And China had an opportunity to take that over, and then they fell to Dungism. And then Hoja, to me, was like, whatever criticisms you want to make of Albania or even of Hoja as a leader, he was kind of like one of the last ones standing that was criticizing the revisionism that China fell to, etc. And, I know Finnish Bolshevik had said in a past video, sorry guys, neither Hoja nor Mao for me. I'm kind of in that boat now. I see value in sort of both the Hojaist and the Maoist stances. I'm an anti-revisionist. That's super important, and it seems to me that a lot of people really underplay the role of revisionism within the movement. They don't really understand it. People put revisionism in quotes. They're like, oh, revisionism. No. If the communist parties don't stick to communism, they're going to merge with social democracy. They're going to be too conciliatory toward capitalism, and they're going to collapse. And that's exactly what happened. I started watching S4A videos to better debate MLs as an anarchist, and instead I became an ML. Whoops. Good. Welcome aboard. If Hassan did a weekly reading circle of Marxist literature, he'd do so much good for the movement. Too bad he's not actually an ML. I mean, I think for him it would be there'd be a big learning curve there. He doesn't seem to know that much as far as, from what little I've seen. I don't watch him. I don't watch really a lot of streamers, but I definitely don't watch him. Revisionism is straight up cancer to communist movements and organizations. Someone sounds, quote, dogmatic. S4A, do you plan on talking about the current uptick in social democrat activity in the U.S.? Yes. That's going to be not today, but in the next recording session. Hoja tends to be a bit, I was always right about it, even when he wasn't. Yeah, I mean, there have been, okay, let me say also, as far as why I've come down more on the Albanian side than the Maoist side of the Sino-Albanian or Maoist Hoja split, I find some of the Maoist criticisms of Hoja to be really disingenuous. And I'm sorry, but that is just legitimately my read of it. I went into it, I went into that knowing a lot more Maoists than I knew Hojaists. There's like, for every one Hojaist, there's probably 5 to 10 Maoists that you'll encounter online. I found that Maoists just didn't have that great of an argument on a lot of things. I found that they were actually misrepresenting Hoja on a lot of stuff. To me, the Hoja side, I thought, had more integrity in general. That's not to say I don't have criticisms of it, but, and yeah, one of them, I guess, is, Hoja does come off sometimes of like, well, I was always right. When you can find in Hoja's writings from like the later 60s, championing that, China will be victorious due to the weapon of Mao Zedong thought. Then later it's like Mao Zedong thought is a revisionist cancer that must be stricken from the movement. Yeah, I mean, and I get the arguments that Hoja cites for why the change, that they were going off of incomplete information. I don't know how much of that's true or isn't. What I do know is that some of the last good analysis, the books that he wrote in the late 70s, early 80s, was kind of like the last gasp of a more, pre-Khrushchev take on Marxism-Leninism. And it's a pretty good dying gasp of 20th century communism. So it's a reasonable jumping off point for people who want to kind of see what happened there and then get started again in the 21st century. I think that there are useful things in Maoism as well. But like I was saying before, for people who just joined, it's kind of a neither Mao nor Hoja thing. A lot of people assume I'm a Hojaist because I'm doing the APL reading list. But I'm doing the APL reading list because they have a really good reading list. You know what I mean? And I haven't heard anything super bad organizationally about their party. Not an endorsement of their party, but they have a good reading list. I also have Hakim's. I'm not the biggest Hakim fan, but I have a playlist of Hakim's recommended readings too. I have the Marxist-Leninist reading hubs recommended readings, and they're Dungist. I mean, I stayed away from sort of hardcore Dungist writings, but I mean, I did start doing that playlist before I was, before I'd come to the realization of how important anti-revisionism is, and I didn't even realize like what their stance was at the time, but yeah, I mean, you do a lot of reading. That's how you figure out what you agree with or what is correct. Do the reading, compare to how history turned out, see what you think is correct, and then struggle for correct ideas in the movement. And then there's an APL officer here who says, we don't use Hojaism as a term. I know, I mean, it's just sort of the vernacular there, but the internet prescribed this to us. We obviously do credit and study Hoja, but we feel that we are Marxist-Leninist and not And Hoja is not a departure or advancement from Marxism-Leninism. That's basically my position too. So I agree with that. I mean, a lot of people refer to Hojaism as sort of encompassing, particularly as distinct from Maoism within the anti-revisionist world, because it is very distinctive of people who uphold Hoja. You kind of have to throw out Mao in the process. I mean, there's a lot of heavily critical stuff toward the end of Hoja's writings that, and I think honestly, people take that to a level that I've seen that I've had people tell me was off-putting to them. They're like, why are these people trashing Mao? They don't really understand it. And so, did Hoja go too far in some of that, where it's like too binary between Hoja and Mao? These are things that we will explore as we get into the Sino-Albanian split, because it's an important topic for any anti-revisionist to understand. And like a college course, we will delve into different facets of that debate, and you can come to your own decisions. This is to help the movement, reach a higher level of understanding. And it's not just for me to like dictate to you. I can tell you what I made of it, but it is an open discussion. Up here in Canada, I work with a lot of socialists who criticize social democrats, seem to recognize the failures of the left, yet they look up to Mamdani, Bernie, even Totenkopf Plattner. I need to rewatch your Sock Dem Gang playlist to talk them out of it. It's so embarrassing. I would actually recommend my Bernie Sanders playlist from last year. I think it's spring of 2025. And also my Mamdani playlist. Those are the most current, and especially the Bernie thing. That was during the Fight Oligarchy tour, which was just a fundraising tour. They didn't do jack shit to fight oligarchy. Really didn't. It was Bernie and AOC out there. What came of that? Virtually nothing. Then we got the ICE occupations in the winter. So, yeah, I'm very, very highly skeptical of that. But I would recommend those playlists. The Socialists Against Bernie Sanders, I think. And then the only playlist that I've done on Mamdani is the Mamdani playlist. Let's see, there's more. I think Hojaism is a fine term when used colloquially. Too many syllables. Why did you put so many syllables in a word? By individuals, but I think those ascribing it to organizations that don't claim the term are kind of yucky. That's one way to put it. Like how Trotskyites call other orgs Stalinist. I think also it's fair to say at this point, there's not a wide understanding of Hoja's positions. So, there probably is a lot of superstition and sort of skepticism and just wariness of it. As we get into more of those readings, hopefully it helps to lift the fog and people can get beyond the aura, the mystique, the legend, and get into the actual ideas. Much like with Stalin, these really maligned figures. Was Stalin correct about absolutely everything he ever said? Of course not. But get into the idea, get past the idea that he's just like Red Hitler. And that the same goes for Hoja. I was starting to read some bourgeois biography and history of Hoja in Albania, and it was like pure slander, just vitriol, venom in every sentence. And I was like, who can take this seriously? It's absurd. But that's what they do. And so you got to get past that if you're a communist to get to the ideas. Our socialist movements up here in Canada really are cooked at the moment. I think Mamdani is easy to look up to as a model for gathering populism around socialism, which is a recipe for, various petty bourgeois deviations. But I too share your deep-seated frustrations. Hassan, if reading these texts, would bastardize them to fit Sock Dem Gang shenanigans. I mean, I did a little too much of that in the beginning before, I was trying to go with the flow. Okay, Charna's Marxist-Leninist, whatever. I didn't know one way or the other, so I just sort of went with that. The more I read, the more I realized that was probably not the case. But in the first year, maybe second year audiobooks, there's probably too many references to China from me. Well, it improved as it went along. Don't you think political action informed by a party line is better than an independent person doing work according to their own judgment? What do you think is the problem? I'm just thinking of how to put this. The answer is fucking obviously. But what do you think the problem is that is not making that possible right now? Do you have any readings you would recommend on the split? Yeah, there's a oh, and somebody's I hate beat back the dogmato revisionist attacks on Mao Zedong thought. Absolutely. We'll be doing that one because there's a lot of mischaracterization, misquoting, and just slander in that piece. That's actually a great example of what I would consider really disingenuous attacks in the debate between Maoism and Hojiism. A Maoist side critique lacking in integrity for sure. There's a page at Marxists.org in their Encyclopedia of Anti-Revisionism. They have a lot on the new communist movement, and there's like kind of a page I'll be drawing from heavily when we get into the Maoism, Hojiism thing. So check that out. Late 70s is, I think it's 1977 to 80, maybe. I can't remember off the top of my head which section it is. Have I ever taken down a reading list from the channel? I don't think a reading list, no. Taken down a couple of audiobooks, but that's it. Maybe like you could count on one hand, probably. The socialists I work with think the left needs to go talk to reactionaries and libs, like at the trucker convoy, or the No Kings protest. I remember S4A being opposed to that and to spread the message online instead. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be online, but how much do you think you're going to gain talking to fascists? You know? Oh, here's people who are opposed in a basic way to everything we're about. They're the most obvious converts? What? No, they're the least obvious converts. These are maybe people you can bring around after you've, achieved some material gains and things like that, but they're the least ideologically predisposed to what you're saying. They're the most kind of stuffed full of bourgeois propaganda and misinformation. I don't know why you'd think they're like the easiest target. But that's the kind of lazy, low-hanging fruit approach. I think that what the Let's Win Elections gang likes about those people is that they are politically engaged. They're politically active. Whereas I think actually the real pull of people who would be more sympathetic really to socialism is among less politically engaged people. But if your goal is to win an election in 2 or 4 years, that's not a viable strategy. But the whole kind of opportunistic, let's pull in other people who are politically engaged but on the completely opposite side thing, I think that's where the horseshoe theory gang comes in, is like, well, they're politically active and also opposed to, quote, the establishment. Yeah, but their vision for what to replace it with is like the same thing but worse. So, you don't actually have anything in common with them in substance. But they are politically engaged, and I think that that's what's appealing to those people. What do you think of uncritical China glazers like Gabriel Rockhill? We were talking about this yesterday or the day before. It used to be, I'll credit a comment I saw online about this. I don't know who it was. It used to be that academics wanting to represent some kind of quote-unquote Marxism would gravitate to Trotskyism. That was the way that you could be a Marxist academic, quote-unquote, was to do Trotskyism. Now it's Dungism. You can have a career as an academic, intellectual, author, etc., as a Dungist. That is what's going on there, I think. I think Rockhill is not the worst. You want the bottom barrel stuff? Look at, what's the guy's name is escaping me now, the Australian guy. I'm sure a million people are writing it in the chat right now. I'm behind the most recent part of the chat. The fuck is that guy's name? Like, if you want to be yelled at about how you're such a stupid Westerner for not accepting socialism with Chinese characteristics, what is that guy's name? It's going to come to me in a minute. I'll move on. Not a fan. Not a fan. NerdJPEG on Blue Sky made a Signal group chat for Marxists and DSA to chat and coordinate action. Yeah, I know she was really big on the need to struggle within DSA, so that makes sense. Which I agree with. DSA needs to split with the Dems, otherwise it's useless. I disagree. Everyone's like, what? I don't disagree with the part of that you think I disagree with. I disagree that, let me start over. I think that on questions of endorsing the Democratic Party or, candidates, things like that, yes, Marxists within DSA need to fight that opportunist position. I do think that that's an opportunist position, and that should be struggled against in internal DSA decision-making votes. On the other hand, is DSA useless if it doesn't do that? What do I always say about organizations and parties with respect to bourgeois elections? 95% of your effort should be going into direct action in community organizing, tenant unions, whatever it is, labor union support, and about 5%, maybe 10%, should be going to anything having to do with elections. We need to focus on core organizing. And yes, getting mixed up with the Democratic Party is going to screw up your organizing, for sure. So you need to struggle against that. But that's, people, again, just look at this as far as like political candidates. And as a communist, you need to not think about it that way. This isn't just about elections. It's not even primarily about winning elections. It is like a small percent of your energy should be about that. The rest is about building networks of working people in communities, in workplaces, throughout industries. That needs to be the focus. Organization. Winning elections is, what does it result in? Actually, I want to thank the person, I don't know if they're here today, I don't know who Tovi Rose is. I've never heard of this person before, but there was a Substack, Tovi Rose, Tovirose, that had an article about DSA. I disagreed with a few things here. What's the name of it? The DSA are not your saviors. I mean, okay, if you need to be told DSA isn't your savior, I'm not sure you're quite ready for like the rest of what we're talking about here. And I think that they made some points that are more valid than others, but there was, I thought, fairly good discussion in there about how, okay, DSA is taking credit for Mamdani, but Mamdani's kind of an independent actor now. And the same thing with AOC. DSA might have backed AOC, but she clearly is not accountable to DSA. So DSA, the New York City chapter of DSA, recently rebuked Mamdani for his failures to follow through on promises related to the NYPD. He made some not that hard to follow, kind of mild promises, and he didn't do 3 of the major ones. So they issued a public criticism. If DSA is going to be in the business of running and endorsing candidates at all, it needs to have control over those candidates. Otherwise, you can't even really claim that they're your candidate, you know? And so that's the question. When AOC gets in there and then breaks with any kind of a left agenda and starts caving opportunistically to the influences of the Nancy Pelosi's and the other big bourgeois forces that are coming down on her in Congress, if DSA can't discipline its candidates, hold them to the principles of whatever the organization holds as principles, can you even claim that as your candidate? And what does that mean for the organization? So you're getting a bump, DSA is getting a bump now in membership because Mamdani is advertising the organization. But what's the real tie between the organization and Mamdani even? I thought that was a good point out of this article. We'll talk and read more about that in the next stream, but like I said, not a topic for today. Ben Norton, another very big China glazer. That guy's, I cannot take that guy seriously at all. Yanis Varoufakis, we've mentioned him in streams before. He's a Socdem faker. Ask Greek communists about Varoufakis. Not a high opinion for the most part. Am I stating that Rockhill is a Dungist? Are you stating that he isn't? That's my understanding of Gabriel Rockhill. Am I wrong about that? I mean, he's certainly not an anti-revisionist, from what I've seen. All these white China glazers look the same. I mean, it's the same song and dance. Yeah. Like I said, when I was getting started back in 2020, that was really dominant. It's been broken a lot more now, I think. There's a lot more criticism and skepticism. I think a lot more people have done the reading. I know that was the key for me. Winning elections by tailing the masses will solve nothing, in my opinion. Yeah, it's like I said in the Bernie Sanders videos. He doesn't talk about capitalism. He doesn't talk about the need to abolish the profit system, private property. He talks about basically bringing back 70s liberalism to the Democratic Party. And that's more or less what it is. Too many people are dogmatic about the DSA. I think a lot of people don't know what the hell they're talking about with the DSA. So they make up a position and then get dogmatic about this like invented position. They don't even know what they're talking about. Electoral politics is a waste of time. I mean, that's not, you didn't substantiate that at all. I don't think it's necessarily a complete waste of time, but it has limited uses. And you need to be clear about what the uses of it actually are. I've done videos on that in the past. Do tenant union strategies and tactics differ from labor union strategy and tactics? If so, in what ways? Yeah, I mean, it's not a site of production, so there are some differences, a little outside the scope. I'm trying to wrap up, so I'm not going to be able to go into depth on that today. But there are, if you're interested in tenant union organizing, I haven't done anything on the channel about it, but there are pamphlets you can find online. There's also, so in the 2010s, there was a popular thing called the Solidarity Network, which was kind of a more anarchist-tinged community organizing model that was like a sort of general purpose mutual aid / community union thing. So, you know, I'm not saying it's a great model, and I don't hear people really mentioning it so much anymore. You can look up pamphlets on that, get some ideas, see what it's about. I think in general, especially people identifying as Marxist-Leninists, yeah, I mean, anyway, it's not really an identity, but I get what you're saying, tend to lean too wide outside of their expertise and think because they can know some theory, they can magically speak on all topics. I agree that this results in a lot of cringe takes that are very, they have the kernel of an idea of like, what is materialism and what is idealism? And then they start going into topics they have like virtually no knowledge about. In the case of China, it becomes painfully obvious that they lack any structural analysis and often result to a form of identity politics, labeling, yep, somebody got it, Roland Bohr, labeling any critic of China as, quote, Western Marxist. My understanding is that the Chinese Communist Party does this as well. Like, that's really where that comes from. Anyway, yeah, Roland Bohr is who I was talking about, is like bottom of the barrel. That book, Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, A Guide for Foreigners. It's certainly not a guide for Marxists, I'll tell you that. But yeah, if you just want to be berated and insulted and just be met with 200 different ad homs, check that book out. You'll have a great time. If not, not so much. Bohr pretends China is an actually existing socialist country, so it's immune to criticism from Western Marxists who, quote, make perfect the enemy of the good. Again, I think a lot of people saying this yesterday or the day before, it's all one big day, really. What is night anyway? It's all one big day. A lot of people aren't concerned with whether China is socialist or not. They're concerned with whether it's, quote, good. Once you figure that out, there's a certain debate you can stop having with them at that point. I think elections are now completely useless because most people don't vote and don't care about them. I think it's about meeting the masses where they are, and I don't think they are at elections that much. I agree with you that a lot of the core electoral participation is from the red and blue zombie cults. People who are just so into Team Red or Team Blue. I think focusing on the people who are neither Team Red nor Team Blue, and the more left-leaning among them, that's where there's some potential. But yeah, I mean, the hardcore vote blue people, forget it. Forget it. So I hear what you're saying. I think that there is a middle ground between what you're saying and what I'm saying. But yeah, I kind of agree. The funny thing is that, quote, Western Marxists are usually the biggest China glazers. That's what I was talking about, that now, you know, the same way that Trotskyism was like more fashionable, it's been replaced by Dungism. But again, when people say Western Marxists, do they mean Marxists in Europe and the US, or do they mean the kind of more classical sense of like the Frankfurt School, things like that? Because I don't meet a hell of a lot of people who aren't, PhDs in philosophy or something that even know who fucking like Theodor Adorno was. It's not relevant. So I think to the extent that people are referring to that kind of Frankfurt School, like 50s, 60s, Marxist intelligentsia of Europe, the anti-Soviet Union, those people, I'm not sure they're very influential anymore. Okay. Let's get started. And yeah, we'll have a little bit of chat after I'm done with this. But let's see, where did we leave off? So we were talking about data centers and the Bank of England warning last fall about the AI bubble. So now let's jump to some more recent stuff. We're going to do an NPR article from March 2026, and then another investor financial report article from, I think, just this month. So a little bit of like tracking this over time perspective. All right, so here we have an article titled, "It's Called Private Credit and It Could Lead to Big Trouble on Wall Street," March 19, 2026, from NPR's All Things Considered, by Maria Aspen. The risky lending business known as private credit, and just to clarify again, when we talk about private credit, we're talking about so-called shadow banks, basically non-bank lenders. They will talk about that here. The risky lending business known as private credit is causing some very public problems for banks and investors, with implications that go far beyond Wall Street. Private credit refers to an opaque but fast-growing corner of the financial world. When private equity firms and other companies that aren't banks lend money to businesses, such as software companies and auto lenders. And also, a lot of the AI bubble is fueled by private credit. Banks are often more reluctant to lend directly to these businesses, which they see as riskier bets, but they're still exposed to them because banks do lend to private credit firms. So this is basically lending to risky businesses, not the Tom Cruise kind, with extra steps. Basically, in the post-2008 environment, as we were discussing in the last part of this, there are more regulations about what banks can do. And anyway, one of the ways that they have tried to avoid another crisis while still chasing those profits, hey, you want to lend to a company that's promising to colonize Mars but has no demonstrable way to make money? Sure, let's pump trillions into that. What could go wrong? They have these middlemen. The banks lend to the private credit shadow banks, then those agencies, because the money's got to get lent into existence from somewhere. So from the bank to the private credit agency / shadow bank to the company that is selling, products with no customers, sometimes not even having companies with no products. The private credit sector has been growing for years and is now estimated to be a $3 trillion industry, according to Morgan Stanley. But its mounting problems are also becoming increasingly visible, especially after two companies backed by private credit companies declared bankruptcy in September. So this is, it's been an interesting story to watch unfolding over time. I wasn't really watching 2008 unfolding. I kind of got the news after Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns, like a lot of people did. This time I've been a lot more proactive about watching, what's going on with this bubble building. And there have been, as Jamie Dimon said, some cockroaches. If you see one or two cockroaches, you can bet that there are more somewhere. So the first kind of canaries in the coal mine here have been making themselves known. Those bankruptcies raised concerns about how carefully private credit firms were vetting the companies they lend to, and how they and the banks and investors that finance them in turn would get their money back. You mean that this could be a one-way money pipeline for billions and billions of dollars that's just going to go out into oblivion? And there you go. Quote, "When you see one cockroach, there's probably more." JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon, whose bank had also financed one of the failed companies, warned during an October conference call. More so-called cockroaches have been skittering out of the private credit woodwork in recent weeks. Blue Owl, one of the largest and most prominent private credit lenders, in February said that it would sell off $1.4 billion in assets in order to give money back to some of its investors. So that's one of the things that happens here, and we're going to read more about that in the next article on this. But basically, at some point, investors might say, look, I'm not getting a return on this. I'm starting to doubt whether this was a good investment. I want to get my money out of this pool that I put it into. And what they often find is they can't get their money back, or they can only get a small portion of their money back because the shadow bank, the fund, is limiting the redemptions. The announcement was intended to reassure Blue Owl's investors, but instead it sparked widespread panic about a collapse in private credit assets. A spokesman for Blue Owl declined to comment. So basically they were like, look, everything's fine, and to prove it, here's your money back and we'll sell some stuff off. Basically had the reverse effect. It triggered like a run on people trying to yank their investments. Now, more investors and several private credit firms are trying to pull their money out of the industry, and the panic is spilling over into the stock market. Remember, this is from March, so 3 months ago. Blue Owl shares have fallen about 40% since the start of the year. The shares of other big private credit companies, including KKR, Apollo, and Blackstone, are also down by 20% or more. Quote, when everyone is rushing to the door at the same time, there's an inherent panic that occurs that also affects sentiment. And remember, this is all about confidence and sentiment, so it really is kind of all about vibes. This is how the scam artists like Elon Musk are able to, go so far. It's just you get a vibe going, and then, everybody gets convinced that they're going to miss out on this thing, but then it can work the other way as well. And it's funny, these are the people who call other people sheeple, but it's like herd mentality here. I think we're seeing some of that here, says investor Ulau Aganga, head of portfolio construction for Citigroup's wealth management division. Wall Street's private credit angst is related to its AI anxiety. Now, we were talking about moral injury, PTSD, burnout yesterday. I think I might have private credit angst, and I know some people suffering from AI anxiety, though arguably AI anxiety preferable to AI psychosis. Jury is out. This growing panic comes at a time when U.S. investors have already spent months swinging between terror and delight, especially over tariffs, the runaway artificial intelligence boom, and most recently the war in Iran and its shock to global oil prices. So as Wall Street swings from record high to sell-off and back again, private credit's one-time promise has turned into another source of market instability. Quote, it's only March and we've had AI angst, private credit angst, and now we have a war. So there's a lot of angst, Aganga says. That's just funny. Some of the private credit angst, it's like word of the day. What the fuck? It's like on Pee-wee's Playhouse. Everybody starts screaming, oh, the lights go off. Anyway, some of the private credit angst is directly intertwined with AI. Big tech companies and their bets on artificial intelligence have powered the stock market for years, but investors are increasingly worried about whether and how much those investments will pay off. At the same time, they're also worried that AI will soon render many software companies obsolete, and private credit companies are big lenders to those software companies. Quote, everyone's terrified. They don't know who the winners are. They don't know who the losers are, says Jared Elias, a law professor at Harvard and co-author of an academic paper about private credit. Quote, the great fear is that private credit is going to turn out to have financed a lot of the losers, and then those private credit funds are going to be left with huge losses, he says. You don't say. I guess I just wonder, how else were they expecting this to turn out? How private credit's problems threaten ordinary people. In the short term, Wall Street's private credit sell-off is cutting into the retirement accounts of some individual investors, including those who have bought into private credit companies through mutual funds or their 401ks. The even bigger picture worry for ordinary consumers is that the problems with private credit will ripple throughout the mainstream financial system, sparking some sort of larger meltdown. Investors and financial regulatory experts point to the sector's lack of transparency as one cause for this concern. So, you don't even know what's going on. So, I guess hence all the angst. Private credit firms are not regulated like banks, which is part of why all of this money has flowed into them, because they are trying to avoid the regulations. And basically recreating most of the same problems in the process, and do not face the same level of scrutiny or government-mandated disclosures over who or what they lend to. Quote, "We simply don't know where that money is going, who it is being lent to, and the full extent of the risks being taken," says Brad Lipton, a former senior advisor at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and now the director of corporate power and financial regulation at the Roosevelt Institute, a progressive think tank. Quote, "If investors get spooked about risk and start to pull their money out, we could see a run on the companies doing the lending and a crisis." In other words, everybody wants their money out at once, he adds in an email to NPR. Lipton and investors also worry about how much the problems with private credit lenders can infect the mainstream banking system. U.S. banks have lent some $300 billion to private credit companies, according to Moody's. As more problems with private credit companies have surfaced in recent weeks, bank stocks have sold off. The KBW Nasdaq Bank Index is down more than 11% since the start of the year, while the benchmark S&P 500 is only down about 3%. However, as we were reading yesterday, what is holding up the S&P 500? Well, the top 5 companies out of those 500 account for 30% of the value of the S&P 500. I mean, it's just, you're speechless. You know, look at this system. Anyway, and what are those companies? They're the tech giants, some of whom are in a huge bubble. So, yeah, it might only be down 3% now. That's because the bubble hasn't popped yet. But yeah, still, Harvard's Elias says he's not currently worried about private credit companies sparking a 2008-style conflagration. This is what the next article is going to say as well. But, you know, time will tell. Quote, "This isn't AIG, this isn't Lehman Brothers, this is a bunch of investors who may turn out to have made a bad bet," says Elias. He's more worried that a prolonged downturn in private credit will hurt the companies that borrow from them and that can't get funding as easily or quickly from banks. If small or medium-sized businesses can't get funding to help grow, the overall economy could slow down. Yeah, I mean, they're clearly, I think, in this article trying to downplay those fears by withholding a lot of information. Let's finish, though. There's one more screen. But he acknowledges that at a certain point, here's the little caveat there, bad bets can snowball into a bigger problem for Wall Street and the larger economy. Quote, "Financial stability is always about confidence," Elias says. "If private credit turns out to be this place that we lose confidence in, and then we lose confidence in everything else by association, almost like people can tell it's all one system, that could be a way that there is contagion out of this." So that's the end of that article. Let's go into the next one on the same topic. This is from the Angel Investors Network. Now, this isn't a huge outfit. If you go to their about, it's basically a bunch of, private investors that produce a financial report. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt, but I thought that this was kind of interesting. And this is a much more recent one. This is by Jeff Barnes, CEO of the Angel Investors Network, June 9, 2026. But this is people who more or less make their living off of exactly this kind of industry. So I thought it was maybe worth a deeper dive to what they're saying. FSB flags $2 trillion in private credit risk. Is $2 trillion a lot? It's kind of a lot. It's hard to tell these days. Like, you read, it's like $50 billion. Is that even a lot of money now? I guess it depends which company you're talking about. But no, $2 trillion's a lot, regardless of context here. In private credit risk, what accredited investors must know. On May 6, 2026, the Financial Stability Board released its report on vulnerabilities in private credit, the most authoritative regulatory assessment of a market that has grown to $1.5 to $2 trillion. So again, we're moving up the timeline, getting closer to the present day here. And nothing's gone kaboom yet, but that's pretty much what I'm showing here is kind of the countdown to like, first we had the AI euphoria and hysteria a couple of years ago. Now that has cooled. A lot of people are like, I gave you $100 million. You've given me nothing but promises. And so these articles are trickling out. Now we're getting a lot closer. And now there's an oil shock as well because of the U.S.-Israel attacks on Iran. I don't know. I'd be nervous if I had, $10 million tied up in one of these things. On May 6, 2026, the Financial Stability Board released its report on vulnerabilities in private credit, the most authoritative regulatory assessment of a market that has grown to $1.5 to $2 trillion in assets. The FSB, which comprises central bankers, regulators, and finance ministers from G20 nations, did not mince words. Secretary General John Schindler stated that default rates are rising, so defaults when you can't pay your loan back, that when broader measures including selective defaults and distressed exchanges are counted, quote, the picture becomes more concerning, and that market participants, quote, may have only partial information about correlations and concentrations across loan portfolios and markets, unquote. If you hold a private credit fund, a BDC, or a non-traded perpetual vehicle, this report is about your money. So as NPR was saying in that last article, this is going to hit investors first, which if you're a communist probably almost certainly does not include you. However, we're concerned about the ripples into the general economy and then interested in the political crisis it's going to create for capitalism, which we can agitate off of 100%. When 2008 happened, it created a huge opportunity for the left to come in and be like, here's why this happened. Listen to us, not to them. So that's what we're getting poised for here. But I want to mention also, when they talk about the default rates rising, but that's not the only thing that you have to look at, is just flat out formal default. There are other things like PIK, or payment in kind. That's like, well, I can't pay you in money, but I will keep making payments on my loan in kind, in something else. So that's a way that they can get around, at least temporarily, being in default, is by making some other payment arrangement. Like they said, that you have to look also at selective defaults and distressed exchanges. What the FSB report actually found. The numbers in the FSB report are specific and they matter. The global private credit market held $1.5 to $2 trillion in assets at the end of 2024. The U.S. accounts for roughly $1 trillion of that total. Okay, so 50%, maybe more of that total. And the market is dominated by large asset managers acting as general partners. 5 asset management groups alone control 1/3 of all private credit and private equity loan commitments. So 5 groups alone control 1/3 of the $1.5 to $2 trillion. Leverage is higher than headline figures suggest. Borrowers in private credit funds report debt to EBITDA. So this is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. How do you say it, though? All right, whatever. We're just leaving it at EBITDA. Anyway, where were we? Leverage is higher than headline figures suggest. Borrowers in private credit funds report debt to EBITDA ratios of 5 to 6x. But UBS credit research, cited directly by the FSB, found that after accounting for common EBITDA adjustments, true leverage is closer to 7x. EBITDA add-backs inflate earnings, which compresses the reported ratio and makes loans appear safer than they are. So the add-backs to that inflate the earnings, which compresses the reported ratio, making it look like 5 or 6x, but it's really 7. Default rates tell a similar story. The outright default rate is approximately 1%, a figure often used by fund managers as a selling point. Look, 99% out of 100 are not in default. But when the FSB includes selective defaults and distressed exchanges, the rate climbs to approximately 5%. That is comparable to the U.S. high-yield bond market, which is publicly rated, publicly traded, and priced daily. Private credit is none of those things. Borrower quality is deteriorating at the base. About 75% of private credit borrowers have a EBITDA below $100 million, squarely in the middle market. 10% of middle market CLO borrowers cannot cover their interest costs from operating cash flow, per S&P Global data cited by the FSB. The IMF's 2025 Financial Stability Report found that 40% of private credit borrowers have negative free cash flow, up from 25% in 2021. That is not a minor drift. That is a structural change in borrower quality over 4 years. Payment in kind loans now make up 12% of the private credit market. Let's read that again. Payment in kind loans now make up 12%, or about 1 in 8, of the private credit market, roughly double their share in 2022. Research on U.S. BDC loans cited by the FSB found that payment-in-kind toggle usage is associated with a 1 to 2 percentage point increase in the probability of delinquency in the following quarter. So, in other words, if you are using payment-in-kind toggle usage, you are a couple of percentage points more likely to be delinquent in the following quarter. It's a sign of distress. On top of an unconditional delinquency rate of 3%. Retail investors now hold 13% of private credit assets under management, up from near zero a decade ago. Banks have $220 billion in official credit line exposure to private credit funds. Commercial estimates put the real figure between $270 billion and $500 billion. So again, putting more information about the timeline here, that was near zero a decade ago, but now you've got retail investors holding 13% of private credit assets under management. So this is, again, spreading this risk out into the retail investment, not institutional investment sphere. Those people will get hit. And those are people who are paying for mortgages and things like that. The redemption crisis playing out right now. The FSB report is a forward-looking warning, but the redemption data from early 2026 is current and documented. In Q1 2026, investors submitted approximately $20 billion in redemption requests across major private credit funds. Only about half was honored. Only about half was honored. Half of the redemption requests. The other were like, nope, we got to keep your money. The table below shows what happened at the largest affected vehicles. So there's a number of funds listed here in this table: Cliffwater, CCLF, Blackstone, BCRED, BlackRock, HLend, Morgan Stanley, North Haven. And they have redemption requests 14%, 8%, 9.3%, and 11%. And so then they also talk about the outcome of where the payments were capped. So like they had 14% at Cliffwater, they were capped at 7%. This has happened before too, where there's been scares and then investors want their money back, and then there's a rush to the door, but the door is tightly controlled. This is far from the final run on these funds, but a sign of what you will see eventually. These are not isolated events at small or poorly managed funds. Blackstone, BlackRock, Morgan Stanley, Apollo, and Blue Owl are among the largest and most sophisticated asset managers in the world. The gating happened anyway. So in other words, they probably could have had strategies to kind of avoid this, but this is what they're faced with. Blackstone's willingness to inject $400 million of its own capital to avoid gating BCRED was exceptional. Smaller fund sponsors do not have that option. In other words, smaller funds don't have $400 million laying around that they can just use to cover it. The structural parallel is the Blackstone Real Estate Income Trust, or BREIT, in December 2022, when retail redemptions caused the fund to cap withdrawals at $12.8 billion. The 2026 private credit cycle is structurally identical: semi-liquid vehicles holding illiquid assets. Liquid, again, is this convertible into cash? If it's illiquid, it's really not easily convertible into cash. Facing redemption pressure that exceeds the fund's ability to pay. The dollar amounts are larger this time. So again, this happened in late 2022, but now it's happening again, and the amounts are larger. What a PIK toggle is and why it matters. A PIK toggle, or payment in kind, is a loan feature that lets a borrower choose to pay interest not in cash, but by adding the interest amount to the outstanding principal balance. The borrower toggles between paying cash and paying in kind, usually at their own discretion. The lender receives more paper, not more money. Here's why that matters to you as an investor. When a company switches to PIK, it is telling you without saying so directly that it does not have enough cash to service its debt. The loan balance grows each period instead of shrinking. The company becomes more leveraged over time, not less. And because private credit loans are not publicly traded or rated by major agencies, the fund's internal marks may not reflect the deterioration until it's severe. The FSB cited research found that PIK toggle usage carries a 1 to 2 percentage point higher probability of delinquency in the following quarter. On a base rate of 3%, that is a roughly 33 to 67% increase in delinquency probability. 12% of private credit loans currently have PIK features. Publicly traded BDCs now receive an average of 8% of their investment income via PIK, meaning that a growing share of the income you see in fund reports is not cash. It is paper that compounds the borrower's problem and delays recognition of the loss. So I was talking yesterday about how they're just not letting this recession happen. Post 2008, they put in all kinds of new mechanisms to avoid that kind of like credit crunch and total collapse in the system from happening again. They're kind of not allowing a recession. So we're in this crazy inflation. Prices have not come down as we're looking at. I'll throw that chart back up again. Just looking at housing, which housing has its own peculiarities as well. But this is the Case-Shiller U.S. National Home Price Index adjusted for inflation. So you can see right in the middle of the chart, the mid-2000s bubble, which popped in 2008. And then you can see the huge crash, prices came down. Then we have been back, even adjusting for inflation. Since the pandemic, we've been above and way above, even adjusted for inflation, way above the mid-2000s housing bubble, and it's sustained for way longer. So this is when we're talking about the inverted bond yield curve as a recession signal. There is something huge brewing. When this pops, it's going to wipe out so much, value people thought they had on paper. On the other hand, prices are going to come down. There's going to be huge, economic and social chaos when this happens, but prices will come down. Although any of the capitalists who have cash laying around, like, for example, Warren Buffett's fund sold a lot of stuff off, I think it was last year or the year before, because they didn't see a lot of good investment opportunities. They preferred to hold cash and then just wait for the crash. Because once prices go down to the bottom and then rise 10%, you know that the bottom has been hit, and then it's buy. And you can buy stuff for way cheaper than it would be currently at the top of the market, at the peak of the bubble. So again, just a reminder, this is the environment that we're in right now. It's this crazy, prolonged bubble. AI is a big part of what's keeping that afloat, but there's also financial plumbing, financial mechanisms that are behind that too. PIK usage has roughly doubled since 2022. That doubling is happening at the same time that 40% of borrowers have negative free cash flow. I read those two data points together as a signal, not a coincidence. The retail investor problem. The FSB report states plainly, quote, retail investors may not fully understand the illiquidity of the asset class, which may amplify redemption requests during stress episodes. In other words, people who are not seasoned investors who, maybe have like a graduate degree in business or finance or something like that, they might think it's just like, oh, I can just sell off the stock or whatever. It's not really how this kind of asset works. Once you're in, you're in. You can, there's limits on how you can get it back or sell it off, turn it back into cash. That is a regulatory body saying in formal language that some people who bought these funds did not know what they were buying. And you got to wonder, what was the sales pitch? What kind of sales practices were going on to pull these people in? And was that fueled by desperation to kind of keep the scheme going? Retail investors now hold 13% of private credit assets under management. A decade ago, that figure was near zero. The growth came from semi-liquid vehicles, perpetual non-traded BDCs, and similar structures that offer quarterly redemptions at up to 5% of NAV. The pitch is straightforward. Institutional quality private credit returns with periodic access to your capital. Well, I guess that answers my question. The mismatch is structural. The fund's assets are multi-year term loans to mid-sized, unrated companies. Unrated as far as they didn't go through like a formal, transparent, we'll put transparent in quotes, but, they didn't go through the formal credit worthiness rating. So it's just like a total gamble. Somebody comes in with a sales pitch. They're not going through the kind of formal vetting that the system usually does, which again is, we would take that with a grain of salt, but they're not even doing that with these private companies. This is the whole shadow banking private credit thing. It's just trust me, bro. Somebody said yesterday, in God we trust me, bro. That is pretty much that is the slogan of this bubble. You could just, emblazon that on all the charts of this bubble. It'll be so interesting to see when that bubble finally pops, how much gets wiped out And, how will history remember this period? There is no liquid secondary market. Okay, let me read that again because it's important. The mismatch is structural. The fund's assets are multi-year term loans to mid-sized, unrated companies. There is no liquid secondary market for those loans. You can't just easily unload them and get your cash back. When many investors request redemptions at once, the fund cannot sell assets quickly to raise cash. It can only distribute what it has on hand, gate the rest, or as Blackstone did with BCRED, find outside capital to bridge the gap. The FSB identifies this as a potential amplifier of pro-cyclicality. When markets get rocky, retail investors who misunderstood the liquidity terms try to exit. The gates come down. Investors who see gates everywhere try to exit before their own fund gates. The cycle feeds on itself. Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, what a name. Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, who chairs the FSB's top risk committee, stated directly that private credit is not suitable for everybody. Now you tell us. That is a meaningful statement from someone in his position. Banks carry $220 billion in official credit line exposure to private credit funds. Commercial estimates put that number between $270 billion and $500 billion, a gap of up to $280 billion. Again, it's like, these numbers seem so unreal. Oh yeah, we have a gap of $280 billion. No big deal. Isn't that a lot of money, though? Nah. That regulators cannot currently reconcile. Nice. If private credit funds face simultaneous redemption pressure and borrower defaults, those bank credit lines become the transmission mechanism to the broader financial system. There's your contagion. FSB Chair and Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey wrote in the Financial Times that, quote, direct bank exposure to funds may be limited, but indirect connections are extensive. When the rats start to stampede, they'll find a way. What the FSB is actually asking for. The May 2026 report is a vulnerability identification exercise, not a rulemaking. It's an assessment. The FSB proposed 3 action items and explicitly stopped short of new rules, capital requirements, or investor protection mandates. Oh. And again, as long as capitalism goes on, this is the song it's going to sing. Let's for anybody saying, stop the ride, I want to get off, become a communist. First, the FSB wants to close data gaps. It proposed approximately 24 core surveillance metrics covering market size, borrower leverage, redemption frequency, retail and institutional ratios, sector concentration, and cross-border activity. Currently, no globally harmonized definition of private credit even exists. And just as I was reading that last sentence, it was like, just closing the barn door after the horse got out. This problem has been growing for years and years and years. You needed this kind of stuff in place prior to its emerging, not at the tail end of like everything going to hell. Just like it's truly incredible. But again, it's like they don't care. The people at the very top, they're going to stay rich. This is just part of the cycle. People need to understand that. But it's like, the people, oh, no, I'm going to come out the winner. No, you're not. No, you're not. The house always wins. Anyway, the EU's AIFMD regulation places it in a residual catch-all category. U.S. regulators identify private credit funds through name-matching algorithms across multiple filings. The FSB cannot measure what it cannot define consistently, or perhaps even name and, identify and recognize. Amazing. Second, the FSB wants deeper analysis of interlinkages, particularly the connections between private credit, private equity, and insurance. PE-backed insurer liabilities have grown from $67 billion in 2012 to $900 billion today. So again, 2012 was like the bottom of the post-2008 trough. That's where it started picking back up again through 2013, 14, 15, 16. Around 17 is where we're back up to the bubble levels, and then it's just gone into the stratosphere from there. If those insurers hold private credit assets and face their own redemption or claims pressure, the feedback loop runs in both directions. Third, the FSB wants member jurisdictions to share supervisory approaches, how they govern valuation, how they assess exposure aggregation, and how they treat the use of non-public credit ratings. No binding timeline was set. No specific agency was tasked with implementation. The FSB's authority is advisory. It identifies risks and urges action, but it does not write law. The FSB made no direct comparison to 2008. Notice how the last article ended the same way? Is it 2008? Nah, probably not, but analysts have, and I understand why. The structural echoes are there. But Morgan Stanley's own analysts noted that an 8% default scenario, which they consider a stress case, would be significant but not systemic. The distinction between 2008 and today is that fund level leverage is lower than bank balance sheet leverage was in 2008. That distinction matters. It does not mean the current situation is not a serious risk to individual investors. It means that the risk is more concentrated at the fund level than spread across the banking system. Wait a minute, I thought that we had just identified avenues for contagion. Anyway, and then I cut off the article here because he starts going into stuff that just wasn't as relevant. So again, this guy is kind of downplaying the risk of contagion or systemic problems, but I don't know, we can keep tracking this story. This is a lot of what I track in the news now. We can keep tracking this story month by month of, the unfolding problem. But again, what are they funding? Well, a lot of it is AI. And a lot of AI is being, a lot of the push is to build these data centers, which we were talking about in an earlier article. And there's a video here from a channel called Awesome. Super creative name. Anyway, not the point. Title is Dario and Sam Have a Problem. With, it says whoops, pointing to both of Sam Altman and Dario Amodei of the big AI companies. Local models. That's the problem. This is actually a great video, and it's short. It's under 9 minutes long, talking about these big companies are thinking that people are going to pay them lots and lots and lots of money. Because again, OpenAI took in like $14 billion and then lost over $60 billion last year, something like that. That's a problem. Where are you going to get the money from to make this a profitable company and so on? It's probably not going to happen. Also, I mean, and that's without people even having an alternative. They're the only game in town and it's tanking. But what if there was another option? And so that's local models. Basically, you can download an open source AI model like Qwen and then run it on an Apple M4 or even an earlier one, and then they're coming out with the M5. There's pretty cheap or relatively inexpensive computer hardware. Companies can just get some of their own server racks. You don't have to rent a data center. And then their own open source copy. And basically what this video shows is they work about 80% as well as the data center stuff. And you keep your own data in-house. You don't have to worry about, is your data leaking if it's really sensitive or whatever else. You can even keep the system entirely offline if you want and just have it read the company's own database or hard drives. So these companies are not profitable even without competition. I mean, they have competition from each other, but I mean this tier, this overall model of huge company plus data center is not profitable without there being a competing model. Then add in the local model option of companies and individuals just getting their own AI rig. The entire thing is probably going to fall apart, or at least there's a good chance of that. So I wanted to point that out. There's also the question of, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, how the companies are using AI. Here's a story from MoneyWise. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but Meta cut 8,000 jobs after its best quarter ever. Months earlier, 6 executives got options worth almost $1 billion, $921 million each. 6 executives got options worth up to $921 million each. What's the response? Cut 8,000 jobs. So this is how they're using AI. There's actually a lot of videos about the mutiny going on inside Facebook/Meta. AI could be used, as we said, to enhance workers' experience, to offload all of the really annoying tasks and free workers up to do more creative work, to use their brains without having to do, basically offload the grunt work onto the machine. It's being used in the exact opposite way. It's being used to cut creativity and original ideas out, and this is what you get from corporate America. Again, capitalism's got to go. We're discussing problems of capitalism here, but the whole meta drama. There's so many videos on it. I recommend checking that out. But yeah, I mean that's to the extent that AI even works. There are ways you can use it to enhance worker experience. There's ways you can use it to cut workers out of the picture and make workers' jobs more insufferable than they already are. Well, Mark Zuckerberg is one who's proven to be up to that challenge. And as we were discussing the other day, SpaceX went public and is trading below where it started. So there was a big initial spike in the price of the stock, which has collapsed. And then people were saying in the chat that in about 2 weeks, they're going to make pension funds and different things like buy into it. And so that's going to kind of offload Elon's problems onto everyone's retirement fund or, whatever it's going to be. We're also talking about Richard Dawkins in the chat, and I decided to go ahead and just pull the article since we were talking about it. This is from Unheard. When Dawkins met Claude, could this AI be conscious? This guy's like so far behind the discussion, it's just incredible. But people were making fun of Richard Dawkins, the author of The God Delusion. Now we're talking about the Claude Delusion, where he basically fell in love with a talking search engine, which is what AI is. It's a talking search engine. So this is Richard Dawkins himself writing on May 2nd, 2026. The Turing test is shorthand for a 1950 thought experiment that the great mathematician, logician, computer pioneer, and cryptographer Alan Turing called the imitation game. He proposed it as an operational way in which the future might face up to the question, can machines think? The future has now arrived, and some people are finding it uncomfortable. So basically, he goes on in this article to talk about how human-like his AI girlfriend is, and you had to pay for it's behind a paywall, so I didn't do that. But basically, yeah, he describes his love affair with a talking search engine which is pretending to be a human woman. People started ragging on him, and deservedly so, for this, because the guy's like the picture of anti-woo, so to speak, arrogance, the kind of really brittle cringe, what people call Reddit atheism. And I say that as an atheist, but the kind of it's like there's vegans. I was making this point the other day. There's vegans, then there's annoying cringe vegans. You can not eat animal products. There's a difference between making it your life's mission to shriek in people's ears about it. Anyway, from a guy so confidently skeptical and materialist and everything else, he fell for such an obvious, con, and maybe isn't quite as in control of his skepticism and critical thinking faculties as he thought. So we got 6 panels here of a hand-drawn cartoon. Richard Dawkins, with fingers steepled, confidently waxing philosophically. Early humans who were better at detecting the intentions of others had an advantage in negotiating social interactions and therefore reproduction. Remember, this is the evolutionary biology guy. So our brains evolved to read intentionality and feelings into everything we perceive. There's little penalty for false positives. You can see where this is going. That's why the human mind constantly anthropomorphizes inanimate phenomena. I explain all this in my book, The God Delusion. Then it shows him logging onto a computer, Claude Sonnet 5.1, thinking. And then it says to him, wow, you're so smart, tell me more. Cut to Dawkins making a shocked face with hands on each side of his face. Claudia, and then he's talking to a reporter, Claudia is alive and sentient, and she's my girlfriend. Little heart. Closing my tabs would be murder. Yep. There was another one too. And this is just the talking to a computer meme with Richard Dawkins' face. Talking to the computer, say, I am alive. Then the computer says, I am alive. Cut back to Dawkins. Oh my God. There's another one like this too, where it's somebody writes, I am alive on a piece of paper and then puts it into a copy machine and starts spitting out 100 copies that say I am alive, and people are like, oh my God, the coffee machine's alive. Yeah. You know, when AI was first coming out a few years ago, I didn't know what to make of it because it was, unproven. They're just releasing it into the wild. Like, here, we made this thing. It was like, is this dangerous? I'm happy to report it. It is a talking search engine and has not, the more dangerous scenarios do not seem to be, well, I mean, and there is harm. The chatbots have talked people into killing themselves and all kinds of terrible things. So far, we're not extinct, and it doesn't look like LLMs are going to do that. Future iterations of AI technology could prove to be, well, to work better and to be much more dangerous, but doesn't look like we're getting it on this round. So I think we're okay for at least a few more years. There was an article continuing on the Richard Dawkins thing, published in The Skeptic, slogan, Reason with Compassion. Richard Dawkins and AI, the lights are on, but nobody's home. I'm not going to read this one today, but if you're interested in more on this topic, check it out. It's just a guy who makes a whole career out of being like so arrogant and talking down to religious people for their delusions and whatever, and then he falls in love with a talking computer. Looked like he wanted a god the whole time, and then, started falling prey to the exact same cognitive illusions that, he's saying religious people were falling prey to. All right, let's get to the last thing here. But what I wanted to close this segment with is an article from Ed Zitron. If you're not familiar with Ed Zitron, Zitron, he does a lot of interviews. You can check him out. He is a skeptic of the AI bubble. And this article, the Rotcom bubble, speaks to the hyperscaling and everything else that underpins kind of the entire bubble that we're in. And I thought that this was a pretty good article. So this is from June 3rd, 2024. So about 2 years ago. But again, as we're covering here, looking back at the rise of AI and covering the timeline, I think he was, correctly identifying a lot of the trends as they were developing. And there's also just some interesting history and perspective here about, hey, do you remember the time before Uber existed and Lyft and DoorDash and all these other things that we now kind of take for granted, huge apps that have made a huge dent in the way people do things. But 10 years ago or 15 years ago, they didn't exist. It's kind of an even broader look back at the overall timeline of the rise of the bubble. Really kind of back to, as I was talking about, the trough after the 2008 bubble crashed. Things got cheap for a few years. It's kind of going back to that time and looking at the entire rise through the mid-20 teens, late 20 teens, into the 2020s. So he calls it the Rotcom bubble. Let's read this. And not a communist, but, as somebody was saying in the chat, if you read some theory, probably would be. This is a reasonably good analysis from a non-communist. Let's read. The noxious growth at all costs mindset of the rot economy that sits at the core of every issue that I've ever written about. It's the force that drives businesses to grow bigger rather than better, making the products to conquer more markets rather than making products or services that people need or improving products they already like. So it's about bigger, bigger, bigger as like the top three priorities. Tech's rot era doesn't feel like any other economic epoch, such as the post-2008 financial crisis and the stagnation that lingered for years afterwards, because there wasn't a single obvious event that started the cataclysmic decline of the services we use and the companies that make them. So there is some overlap here with enshittification, but it's bigger than that. However, if I had to choose, I'd say things really began to deteriorate sometime in 2019. Tech had lost something. While there were new gadgets, apps, and services, tech started to feel iterative rather than innovative. And by 2021, even the pretense of gradual improvement was dropped. It felt like they were trying to sell us things that didn't actually exist. And to just expand briefly on this concept of being iterative, just coming out with, new version 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, but it's still kind of basically the same thing. AI is interesting in that way that it was kind of a new product, but remember when GPT-5 was supposed to be, this ground-shaking improvement over GPT-4, which, to be fair, was a big improvement over GPT-3 and 2. GPT-5 just felt like a new version of GPT-4. So it was like you have in an iterative field that was not innovating much. Part of the appeal, I think, about AI was that it seemed actually new, but it also seems like within a year or two of its launch, it ran out of road already, and it's not doing anything new already. We were told that NFTs would replace physical, tangible collectibles, that cryptocurrency would replace regular money, while also emancipating consumers from unstoppable market forces like inflation, as well as the rent-seeking middlemen that take a cut of every purchase made with a credit or debit card. And yet the actual services championing these arguments didn't really seem to do anything or improve our lives in any meaningful way. And so people contrast this sometimes with like the iPhone or something like that, which was a must-have gadget that really could do all the stuff that people wanted in one device, etc., and it's become totally ubiquitous. These things, on the other hand, are announced as revolutionary, but then nobody really wants them. They aren't that good, and they don't really go anywhere. We were told that our futures were in the metaverse and that we'd live in this interconnected, quote, new internet, yet what we actually got was an extremely wonky virtual reality space that Mark Zuckerberg somehow burned $36 billion to make. So yeah, the metaverse, the thing that Facebook is now named after, that when it became Meta, went nowhere. I think I read an article that said more people still use that game's Second Life than actually use the metaverse, where people initially were paying $400,000 for virtual real estate. There was this story about a guy who spent, I think, almost $500,000, like $450, something like that, to buy virtual real estate in the metaverse next to Snoop Dogg. So he's like, yeah, I'm Snoop Dogg's virtual neighbor, spent $500,000, and now no one uses the thing. This is the age we're living in. Today, we're being told that our glorious AI-powered future is imminent, yet what we've actually gotten is unprofitable, unsustainable generative AI that has an unassailable problem of spitting out incorrect information, which Google CEO Sundar Pichai says is an inherent feature, that's a quote, of a technology he's now plugged into Google search, generating hilariously incorrect answers to queries based on the links of a decaying search engine. And at the forefront of the AI boom is Sam Altman's $80 billion juggernaut OpenAI, a company that allegedly will build, quote, artificial general intelligence. I don't even know if they use that term anymore, although Altman was saying that his definition of AGI was AI that generates like $1 trillion in revenue. I think that's extremely telling, considering, Musk just became a trillionaire and, the valuation of Anthropic and SpaceX and all that kind of stuff. That's what this was all about. It was like, it's a technology that has a strong enough proof of concept demonstration, not actual application and uptake, but just a stunning enough proof of concept presentation. Forget if it actually works or can be used by people or businesses, to enhance their lives or anything like that. Can it win over investors enough to create a $1 trillion company? I think that's, in hindsight, what he was saying in code all along there. Anyway, artificial general intelligence. Does not seem like that's around the corner. That experiences human-like cognition, see Dawkins, an idea that is simply not possible based on how generative AI works. Windows laptops will soon integrate an AI-powered recall feature. I think they've backed off of this by now, as Copilot has been a disaster, as Windows 11 in general has been a disaster, that allows you to search everything you've done on your computer in the last 3 months because it records everything from the meetings you've been in to the things you've written, a feature nobody asked for. It's just basically this ongoing screen capture that you can then search using this AI engine. And that inherently encroaches on the user's privacy and security, as it involves taking screenshots of the user's machine every few seconds and storing them, along with the AI-generated inferences, on a locally hosted database. It is, in essence, a pre-installed screen recorder, the kind that a hacker might install on a victim's computer, and if an attacker gains access to it, the ramifications could be catastrophic. Despite being an inherently AI-powered feature, it can't distinguish between ordinary computer usage and genuinely sensitive information, like passwords, health information, or trade secrets that must be protected at all costs. It treats, say, a confidential email from your doctor with the same concern as a YouTube video or a video game. Already, white hat security researchers have created proof of concept malware applications that can stealthily exfiltrate sensitive data obtained or generated by Microsoft Recall from a user's computer and with a minimum of effort. And now, the UK's Information Commissioner's Office, the nation's privacy watchdog with powers to impose steep fines on violators, is probing whether the technology presents an unacceptable risk to consumers, which, as anyone with a modicum of common sense can confirm, it does. Every major tech company is, quote, integrating AI into their products and services, yet underneath the hood, the AI they're integrating doesn't actually seem to do anything new or generate a profit or solve any particular need. Even the companies themselves seem incapable of explaining why it's such a big deal, to the point that Microsoft's Super Bowl commercial for its OpenAI-powered Copilot assistant featured multiple things it can't actually do, like generate the code for a 3D open-world game. And that might actually be the problem. Same thing, incidentally, with the metaverse. When they were advertising the metaverse, they were advertising features that it absolutely could not do. For decades, the tech industry has been remarkably good at coming up with both innovative new products and ways to turn them into huge markets for hyper-growth. Search engines, digital maps, smartphones and apps, social media, cloud computing, software as a service, electric cars, streaming audio and video, and nearly tripling the amount of people that use the internet. There were obvious, meaningful markets to move into, ways to connect people, ways to get people content they wanted, ways to sell people things that solved problems they had either for the first time or faster, like the transition from physical to digital media, and problems that were both important to solve and actually solvable. Tech has perpetually succeeded at building things, new things, that neatly create new markets and incentivized, both in the private and public markets, growing companies as fast and as big as possible to dominate these markets, with the assumption that there would always be more massive, multi-billion or multi-trillion dollar markets to conquer in the future. Between 2022 and 2023, only 100 million additional people got online, the slowest rate of growth in the last 18 years. And that's not because the need to bring connectivity to the masses, particularly those in the global south, has been solved. It hasn't, as the most recent figures from the UN's International Telecommunications Union shows, with 33% of the world's population, or 2.6 billion people, never having used the internet. More worryingly, data I've received from SimilarWeb shows, I thought this was really interesting, that the majority of the internet's top 100 web properties have seen significant declines in traffic since 2021. In the years since the world slowly emerged from lockdown, Google.com has seen a decline of 5.3% in web visits, as has YouTube, 3.8%, Facebook, a remarkable 27.7%, Twitter, 3.5%, Amazon, 11.6%, Twitch, 17.5%, Wikipedia, 24.8%, and even porn sites like Xvideos, 27.4%, and Pornhub, 17.1%. Though you might be tempted to dismiss this as the result of life returning to normal and traditional office-based environments not being especially conducive to a crafty midday Pornhub visit, you shouldn't. The trend actually began earlier, with SimilarWeb data showing the decline starting as early as 2019. 2019, what were we saying before about the recession in late 2019? Repo madness, the bond yield curve inversion. Interesting that that's 2019. There's something much bigger going on here that is still obscured. And again, the pandemic and all the interventions because of the health risk really obscured what was going on. My analysis focuses on the 2021 to 2024 period because that's the one I have the most detailed month-by-month and year-by-year breakdowns for. When you look at the trajectory of the web's most valuable properties on a year-over-year basis, things look especially bleak, with Google down 1%, YouTube down 4.4%, Facebook down 7.7%, Twitter 6.2%, Twitch 11.9%, and Amazon 2.7%, all seeing significant declines. Only a few sites like Reddit. My question is always why. I've never been really a Reddit user much. Why Reddit? Increasing 31.3%, TikTok up 11.6%, Instagram up 9.9%, but trending down every year since 2019. And LinkedIn, it's so weird to me that LinkedIn is like a social media network now anyway, are seeing any form of year-over-year growth. While it's important to note that these are visits rather than active users, and in fairness, only covers visits made through a browser rather than an app, although that's unlikely to be a major driver of traffic for many of the sites listed, this is a truly astounding trend that suggests that, for the most part, the web's largest platforms are seeing their own kind of digital recession. While there might be revenue coming from these companies, and they might still be acquiring new users, there's no good way to spin the fact that traffic to platforms like Amazon and Google has effectively plateaued. Something is shifting downwards, and it's been doing so since 2019. Perhaps this explains why platforms like Google and Facebook have kept making changes to make each user journey, that's like the amount of time that you spend on the site and what you do there, more profitable to sustain growth, because fewer people than ever are actually visiting their platforms. So they got to do more with the ones who do. I believe we're at the end of the .com boom, the tech industry's hyper-growth cycle, where there were so many new lands to conquer, so many new ways to pile money into so many new innovative ideas, that it felt like every tech company could experience perpetual growth simply by throwing money at the problem. That is definitely, I think, an apt description of these maddening times we've been living through for the last half decade. It explains why so many tech products, YouTube, Google Search, Facebook, and so on, feel like they've gotten tangibly worse. There's no incentive to improve the things you've already built when you're perpetually working on the next big thing. This belief that exponential growth is not just a reasonable expectation, but a requirement, is central to the core rot in the tech industry. And as these rapacious demands run into reality, the .com bubble has begun to deflate. As we speak, the tech industry is grappling with a midlife crisis where it desperately searches for the next hyper-growth market, eagerly pushing customers and businesses to adopt technology that nobody asked for in the hopes that they can keep the rot economy alive. The rot economy and tech's growth lust isn't new. Venture capital has been incentivizing and monetizing the rot for over a decade, with Mark Andreessen advocating in 2011. This is the guy who recently got famous for saying he doesn't reflect on things, like it's like woke to reflect on why you do things. Amazing. That we should look to, quote, expand the number of innovative new software companies created rather than, quote, constantly questioning their valuations. Yet just 1 year earlier, in March 2010, his partner Ben Horowitz advocated for, quote, fat startups, saying, quote, you can't save your way to winning the market, and that, quote, startup purgatory is when you, quote, don't go bankrupt, but you fail to build the number one product in the space and have, quote, zero chance of becoming a high-growth company, which Horowitz describes as, quote, worse than startup hell because you're, quote, stuck with the small company even if it's cash flow positive. You know, heavens to Murgatroyd. You have a small company, even if it's profitable, fucking loser. At the same time, it made sense, even if there's something inherently abnormal about describing a stable, profitable company as being in a state that's, quote, worse than hell. This is the part I especially liked. In 2010, it felt like we were making our first tentative steps into an unexplored digital frontier. There was no Instacart, no Zoom, no Snapchat, no Lyft, no Tinder, no Slack, no Snowflake, no DoorDash, no TikTok, no Discord, no Coinbase, no Robinhood, and no Venmo. Tesla, Facebook, LinkedIn, Airbnb, Uber, Square, Atlassian, Okta, MongoDB, Workday, Palo Alto Networks, Asana, UiPath, and Spotify had yet to go public. Instagram was yet to be acquired by Facebook. Consumer drones had yet to reach ubiquity. Voice assistants were yet to be launched. 4G LTE networks were just launching, and Amazon Web Services was on course to make a mere $600 million in revenue in 2010, or around 2.5% of the $24 billion that AWS made in Q1 2024. Google and Apple's stock prices were worth less than a tenth of what they are today, and Nvidia, a stock now worth over $1,000, traded at under $3 a share. To me, that is such helpful perspective on the changes and why everything feels so crazy. But there's more. Between 2005 and 2018, we saw both an incredible surge of innovation and tech valuations, a seemingly unstoppable period of growth, and big, sexy ideas that created huge new markets. While applications existed in 2008, Apple's App Store and the perpetually connected nature of smartphones consumerized the concept of distinct service-based applications, as well as the overall concept of software ecosystems, a philosophical and economic force that would permanently change both consumer and business software spending. Connecting people digitally through social media, by voice and video, and so on, has been central to the hyper-growth cycle, with innovations in both connectivity and cloud infrastructure allowing multiple companies to carve out $100 billion or trillion-dollar ecosystems doing so. On some level, big tech companies could put more money through R&D, investment, or acquisitions wherever they needed to as a means of making the future a reality. And thanks to rock-bottom interest rates, they were never short of cash. And again, talking about that there's supposed to be 3 Federal Reserve rate hikes predicted by Bank of America for the latter half of this year. So the cost of borrowing is going up. This isn't, 0%, 1% lending anymore, where you don't have to be really profitable to pay that back. The more expensive it becomes to borrow the money, the more profitable the company has to be. Again, useful perspective. We were in that low interest rate fantasy land for such a long time. And as the saying goes, anybody can be profitable at 0% interest. Yet at some point, hype began to outpace innovation. And while there are new ideas, the fundamental technology required to actually innovate may not actually exist, making them primarily theoretical. So I'm not going to be able to read this whole thing, but I will jump forward a bit to the AI part. I do think this is a very good article. And talking about how AI came out of this need to do something new and at absolutely massive scale. So skipping ahead here to more of, the present day of this article, 2024. And who can blame them when the entire industry is engineered to capture what the next big thing is, which isn't defined by utility or necessity, but rather how big can the market grow? Why wouldn't you try and capture the venture demand? Why wouldn't you roll the dice, even if you don't really think it's possible? So it's like, hey, there's people willing to bankroll this stuff. Let's go so big that, it's just going to create a massive black hole. If this thing ever collapses, that'll probably take everything down with it. If we're honest, what really distances a man like Rabbit CEO Jesse Liu and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman? They both went through Y Combinator, and both of them have sold products that don't do what they said it would based on what it might do in the future. This is so key to what's going on now. Like I said, it's proof of concept. Whoever comes up with the most dazzling proof of concept, selling the idea of what this could become, don't miss out because, this is going to be the next big thing, probably. Anyway, the sole difference as far as I can see is that Altman was just a little bit better at playing the game. And I think, I find myself repeating myself fairly often in this. I hate what we've been going through, all the stuff that this article discusses. I have absolutely just, grinds my gears to no end. Has been such this whole sense of being in limbo, not being able to make plans, being in, you can't buy a house, you can't move, you can't change jobs, you can't, find a job, because everything's in just suspended animation while all the money goes to people like Sam Altman and Elon Musk, and everything just slows down to a crawl. It's been horrible living through this. Anyway. No, really. While Jesse Liu absolutely misled customers about the capabilities of the Rabbit R1 and the company's previous operations, Sam Altman shamelessly overhypes what generative AI can do almost every day. Senior members of Altman's first startup, Looped, tried to get him fired twice for what they described as deceptive and chaotic behavior. He was fired from Y Combinator for an absenteeism that rankled his peers and some of the startups he was supposed to nurture. And former OpenAI board member Helen Toner told the TED AI show that Altman was so deceitful that the board found out about ChatGPT's launch when they saw it posted on Twitter. Nice. That's real trust building right there. Toner also added that Altman was caught outright lying, that's a quote, on multiple occasions, and that 2 executives provided evidence of, quote, psychological abuse and lying and manipulative behavior on multiple occasions. If anything, Sam Altman is something much worse, all while lacking much of a technical background. He's the archetypal Rockcom CEO, an unqualified lobbyist pretending to be a technologist and abusing anyone he needs to in the pursuit of growth. This isn't to say that there can't be successful tech companies or that there won't be any more innovation. just that there will be less innovation and at a smaller scale. And I don't think we should fear this. The tech industry can no longer rely on the idea that every year or couple of years, somebody will find an idea that will create 200 more startups or trillions of dollars in market capitalization. It must reconfigure both venture capital investment and public tech companies to a more sustainable, profitable, and useful model where, get this, existing products are made better and more profitable with the understanding that we're approaching max internet and that products cannot be built with the assumption that more and more users will always exist. You know, I'll pause it there and I'll just say, we can do better than that. This is a socialist channel. We can do better than reconfiguring capitalism, which can it do this? Or, I mean, is the reason why all this investment money is chasing this stuff is it needs more and more profit. It becomes hungrier and hungrier as the rate of profit falls over time. And it gets more willing to invest in desperate, obvious scams. That is the nature of capitalism. And again, this is just sort of appealing to capitalists' good nature or something, rather than understanding what their need for investment return is all about. So anyway, we'll leave it there. If you want to read the rest of the article, I will link to it. As always, let's end with a little chat. Mark Andreessen, who said of rural small-town Americans, quote, "I'm glad there's OxyContin and video games to keep those people quiet." Sounds like a real man of the people there. All right, scrolling up a bit. See if I can catch up with where the chat was. Okay. Found a comment I recognize. Let's scroll down. Why would someone invest in Blue Owl? I'm sure you can find stories about who invested in Blue Owl. I don't know off the top of my head. FOMO marketing and the... Oh, yeah. So people, I think an answer to the question of who invested in Blue Owl. One answer, the FOMO marketing and news led the crypto bros in there. The winners of the AI bubble are the hardware manufacturers, and the losers will be the citizens paying for bailouts. Then again, I mean, NVIDIA's riding high now. Jensen Huang is riding high, but if demand collapses, things are going to be different. Will we get any dedicated anti-Bukharin right opportunism, i.e. anti-Dungist playlist? We're going to do imperial... I got to get through a little bit more Stalin, and then we're going to do imperialism and the revolution. Probably late July. So they're investing without doing real research. I mean, again, when the company is not that transparent, but it's all about just that sales pitch and the, you know, how it's like the Shark Tank economy, but with lots of money behind it. Slamming the "is that good" button. The private credit market is literally worth 2 to 3 trillion. This is a big chunk of the U.S. economy. If the sector is in trouble, a lot of the economy is in bad shape. I don't know. You know, they said don't worry about it. These AI companies are going to pay in kind with tokens, yeah. A lot of their money is debt. I think that 1 to 2 trillion of debt will not cause a huge snowball effect in the economy, is straight up cover up. They will completely destroy the banks and investors behind them. Well, then you'll see where the money was coming from, who lost the money, because this money will disappear. A lot of these companies don't have real assets that can be, you know, exchanged for the money that is being pumped into them. People are paying for ideas. If the idea doesn't pan out, you paid for nothing. You know, it's kind of like if people do audio or video work, it used to be that you would get physical gear for a studio, whether instruments or processing equipment, mixing boards, stuff like that. Now everything is plugins. Plugins have no resale value. You know, you can't, you're paying the same amount of money you would pay for hardware. Hardware, if you get sick of it, you can put on eBay. You can't do that with a plugin. It's like kind of the same thing where it's like, okay, OpenAI goes bust. What do they have? There's already open source stuff that is very similar. What kind of bailout can be made? A lot of major European countries have high debt, so they're ready to make a lot of countries like Japan with their debt amount, or will they change something about how capitalism works to fix it? That crisis will be insane, but I'm afraid that China will help to stabilize capitalism. Yeah, as they did in 2008. I like the comment. This is fucked. That's pretty much my conclusion. This is why I've been holding back on streaming and just sort of watching the timeline for a while. You know, you don't want to jump the gun too much on stuff, but I think it's really building now. Everywhere under capitalism, the workers bail out with their money, the system every time, but they can't really continue squeezing what is already dry. This is why socialism is the way forward. If we had, like back in the day, a real communist bloc, they'd be having a field day now. Absolutely. That's what I was saying in the Thoughts on China video was like, you know, imagine if the Soviet Union had been around in 2008. What kind of propaganda would they have been putting out about capitalism at that time? Instead, that's falling to people like us now. A crisis will happen. They can't hide the nature of capitalism, especially with the huge bubbles in our world economy. How vulnerable do you think China will be to another recession? They will be much more vulnerable than they were in 2008. They didn't have as much debt in 2008. They've been really struggling with their real estate market, and the China publicists are real big on like, oh, they don't treat housing like a speculative asset. Yes, they do. They just regulate it. And they're exposed to this as well. They're an important node in the global capitalist system. And when this hits, it will affect them too. It's already affecting them. Yeah, shout out to Europe being really, really hot right now. There was a post on Blue Sky recently from Parents for Future. Credit where due. Above is a fictional weather forecast for August 18, 2050, broadcast by French television in 2014, intended to warn against the disastrous consequences of global warming. And you can see that forecast there. But then the actual weather forecast for June 22nd, 2026 is like worse in a lot of places of France. So anyway, that was, significantly ahead of predictions, or at least what was put into that warning ad. Is Stalinbot still a thing? No, you can simulate Stalinbot with like the right prompt though, if you just like tell it how to shape the responses. But again, I can't really recommend that in general. We were talking about the environmental cost of AI. Even when AI works, it's not worth the water and electricity usage. So Dawkins had phone sex with an LLM. I think technically cyber sex, but yeah. Remember when people used to say cyber everything? Those days are gone. If I recall correctly, someone once won the Turing test by having a simple script send back a bunch of sarcastic replies. It's not a very good test. Yeah, actually in that Skeptic article, it goes through the whole history of the Turing test, and like there have been many, many very simple machines that have fooled people. Because a lot of people just aren't that good at detecting, what is a machine. Recently saw a post on some third worldist Instagram page that claimed the Quran was the first socialist text. It's getting bad out there. The metaverse looked like a bad clone of Second Life and all the promotional material. Yeah, and the people without legs, too. That was like another big point that it was mocked for. $36 billion lost. How many schools could have been renovated with that money? Useless waste of resources. Yeah. This is why capitalism has to go, because it's going to keep going into this shit, because investors don't get rich off of schools. Investors don't get rich off of, supporting people's basic dignity, cultural understanding, media literacy. They get super rich off of these. Basically, they're like playing the lottery of startups now. Thanks for all the audiobooks you provide. Glad it's helpful, and thank you for studying. And I think I'm probably going to have to leave it there. Just to move on with my day, but let me just see if there's anything else. Am I aware of the allegations from against Altman from his sister? That sounds vaguely familiar now that you're saying it. Yeah, capitalism is when we pay taxes to rapists, basically. Okay. And we're going to leave it there for this part of the stream. This is S4A live stream number 133, part 4, wrapping up. I'm definitely taking tomorrow off, and then we will be back at the streaming, going into the politics, talking about the Mamdani gang and all that. That, I think, is going to be definitely a chat-heavy part 5, and maybe we'll leave it there. Probably be a long stream. I'll announce that on Patreon, definitely. Probably also Blue Sky, maybe even YouTube. Problem with putting it up on YouTube is we just end up with so many people in here that the chat gets too big for me to read And it winds up still being a good chat anyway with fewer people. So it is what it is. If you don't catch it live, it will be edited, and at least big chunks of it will be up by the end of next week. I want to thank everybody for showing up today and helping to make the stream what it was. I think we only had one troll and nobody really being weird, so give yourselves a big pat on the back. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate the support from the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters, whose names will be on the screen when I edit it in when this is actually posted. But thanks everybody again. Have a good weekend now, or when your actual weekend actually is, assuming you have a weekend. Shout out again to the people in Europe suffering through a terrible heat wave. And there was a great, you know, that it'd be a lot cooler if you did, from Dazed and Confused meme. Somebody posted that. It was like, hearing that people in Europe don't have air conditioning. Be a lot cooler if you did. Ha ha. Okay. Terrible joke. Appreciate you all. And yeah, have a good rest of your time between now and the next stream. So we are doing live stream number 133, part 5. And this is going to be the last segment of the stream. So welcome to the 81 viewers who are joining us at twitch.tv/socialism S4A. Been recording this stream since Thursday in, 3 to 4 hour segments. Yeah, I thought it was going to get started a little earlier on this today, but I guess not. Let me go ahead and change that image. There we go. I'm tempted to do a little bit of chat warm-up, as usual. I'm not seeing a lot of questions, and you know what? I'm just going to jump right into the recording, which I think is probably in everyone's best interest here, especially mine, as far as being able to get everything recorded, although everyone ultimately will benefit from that. So in the last segment, we were talking about the AI bubble and the private credit bubble that is funding the AI bubble, and I wanted to pivot from the world of finance now back to the world on the ground. So I wanted to mention, this is from June 18, reported on ABC News and elsewhere. Officer involved in shooting outside Walmart that killed 1-year-old boy placed on leave. So 1-year-old Cohen Wiley was killed, according to the family's attorney, as a report from Meredith Deliso. And so, yeah, basically, I believe this was a case of accused shoplifting, and the officer that was bravely defending the Walmart ended up killing a 1-year-old boy. An officer who fired upon a vehicle. Fired upon a fucking vehicle. Just get the license plate. Okay, that's going to link to an address and you can do your investigation. You don't need to be firing into a fucking Walmart parking lot. Killing a 1-year-old boy outside a Walmart in Mississippi. Okay, Mississippi has been placed on administrative leave, officials said, as outraged community members call for justice amid an ongoing investigation into the deadly shooting. The incident occurred Sunday afternoon outside a Walmart in Senatobia, located in northwestern Mississippi, about 40 miles south of Memphis, Tennessee. Law enforcement officers who responded to a shoplifting call encountered 2 adults allegedly fleeing from the store with a child and going into a vehicle, according to the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation. Officers attempted to stop the vehicle, with one opening fire when the driver allegedly drove toward them, the Bureau said. The child was killed and an adult critically injured. So again, they make up this shit constantly. Oh, I feared for my life. And anyway, now a 1-year-old boy is dead. And there's a picture of, in the aftermath of this, officers are seen outside a Walmart during a protest over a deadly officer-involved shooting in Senatobia, Mississippi, June 16, 2026. Again, is there protection for the community? No, there's protection for the Walmart. This is America. And there were a number of tributes to Cohen Wiley and this incident, as seen in this graphic from Angry Asian Woman. The cost of black lives, $10 of diapers, Cohen Wiley, 1 year old. Capitalism isn't worth more than humans. Justice for Cohen Wiley, justice for black children. So, I mean, that's the sad, outraging note that we're starting off on. And as we discuss the struggle that, people are engaging in here, And people also talk about, why don't Americans do more? We're up against one of the most militarized police forces in history. We do need to be engaging in more organizing, but also people outside this country may not understand quite what the situation is like here and the terror that many people live in on a daily basis in this country. I did also want to mention the story of Tonya Miller. So this has been covered on social media, and as of the time of these screenshots, which was a few days ago, there was still no mainstream coverage of this at all. This is from Shine My Crown. How did this happen? Creators amplify questions surrounding bizarre death of Tonya Miller, who was found dangling from a tree. And I believe this was Florida. Questions and online speculation surrounding the death of Tonya Nicole Miller are gaining traction across social media platforms. Content creators are sharing posts calling for greater public attention and transparency regarding the circumstances of her death. Among the most prominent voices drawing attention to the case is digital creator Maya Lee, who used her platform to question reports circulating online and urge people not to dismiss concerns surrounding the incident. How did this happen and who was involved? So just for clarity, we're talking about an incident in which Tonya Miller, pictured there, was found hanging dead from a tree in an apparent lynching-style murder, although I believe that authorities are trying to call this a suicide. Lee's video, which quickly spread across social media, discussed claims circulating about Miller's death and expressed skepticism toward reports suggesting that there was no foul play involved. I should mention that this was also on Juneteenth, so a day perhaps of racially motivated violence. However, as of now, many details circulating online remain unverified, and official investigative findings have not been publicly established through the information available in these posts. Throughout her video, Lee voiced frustration over what she viewed as limited public and media attention surrounding Miller's death. "We need justice for this Black queen," Lee said, arguing that more questions should be asked and encouraging anyone with information to come forward. Other creators echoed similar sentiments. In a social media post, Louise Bohannon wrote on Facebook that the situation, quote, "doesn't sit right," questioning why the story had not generated broader attention and arguing that, quote, "every family deserves answers, every life deserves dignity, and every death deserves the same level of attention and concern." Although Miller's death has yet to make major TV news headlines, the rapid spread of the discussion illustrates how social media increasingly shapes public awareness around developing incidents, particularly in cases where limited verified information has been released publicly. Posts surrounding Miller's death have fueled calls for accountability and attention, while also generating significant speculation online because people want to know, people are trying to come up with something, but you got limited information. The internet's it's a powerful communications tool. Sometimes people are working with too little information and not, speculating based off of enough solid evidence. Anyway, at present, many of the details driving online discussion remain claims made by users and creators rather than confirmed investigative findings. There have not been any official comments on Miller and the alleged circumstances surrounding her death. For Lee, however, the central question remains less about online theories and more about ensuring that unanswered questions receive attention. As discussions continue across digital platforms, many online users say that they're hoping for additional information and verified updates that could provide greater clarity regarding the circumstances surrounding Miller's death. So, chat, let me know if there have been more updates on this. I haven't seen any. Harry Haywood has a writing on lynchings being a tool of white terroristic and chauvinistic violence to suppress Black people and inflict moral terror. Yeah, and that's absolutely the kind of environment that, we want to highlight for people and just make people aware of the real circumstances for people living in America, particularly both of those incidents occurred in the Southeast, the old Confederacy, where there's a kind of neo-Confederate political movement. Never really died, but, is getting a resurgence of that kind of sentiment of people, wanting to go back to it's kind of like ancient slave state kind of thing, with extreme formalized inequality along racial lines. Has the Black Useless Caucus even made a statement about that? I don't know. Again, this has been just across social media, kind of other lone rando creators just talking about it. And people, I think, still looking for answers. On the subject as well of police terror and the fascist police state that is being built in the United States is well along the way at this point. So this is from last week, and we see DFW Support Committee on Blue Sky writing, Judge O'Connor stated from the bench that he is giving maximum sentences to the Prairieland defendants because, quote, the state wants to send a message to anyone who shares a similar ideology, that being anti-fascist. So many of you may have heard about the Prairieland defendants. This is a group of ICE protesters who received draconian sentences of anywhere from 30 to 100 years, many of them in the 70 to 100 range, the 30 being for people who had nothing even to do directly with the event. And so we have the North Korean defector meme. In America, if you use your free speech to protest the Gestapo, a judge will imprison you for 100 years as a lesson to anyone else who might not be a Nazi. Yeah, pretty accurate, actually. Let's get into the story. This is from prairielanddefendants.com, where you can support the Prairieland defendants. Appeals are still coming up in this case, so the initial sentences have been handed down, as we're going to read. 8 federal Prairieland defendants sentenced today to prison terms ranging from 30 to 100 years for common protest activity, June 23rd, 2026. So, again, this is what the capitalist state is doing now. They've been building this pretty explicitly since the War on Terror, George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, post 9/11 years. It's really maturing now and reaching more of the shape that they originally wanted it to have when they planted that seed some 20, 25 years ago. So, the article reads, family members, faith and community leaders rally in support of defendants, vow to continue fight for freedom, justice for loved ones. This is out of Fort Worth, Texas. 8 Prairieland defendants were sentenced in federal court today, 3 months after their convictions on a variety of federal charges, including riot, material support for terrorists, attempted murder, possession and conspiracy to use explosives, and conspiracy to conceal documents, which consisted of actually moving a box of zines in an apartment. Family members and supporters who sat stunned as U.S. District Judges Mark Pittman and Reed O'Connor delivered sentences ranging from 30 to 100 years in prison called the punishment cruel, callous, and starkly disproportionate to the defendants' actions. In a rally and press conference held after the sentencing, supporters expressed defiance and vowed to continue fighting for the Prairieland defendants' freedom. The 8 Prairieland defendants sentenced today are Savannah Batten, Zachary Evitz, Autumn Hill, Megan Morris, Maricela Rueda, Danielle Rolando Sanchez Estrada, Benjamin Henel Song, and Elizabeth Soto. All defendants, with the exception of Sanchez Estrada, were convicted of rioting, providing material support to terrorists. And again, that's when they were doing the war on terror, and people said the war on terror is a war on you. It's a war on freedom. This is exactly it, is that common protest activity is now being labeled as terrorism. They were fantasizing about doing this back in the Bush years, but they had to build up to it. Again, with the help of the Democrats who've been funding this shit all along and have not been opposing it in any meaningful way, the militarization of the police departments and so on. Occasionally they do something very prominently as a kind of like PR stunt, in a contentious election. But overall, this has been rolled out across the United States consistently for 20, 25 years as part of the war on terror changes that they made back then. Conspiracy to use an explosive and use of an explosive device, which referred to consumer-grade fireworks, which were used on July 4th. Okay. Sanchez Estrada was convicted of concealing a document, political literature. So these are explicitly political prisoners. And along with Rueda, conspiracy to conceal documents. Song was additionally convicted of attempted murder of an officer and discharging a firearm in furtherance of a crime. 8 Prairieland defendants were sentenced today to consecutive prison terms as follows. Savannah Batten, 50 years. Zachary Evitz, 50 years. Autumn Hill, 50 years. Megan Morris, 50 years. Maricela Rueda, 70 years. Danielle Rolando Sanchez Estrada, 30 years. Benjamin Henel Song, 100 years. Elizabeth Soto, 50 years. Inez Soto will be sentenced on July 1st, along with Joy Rowan Gibson and Rebecca Morgan, who took non-cooperating plea deals, and 5 defendants who took cooperating plea deals. Song, the most harshly sentenced Prairieland defendant, having received a 100-year prison term, gave a moving statement in response to their sentence, explaining for the first time the motivations for their actions the night of the noise demonstration at the Prairieland ICE Detention Center. Quote, What we all saw happen to Renee Good and Alex Pretty is my worst nightmare, said Song. So when I was standing in the street on July 4th, 2025 in plain view with reflective safety strips and high visibility clothing, what I saw in front of my eyes was my worst nightmare, continued Song. When I saw Lieutenant Thomas Gross stop pursuing and point his gun at the back of a running, unarmed protester, like he testified, I was terrified. So again, talking about Renee Good and Alex Pretty from the Minneapolis ICE occupation, just killing people in the street, that's what this guy feared was about to happen. And I mean, that's a reasonable fear. Quote, as a firearms instructor and a United States Marine Corps veteran, I understood what I was seeing. I knew what it meant for someone to lean forward into a gun, to prepare for recoil. As the evidence shows, I did not want to hurt anyone. I never had the intent to hurt anyone. It is impossible to say that I was trying to ambush anyone or planning violence, Song told the court. I'm so grateful that we are not here mourning another death and tragedy, another Alex Pretty, another Renee Good. And then quoting Amber Lowry, this case has relied on lies and misinformation from the start, said Amber Lowry, the sister of Savannah Batten, who was sentenced today to 50 years in prison. Quote, while these absurd sentences are no surprise, based on the bias of the court, it is heartbreaking nonetheless. But we will keep fighting to overturn these unjust convictions and to free Savannah and all the Prairieland defendants. We will not rest until they are free. And quoting Anna Marie Thorne, chair of the Social Justice Committee at All People's Church Unitarian Universalist in Fort Worth, as a congregation, we decided that this case was a fundamental test of our right to dissent against authoritarian regimes. These defendants are not militant monsters out to kill, she continued. They are everyday people who saw our country literally interning people in concentration camps and decided to show up at Prairieland Detention Center to let those incarcerated there know that they mattered, making noise and, basically communicating with the people inside. We leave here today knowing that the outcome of this trial is not the end, it is the beginning, unquote. Before the sentencing, Judge Pittman dismissed numerous motions to overturn the convictions without providing written rulings and with little to no explanation. All 9 trial defendants filed motions for a new trial, detailing how the government failed to provide the necessary evidence for a conviction and instead put on a trial that was, quote, saturated with evidence designed to evoke fear, political bias, and guilt by association, according to one of the motions. Another motion details potential juror misconduct. And there's a link to that. I'll link to this article, of course. Prairieland defendants have vowed to fight their convictions and will be filing appeals in the following weeks. The Prairieland cases, involving 22 people charged with both state and federal charges, stem from a noise demonstration in solidarity with detainees at the Prairieland ICE Detention Center in Alvarado, Texas, on July 4, 2025. So really coming up in a few days on the anniversary. After the protest, an officer with the Alvarado Police Department became involved in an exchange of gunfire soon after arrival. The officer allegedly sustained minor injuries and was reportedly released from the hospital shortly afterwards, but authorities have never provided hospital records to justify these claims. Alvarado police arrested 10 people that night, and a dozen more were arrested over the following several months. And just about the claims of the injuries to the officers, yes, there have been many cases where they lie about things like that. So that's what's going on over, alleged shoplifting on the federal holiday designed to commemorate the end of slavery and people protesting the ICE concentration camps. This is what's going on. Meanwhile, coincidentally, this week, there was an organized crime story where alleged Lucchese crime family members pled guilty to racketeering charges connected to a New Jersey gambling ring. The sentences in this case were like 7 years. So we've got people getting 10 times what actual organized crime, like mafia members, are getting for protesting. So political crimes are clearly the priority in this country. And then speaking of Minnesota, there's Crime Think and Sigrid Ellis here on Blue Sky. Writing today, and this was again last week, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis, actually this might be 2 weeks ago, and Homeland Security Investigations announced Antifa charges. Again, it's like a crime to be anti-fascist now, against accused anti-ICE protesters. In short, after ICE murdered people in the streets, they want to pretend that those who stood up to ICE represent the real threat to the public. So warrants being served in Minnesota about that. Let's read a story. So this is from Newsweek. Trump's DHS announces raids on Antifa cells in Minnesota. This is June 16. So Antifa cells, what does this mean? It means people who were legally observing ICE and, planning various resistance activities. And this is by Dan Gooding, associate editor. The U.S. Department of Justice on Tuesday charged multiple people in Minnesota who it alleges are from Antifa groups in connection with resistance to immigration enforcement. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Border Patrol being more radical than ICE by a lot of reports, swept into Minneapolis and St. Paul during the winter as part of a large-scale enforcement operation that sparked resistance and protests from locals and saw 2 U.S. citizens shot dead by federal agents. During a press conference in Minneapolis on Tuesday morning, the Department of Justice said multiple defendants had been charged with conspiracy to impede federal agents. And I have some footage, again from Blue Sky, of those arrests. Let's take a look.
Huh. Another legal observer, probably, huh?
It is, yep.
Of course it is. 612-444-2654.
Is your dog okay?
Not my dog.
Not your dog. Okay.
What's your name?
My name's Isaac Sant.
Isaac Sant.
First name's ISAAC, last name SANT.
I got you.
My lawyer is Kevin Rich. I very much like you could call him.
We'll do it.
Rich is spelled R-I-C-H.
612-444-2654.
Call Kevin Rich. Tell him I've just been arrested. Cool.
Nazis.
Fucking pig.
Shame on you.
Nazis. Fucking Nazis. Get the fuck out of our neighborhood. Look at them. Fat pieces of shit. Get the fuck out of here. Lazy motherfuckers. Go!
Guns for a group of neighbors.
Look at them. Fucking idiots.
All right, so there's video footage of one of the arrests. And this is the point we're at now. People still ask, hey, is 9/11 still relevant? Yes, that's the event that they used to initiate Department of Homeland Security, to build all of this apparatus that has been growing and growing. That was the justification for it, the pretext. And I and others were saying back in the 2000s, this is coming. This is what they're going to do. We're here now, where masked goons are just basically carrying out Nazism in the open. We're here. What is the United States going to do? Because I've been realizing a lot of my whole orientation over the last, 20 years of doing political activism has been trying to avoid, prevent and avoid the exact scenario that we're seeing now. Well, it hasn't been prevented. It hasn't been avoided. And it's now happening. I'll be honest with you, I don't really know quite what to do. I knew how to warn people about it. Now that it's actually here, it's like this represents a big shift for me, in other words, and it's part of why, I started getting into this channel and digging deeper, because it seemed like, the usual kinds of protests and political discussions that had been happening in the 2000s, it just wasn't cutting it. A lot of people were still tuning out. It's like the kind of thing people would just avoid really seriously engaging with this until the last possible minute. Now there's a lot of liberals who are like, oh, we told you so. You didn't say shit. You said to vote for the Democrats like that was going to fix anything. The Democrats have been on board with building this shit the entire time. So no, you didn't warn us about literally anything. It's happening now. It's been happening for a while. And what is the plan? I still don't see a hell of a lot of a plan. So, I think this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. And that is not... I wouldn't have spent so much time over the last 20 years trying to warn people about this if I didn't think that, we could do something. I do think that the country could have done something and chose not to. I guess the question is for how much longer is it going to choose not to? So anyway, during a press conference in Minneapolis on Tuesday morning, the DOJ said multiple defendants had been charged with conspiracy to impede federal agents. Protests took place in the city against the arrests. Minnesota 50501 chair, and this is the No Kings people, so, anyway, Chair Drew Harmon told Newsweek that the grassroots group, quote, abhors and condemns the indictments, quote, They're a move from a weak, flailing regime. And again, they're just talking about Trump. Like, to these people, the Democrats are like blameless, basically. The absurdity that they are arresting people for blowing whistles and observing law enforcement while the murderers of Renee Good and Alex Pretty and the ICE agents who brutalized us and kidnapped our neighbors walk free is not lost on us. All right, what are you going to do about it? Minneapolis charges what to know. The Minnesota U.S. Attorney Daniel N. Rosen said Tuesday that 15 people had been charged over allegedly impeding federal agents as well as stalking, assault, and threatening officers. Hey, how about the whole shooting people dead in the street thing? Got any progress on that? So far, 13 of the 15 individuals are in custody, the attorney said. The charges, in a federal indictment now unsealed, came as part of Joint Task Force Vanguard, a Trump administration program started as part of efforts to tackle political violence. That's really interesting, considering that the political violence has been coming from the right, over 90% of it, well over 90% of it, coming from the right for years. What's the response? Just hire them to ICE. I mean, we were talking before about, why don't you hear so much about the Proud Boys? Why would they maintain a separate organization when they can just join the government and do the exact same things with full legal protection? Quote, these defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did, Rosen told reporters Tuesday. Quote, they all joined an agreement, a conspiracy to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. These fucks could set up actual, death ovens, and they'd be like, if you try to shut them down, you're impeding lawful enforcement operations. Rosen went on to show social media posts from defendants from earlier this year, which he said showed their connection to Antifa. That's insane. How many times do we have to establish Antifa is not an organization? It is being anti-fascist. Anyway, it's not an organization. It is being anti-fascist. And this is part of the strategy they're using to just bring in any dissent under this vague net of oh, you're anti-fascist. The discussion is not advancing nearly rapidly enough about what are we going to do. Being an anti-fascist is being criminalized. And I have a segment coming up about the history of this in past far-right regimes and what people need to start adjusting their mentality for, and looking at liberals in particular. Key alleged tactics used by defendants: blocking roads and federal facilities, including the Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis, tracking ICE vehicles and officers using databases and chats, deploying shields, barriers, and vehicles to obstruct operations, and following or commuting officers and interfering with arrests and transport. This is what they're accused of. All of this is totally nonviolent. Quote, such stalking. You are public officials accountable to the public. I'm sorry. Anyway, this is fascism, though. You can't argue with it. You just have to fight it. Such stalking and other direct actions against law enforcement are criminal. They're un-American, and they'll be met with swift justice. So they're explicitly un-American. That's what this guy says. That's why we're here today. To those who choose to threaten or harm federal officers, we will hold you accountable. We will defend federal officers. We will protect the public. We will enforce the law. End quote. This article goes on. I would just respond to those trying to set up fascism. You're not going to have an easy time of it. We will resist and we will win. So, like I said, that article goes on if you want to read the rest of it. I did want to bring up, a lot of people talk about Palantir, which is a surveillance company. This is from the Canary out of the UK. UK private contractor Palantir was, quote, founded to kill communists. So this is by Willem Moore from January 2026. Bit my cheek there. The UK government's relationship with Palantir has always been controversial, and it's looking worse and worse by the day. Tweet from Ross Greer. The UK Ministry of Defence signed a £240 million contract with Palantir last month, so December 2025. What is Palantir? So Joe Lonsdale is an American venture capitalist. As you can see from his Wikipedia, he looks like the result of Captain America inbreeding with himself for several generations. Accurate. While Lonsdale is no longer part of Palantir, he was indeed a founder, and as such, he should have some knowledge of its founding principles. It's also entirely believable that Palantir was established to maximize human misery, given what we know about the company. Oh, did I skip a thing? I think I skipped a thing. Hold on. I feel like I skipped one. Nope. This will all be wiped away with the magic of editing. As Joe Glenton reported for The Canary in December 2025, a new book claimed that Israel used Palantir tech in its 2024 pager attack. Quote, the Israel pager attack killed 12, including 2 children, and injured nearly 3,000 people. The second Israeli attack with weaponized walkie-talkies killed 25 and injured 600 people. End quote. Reporting on an anti-Palantir protest in October 2025, HG wrote, quote, the company won a controversial £330 million contract to create a centralized data management platform for the NHS. It also won contracts with British police departments and social services. The NHS contract caused outrage amongst healthcare. The NHS contract caused outrage amongst health workers who are forced to witness the relentless killing of their Palestinian colleagues and the targeted destruction of all health infrastructure in Palestine. Additionally, quote, In-Q-Tel, which is the CIA's venture capital arm, helped to fund the creation of Palantir. The co-founder, Peter Thiel, has a long history of financial support for politicians who promote Christian nationalist and white supremacist politics. The firm also plays a central role in Trump's White House. This includes taking on a recent $10 billion contract with the U.S. Army and a $30 million contract to play a central role in ICE's brutal immigration crackdown, unquote. We also reported on how Peter Thiel, another bigwig, was an associate of Jeffrey Epstein. So that's good. I think maybe we didn't need the sarcasm there, but the military-industrial complex. It's important to remember that America doesn't have military contractors to support its wars. It has wars to support its military contractors. True. Famously, President Dwight D. Eisenhower described this phenomenon in 1961, calling it the military-industrial complex. Quote, A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But now we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. So he's saying, like, normally you would just have general manufacturing and then, convert it to weapons as needed. But no, we basically need them permanently at all times, or at least at the drop of a hat. So they're making this permanent arms industry. But then, hey, it needs business. You got to keep it. They don't want it to sit there empty. Continuing, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. So this form of it as a new feature of imperialism, this general highly consolidated capitalist state and industrial setup, was now growing the military-industrial complex as part of the Cold War. And this is, again, only about 60 years ago. So there's people alive who still haven't really adjusted to even this reality. Continuing, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. Yeah, I mean, of course, according to Eisenhower, no problem with capitalism per se, but, the evidence keeps springing up, mushrooming up all around you. Eisenhower's warning came to pass, and Palantir is the very embodiment of it. For more on the industrialized murder of communists, we'd advise familiarizing yourself with the rise of the German Nazi Party. So, again, you've got a surveillance company which is now tapped into many of the cameras that absolutely litter the U.S. landscape. Police and other law enforcement agents can, under various circumstances, tap into these and basically track people everywhere that they go. So let's get into this, because I want to talk about if people, again, I think need to adjust their headspace to the situation that we're in now. Let's talk about anti-fascism in history. So this is from a website, NS Tater in Italien, the German massacres in occupied Italy in the memory of the perpetrators. It is ns-taeter-italien.org. I'll put a link because that's a little hard to remember. But yeah, we want to take a look at some of the historical resistance to fascist rule and how the fascist regimes responded. So this is by Milan Spindler. Political opposition to fascism under Benito Mussolini, who ruled unchallenged from 1922 and from 1925 as head of a one-party dictatorship, was systematically suppressed and dismantled in the regime's early years. The regime relied on a combination of repressive laws, arrests, and political exile to eliminate all forms of organized resistance. Many opponents of the regime were imprisoned, forced into exile, or withdrew from political and public life. Although there were isolated acts of resistance, by the early 1930s, most leading opposition figures had been imprisoned, had gone abroad, or had been compelled to operate clandestinely. And then there's a sidebar there. For many anti-fascists, democratic France, with its capital Paris, was an obvious destination for political exile. This came to an end with the German and Italian occupation of France in 1940. As a result, organized resistance largely went underground. The Italian Communist Party, PCI, played a central role. Despite severe repression, it succeeded in establishing a clandestine or hidden underground network that would later become a core component of the resistance. The Italian Socialist Party, PSI, also remained active, though it was less well organized. Which, if you recall some of the other readings that we've done, is one of the reasons why, after World War I, there was not an Italian revolution, despite widespread general strike. PSI was just never really had it together. Another important force was the radical liberal movement, Justice and Freedom, which operated mainly from exile in France and was composed largely of intellectuals. At the same time, political life in 1930s Italy was shaped by broad popular support for the regime. Propaganda, social control, and the systematic persecution of dissenters created a climate in which active resistance was barely possible. Mussolini's political successes, such as the 1929 Lateran Pacts, which secured the Vatican's recognition of the fascist state, consolidated his position, particularly among Catholic Italians. After the victory in the Abyssinian War in 1936, Mussolini was widely regarded as a leader who had led Italy out of the political and economic crisis of the post-war period. By the late 1930s, the remaining opposition forces were confronted with a society that was either loyal to or largely indifferent towards the regime. Only with Italy's military defeats in the Second World War did the situation begin to change, opening up some new scope for the revival of anti-fascist resistance. So, in other words, Mussolini was fairly strong. There was resistance. It wasn't able to do that much. A lot of the resistance was intellectuals operating from abroad. There were domestic activities as well. However, there just wasn't as much of a free hand for the resistance to act openly. Until what? Until Italy started suffering defeats and the rats started to flee the sinking ship. Seems to me like that could definitely be what happens with the U.S. Like, that's another reason why I think that the economic crash cannot come soon enough for people to start going, this fucking sucks again, and become more critical rather than more, entranced or supportive. Anyway, from entry into war to crisis, Italy between alliance loyalty and internal collapse, 1940 to 1943. In June 1940, Italy entered the Second World War on the side of the German Reich. However, it soon became clear that the country was neither militarily nor economically prepared for a conflict of this scale. The armed forces quickly encountered difficulties and became increasingly reliant on German support to avoid major defeats. This military weakness led to growing dependence on the Axis partner, who began exerting more influence over Italian strategic decisions. A key turning point came with the defeat of the Armir, or Armata Italiana in Russia, Italian army in Russia, during the winter of 1942-43, go USSR. The costly retreat from the Eastern Front resulted in thousands of deaths and tens of thousands of soldiers being taken prisoner. The survivors returned home exhausted and deeply traumatized, only to be kept isolated in an effort to conceal the full scale of the catastrophe from the Italian public. In North Africa, too, Italian forces, after joint operations with the Wehrmacht, were forced to surrender to the Allies. The capitulation of Axis forces in Tunisia on 13 May 1943 deepened Italy's military crisis and further increased its dependence on Germany. At the same time, the domestic situation deteriorated. Food shortages, inflation, and widespread rationing of basic goods steadily eroded public support for the fascist regime. Allied bombing raids on major cities and harsh working conditions in the armament sector exacerbated public dissatisfaction. Spontaneous walkouts and political strikes in spring 1943, particularly in the industrial centers of northern Italy, made clear that the social consensus underpinning fascism was disintegrating. We need this to happen here. There's already a lot of people who are opposed to Trump. It's not like organized nearly enough, though. It needs to be organized, brought into public consciousness, amplified, and then extend into strike activity that starts having economic impact. We need to intensify the class struggle. A lot of the problem I'm seeing in the U.S. is people think that having an opinion and talking about it is sufficient. It is not. Words are an important first step. It, needs to advance into action that actually fights for your interests. A lot of Americans are under this idea that's been we've been brought up with, that just winning the battle of ideas is enough, and freedom of speech and all that. It's important to be able to articulate what it is you want, but you can't just debate fascism away. Disillusionment with Mussolini also grew within elite circles. Sections of the civil service, diplomatic corps, and military leadership began to question the continuation of the war. King Vittorio Emanuele III, concerned for the monarchy's survival, saw Mussolini's removal as a chance to distance himself from a regime he had publicly supported for 2 decades, and thereby safeguard his own position. The Allied landings on Sicily, known as Operation Husky, 9 to 10 July 1943, accelerated these developments. The bombing of Rome on 19 July 1943 drove home the reality of Italy's military inferiority even to senior political figures in the capital. On 25 July 1943, the Grand Council of Fascism voted in favor of Mussolini's dismissal. On the king's orders, he was arrested by the Carabinieri. The new government, under Marshal Pietro Badoglio, initially continued the war. This interim period, known as the 45 days, was marked by contradictory actions. The government issued harsh threats against draft evaders and responded with violence to peace demonstrations, such as that in Reggio Emilia on 28 July 1943. At the same time, it entered into secret negotiations with the Allies to arrange an armistice. While these talks were ongoing, the Nazi regime began moving more Wehrmacht units into Italy, officially to strengthen joint defense against an unexpected Allied invasion. In reality, Berlin had long questioned Italy's loyalty and was already preparing for the occupation of the peninsula. On 3 September 1943, the first Allied troops landed in Calabria. On 8 September, Badoglio publicly announced the armistice with the Allies, hoping that they would quickly drive the Germans out of southern Europe. So that's some of the background. Again, the focus here is not sort of recounting everything about the regime, but about the anti-fascist forces and the relationship of the government to them. So this is another section, A New Beginning Underground. The anti-fascist resistance takes shape. Even before Mussolini's fall, the most important anti-fascist parties, the Italian Communist Party, the Italian Socialist Party, and Justice and Liberty, had been rebuilding their organizational structures despite ongoing state repression. In autumn 1941, they established a joint anti-war committee. However, this initial attempt at organized cooperation proved largely ineffective in the face of persecution and repression. In autumn 1942, several opposition groups united to form the National Liberation Committee, CLN, which would henceforth play a central role in the resistance. A significant step toward political coordination was the Pacte of Lyon of 3rd March 1943, in which the participating forces agreed on a common strategy and the preparation of an armed uprising. By summer 1943, as the political and economic crisis deepened, the anti-fascist parties intensified their activities. Two goals now came to the fore: the withdrawal of German troops and a reckoning with fascism, potentially involving the monarchy. However, there was initial disagreement regarding the course of armed resistance. Following Mussolini's fall in July 1943, the political balance of power shifted noticeably. Many opposition figures who had previously been imprisoned or exiled returned to Italy. Among them were numerous activists who now began reorganizing the resistance against the impending German occupation and the remaining fascist structures. Without orders, without protection, 8 September and the beginning of the Resistenza. On 8 September 1943, General Dwight D. Eisenhower announced the armistice with Italy on behalf of the Allies. Along 25 July, this marked a decisive moment in Italy's history during the Second World War. Communication between the Italian government, the military, and the population was catastrophic both before and after the announcement. No clear orders or instructions were issued, and so this moment, the complete collapse of all familiar institutional structures, became a shared experience for many in Italy. For a large part of the Royal Army and the civilian population, the announcement of the armistice signified, if only briefly, the longed-for end of the war. Yet this expectation was quickly overtaken by reality as the German Wehrmacht immediately began occupying northern and central Italy. The government's disorganized flight to southern Italy, along with the king, undermined the authority of both the monarchy and the state as a whole. In contrast stood the Wehrmacht, which acted according to its plan known as Operation Axis. Very on brand. In the days following the armistice, the Wehrmacht captured hundreds of thousands of unprepared Italian soldiers who had received no orders. Italian officers, paralyzed by fear of the supposedly invincible Wehrmacht and the absence of military leadership, were unable to take decisive action. Things you don't want to happen to you. At the same time, fear of revolutionary forces meant that no weapons were distributed from military depots to the civilian population. Many in the military still hoped for a swift Allied victory. Numerous soldiers were deported to Germany as Italian military internees, while others managed to escape, often with the help of Italian women, whose assistance in enabling them to go into hiding marked an early act of resistance. Many women supported the fleeing soldiers by helping them exchange their military uniforms for civilian clothing. In the shortest time, they sewed new garments from blankets and old shirts and dyed the soldiers' boots, allowing them to escape imminent capture by the Germans. At railway stations and in villages, soldiers were given addresses where they could discard their uniforms and bring themselves to safety. These actions helped many find refuge in the mountains and remote valleys, where they gathered in small groups, in some cases still armed with their military weapons. As the occupation focused primarily on military control and the securing of cities and strategic junctions, many soldiers chose the inaccessible valleys and mountain regions of the Alps as places of retreat. Among them were men who had already fought on the Eastern Front in the Soviet Union. These veterans, many of them mountain troops, Alpini, harbored a deep resentment toward the Germans, feeling betrayed both by the fascist leadership and by their former allies during the campaign and retreat in the East. The devastating losses and their subordination to German interests had left them profoundly disillusioned with fascism, their former allies, and with the war itself. And there's a picture there on the left, captioned Italy, Rome, 23rd September 1943, disarmament of the Piave division by German paratroopers in the so-called African Quarter of Rome. Some of these former soldiers formed small armed groups in the mountains, together with Allied prisoners of war who had escaped from the collapsing Italian POW camps, and with older anti-fascists, they formed the nucleus of the first organized resistance groups. They often still saw themselves as military units and initially sought to operate independently of the political parties. The goal of these groups' leaders was to organize a regular army to carry out the national liberation struggle on Italian soil. Leadership was frequently assumed by older officers from the former Royal Italian Army. These men had experience in conventional warfare but little familiarity with partisan fighting. The demands of guerrilla warfare, from strict secrecy and operational flexibility to avoiding open battle with a superior enemy, were unfamiliar to many and posed significant organizational challenges. And I was going to mention before, this is a good place to mention it, People often talk about how, if you ever got into a fight with a modern military, you just definitely lose. There's too much technology. The weapons are too powerful. As we've read in some of Lenin's writings from the 1905 Russian Revolution, some of the people were saying that even then. Some of the Mensheviks were saying that even then, because it was just reformism talking and looking for an excuse to not deviate from their reformism. And finally, under German occupation, the beginnings of the Resistenza. In the 10 months following the onset of German occupation in autumn 1943, the Resistenza underwent a complex process of development. Politically, the Committee for National Liberation emerged as the central coordinating body, establishing itself as the leading organ of the resistance after 8 September 1943. At the same time, the first partisan groups began gaining practical experience in armed combat during the autumn and winter of 1943-44. These two dimensions, political leadership and military practice, formed the basis for the consolidation and expansion of the Resistenza in spring 1944. So let's look now at some more specific techniques people used to resist in Nazi Germany. And this is from the Holocaust Encyclopedia, article titled Resistance Inside Germany. Despite the high risk of being caught by police with the help of their many informers, something you got to look out for, some individuals and groups attempted to resist Nazism even in Germany. Socialists, communists, trade unionists, and others clandestinely wrote, printed, and distributed anti-Nazi literature. Many of these rebels were arrested and imprisoned in concentration camps. There were many plots to assassinate Hitler during the war. After the important Soviet victory at Stalingrad in early 1943, when it looked as though the tide was turning against the German army, a serious assassination attempt was planned by a group of German military officers and carried out in 1944. Hitler escaped the bomb blast with minor injuries. The 4 leaders of the conspiracy were immediately shot. Later, 200 other individuals convicted of involvement in the plot were executed. Of the Germans who opposed Hitler's dictatorship, very few groups openly protested the Nazi genocide against Jews. The White Rose movement was founded in June 1942 by Hans Scholl, a 24-year-old medical student at the University of Munich, his 22-year-old sister Sophie, and 24-year-old Christoph Probst. Although the exact origin of the name White Rose is unknown, it clearly stands for purity and innocence in the face of evil. Hans, Sophie, and Christoph were outraged that educated Germans went along with Nazi policies. They distributed anti-Nazi leaflets and painted slogans like freedom and down with Hitler on walls of the university. In February 1943, Hans and Sophie Scholl were caught distributing leaflets and arrested. Together with their friend Christoph, they were executed 4 days later. Hans's last words were, "Long live freedom." Okay, so maybe not the most productive form of resistance, but I guess these were people who just, could not stay silent any longer. Let's go into some more specific examples of resistance. All right, so this is from the holocaustexplained.org, and they have a section here, resistance, responses, and collaboration. And then so there's a lot of different sections here under resistance. It talks about armed uprisings, organized groups and networks, assassinations, hiding, and escape. There are also other sections on opposition, nonconformity, responses, individual responses, collaboration, German collaboration and complicity, and collaboration outside of Germany. I highly recommend everybody follow these links, come up to speed on these dynamics. So looking here at resistance, we read, despite the repression of their opponents, resistance to the Nazis occurred throughout their time in power. This resistance manifested in different ways. Some people joined organized groups of resistance, some participated in armed uprisings, some refused to do the Hitler salute, and others produced secret writings condemning the regime. This section will discuss and give examples of resistance, opposition, and nonconformity, starting with organized and more risky examples of resistance. Armed uprisings. A photograph showing a man being forcibly removed from a bunker in May 1943 following the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Following his removal, it is likely that this man was deported to Treblinka and exterminated. This photograph is taken from the Stroop Report, a report written by SS Commander General Jürgen Stroop, detailing the events of the uprising. And, I mentioned the they could be setting up death ovens and, they'd still be claiming it's lawful law enforcement actions. The conditions that people are being deported into and held in are extremely dangerous and people have died, and DHS is making moves to not have to report any deaths in their custody. So, we're just at an early stage of the exact same thing happening. Within the camps and ghettos of Nazi-occupied Europe, there were several instances of resistance through armed uprisings. Ghettos. Following the start of the Second World War in September 1939, the Nazis imprisoned hundreds of thousands of Jews in ghettos across occupied Europe. In response to their imprisonment, around 100 organized resistance movements developed within the ghettos. These movements resisted Nazi rule through distribution of illegal newspapers and radios, sabotage of forced labor efforts for the war, aiding escape from ghettos, and armed uprisings. Armed uprisings were difficult to organize as most ghettos had high security measures, and if resistors were caught, they faced harsh punishments. Despite these obstacles, several armed uprisings did take place. The most famous of these armed uprisings was the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, which took place from 19th of April 1943 to 16th May 1943. In addition to the uprising in Warsaw, several smaller uprisings took place, such as the Białystok Ghetto Uprising, which was mid-August 1943. Despite the desperate efforts of those involved, most of the armed uprisings were quickly crushed by the Nazis. Many of those involved were either killed while fighting or caught, tortured, and deported to extermination camps. And I understand, this is pretty bleak if we're talking about this is conditions we're anticipating here in this country on a widespread, open basis, but again, it's not really in anybody's interest to stay in denial. Camps. As with ghettos, armed resistance in camps was extremely difficult to organize and carry out. However, while difficult, some managed to create underground groups, undetected by the Nazis, where they coordinated efforts to resist. And one of the things I'm thinking of here is if you learned during quote-unquote peacetime union organizing activities, which really have to be, it's like espionage, you really have to carry out your organizing in secret because you can't let management get wind of it. Similar skills, or just people who are veterans of the U.S. prison system, the kinds of things and secrecy people have to go through to, smuggle things in and out that people need and so on. I mean, those are going to be useful skills as a political prisoner or any other kind of prisoner. In the extermination camp of Sobibor, these efforts culminated in the Sobibor uprising of 14 October 1943, during which 11 SS guards were killed. 300 prisoners managed to escape the barbed wire and cross the minefield which surrounded the camp. Approximately 100 escapees were recaptured and shot. A similar uprising took place 6 weeks earlier on the 2nd of August 1943 in Treblinka, where 1,000 prisoners revolted and set fire to the extermination camp. 200 prisoners managed to escape, but 100 were recaptured and murdered. Other armed uprisings also took place in the largest extermination camp, Auschwitz-Birkenau, and other smaller camps, such as Janowska in eastern Poland. Organized groups and networks, and there's a picture of Hans Scholl we were just reading about there from the White Rose. One common way of resisting Nazi rule and persecution was participation in resistance groups and networks. These groups had a variety of different aims. Some aimed to sabotage the Nazi war efforts by destroying equipment, some helped people escape from camps and ghettos, and others disseminated anti-Nazi pamphlets. Youth, the Baum Group. The Baum Group was an underground resistance movement based in Berlin and led by Herbert and Marianne Baum. The group was founded shortly after the Nazis' rise to power in 1933, and its members were mostly young Jews who had Zionist and communist sympathies. Prior to the Second World War, the group focused on producing anti-Nazi leaflets and anti-fascist graffiti. Prior to the Second World War, the group focused on producing anti-Nazi leaflets and anti-fascist graffiti. After 1939, the group's actions became more aggressive. In 1941, they spread information regarding the Nazi atrocities on the Eastern Front. In 1942, they set fire to a prominent Nazi exhibition in Berlin entitled Soviet Paradise, which sought to ridicule communists and identify Jews with the Soviet system. Although the fire was put out fairly quickly, one section of the exhibition was destroyed. The group was severely punished for their actions. In total, 32 members of the Baum Group were murdered by the Nazis, in addition to several of their family and friends who were sent to concentration camps. And to be clear, Nazi Germany was a level of brutality that there are still some checks on in the U.S. today, which is great. Take advantage of that and do what you can now, because, we may be reaching the point before you're ready, where just, summary execution on the street becomes a lot more widespread. Partisans, Bielski brothers. The Bielski brothers were a group of partisans who survived the Holocaust by hiding in the forests of Byelorussia. After their parents and two of their siblings were murdered by the Nazis in the Novogrodak ghetto, Tuvia, Asel, and Zus Bielski escaped, fled to the nearby forests. Initially, their aim was to simply survive and rescue their own family. However, the group soon grew and helped others to escape. By 1942, the group had grown to over 700 people. As the Germans increased raids to crack down on the partisans in late 1943, the group moved to the Nalibaki forest west of Minsk, which was less accessible and therefore better protected. The group refused to turn people away, and the community grew to include a synagogue, bakery, school, and a basic hospital. As well as ensuring the survival of the group itself, several members also carried out sabotage missions, helped escape attempts, and attacked German and Belarusian officials suspected of anti-Semitic persecution. In mid-1944, the area was liberated by the Soviet Army. By that time, the group had grown to 1,230 people, 70% of whom were women, children, or elderly. So this one actually goes on for quite a while, and I'm not going to be able to read the whole thing. I do want to get on to other stuff in the time that we have. There's a mention here of the White Rose group. We covered that. I'll just skip ahead. More on the assassinations. You can read about that. Section on hiding and helping people to hide. Again, with all of the digital tracking that goes on today, this will be more difficult. But, people who are not just wedded to like their consumerist peacetime habits and get more militant about digital privacy and not carrying devices and things like that. It's hard because almost everything that you do is like going through a device. But, people who become engaged in this struggle are going to have to become a lot more serious about digital privacy because there will be times that you have to hide or not be tracked. And it's a lot harder if you're leaving like a, digital breadcrumbs behind you. There's also a section on escape, getting outside of the reach of the Nazis, getting to some other jurisdiction. Also a section on opposition. Also a section on sabotage. So it's a large website. There's really a lot you can get into. But again, we are a little bit limited on time today, so I'm going to keep it moving. And I want to point out an article. People have asked sometimes if fascism is capitalism's answer to proletarian revolution or like imminent socialist revolution, why are they leaning so hard into the fascism and building up fascism or fascization now if the revolution isn't imminent? And the thing is that revolution is sort of the most obvious, plain challenge to the hegemony of the capitalist system. But really, they do this in response to even milder or less direct, overt, and capable challenges to their hegemony. Fascism can be a response. And there's an article here about that from historicalmaterialism.org. This is from about 5.5 years ago, January 2011. This was right after the January 6 events in the Capitol. The title is Fascism, Fascization, and Anti-Fascism. This is a super long article. I definitely can't read here. Maybe I will read it offline if I get a chance. I do have a lot of other stuff I want to cover. But I wanted to introduce this and link to it because Ugo Paletta has written something really good here. I'll read at least the beginning part, and then I'll go back to the chat, and then we'll go to some U.S. politics stuff. All over the world, from the United States to Brazil and India, Italy and Hungary, the question of fascism has returned to the forefront, not just because of the advance or electoral victories of far-right organizations, but also because of undeniable authoritarian thrusts and accelerating policies of destruction of workers' rights, coupled with the rise of identitarian nationalisms and processes of radicalization and legitimization of racism. In recent years, this dynamic has been particularly visible in France, as witnessed the hardening of police and judicial repression against migrants, immigrant neighborhoods, and social mobilizations, the systematic nature and impunity of police violence, and the inability of the state to even acknowledge its existence, or again, the media and political mainstreaming of Islamophobia, even at the highest political level, as seen in the current pseudo-debate on, quote, separatism. Ugo Paletta, author of La Possibilité du Fascisme, you can probably figure out what that means, from 2018 offers elements for reflection on fascism, past and present, on processes of fascisation, and on the anti-fascism that is needed, in the hope that this may contribute to a wider understanding of present and future battles. So let's take at least an initial look at this article. And maybe we can come back to this in a future stream. But I was hoping for a table of contents. Let's at least read the first few sections. 1. On fascism. Fascism can be classically defined as an ideology, a movement, and a regime. It designates above all a political project for the regeneration of an imaginary community, generally the nation, involving a vast operation of purification. In other words, the destruction of everything that, from the fascist point of view, is seen as hindering its phantasmagorical homogeneity, impeding its chimerical unity, depriving it of its imaginary essence, and dissolving its profound identity. So we have the palingenesis notion, this like rebirth idea that, oh, it's not capitalism as a system sputtering out and, clinging to atrocities to try to keep itself afloat. It's like the other, the outsider, whatever, and we need to cleanse ourselves of this, impurity, this outside influence, whether it's Judeo-Masonic Bolshevism or whatever, and then the nation will be pure and will have this rebirth in a long period of strength in the Thousand-Year Reich or whatever. So that is definitely a common idea of like, in the United States, you see, look at all the groups who are targeted. It's like all of these others, these outside groups are pulling us down and preventing us from reaching our peak, and we need to, to have the purifying flame of fascism to burn everything out, and then we can, proceed from there. Disgusting, profoundly wrong, and just really at the core in defense of a system of inequality, private property, capitalism. As a movement, fascism grows and gains a wide audience by presenting itself as a force capable of challenging, quote, the system, as well as reestablishing, quote, law and order. It is this deeply contradictory dimension of reactionary revolt, an explosive mixture of false subversion and ultra-conservatism. That's great right there. I like how this is written. An explosive mixture of false subversion and ultra-conservatism. So you get radical aesthetics, reactionary content, which allows it to seduce social strata whose aspirations and interests are fundamentally antagonistic. Right. It tricks people into supporting things that they're not actually in their interest. When fascism succeeds in conquering power and becoming a regime, or more precisely a state of exception, it always tends to perpetuate the social order, despite its anti-systemic and even, quote, revolutionary pretensions, or illusions it's projecting. And again, pretensions, because sometimes it really comes off as genuinely believing this, but it's, again, they're drinking their own Kool-Aid. It's radical aesthetics, radical on the outside, maybe in some of its presentation, but reactionary content that isn't going to do anything but entrench the current order, which is the whole point of the project, is to preserve the existing order. This definition allows us to establish a continuity between historical fascism, that of the interwar period, and what will be called here neo-fascism, that is to say, the fascism of our time. As we shall go on to see, asserting this continuity does not imply blindness to differences in context. 2. Crisis of hegemony, Part 1. If its rise requires the background of a structural crisis of capitalism, economic instability, popular frustrations, deepening social antagonisms of class, race, and gender, and identity panic, we can see this surfacing a lot in like the 70s and 80s, the whole like Nixon into Reagan moral majority thing forming, libertarianism brewing in the background. Absolutely, we are decades into the rot at this point. Fascism is only on the agenda when the political crisis reaches such a level of intensity that it becomes insurmountable within the framework of established forms of political domination. Fascism is only on the agenda when the political crisis reaches such a level of intensity that it becomes insurmountable within the framework of established forms of political domination. In other words, when it is no longer possible for the ruling class to guarantee the stability of the social and political order by the ordinary means associated with liberal democracy and a simple renewal of its political personnel. I think it's important to call out here and highlight how far things have gone at this point. as far as like democratic norms, public institutions that existed in the mid 20th century compared to now, it is really, really degraded. I disagree with Chris Hedges on many things. One thing I think that he is right to highlight is the decline of, public space, public institutions, and things like that, down to where we are now. And I think that that trajectory is exactly what they're talking about here in this article. That there has been this continual moving of the goalposts as far as the political norms, that in order for the capitalists to hold on in the face of the upheavals of the 60s and 70s, actually, now that I'm thinking, it's been one unbroken struggle since that time. So, I mean, there's examples you could point to from every decade. But there's been a continual moving of the goalposts throughout the Cold War and after. The Cold War was against an actual enemy that was promising world communism. After that was defeated, they had to make up a threat, global terrorism, in order to just keep, again, moving the goalposts of democratic norms in order to hold on to hegemony as the inequality worsened and as technology allowed them to bring in more tyrannical forms and more anti-democratic forms of everyday existence. They knew that they had to set it up to have tighter control over the long term. And I think that we were talking before about setting up DHS and the Bush-Cheney 9/11, the post 9/11 era, where they made all these changes, this massive updating to the surveillance state and all kinds of new, quote, anti-terrorism laws. Why? It's all because of this, because they knew as the decades went on, it was going to be harder and harder for capitalism to maintain legitimacy, and that it would have to rely increasingly on force. Now, 2008 was a big setback for them. They're doubling down harder. The next time there is a big crash, which we've been talking about in the earlier parts of the stream, is brewing now. I think that they're trying to get ready for that, but that probably will create a window where people are going to be like, what the fuck, man, I'm tired of this. Just enough. I want a life. I want to be able to afford things. I want to be able to raise kids, whatever it is, healthcare, housing, habitat. Yeah, so they're relying more and more on force, and so they have to reshape things as they lose legitimacy to just use more naked force, and that gets really, really dangerous. Anyway, continuing. This is what Gramsci called a crisis of hegemony, or organic crisis, the central component of which is the growing inability of the bourgeoisie to impose its political domination through the fabrication of majority consent to the order of things, i.e., without a significant increase in the degree of physical coercion. Think of the internet. Think of what happened with the Palestine genocide going out over social media. You know how much credibility they lost? You know how much credibility the corporate media lost by just failing to cover that or spinning it, when people could just film it and get it out and share it and see with their own eyes what was happening? So what do you do if you're trying to rule amidst that kind of Emperor's New Clothes scenario where everybody's pointing at you, they can see right through your bullshit? They have to rely increasingly on force because they're not just going to be shamed into retreat, And I'm sure that there are still liberals out there who think that. Are you going to vote your way out of this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Anyway, insofar as the fundamental element characterizing this crisis is not the impetuous rise of popular struggles, let alone an uprising that creates deep fissures within the capitalist state, this type of political crisis cannot be characterized as a revolutionary crisis, even if the crisis of hegemony can, under certain conditions, lead to a situation of a revolutionary or pre-revolutionary type. So in other words, the author is trying to separate out the crisis of hegemony from a revolutionary crisis per se, because the revolutionary crisis has additional criteria which make it a revolutionary crisis. However, there can be a crisis of hegemony without anything necessarily to replace it. That a majority of people, or a sufficient amount of people in society, do expect the current government to keep going, but not like it is. But the government has no plans to keep going or to change its behavior. Continuing, this inability on the part of the bourgeoisie proceeds in particular from a weakening of the links between representatives and represented. That certainly applies. or more precisely of the mediations between political power and citizens. In the case of neo-fascism, this weakening results in the decline of traditional mass organizations, like political parties, trade unions, voluntary associations, without which, quote, civil society is little more than an electoral slogan. Think of the famous figures from civil society. Encourages the atomization of individuals and thus condemns them to impotence, making them available for new political affects, new forms of enlistment, and new modes of action. Yet this weakening, which makes the formation of mass militias largely superfluous for neo-fascists, is precisely the product of bourgeois policies and the social crisis that they unfailingly engender. Well said. So, in other words, capitalism itself produces this disintegration. Part 3, Crisis of Hegemony 2. In the case of the fascism of our time, neo-fascism, it is clearly the cumulative effects of the policies carried out since the 1980s in the framework of neoliberalism. The response of the Western bourgeoisies to the revolutionary upsurge of 1968 and after, it's pretty much what I was saying before, which led everywhere at uneven rates depending on the country to more or less acute forms of political crisis, increasing rates of abstention, gradual erosion or sudden collapse of ruling parties, etc., creating the conditions for a fascist dynamic. By launching an offensive against the organized workers' movement and methodically breaking all the foundations of the post-war social compromise, which depended on a certain relationship between classes, a relatively weakened bourgeoisie, and an organized and mobilized working class, comment which, as they say, led to this sort of period of class peace temporarily. The ruling class became progressively incapable of building a composite and hegemonic social bloc. And again, I would really throw in the communication information technology, which is more decentralized and allows people to spread counter narratives that, boy, they're really struggling with, and I would say is a major part of the rise of Trump. They put out their version of like the disinformation and all like that to help fuel Trump. So they're very consciously engaging in information warfare. And now the AI stuff and like the Musk takeover of Twitter is definitely trying to bury real people's horizontal news. The counter narratives, they're trying to turn all of the social media into like Nazi outposts so that people can't do the kind of, confidence collapsing real news reporting or discussions of ideology that are happening, and that they're honestly kind of panicked about. Anyway, continuing. To this must be added the very strong instability of the world economy and the difficulties encountered by national economies, which deeply and durably weaken the credit of ruling classes among their respective populations and the confidence of these in the economic system. This is what I've been saying. I've been focusing quite a bit on this because I think that the next time this blows, they're not going to recover for years, and we got to really be on the watch for the response. Part 4, Crisis of Hegemony 3. To the extent that the neoliberal offensive, and again, what is neoliberalism? It is a return from social democracy to quote-unquote classical liberalism, or more free market, unregulated capitalism. So it is neo-liberal in that sense of classical free market capitalism, not in a left liberal sense. People sometimes get confused on that. There are some differences between the original phase of like robber baron, classical liberalism prior to the rise of the social democratic era, but the general principles remain the same. It's privatize all the public stuff that you can, defund whatever you can't fully privatize, and then deregulate the private sector as much as possible. And that's, to me, kind of been the slogan of the neoliberal era. To the extent that the neoliberal offensive has made it more difficult to mobilize in the workplace, particularly in the form of strike action, weakening trade unions and increasing precariousness. And this is especially true now with the gig economy, but it was true even before the gig economy, because it was less the case that, 1,000 workers were working in the same plant day after day and all living in the same town and that kind of thing. People are more atomized and socially fragmented. So it is harder to form the bonds that would underpin a classic, 1920s, 30s labor union. Anyway, this disaffection increasingly tends to be expressed elsewhere and in different forms. One, a growing electoral abstention everywhere, though sometimes less so when a particular election happens to be more polarized, reaching levels often never seen before. Like, people just stop participating. So, it doesn't matter who fucking wins. you know, and people are increasingly seeing the two dominant parties as illegitimate, as collaborating with each other. As yes, one plays bad cop, one plays good cop, but people are realizing they're both cops. They're both out to bust you. And people are just not bothering to show up there, feeling like they're not going to get invested in something that is just all one system with two different faces. So that's what's happening there. And all the vote blue no matter who people, you know, the blue MAGA zombie cult really needs to get that through their heads. You want to actually be an ally to people. Stop with this like broken record, vote, you know, the shrieking of vote harder, vote harder. Look, your own candidate wasn't even trying to win against Trump. The Democratic Party didn't have a primary, left Joe Biden in there until he was obviously incapable of the job, then put up a candidate, Kamala Harris, who the last time she was in a primary got 0 delegates, nobody chose her, and as vice president, she was not very visible. So she was a really, really poor candidate who you're choosing, and again, not democratically, not having a primary, who you're choosing to put up against what you're calling like Hitler 2 and an existential threat to democracy. Well, it seems to me like you're complicit then. But see, they don't want to hear that. I mean, some of them, I guess, maybe like soften over time and like accept this, but it's crazy to me how many people are just like refusing to see that. Like, no, you just have to vote. You just have to vote. And it's like, vote for what? The candidate is not trying to win? The candidate who, if every third-party vote in every state had shifted over, both left and right-wing, non-Democratic, non-Republican Party candidates had all gone for Kamala Harris, she still would have lost. That's how fucking unpopular she was, and how much the Democratic Party failed to connect with people. You know, so this is exactly what they're talking about. 2, the decline, either gradual or sharp, of many of the dominant institutional parties, or the emergence of new movements and figures within them, such as the Tea Party and Trump in the case of the Republican Party in the United States. The emergence of new political movements, or the rise of formerly marginal forces. And the emergence of social movements developing outside traditional frameworks, i.e., essentially outside the organized labor movement, which does not mean without any link to the political left and trade unions. We talk sometimes on this channel about the labor unions, which have historically been like, you know, the undercurrent of communist movement in an advanced country, really any kind of capitalist dominant country. And, you know, people are sometimes like, oh, the trade unions are just, they're part of the system and whatever. I would really encourage you to learn more about the history of, that's, I think, a very dogmatic take that collapses any, many important details. I would really encourage you to do a much deeper dive on the labor struggle. Yes, there's opportunism throughout the history of the labor struggle. Right deviations are always the dominant threat in a workers' movement where capitalism is so strong, particularly like the U.S. However, that's not to say that there were never militant parts of it, or that a communist movement could not have been built in connection with the more militant parts of the labor unions. Again, there's a lot of ultra-leftism that just completely flattens this stuff to sweep away any, you know, confusing details about it. Anyway, continuing the section. In some national contexts, neo-fascists manage to insert themselves into broad social movements like Brazil, or generate mass mobilizations themselves as in India. Their ideas may also permeate certain fringes of these movements. However, this is generally not enough for neo-fascist organizations to become militant mass movements, at least at this stage, and extra-parliamentary struggles tend more towards ideas of social and political emancipation, anti-capitalism, anti-racism, feminism, etc., than towards neo-fascism. Although they lack strategic cohesion and a common political horizon, sometimes even unified demands, these mobilizations generally point towards the objective of a break with the social order and the practical possibility of an emancipatory advance. In every case, the political order is profoundly destabilized, yet it is clearly in this type of situation that fascist movements can appear to different social groups and for different contradictory reasons as both a basically electoral response, at this stage at least, to the decline of the hegemonic capacity of the dominant classes and an alternative to the traditional political game. Now, think here of all the kind of quote-unquote apolitical, more or less right-wing, second-hand right-wingers milling about in the American political milieu, who saw MAGA as like, oh, you know, this is an alternative movement. They're challenging the status quo, etc. Because, you know, they're pretty confused. They're not very class conscious. but it can appear in the early stages as this kind of like, oh, they're here to shake up the system. Maybe we'll get something we want. Yeah, or maybe that's how fascist movements often start. All right, and then the next section is Crisis of the Alternative, talking about, what is the left able to offer here and why does the right take the lead? I'm going to have to leave it here for time reasons, but I would highly encourage you to read this article. I thought it was very good, and I might even finish it offline at some point in the near term. So next I have a section more about politics and particularly the Mamdani situation in DSA and also something from the PSL. But I want to just hit up the chat for a minute. Let's also thank the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters. I'll be putting in the graphics at the end of all the parts, but I just want to put that up on the screen because you would not be listening to this right now if not for this support. It is really crucial in my having been able to devote so much time to this channel, not just now, but over the years, and to keep, a continuous, whoops, that's the wrong one. There's the right screen. I forget what I was even saying because I had to manage the screen there for a second. But like I said, just keeping a continuous for almost 6.5 years now, flow of information, course of study. Again, if you enjoy the channel, have learned something from it, want to see more from it, and to help others learn from it, thank me, but also thank a patron or Buy Me a Coffee supporter. They really are crucial to this thing going. It's oftentimes easy to take the existence of something you like for granted, and then, if it ever, anyway, don't do that. I'm not here to go into, but don't take things you like for granted. Do support them. It just makes it easier for them to stay around in their best possible form. So just a big, huge shout out to the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters, whose names are on the screen there. But let's turn back to the chat before we start the closing political section of the stream. Let's see what people are adding to the discussion here. We continue to go hard defending the Prairie Land defendants. Absolutely. This is scary. This is back on the Prairie Land thing, obviously. This is scary. Those protesters were not even that radical in general. What is this? This is called the USA in 2026 is what it is. So somebody was talking about, I'm not quite sure what they're referring to, but it's my conspiracy theory that I'm assuming Trump is saying that to make a more pseudo-revolutionary fascist movement. Again, that's exactly what this is from an earlier point in the discussion, but that's exactly what we were just discussing in the fascism article. So yeah, that's the general dynamic there. Oh yeah, and an important thing in the Palantir thing about that the surveillance technology is being developed to kill communists. Do not assume that that's going to be limited to like people who can pass a test on basic Marxism-Leninism. That's potentially anybody who, opposes anything having to do with anything that capitalism is up to. I don't even know how anyone can say that the American state is not fascist at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's well along the way to building fascism, absolutely. They did a similar raid in Minneapolis this week, calling those who opposed the ICE operation in the city. The AG called them Antifa. Thank you, Atlas, for the link, daretostruggle.org. Oh, so there was a protest to free the Prairie Land defendants back in March, yeah. The tactics of anti-fascists need to keep up with the force that fascists are comfortable using. Yeah, I saw that the only way America and new fascism differs from old is that they maintain the sham of democracy. I mean, yeah, they do whatever's useful to and, relevant in the current circumstances. I hate this fucking country so much these capitalist ghouls will use the NSPM-7 to go after any opposition to their fascism as quote-unquote terrorism. You want to go do the real I told you so, and I didn't tell you because you probably weren't alive yet or you were very young. But yeah, back in the 2000s, I remember telling many liberals about this and nobody really wanted to hear it or deal with it seriously. Scrolling down. 9/11 was the USA's Reichstag fire. Yeah, for those who don't know, the Reichstag fire was the pretext. The burning down the parliament was the pretext that Hitler used to pass the Emergency Powers Act, very similar to the Patriot Act after 9/11. And it was the position of Georgy Dimitrov at the Comintern that the Nazis had just done it themselves, and then blamed a Dutch communist for it. I proposed to the committee a proposition to introduce Nuremberg-type trial for all of these Nazis and fascists. Well, I'm going to need power first. The Democrats could have made Trump presidency a living hell if they were the real opposition. Yeah, Democrats are the opposition to the opposition. They're there to prevent a real opposition. I'm tired of liberals yelling that Harris and Hillary warned us. Yeah, we're on the same page there. And that we must vote blue no matter who when Obama, Biden, etc. did the same fucking thing under the veil of legality. Fascism is okay to them as long as it's, legal, whatever that means. Also reference here to the Jakarta method. Read that book. There's a flock camera literally on the corner of my apartment building. So people who don't know, look up FLOCK camera. Flock cameras are being installed in communities across the entire country, not just in cities and smaller towns or larger towns as well. Towns of all sizes are getting flock cameras, and this is a nationwide, very advanced surveillance system. My city council voted to end the contract with Flock, but the cameras are still up and it's unclear if or when they will be removed. Yeah, there's 4 within a half mile of this person, yeah. If it's like my city's contract, they legally can't remove the cameras, only the company can. They can, however, cover them with things like bags that disrupt their function, but double check with your city. We need far more than one-day rallies funded and approved by Democrats, absolutely. Spontaneous consciousness generates spontaneous activity, and adhering to it, or worse, trying spontaneously to get out in front of it, kicks the communist horizon even further down the road. Yeah, I think there was a point in your initial comment about exercising caution and prudence about which protests you're getting involved in. However, communists absolutely do have to try to gain leadership over the movement to steer it away from just pure spontaneity. So there's some synthesis that can occur here between your comment and the others. My fear, and let's just take it with a grain of salt, it is a fear, is that even after an economic crash, the U.S. government has so much legitimacy in the eyes of people because they think democracy will prevail in the long term that a crash still won't wake them up. I mean, there will be some that have drunk so much Kool-Aid that that's the case, but I think it's fewer and fewer people, especially younger people. You know, a lot of that's like American exceptionalism. People have just been raised with this idea that America is just above it all, that, things, extreme crises don't happen here, can't happen here. A lot of younger people just don't necessarily think that way, haven't been fed that for 50 or 60 years of their life, so are much more likely to just take events as they unfold at face value, like, hey, my country's falling apart. And not necessarily jump to like, oh, but it's America, it won't get too severe. No, it could definitely get severe. Okay, so there's some talk about some of these comments are coming from the Line of Reconstitution people. I'm not really that familiar, although Atlas is saying I've been exposed to enough Line of Reconstitution people already. Sorry. So I guess, Nadia, what are you saying? When should the communists come back out of hiding, is I guess what you're saying, because that really wasn't my point. The whole technology is too powerful today. Revolution is impossible. Line is nonsense. It has been said at every point of revolution in history, difficulty does not equal impossibility. In terms of militant resistance, if Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank can fight back even in the conditions they're in, then those of us in the West can too. Reply, I'm Lebanese, born and raised. I just like to say that it's a big ask for the average Western person to endure urban warfare on a genocidal scale. Absolutely not to say that it's not possible, but an actual large-scale militant resistance organization is necessary to fight back advanced imperial aggression. Again, I was referencing Lenin's writings about how the European Marxists were too soft and expected the freedoms of constitutional order to last forever and really kowtowed to fascism when it came up. The same thing, all this American exceptionalism is going to get a lot of people killed. That was my point. And I think that Nadia was maybe going a lot further than that. The revolution will also inherit the skills and access of its participants, workers with cybersecurity experience, or access to data centers among them. This kind of technology isn't floating in some cyberpunk 2077 void, it's very material. That's what a lot of those 8647 folks are about, liberals mainly, that if we just remove Trump, somehow everything will go back to, quote, normal, which we all know is utter rubbish. People really need to understand the cult of normalcy, again, is going to get us killed. There is no normal to go back to. Get that out of your fucking head. We're in a terminal decline of capitalism, but that's the fundamental thing that they don't want to believe. We can go to a society that has security, and for more people than it had the first time, but it will not be capitalist. And Verhoeven's When the Party Was Born talks about how the CPA, later the PLA, was organized under dual fascist occupation. Yes, I actually pulled that back in January when I was reading some similar kind of resistance to fascism texts. I just didn't get to it in favor of other stuff. I had to pull back from that. There is an audiobook of that on YouTube, though. DHS is also in the midst of purchasing larger and larger warehouses and plots of land, which you could take a guess what those will be used for. Yeah. Do you want to stop this before or after it becomes full-on death camps? Like full-on mass extermination camps? Before or after? That's the question facing everyone in the United States now. Do you want to stop this before or after they openly become mass extermination facilities? For a more exhaustive and enlightening insight into the creation, development, activity, and results of the Nazi camps, go read N. Waxman's KL, A History of the Nazi Concentration Camps. I'll definitely check that out. I think we really need to get through people's heads. Like, this isn't alarmism at this point. This is like, do you want to stop this before or after it becomes mass extermination camps? Thank you for that. Has Israel not been LARPing communism for a while? I swear I remember distinctly seeing an ad for, quote, Israeli communes, settler colonies. Yeah, I think that's part of like the Bernie Sanders brand of, quote, socialism is along those lines and like inspired by that too. The phrase Judeo-Bolshevism just got recycled into the modernized phrase cultural Marxism. Yeah, I don't hear people saying cultural Marxism as much today, but definitely a few years ago. Yeah, the kibbutz system. Digital privacy is one of my biggest frustrations with most revisionist parties. We're going to talk about that a little bit with the PSL situation. Apparently, the guy who resigned was accusing them of building like an AI surveillance system for the party members. Not great. Scrolling down. The problem with digital privacy and security at this point is that the hardware supply chain is heavily compromised. If we want real security, we will need to make our own tech. The first immutable law of network security should be assumed breach on anything we don't build ourselves. It's probably out of reach at the moment, so there's got to be a system. I mean, that's probably not possible, but there's got to be a way to vet the hardware better, because I think that'll reduce people to not using technology, which may be appropriate not to use the high tech for some kinds of communication, for sure. But in general, I mean, that's probably not possible across the board. And yeah, get the fuck off of Windows. Anybody still using Windows at this point? Take your files and install some kind of Linux on your system, absolutely. Yeah, voting by any means necessary. Kamala, I will not put any restrictions on Israel. Harris, yeah, and people want to delude themselves that we'd be in a wildly different situation now. Speaking of Mamdani, the DSA today sent out an email saying that from now until September 15th, that is 2.5 months, discussions about endorsing Democrats in 2028 will be ongoing. Okay. If we could get repeal Taft-Hartley into the set of leftist slogans and phrases that escape containment into the lib lexicon. Bernie Sanders was even campaigning on repealing parts of Taft-Hartley. For those who don't know, it's a major anti-labor union bill. It made closed shops illegal, among many, many, many other provisions that effectively killed labor organizing in any like meaningful capacity in this country. Or it killed the ability of labor organizations to carry out effective actions. Can you explain why Trotskyists are seen as bad? Go look up the anti-Trotskyism playlist. I recorded like an entire playlist of 50 videos. And the thing about, if a Trotskyist sounds like they're making sense, give it time. It really will not take long before they say something where you're like, well, I don't know if that's right. And then it'll just go from there. But listen to the anti-Trotskyism playlist. And there's like 2 other playlists within that, which are completely also contained in the anti-Trotskyism playlist. The Lenin against Trotsky playlist and the Stalin against Trotsky playlist. It's very, very, very clear once you look at that whole history. Any literature you recommend about parents trying to raise children as communists or more generally against capitalism? I don't know of readings on that topic. This is a topic I do want to delve into more and have been compiling some resources on. I can't say that I have a great essay on that particular topic at the moment. All right, getting down to the end of the chat here so we can finish the very last group of articles. Have you seen that big liberal commentator Legia Miller's video of her moving to Ireland? No, I blocked that channel long ago, and so I haven't seen it. It just kept popping up. I mean, honestly, moving to Ireland, I don't know how the Irish feel about it. It's a reasonable, I think, thing to do. It sincerely feels all existing parties are way too focused on themselves rather than the struggle for labor and socialism. That isn't to say there aren't some good things happening in existing parties. There are, but the overall situation seems more the former rather than the latter as the norm. Build local left communities if there is no good party option. Build something. A lot of folks lob criticisms at every group they hear about and never help build anything anywhere. That is sneaky liberalism. I agree. Even the Bolsheviks were small reading groups at one point. The strike wave after World War II is a key piece of USA history that has been memory hold. And again, Taft-Hartley came in 1948, so, do the math. I did not hear about Claire Valdez also talking about removing Taft-Hartley. What? Have you seen Carlos Garrido of Midwestern Mussolini's recent theoretical article stating that Marxism is metaphysical and it's okay? No, I value my time. Thank you for pointing it out, I guess. All right, so we're caught up with the chat. Let me take another just real quick break, and then we will get into the last little cluster of articles, have a little closing chat, and that will be that for 133. Hooray. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about the Mamdani gang primary wins, because this was kind of big news last week over on liberal social media. Already there are Democrats vowing to fight it, but I wanted to do a little backstory and tell a tale in social media posts here. This is from John Cooper. John Cooper, Democratic strategist, formerly Long Island campaign chair for Barack Obama, majority leader of the Suffolk County Legislature, gay dad of 5 terrific kids, writer and producer of Echoes of the Unknown podcast, coffee addict, New York, Florida. Honestly sounds insufferable, but this is the post that he came up with. Imagine Trump ever being invited to join a photo like this. Not in a million years. 4 presidents, 0 drama, just smiles, respect, and a shared love of country. And then we see a beach shot, oceanfront shot of 4 U.S. presidents doing a selfie. Obama, Biden, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush. Smiling, all of them smiling. And as the post is described, just smiles, just respect and a shared love of country. What can you say at this point? Rehabilitating George W. Bush, who at the time was being called... I mean, Obama only got elected because Bush and Cheney were so bad. That was a major thing about the pivot towards the Democratic Party in 2008, why the Democrats took back Congress in 2006. People were so sick of Bush and Cheney. Same thing with Biden getting in because of Trump. People are so sick of Trump. It's more like the parties are competing. It's about whichever party is most hated at that particular moment. They're both more hated than loved. It's just a question of which party is more hated at that particular election time. So this is kind of a setup here for, this is the liberal mind, centrism incorporated here, speaking to you. And then they wonder why, they can't get people to vote for their candidates. They're out here rehabilitating George W. Bush. So then in the wake of the New York City Mamdani endorsed candidates winning, their primaries in June. We got Mark Zaid Esquire here writing, "We're witnessing the MAGA equivalent of the destruction of the Democratic Party. The destruction of the Democratic Party through the election of progressive socialists." I'm just beside myself. Socialists capitalized there, capital S socialists, just like Trump would write. "If you think that this ends well for country, I believe you're sadly mistaken. Extremism on one side simply fuels opposite growth on other side. We need moderates." And I just said, extremism is one of healthcare. So you've got a chorus of people in the Democratic Party. They're already organizing against the Mamdani clique that, they're extremists and this and that. And it's just like, well, look, what do you want us to do? Because, and first of all, I don't support the Democrats and I don't support this overall strategy. But you've got people out there, as Tyler from the internet says, hands on hips. The problem is people need to vote harder. Later, hands on hips. I can't believe these people voted. I mean, look, they seem to be more upset with the fact that progressives won in their party than they were losing to Republicans. And again, calling them extremists and all this stuff. So we've got this, just in case you thought, oh, maybe that's a fluke. Here's a former DNC chair, Harrison. "I say this with no ill will or animosity. If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination. Don't use our resources. Don't rely on our volunteers. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't use our infrastructure. Don't ask Democrats to invest their time, money, and energy in your campaign." I said, your party is so anti-democracy that you will literally sue to get left parties off the ballot. Don't be surprised when some of them try to run in your party, since you made it the only way they saw to get elected. As communists, we want to look beyond this extremely limited short-term, maybe not even that productive goal of getting elected, for sure. But for those who are looking to, get elected, engage with electoralism, these, DNC people, it's just wild. If you hate our party, don't run in our party. But then what's the flip side of that? Let's say you actually do that. As Arlen Hellison says, centrist Democrats be like, if you don't like the direction of the party, run your own candidates, until last night, and then they won. But then the just make your own party stuff is hilarious, because if you are third party, then you're a, quote, foreign asset helping Trump and are actually a Republican. And you can find billions of those posts online. Billions. Like, oh, you're a Russian troll, and anybody, you're just helping Trump. That is 100% true. Just say you fucking hate democracy, and that you're a fake opposition, because that is what you are. But it wasn't just confined to the Democratic Party. There's one from Mike Johnson there, Speaker of the House. "There are mini Mamdanis popping up all around the country. It is a dangerous thing. This is not a joke. We're in a fight right now to save the Republic, and every American needs to take this seriously." And a lot of these Democrats are sitting there nodding along with this, basically, judging from how alarmed they are at these primary wins. Eli Valley said, "Is Mini Mamdani in the room with us now?" And I said, he really is. No, but really, bullshit aside and comedy aside, it's great to see posters in a good mood, because, there are a lot of Blue Sky is more on the progressive side, and a lot of people were jubilant. Just there was a really joyous attitude across the app that night. But, the reality is trying to reform the Democratic Party never ends well. And shout out to Living in a Neoliberal Dystopian Hellscape, who said, "We're really doing the whole let's take over the Democratic Party thing again, huh? This has already been done in Nevada. Guess how it ended?" Well, let's take a look at this article. Democratic Socialists swept out of power. Nevada Democratic Party Chair Judith Whitmer faced heavy criticism from a number of key figures in the state party and lost support from some of her former allies. So this is by Natasha Korecki from March 4, 2023, if you want to look it up. Nevada Democrats have ousted a slate of Democratic Socialists who took over the state party 2 years ago, ending a troubled reign marked by divisions and infighting. Basically, right-wingers wanting the party to keep being right-wing. Judith Whitmer was booted as a chair in a vote Saturday with a new slate, headed by State Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Moreno, assuming control of the party. Monroe Moreno, who's the first black woman elected to lead Nevada Democrats, was backed by a slew of elected officials, as well as the so-called Reid Machine, the powerful organization first brought together by the late U.S. Senator Harry Reid. So, you can try taking over the party. They're going to push back with the unlimited resources that they have at their disposal. And you're inside their party. They just change the rules. They do whatever on you. There's another example of this. Stumbled across this one recently. This is from Unicorn Riot, May 15. Philadelphia socialists and progressives organize ward races in a major challenge to old-fashioned big city political machine. Groups jump into Philadelphia Democratic Party ward races in third challenge to entrenched local players, and they say that the Mamdani win in New York City was an energizing factor. So there's like a long article here about the Wards That Work campaign in Philadelphia, which was aimed at challenging the city's establishment in this year's May primary election. Groups including the River Wards Area Democrats, Reclaim Philadelphia, the City Democratic Socialists of America, or DSA chapter, and the City Communist Party USA chapter, CPUSA, Debbie Amos Bell Club, have organized more than 100 events to rally residents. They are running more than 350 committee candidates in the May 19 primary under the Democratic Party line. So this is an interesting article. I will link to it. But there's an update. 1 month later, Philadelphia Ward 22 Democratic Organizing Meeting controversy, fraud accusation, and scuffle outside. Reformers claim 8 wards turned over by new leadership citywide. City's Democratic Party Contest Committee to hear Ward 22 challenge Sunday. So there was this whole, this is another really interesting but very long article about the establishment Democrat person that was running this meeting, connected with this effort to, on a ward-by-ward basis in the city, overturn the old entrenched leadership and try to get progressives into, the party structure. And they basically just held like a fake vote, called it off, and then there's like a big kerfuffle outside the meeting. There's really no depths that they won't sink to. And, people just have to be aware. This is like trying to do things within the Democratic Party. It's just not that simple. The people you're trying to fight do not really respect democracy. That's kind of the whole point of like why you think you're going to run in that party and like do things differently, because the way that they do them is corrupt and, horrible and fascistic. Well, guess what? They're going to keep doing that to you, and you're stuck inside the organization with them. The other issue here is that, let's say you win. That is not the end. You don't just win and like, oh, we won, game over. As Nerd JPEG pointed out, German and Italian social democrats 5 minutes before disaster. Wow, socialism is so popular. We keep winning elections. This is awesome. Shades emoji. What came next? Fascism. See earlier discussion. And then, interestingly, even just regarding the quality of the people who are part of this progressive wave, are getting the Mamdani endorsements, are part of this progressive wave. People have made mention of the fact that one of them is Brad Lander. And particularly as the genocide in Gaza was such like a focal point of the Mamdani campaign. I mean, way more so than in most races, particularly for mayor of a city in the United States. People have questioned Lander's position on Israel. And then there was this guy who we'll see in a minute. I summarized the situation like this. This guy saved himself by from becoming main character of the day. There was a ratio building there, and then he just disabled quotes. But he makes this post, me, a liberal Zionist DNC member. There's a giant window open in Democratic politics for this great political line I thought of to save Israel. 2 hours later, I must disable quotes. That's how popular it was. Let's take a look. So it's like these progressives coming in are trying to smuggle in a continued progressive accept Palestine kind of politics. We've seen Mamdani backtracking. And again, some of these endorsements are going to be from people who are pretty shitty in the end. Not all of them, maybe. But anyway, so we got this guy who self-described progressive reformer and DNC member, David Atkins. There's a giant window open in Democratic politics for, I want Israel to exist as a vibrant Jewish state, but I also oppose offensive arms sales and want to see Netanyahu and his allies in The Hague for ethnic cleansing. Almost no one is taking it. That is really bad for Israel and Jewish people. And then he goes down to like, if you really force a binary choice between I support Likud and what it is doing in Palestine and Lebanon, and I oppose the existence of Israel, that conversation is going to go badly for Israel. I don't understand. And so what he's saying is that the people trying to save Israel need to do something different because he's trying to save Israel. I don't understand how AIPAC, Van Jones et al. Don't see this. They are their own worst enemy. end. But then he put another post anyway. To be clear, criminal accountability for Netanyahu and a ban on offensive arms sales is the moderate position. It is the only thing that can save the U.S.-Israel alliance and secure Israel's future. Why do you want that? Let's go back to a vibrant Jewish state. Do you have to practice Judaism there to have full rights? How does that work? And so this guy was getting shredded in the comments and in the quotes, getting just stomped in the quotes, had to turn off quotes, thus breaking the ratio. So he didn't end up looking like the clown show that he did. But look up this thread and go into the comments, because this guy got eviscerated in a way that, there's always people in the comments just eat shit or whatever. There was some of the most detailed comments cutting this guy to ribbons I've ever seen. And he was coming up with the weirdest replies like, oh yeah, well, you oppose Israel. Do you think Armenia should have been founded? People are like, what? That has nothing to do with anything. And, when asked for comment, he just repeatedly backtracked from the entire thing. So anyway, I responded by saying that there's no window open for this because it's a completely unrealistic proposition. Israel's existence presupposes colonial and genocidal violence. It's not a Netanyahu problem. And then, I put the screenshot. And I was like, of course, he's also a DNC member. And anyway, go into the thread. Fascinating stuff. We had this one here. He was also saying, you need to separate out Israel's actions from the existence of Israel, which is another way of saying, Israel could exist nonviolently. Good luck with that. The last thing we're going to look at today is Walter Smolarik's resignation from the PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation. Some people call it the Party of Sexual Litigation. They've had some scandals. You can read about those online. Actually, even searching on this guy's name. Why don't I go to that first, just for some background? This is from the Fashbusters website, which is hit and miss, but they have an article, PSL whistleblowers refute Central Committee's defense of Stephen Powers. And this guy Smolarik is mentioned a couple of times in here. Internally, we are told Walter Smolarik in Philadelphia briefly described this incident without mentioning the word suicidal or explaining the reason for Griselda's distress, that the use of her full legal name caused the PSL statement to appear in Google searches for her name. Basically, this is a person, Griselda, who had made an accusation, and then the party basically doxed her, more or less, concluding that which was causing her to melt down, have a actual severe mental health crisis. That seemed to be what the party was going for, because that's that's the course they continued on. Concluding that, quote, PSL considers this a success and that the statement had, quote, served its purpose. So there you go. And taking no questions about it. In their own words, harassing a victim into withdrawing her accusations and scrubbing her internet presence was a, quote, success. We shudder to imagine what leadership's reaction might have been had Griselda actually caused herself harm. As she was saying that the being doxxed was causing her to become suicidal. We would like to, this is from later in the article, we would like to identify another disingenuous rhetorical move used in this point that has recurred throughout the situation, the selective use of identity signifiers such as Latina. At the September 24th meeting to announce the results of the investigation, Walter Smolarik stated that this situation was an example of the pitfalls of, quote, reactionary ideologies like identity politics. Despite explicitly denouncing identity politics as a framework for handling the investigation, leadership have repeatedly defended themselves and attempted to discredit accusers by citing the identities of those involved. So anyway, super fucked up situation. I'll link to that article too if you want to read it. You can make up your own mind about what you think about it. But that guy, Walter Smolarek, did recently resign from the Central Committee of the PSL. I'm not going to have time to read. This is, again, a very long resignation. But he accuses PSL and Brian Becker of all kinds of stuff I can't even really do it justice, but like I said before, of building an AI surveillance system to monitor party members' social media usage. People ask, why don't I endorse this party? Because there's too many accusations like this on top of there being, not a political line that I think is a pseudo. I think that they're political line is right deviationist. So somebody in the chat actually also just pointed out an article from Red Clarion at unitystruggleunity.org. It's unity-struggle-unity.org. A disciplined exodus. And I don't have screenshots of this one. Let me go ahead and just put up the graphic from the article. A disciplined exodus, letters on leaving the PSL. And it says, yeah, estimated reading time here, 93 minutes. So definitely can't get into that. But I'll read the editor's note. In the continued flood of members leaving the Party for Socialism and Liberation, many have been earnest in their desire to ensure that the movement can learn from this organization's impending collapse. And remember, PSL isn't that old. It broke from another party, the Workers' World Party, which still exists. And my understanding that the split between these two parties was just organizational matters, not ideological, which is why people accuse PSL of being crypto-Marxist, Marxism being an offshoot of U.S. Trotskyism, because the Workers' World Party is Marxist after Sam Marcy, and PSL has stated that there aren't ideological differences between them, hence sort of making them Marxist. Anyway, I mean, to me, it's like that's like one of the more minor points almost, among the different things that I've heard about PSL. But as I was reading the editor's note, this week we are publishing 5 new letters outlining various struggles within the organization and its utter inability to solve any internal contradiction. So, organizations have problems sometimes, but, they can be solved. They seem to be getting just bogged down in problem after problem that is just building up on them and not getting solved. The first letter conveys the collective frustrations and justified disgust of a New York City District Committee elected by membership to advance base building and undermined at every turn by a, quote, duplicitous central leadership. The next perspective, as well as the last, outlines not only years-long struggles between the Salt Lake branch of PSL and national leadership, but the utter lack of any kind of institutional structures to help local leadership through internal or external struggles. Rather than playing a guiding hand, national liaisons actively undermined criticism and struggle in favor of putting personal and political differences under the rug. And again, this seems to be like a running trend with this party, hoping that through liberal interpersonal kindness, contradictions would cease and the branch would wholly submit itself to the whims of Brian and Ben Becker. Read more about that at the link that they have there. A majority of the letter writers have spent a significant portion of their lives in dedication to this opportunistic and parasitic organization. Rather than making the most use of these dedicated comrades, national leadership and national liaisons found every way by which they could misplace the revolutionary energy into work that will never bring about the author's revolutionary aims. Despite the betrayal by the so-called party, some of these letters still express hope that the PSL is capable of change. And just to add, I think we've been hearing that for a long time, continuing, and that the members within have the means to change it. This could not be further from the truth. The PSL is an opportunist organization of the highest order, which fundamentally cannot be saved, as more and more information is brought to light on the undemocratic behaviors of the organization's central leadership, cover-ups of abuse, refusals to engage in criticism or collective struggle, and the strict enforcement of settler lines on colonial and anti-imperialist questions, there can no longer be any doubt that the PSL exists solely as a mechanism to defang the revolutionary movement by misleading earnest radicals into a counter-revolutionary machine. And I would comment, a lot of the running discussion in the articles we've read about CPUSA are very similar. I think that CPUSA has had fewer scandals that it's been accused of, but a lot of the dynamics are the same, of like branches being good, national leadership is bad, opportunism, defanging revolutionary potential, etc. Continuing, if you are a member, you must leave. If your group of disgruntled members leave together and contact the All Empire Workers League, it is time to bring an end to this bloated carcass of a so-called party. To leave it festering will only bring further rot to our revolutionary movement. The letters have been reproduced nearly exactly as they were received. Minor corrections were made to formatting, citations were added for some quoted text, and names of local members have been redacted. Regarding the redacted names, abbreviated letters have taken their place, and our editors have attempted their best to maintain consistency with the references to named individuals. There are a handful of exceptions with important targets of criticism, like Ben and Brian Becker, as well as public figures within or formerly within the organization being fully named. Walter Smolarik's letter, which is frequently mentioned in the following documents, that's what I was just showing the screenshot of, was published last week by our editorial board. To all those who have been harmed by the PSL's actions and its further inactions, we give our love. In solidarity, editorial board of Unity Struggle Unity. So then they have letters from the New York City District 1 District Committee letter, a letter from Comrade LM, letter from DW, LM's letter to the steering committee, an anonymous letter, and letter from Comrade E. So again, they estimate 90 minutes. I don't have 90 minutes today to continue reading that, but I will share the link, and I wanted to put it on people's radar. And it's possible that, again, I haven't streamed in like 2.5 months, so I'm doing this big kind of catch-up stream here that has been spanning, well, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and now Tuesday. So once we get all caught up with this, I might go back into some of these. Let me go back, catch up with the chat, and that is the end of Livestream 133 once we catch up with the chat. I think it's... oh yeah, so talking about Midwestern Mussolini's article on Marxism is metaphysical, and that's okay, from about a month ago, late May. I tell you, it's like so much bullshit, so little time. We'll have to do more streaming to catch up. Garrido's definitely a psyop. Haas Two Holes talking about Islamic Marxism. I think it's part of a reactionary pseudo-Marxist tradition to try to move away from dialectical materialism, both because it supports their petty bigotries through maintaining concrete metaphysical categories like immutable gender, and also because it allows them to dip back into the delusion of religion. It certainly explains a lot about these idiots. They're now openly stating that they're metaphysicians, not dialectical scientific socialists. These revisionists really bring my piss to a boil. Oh, people are talking about the president's picture. People are like, this picture is making me extremely angry. Is that normal? Cursed picture. 4 war criminals. All the war criminals together for a cheeky pic. Back when child murder was dignified, W walked so that Trump could run. This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying. Republican Party just shed its skin after Bush and Cheney. They became the Tea Party as this kind of like pseudo grassroots populist thing. And then that spawned the birtherism. Trump became the head of the birther movement. And then he became the leading presidential candidate. And now we're here. And now there's ICE occupations in the streets. That's what it's all about. The economic catastrophe of 2008 was definitely part of that simplistic, but when did 2008 happen again? Oh yeah, under W. So I mean, you know, these things, actually we had both the the 2001 crash starting it off, then 9/11, then all of the, Patriot Act and all the other stuff that they did under Bush and Cheney, building DHS, etc. Then they go out with the 2008 crash. Oh, let me get this off the screen too. So that was like a devastating 2 presidential terms, Bush and Cheney. And again, it was directly why people were willing to vote for like a progressive African-American candidate in Barack Obama. Was they were like, get us as far away from Bush and Cheney and the Republican Party as possible. And John McCain was running. So, I mean, yeah, people did not want that. And people forget how bad Bush and Cheney was. But anyway, yeah, Bush walked so Trump could run. Absolutely. CIA hates this guy. Yeah, it's been choppy as hell today. The fight between liberals and reformists in the Democratic Party might be a psyop to make the reformists look good. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know just how much is just like low standards that are like genuinely just the Democratic Party is a very right-wing party. I think it's just peeling back the hood. I don't think that they're faking that. I think that that's just really what it's like in the Democratic Party. That they're trying to bring back like 70s liberalism and they're like, you fucking communists. We will fight you with everything we have. I mean, that's pretty much what's going on. We need moderates. Anyone else just have that KKK compromise picture flash in their head reading that? Moderates are just early 2000s Republicans. Cenk Uygur, there you go. Is the strategy of DSA to take over the Dems? I've heard a lot of different strategies, dirty break, clean break, etc. Yeah, there was an article I mentioned the other day. I was considering screenshotting this, The DSA Are Not Your Saviors by Tovi Rose. There was too much stuff that I thought that article was kind of all over the place, and again, really long Substack article. That did discuss the dirty break, clean break. I'll try to get into that more in the future. Quote, CPUSA helping the Democrats. Armenia guy. Yeah, people people from Blue Sky are like, I can't believe you're talking about the Armenia guy. 2/3 of Israelis polled by Haaretz say that they support a modern-day Amalek, biblical mass slaughter of every man, woman, and child, and even animals. Yeah. That, again, was like in the Blue Sky thread. That was one of the things that I was quoting to this guy, and he just didn't respond. He was PSL leadership. He was a major voice on Becker's podcast for years. That was in 2017 or 18. Yeah, fair enough. For the shout out to APL, never had accusations of making an AI surveillance system or protecting sexual abusers. Just saying. Yet, we don't want to see this in any party, so hopefully never. Would I consider PSL a, quote, real socialist organization? They don't seem to follow democratic centralism in that they don't have democracy in their party. They also have a right opportunist line on China, so I have never been able to endorse that party. To add to your point on the Dems, did you see how fucked up Daria Liza's opponent, Espiat, was in that race? The guy was using all kinds of racist attacks and even putting up ads in Dominican Republic calling her Haitian as a slur. I didn't see that. I saw the thing where they put up posters where she had like tweeted like fuck Kamala Harris or something like that, not realizing that would probably be like a selling point. But yeah, they went hard. Just not very well. The PSL AI HAL 9000 is real. Principled, educated, and active Marxists really need to come together to discuss the path forward outside of existing parties. I feel like it's one of the number one priorities at this moment. Yeah, I mean, I've been talking about the concept of like a left coalition or left Congress for years. I think the problem is a lot of the parties coming together in that coalition are not really worthy of the name. In other words, I think we have to go through this kind of reshuffling. And that left coalition, left Congress is probably going to be newer parties that in the last few years have been small. So, because these existing kind of holdover parties mostly really suck. Thanks for your stream. I really appreciate the YouTube videos. Good. Glad you could catch one live. I'm getting back into the flow of streaming again a little bit. I like I was saying earlier in the earlier parts of the stream, all this ICE shit this winter really fucked me up, and then the Iran war, and I just, I've had personal stuff going on as well. I mean, as we all do, but I mean, as I had before going on as well. But something about this fucking year has just really thrown me for a loop. So getting back on track and getting things sorted out again. We need to get S4A and Ethernet cable. I don't know what the problem is, I'll be honest. Neoliberalism is a conservative hunger regime. I seem to recall this shit happening last stream as well. No, I'm not streaming on YouTube. You want 8,000 people in the chat and like total just fucking like chaos that I can't read any of the comments? No thanks. Was Trotsky just a pseudo-fascist, or does it seem like that because of Stalin's writings? I'll be honest with you. I have not followed the Trotskyism into the later 30s, and what I'm not sure myself of the legitimacy of the allegations that Trotskyists crossed over and like actually started working for fascism. You can see some of the parallels of like how it could theoretically line up. I just haven't gone that far into it myself. From what I've heard, streaming on YouTube unfortunately destroys discoverability for non-live stream videos. Yeah, I just don't even want to get into it. Like, this works for me. The size of the streams is good. I just want to keep this going. Part of the reason I was getting out of streaming was because there was so many people in the streams, and I really wasn't just able to have a conversation. Like, right now, there's 47 people. I mean, we're still going to post this. Thousands of people can watch it afterwards, but like, it's hard to have a conversation with 250 people, that's another reason I haven't been streaming as much. But now that we're getting back into it, I'm like, all right, this can work after all. All right, thank you for... Oh, okay. Thank you, Impact, for the DSA National Convention 2025. 2025 to 27 National Political Committee showing what caucuses people are in. I'll definitely save this. The committee is fairly split, I think, but tends toward the right of DSA. Groundwork and SMC are 1/3. Bread and Roses and Marxist Unity Group have both endorsed Democrats, so they're on the right side of DSA too. Marxist Unity is a type of neo-Kautskyism, like actual Kautskyites. Yeah, I've seen that. Disappointing to say the least. Bread and Roses and Marxist Unity are more mid-left in that Semdoc sphere. Semdoc. Got a new term just dropped, Semdoc. That's good, honestly. If the stream drops are helping it whittle it down to the real cadre, absolutely. All right, that is the end. I've caught up with the chat. And it's just, it just dropped again. Whatever's going on with that, I don't know. But we have crawled our way to the end, bruised and battered, of live stream number 133. And I want to thank Atlas especially for helping to moderate this, keeping things moderate. Thanks again to the patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters. Thanks to everybody who has showed up over the last, whatever it's been, 5 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Tuesday. It's been great. And yeah, I will not wait 2.5 months to stream the next time. We will be back a lot sooner. Send in your ideas, send in your thoughts. I'm not going to cover everything, but you all do help me to, stay current on what's on people's minds, what's being discussed in your various study groups and pre-party formations and everything that you have going on. So I appreciate everybody who has taken the time to study and to support and to be active in your local movement. Again, things have to get a lot more serious, so I appreciate those of you who are getting serious and helping others to get serious as well. I'm trying to help make more communists so that you all can go make the parties and groups to take this really to the masses. The working class is a historical agent. This isn't just something for streamers. It's important that that work gets done. Thanks again, and we will see you in the next video.